I've already started seeing Du Mei. That sharp voice shattered the silence. Lu Yi had just regained his senses when he saw his stepbrother, Lu Tianci, holding Du Mei's hand, looking at him with a smug expression. Du Mei wore a look of bashful innocence, like an innocent young girl, letting Lu Tianci clasp her hand tightly. Standing beside them was another woman, cold and beautiful, her dark brows slightly furrowed as she also gazed at him. It wasn't until this moment that Lu Yi finally realized he had been reborn, back to the spring of 1978. In his previous life, on this very day, he had no choice but to go through a blind date arranged by the village cadre's family with Du Mei, the daughter of the village party secretary, and become a member of the son-in-law living in the bride's house. After marriage, Lu Yi discovered that Du Mei was far from pure. She had already been sleeping with someone else, and was even pregnant, rushing to find a naive husband to raise another man's child. Even after that, she remained unfaithful, continuing her affair behind his back. When Lu Yi demanded a divorce, Du's family feared losing face and gave him 50 yuan as hush money to keep quiet about the affair and the pregnancy. Lu Yi didn't bother to argue further or spread rumors. He simply fled to the county town, threw himself into work, and eventually built a massive fortune, becoming the richest man in the region. Everyone thought his success came from Du family support, unaware that not a single person in the Du family was decent. After land reform, they became notorious village bullies. If he hadn't escaped early enough, he would have spent his entire life treated like livestock by the Dus. His stepbrother, Lu Tianci, lusted after the educated youth girl, Su Mengyao, and chose her for marriage. He thought he had won a good match, but little did he know that Su Mengyao was cold and aloof by nature. Her decision to marry was merely to find a shield, though. She entered the Lu household. She never once slept under the same roof. To have such a beauty within reach, yet untouched, drove Lu Tianci mad. He tried to force himself on her. Su Mengyao stabbed him in the leg with a knife, nearly severing his 2 ounces, making him the laughingstock of the village. After her father's political rehabilitation, Su Mengyao passed the university entrance exam and forced Lu Tianci into a divorce. He refused, leading to endless conflict. She resolutely left for the provincial capital to attend university. Encouraged by his mother, Lu Tianci followed her there, claiming his status as her husband and refusing to leave the Su household. Perhaps out of guilt or other reasons, the now reinstated Su patriarch secured Lu Tianci a decent job. But within a few years, Su's father was investigated for financial corruption, stripped of power, and imprisoned. Lu Tianci was also implicated for bribery during his employment and sentenced to 7 years in prison. After release, he had nowhere to go and returned to the village, where he drank, gambled, smoked, and lived like a complete degenerate, so much so that everyone avoided him, including dogs. Seeing how Lu Yi rose to fame relying on the Du family, his stepmother regretted not choosing the right match for her own son. She cursed Lu Yi daily, calling him a beast and wishing him dead. But before anything happened to Lu Yi, she died of sheer frustration. His stepbrother also hated him, spreading rumors that Lu Yi had stolen the fortune that rightfully belonged to him. Years later, when Lu Yi returned to the village to pay respects to his late mother, Lu Tianci stormed into his car with homemade explosives and blew both of them up. Then, opening his eyes again, Lu Yi found himself reborn right here, right now. But why had Lu Tianci chosen Du Mei first? Had he also been reborn? What do you think? Pretty nice of me, huh? I'm going to be the son-in-law myself, leaving the beautiful Su Chinka for you. You better thank me properly later. Lu Tianci looked at Lu Yi, barely able to contain his arrogance. With a sneer, he thought, that ice-hearted bitch, Su Mengyao, is too cold for my taste, won't let me touch her. Won't even sleep with me. I've had enough. Now she's yours. A loser marrying a phoenix girl, perfect. In his mind, Lu Yi only succeeded because of the Du family's backing. They gave him the initial advantage to start business early in the reform era, allowing him to ride the wave and become rich, nothing more than a pig lifted by the wind. Without the Du family, Lu Yi wouldn't even finish primary school, just another poor farmer, never a billionaire. Now, having been reborn, Lu Tianci decisively snatched Du Mei and rushed to become her husband first. With the Du family's help and his own ability, Lu Tianci believed he would surpass Lu Yi, that pathetic nobody, by far. Still, while securing his own fate, Lu Tianci didn't mind stomping on Lu Yi a few times to settle old scores. Thank you? I really should thank you. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. Marrying into the wife's home, wearing green hats, raising another man's kid, dealing with aggressive brothers-in-law, and a tyrannical father-in-law. So many negative buffs, and Lu Tianci actually volunteered to take them all. What a great younger brother indeed. Unaware of the deeper pit he had just jumped into, Lu Tianci happily pulled Du Mei's hand. My dear Mei, Uncle must be waiting outside. Let's go tell them and set the wedding date quickly. Okay. Du Mei cooed softly, her delicate eyebrows betraying a hint of cunning a wolf in sheep's clothing who had successfully ensnared a helpless lamb. Only Lu Yi and Su Mengyao were left in the room. Su Mengyao was slender, dressed in a slightly faded military-style outfit, black cloth shoes on her feet. Her long black hair was tied behind her head, and her bright eyes held a trace of frostiness, stunningly beautiful yet emotionally distant. If Du Mei was the village flower, then Su Mengyao was the city flower, maybe even the provincial one. She had come to Qingshan Township as part of the educated youth movement due to her father, Su Yao's political downfall. The moment Su Mengyao arrived in Dashan village, every young man within 10 miles went wild with desire, desperate to win her affection. Though her political background wasn't clean, her beauty was undeniable. Day after day, men from surrounding villages flocked to the intellectual youth station where she stayed. Scared, Su Mengyao dared not go anywhere alone anymore. Eventually, the female youths at the station grew frustrated. Some shameless men even peeped through windows and toilets, disturbing their lives. Helpless, Su Mengyao decided to fake a marriage via a blind date to avoid harassment. I don't want a dowry, nor any gifts from your family. No banquet either. I only have 2 conditions. If you agree, I'll marry you. Her voice flowed like spring breeze, sending a cool calm through Lu Yi. Please tell me. First, after marriage, if I refuse you, you cannot force yourself on me. Second, whenever I decide to divorce, you must agree. Lu Yi didn't hesitate. I agree. To others, these conditions might be unacceptable, but to Lu Yi, they meant nothing. He had no ulterior motives towards Su Mengyao. She needed a shield, and he needed independence. Marrying her allowed him to split the household and escape this broken home. This was already a much better starting point than his last life. You really agree? Su Mengyao stared into his eyes, trying to detect whether he was sincere. Then let's sign a written agreement. Saying so, she actually pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the pen, hovering over the paper. I also have one condition. Hearing that, Su Mengyao frowned again, as if expecting something unreasonable. If it's excessive, forget it. Ignoring her, Lu Yi continued, after marriage, you must handle all the housework. Even if it's a fake marriage, we still need to live like a real couple. Otherwise, I'd rather not get married at all. That's it. Su Mengyao had expected something outrageous, but instead got this. Fine, I agree too. Seeing Su Mengyao nod, Lu Yi finally signed his name and handed the pen back. Their eyes met. Looking closely, Su Mengyao noticed that Lu Yi's gaze was completely neutral, as if he were staring at a piece of wood or a bowl, showing absolutely no lust. He was unlike any other man she had ever seen. Was there something wrong with him, or was she not attractive enough? Is there anything else? Lu Yi broke the silence. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., I'll wait for you at the brigade office to get the recommendation letter. Without another word, Su Mengyao resumed her icy demeanor and turned to leave. Chapter 2. The ineffectual father. Once Su Mengyao departed, the room was left in solitude with only Lu Yi remaining. Before he could indulge in the memories of this old dwelling, the curtain was lifted, and an elderly man entered, carrying a smoking pipe. Did you not find her? What a disappointment. The old man cast a glance at Lu Yi, and, puffing on his pipe, walked past him, disappointment etched on his face. Lu Yi gazed silently at this familiar figure, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. In his recollections, he held no fond memories of his father, Lu Tianci. During his mother's lifetime, she toiled to manage the household and work the fields, exhausting herself like a beast of burden, while his father merely drank and smoked at home. Living like a lord, not only did he contribute nothing, but he also resorted to violence against Lu Yi's mother. After his mother succumbed to illness, passing away far too soon, Lu Tianci brought his new wife and her child into their home scarcely a year later. Lu Yi's disappointment in his father deepened. From that moment, their household underwent a complete transformation. The once lordly father was reduced to a subservient figure, browbeaten by his stepmother, who made him afraid to feed the chickens or loosen the soil while weeding, meek as a lamb. His stepmother, in control of the household, deemed the school fees too exorbitant to pay, forcing him to abandon his studies. At the tender age of 11, he was compelled to toil in the fields like an adult. His father, shockingly, never uttered a word in his defense. While Lu Yi, who ranked among the top 3 in his class, was forced to leave school, his stepbrother, Lu Tianci, who lagged at the bottom academically, managed to continue his education until junior high, only to give up when he failed to pass any exams. All the delectable food in the house was reserved for Lu Tianci, with Lu Yi often scolded even for merely glancing at it. In most families, younger brothers inherit their elder siblings' clothing, and the elder brother donned the younger brother's garments. This entire scenario unfolded under the watchful eyes of his father, who remained indifferent. Sometimes, Li pondered who the true blood relative was. Yet, each time he witnessed his father, cowed and unable to lift his head before his stepmother, he swallowed his question. In his previous life, after Lu Yi departed, Lu Zhendong became a mere servant to the mother and son, and with a constant cigarette in hand. He ultimately succumbed to its grasp within a few years. When Lu Yi returned to pay his respects, his stepmother barred him from entering their home. It was only with the assistance of childhood friends from the village that he located Lu Zhendong's grave, a small mound, scarcely a meter and a half high, lacking even a gravestone. In this life, encountering his father once more, Li felt both resentment for his father's callousness and a twinge of pity for him. Outside the courtyard, the sounds of laughter echoed. Let it be decided then. In 5 days, we shall proceed with the arrangements. The children are enamored. The sooner, the better. Safe travels to the in-laws. The voices ebbed and flowed. His stepmother and Lu Tianci pushed aside the door curtain and entered the main room, their faces radiant with joy, as if they had struck gold. However, upon seeing Lu Yi, Ho Xiaoyan's expression instantly soured. Ho Xiaoyan, notorious in the village for her cruelty, was well known for her harsh treatment of Lu Yi, a fact that resonated throughout the community. Despite the whispers behind her back, she remained unfazed. Moments ago, Su Jiqing left abruptly without uttering a word. Do you realize how challenging it was for us to bring her to our home for a matchmaking session? Why are you so oblivious to the value of such opportunities? Truly, it is an utter waste to nourish someone as unproductive as you. Ho Xiaoyan unleashed a torrent of criticism, while Lu Zhendong sat silently on a small stool, smoking. Accustomed to such treatment, Lu Tianci wore a smug expression. Observing Lu Yi standing there like a deflated dumpling filled him with a peculiar delight. Mother, you overestimate him. Su Mengyao is renowned for her beauty and is a city dweller with lofty aspirations. He is merely a country bumpkin. It would be astonishing if she were to take an interest in him. Why not inquire with the Zhao family? Their second daughter is also on the brink of a match. Perhaps Li Yu could consider her. Zhao Heir's girl has a limp, so it might work out. Just moments earlier, Su Mengyao had exited without conversing with anyone in the courtyard. Everyone assumed she was not interested in Lu Yi. Lu Tianci shared this sentiment, relishing the thought that Su Mengyao had dismissed the impoverished Lu Yi. In his previous life, he had somehow managed to win her over, yet here was Lu Yi, who hadn't even gained her attention. Indeed, without the assistance of the old Du family, Lu Yi was nothing. As Lu Tianci contemplated further mocking Lu Yi, he remembered the unattractive and limping Zhao Heir's girl, and he suggested this with malicious intent. Ho Xiaoyan, upon hearing her son, recalled the same girl. She mused aloud. That girl has polio and is a cripple. Old Zhao has stated he will not ask for a bride price if someone is willing to marry her. He will even provide an additional 200 yuan. She would be quite suitable for you. Mother, you should discuss this first thing tomorrow, Lu Tianci urged eagerly, wishing for her to finalize the arrangement without delay. That's unnecessary, Li interjected with a clear voice. What did you say? Ho Xiaoyan paused, having been deep in thought about how to persuade old Zhao to increase the dowry, and she didn't quite catch his words. I said it's unnecessary. Su Jiqing and I have already agreed to marry. We will go to the commune tomorrow to obtain our certificate. You have? Lu Tianci was taken aback but quickly realized that Li must have accepted Su Mengyao's terms. Internally, he mused, the Su family is quite materialistic, looking down upon rural folk. Once you marry Su Mengyao, you will receive no benefits, but disdain will be abundant. With this thought, Lu Tianci's smile grew increasingly sinister. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, well, congratulations. Su Mengyao is indeed a beauty. If you marry her, you shall surely enjoy a fortunate life. Lu Yu chuckled inwardly. Who truly enjoys fortune remains to be seen. Brother, do not lose heart. While being a son-in-law may seem unglamorous and subject to gossip, Du Mei's father is the village chief, and they lack for nothing. If you marry into their family, you will undoubtedly lead a life of comfort. Lu Yu winced at the word marry, which sounded particularly jarring. In the past, he had felt utterly alone within this household. In order to secure a meal, both Ho Xiaoyan and Lu Tianci have submitted to circumstances, thus allowing this mother-daughter duo to act with increasing audacity. Now, having been reborn, Liu refuses to endure any longer and retorts on the spot. You little beast. Can you even speak? If you cannot, then keep your mouth shut and act mute. Ho Xiaoyan, fiercely protective of her son, retaliates with a barrage of insults upon witnessing Lu Ye's mockery of him. Let me tell you, even if you have set your sights on someone, our family lacks the means to provide a dowry or any gifts. If you possess the capability, then resort to theft or robbery on your own. We cannot support you. Meanwhile, Lu Zhendong, seated on a small stool and smoking, half lifts his head, glancing at Lu Yi and then at Ho Shaoan. When it comes to marriage, it cannot be two. His words are cut short by the dagger-like glare from Ho Shaoyan. Tomorrow, you two will tidy up the side room. Do not say that I, as the stepmother, am neglectful. I will provide you with a blanket, and from now on, you shall reside there, taking care of your own sustenance. Our household has no surplus to support a daughter-in-law. Tianci, come with me into the house. In 5 days, you and Yao Yu shall wed. We must hasten our preparations. Lu Tianci cast a triumphant glance at Lu Yi before following Ho Shaoan into the eastern room. In the main room, Lu Yi cast a disappointed look at Lu Zhendong. If you wish to live a few more years, you ought to smoke less. Lu Zhendong's lips move, releasing a puff of blue smoke. I will discuss it with her later. Huh. You certainly did not act this way when my mother was alive. You need not converse with her. Once I secure the divorce certificate, we shall part ways. Lu Yi snorts disdainfully and turns to exit the main room. The phrase parting ways strikes Lu Zhendong's heart like a heavy hammer. Habitually placing the cigarette in his mouth, he finds himself unable to draw in a single puff. Chapter 3. An unwilling shield. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the roosters in the village heralded the day. Lu Yi, restless throughout the night in a side room, rose at the sound of crowing and stepped into the courtyard. The rural folk typically awaken early, and many households had already sent wisps of smoke curling into the sky. Lu Yi gazed at the distant verdant mountain shrouded in mist. Although the sun was hidden behind the peaks, it cast forth a radiant spectrum of colors, enchanting as a painted masterpiece. He retrieved the sickle hanging on the wall and ventured outside. Navigating the familiar path through the fields, Lu Yi ascended the green hills, ultimately arriving at his mother's grave. Clearing the surrounding wild grass, he laid it aside and sat upon the ground. Mother, I have come to see you. In this second life, Lu Yi yearned most for his mother, even though they were separated by the realms of life and death. He felt compelled to sit by her grave and share his innermost thoughts with her. After paying his respects, Lu Yi made his way to the brigade office. From a distance, he spotted a green figure standing outside the entrance, accompanied by several others who appeared to be embroiled in a dispute. As he drew nearer, the group noticed him and, like a flock of startled chickens, rushed to encircle him. You really dare to show up, one of them exclaimed, a familiar face, Lu Weiguo, a youth from the Educated Youth Program who was rumored to have come from Beijing. His obstinacy had led him to this remote locale. Lu Weiguo was infatuated with Su Mengyao, a fact known to many. His presence there could only mean one thing. It was about Su Mengyao. Indeed, being a shield was not an easy task. What have I to fear? Lu Yi retorted. Su Mengyao stood before the brigade office, observing the commotion with no intention of intervening. She was curious to see if Lu Yi, her unwilling shield, could truly protect her from disdain. Lu Weiguo, with eyes aflame, pointed a threatening finger at Lu Yi. Don't say I didn't warn you. Su Mengyao is mine. If you dare to pursue her, I will make you regret it. Lu Yi brushed aside Lu Weiguo's finger and inquired, Are you legally bound to her? No, Lu Weiguo replied. Has she agreed to marry you? Lu Yi pressed further. Don't waste my time with your nonsense. She just hasn't agreed yet, but she will be mine eventually. I, Lu Weiguo, declare that anyone who dares to marry Su Mengyao, I will destroy them. She can only belong to me. You think a country bumpkin like you is worthy of marrying Su Mengyao? Lu Weiguo's expression was one of arrogance and disdain, as if he had already secured Lu Ye's defeat. Lu Yi scoffed softly, eloquent words, but if she were to agree to marry you, would you truly dare to do so? Lu Weiguo furrowed his brow, mistaking Lu Yi's words for mockery. What do you mean? What do I have to fear? Educated youths cannot return to the city after marrying in the countryside. I heard Director Du say you have been vying for a return quota for quite some time, and your name has already been submitted to the commune. You should receive your return notice within a week. If you truly could forsake your return for Su Mengyao, let us go to Director Du right now. You inform Director Du of your decision to relinquish your quota to return to the city, and I shall withhold the introduction letter from Su Mengyao. What do you say? Are you bold enough? As Lu Ye's words echoed, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Weiguo wore a look of astonishment. He could not fathom how Director Du would dare to disclose such matters. The other young male intellectuals were equally stunned. Many cast glances at Lu Weiguo, their eyes brimming with resentment. Lu Weiguo, did you not claim that you had no desire to return to the city and would not contend for a quota with us? Lu Gui, Did you not assure me that if I lent you money, you would assist me in securing a quota? What is the meaning of this? Lu directed his gaze towards the individual in question, remarking, "You are rather naive. He is merely using your funds for his own agenda. In his previous life, upon marrying into the Du family, Du Dawei had candidly stated that Lu Weidong was adept at navigating social intricacies and had granted him a return quota. Sure enough, within 3 to 5 days, Lu Weiguo received notification of his return, hastily obtaining the introduction letter and fleeing Qishan Township. Was there truth to his words? The individual turned to Lu Weiguo, confronting him directly. Under the scrutiny of his companions, Lu Weiguo stiffened, his gaze becoming evasive. Only those who have endured hardship in the countryside truly grasp the rarity of a return to the city, for the sake of a single quota. All engaged in both open and covert struggles. Lu Weiguo employed various tactics, outwardly professing disinterest in returning to the city while secretly bestowing gifts upon Director Du. He had intended to quietly seize the quota and depart unnoticed, yet unexpectedly, Lu Yi had publicly exposed him. Lies. Do not heed his fabrications. He is deliberately sowing discord. Lu Weiguo vehemently denied. Whether it is true or false, let us confront Secretary Du directly. As long as you declare in front of everyone that you relinquish your quota, then I shall be the one to slander you. Are you willing to say it? Let us proceed to the brigade office. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Yi afforded Lu Weiguo no opportunity for contemplation, seizing his arm and attempting to drag him towards the office. However, Lu Weiguo's legs seemed rooted to the ground. A look of panic finally manifesting on his face. Why are you hesitating? Let us go. Lu Weiguo struggled to break free from Lu Ye's grasp. I am discussing matters pertaining to Su Mengyao. Do not divert the conversation. Lu Yi chuckled, pointing accusingly at Lu Weiguo, mockingly chiding, how shameless you are. You wish to deceive your brothers of their return quotas while monopolizing Su Jiqing, preventing her from marrying. You attempt to have your cake and eat it too. I am embarrassed for you. Lu Weiguo, already infuriated, longed to silence Lu Yu. He shouted, brothers, take him down. I will deal with you first. Do you truly think us fools? With that roar, one of the young intellectuals surrounding Lu Yi sprang into action. His rubber-soled shoes propelling him to kick Lu Weiguo squarely in the stomach. Lu Weiguo, unwilling to enter the brigade office, had inadvertently revealed to all present who was truly lying. As fellow youths sharing the same experiences, the group of young intellectuals could hardly tolerate Lu Weiguo's duplicitous behavior, treating them like fools. When one individual took action, several others quickly joined in, causing Lu Weiguo to be engulfed by the crowd. Stop. Please, listen to me. Lu Yi promptly made way for the group of young intellectuals, allowing them the space to express themselves. He then leisurely approached Su Mengyao. Do you wish to continue watching the show, or shall we proceed inside to obtain your introduction letter? Su Mengyao's bright gaze fell upon Lu Yi, who had effortlessly extricated himself from the troublesome Lu Weiguo with mere words, even inciting discord among the group of male intellectuals. This piqued her curiosity, prompting her to observe him more closely. I am uncertain why Lu Weiguo is here. This matter does not concern me. Su Mengyao inexplicably found herself explaining in response to Lu Ye's gaze. However, upon uttering those words, she felt a twinge of regret, as it was not in her nature to speak so. In the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, Lu Tianci and Du Mei emerged side by side, with Lu Tianci's smug grin remaining steadfast since the previous night. Upon seeing Lu Tianci, Lu Yi had already deduced the answer. It was likely that his younger half-brother was up to no good again. Indeed, when Lu Tianci spotted Lu Yu unharmed, entering the brigade courtyard alongside Su Mengyao, the smile on his face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer surprise. Are you all right? Chapter 4. Obtaining the certificate. Lu Weiguo had endured countless kicks and punches, leaving his face resembling that of a pig. As he rose from the ground, he was a sight to behold. At that moment, Lu Weiguo felt an overwhelming hatred for Lu Yi. After the male educated youth had departed, his foremost desire was to deliver a beating to that scoundrel, Lu Yi, avenging himself in the process. As the sounds of the scuffle faded behind him, Lu Yi glanced back and spotted Lu Weiguo approaching with a fierce expression. With a quick turn of his eye, Lu Yi shouted, Brother, I appreciate your help. Now he will never dare to covet your sister-in-law again. Your strategy is truly remarkable. Lu Ye's seemingly nonsensical remark left Lu Tianci momentarily bewildered. What are you talking about? Lu Yi stepped forward and embraced Lu Tianci, saying, We are brothers at heart. You need not say a word, for I understand. I will go inside with your sister-in-law to obtain the introduction letter, and we shall discuss matters at home tonight. Releasing Lu Tianci, Lu Yi disregarded Su Mengyao's reaction and swiftly took her hand, leading her into the brigade headquarters. What is wrong with this guy? Lu Tianci, with a look of disdain, brushed off his clothes and was about to exit the courtyard with Du Mei when he was confronted by Lu Weiguo, who was glaring at him like a ferocious beast. Lu Ge, what happened to you? Who did this? Lu Weiguo had heard Lu Ye's words clearly from outside the courtyard. The previous night, Lu Tianci had ventured out under the cover of darkness to inform him about Lu Ye's intention to obtain a marriage certificate with Su Mengyao. He had come early to confront them, but unexpectedly, he had fallen into the trap set by the two brothers. Upon seeing Du Mei beside Lu Tianci, Lu Weiguo's last doubts vanished. While others might be unaware of the quota issue, Du Mei certainly was not. Understanding dawned upon him. Lu Weiguo realized that with Li marrying Su Mengyao, she would henceforth be Lu Tianci's sister-in-law. The two brothers were conspiring against him. Lu Tianci, how dare you scheme against me? With the revelation of the returned city quota and having just received a beating, Lu Weiguo unleashed all his pent-up frustrations. He launched a sudden punch at the unsuspecting Lu Tianci, striking him on the corner of his mouth. Lu Tianci fell to the ground, clutching his mouth, and looked at Lu Weiguo with a hint of fear. I was merely trying to remind you. Why are you hitting me? To hell with your good intentions. Lu Weiguo, in a fit of rage, kicked Lu Tianci again. Seeing Lu Tianci being assaulted, Du Mei cried out, help. Someone is being attacked. At her shout, Lu Weiguo hesitated to continue his assault. You wait for me. He spat, turning and fleeing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi and Su Mengyao hid inside the doorway of the brigade headquarters, witnessing the events unfold outside. Su Mengyao observed Lu Ye's maneuvering, finally grasping the situation at hand. Isn't he your brother? She inquired, puzzled. Lu Yi succinctly replied with 2 words, clarifying everything. After securing the introduction letter, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao proceeded to the commune, where they received their marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The marriage certificate, adorned with a golden design on a crimson background, resembled a commendation, radiating an atmosphere of celebration. With this document in hand, Lu Yi could finally part ways with his family without reservation. No longer compelled to share a household with the loathsome mother-son duo? Do you have many belongings? Shall I accompany you to collect them from the youth station? After a moment's contemplation, Su Mengyao replied, that would suffice. With 2 of us, 1 trip will be enough. The 2 returned to the female youth station, where Lu Yi awaited outside. As soon as Su Mengyao entered the room, several young women pulled her to the bedside. Mengyao, is it true that you are really getting married? One exclaimed. Indeed, Mengyao, you must be out of your mind. After enduring so much together, once you marry, you can never return to the city. Isn't this foolishness? Even if you must marry, you should choose someone more suitable. I know the man outside. He hails from the old Lu family in the village, burdened with a stepmother and a half-brother, merely a punching bag. Marrying him is akin to leaping into a fire pit. The young women chattered incessantly. Su Mengyao shook her head gently. After all, her marriage was merely a facade, a truth she could not disclose. We have already obtained the certificate. This arrangement works well for us. After I move away, those people will likely cease their visits, allowing you some peace. The girls exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with empathy. Su Mengyao began to roll her bedding into a bundle, securing it with a length of grass twine. A porcelain wash basin contained her towels and toothbrushes, while a few garments of varying thickness were wrapped in a blanket, alongside a dozen books. These constituted all of Su Mengyao's possessions. Allow me to assist you, one offered. No need, I shall depart. Under the gaze of onlookers, Lu Yi carried Su Mengyao's bedding, while she held the wash basin, and they walked forward step by step. One young woman murmured, she is leaving just like that. I feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. In other families, weddings, even the most modest, would be a cause for celebration, dressed in red and adorned with flowers, following the customary rites and paying homage to heaven and earth. Yet, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao's union lacked all such festivities. As Li strode ahead with Su Mengyao's bedding, she followed closely behind, clutching the basin. Upon entering the village, they attracted numerous curious glances. Some nosy individuals trailed behind, whispering and pointing, treating the couple as a source of amusement. Unbeknownst to them, a gaggle of children, perhaps taught by some mischievous adult, surrounded Lu Yi, singing cheerfully, marrying a wife without new clothes, seeking a bride without wedding sweets, he-ho. The news that the most beautiful youth from Qinshan Township had married the eldest son of the Lu family spread rapidly through the production team. An increasing number of people joined the procession, ultimately blocking the entrance to the Lu household, craning their necks to witness the spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li remained composed, leading Su Mengyao through the threshold of his home. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as Su Mengyao stepped inside, igniting a flurry of gossip amongst them. Hey, I have never witnessed such a peculiar manner of marriage. It seems almost too fortuitous. Su Jiqing is quite naive. That stepmother of Lu is exceptionally sharp-tongued, and she is surely leaping into a pit of fire. What capabilities does this impoverished lad, Lu Yu, possess? Truly, it is akin to a beautiful flower being placed in a pile of cow dung. In the courtyard, Lu Zhendong was diligently washing an enormous basin of clothes, all belonging to that mother and son duo. Upon seeing Lu Yi carrying bedding and leading Su Mengyao through the door, Lu Zhendong hastily shook his hands dry. Uncle, Su Mengyao greeted. What brings you here? From this day forth, she is my wife. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhendong first felt a flicker of joy. However, his smile faltered almost instantly, replaced by a frown of concern. He helplessly rummaged through his pockets, but could produce nothing. My dear girl. Embarrassed by his inability to present a proper greeting gift, Lu Zhendong felt a pang of shame. Please, go inside, Lu Yi urged Su Mengyao. She nodded to Lu Zhendong and followed Lu Yi, carrying the enamel basin. Perhaps alerted by the commotion outside, Ho Xiaoyan stormed out of the house like a wrathful spirit. You little wretch. Stop right there. Tell me, why did Tianci get beaten? Chapter 5. The Lu family farce in the morning. Lu Weigua's kick was anything but gentle. Dumei assisted Lu Tianci in returning home to rest for a while, and they only went to the commune together in the afternoon. Originally, Lu Tianci intended to scheme against Lu Yi, planning for Lu Weigua to deal with him. However, Lu Yi was hardly affected. Instead, Lu Weigua ended up striking him. Upon seeing her son with a wounded mouth, Ho Xiaoman cried out in distress, lamenting his pain, while simultaneously attributing the entire incident to Lu Yi. Why was he beaten? How would I know? A large crowd gathered outside, reveling in the spectacle, and Lu Yi had little desire to continue the argument. Shouldering his belongings and heading towards the side room. You don't know? How could you not know? Ho Xiaoyan rushed a few steps to catch up, grabbing Lu Yi to prevent his departure. You better clarify things for me. Otherwise, you won't be leaving. She demanded. Let me ask you. Lu Weigua clearly came to confront you. Why did nothing happen to you while he chose to strike Tianci instead? It must have been your instigation. You little beast. It certainly was you. Lu Zhendong stood nearby, hesitant to intervene, caught in a predicament. The Lu family's wedding lacked firecrackers, a banquet, and even a single red flower, turning them into a laughingstock for the entire team. Unbeknownst to them, as the new bride entered the courtyard, the mother-in-law began to make a scene before she had even crossed the threshold. To the onlookers, the Lu family courtyard became a stage for entertainment, drawing a raucous crowd. Wow, this old Lu matriarch is truly formidable. The moment the new bride steps in, she is already asserting her dominance. They remarked. Life in this household is bound to be tumultuous from now on. Su Jiqing, you better reconsider marrying into this fiery pit. Laughter erupted from outside the courtyard. What are you laughing at? The sun is shining bright. You should find somewhere cool to linger. Ho Xiaoyan shouted, hands on her hips, her voice overpowering the mockery of dozens. Otherwise, just wait until I pour a basin of slop over you, and then we'll see who is hosting a banquet. Enough already, let them in. It's embarrassing to have so many people witnessing this farce, Lu Zhendong murmured, feeling thoroughly humiliated for the first time in his life after residing in the commune for so long. Are you still concerned about embarrassment? My son was beaten because of that little beast. Does he not deserve to be humiliated? I don't care. Today, I am going to fight back and avenge Tianci. Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed, shaking off Lu Zhendong and preparing to strike Lu Yi. You ungrateful wretch born of a mother but raised without one. Today, I shall discipline you properly. Lu Ye's eyes widened in fury, a surge of anger erupting from within. His mother was an absolute taboo in his heart, and he would not tolerate anyone insulting her. The burden slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the courtyard, bringing an abrupt silence. Lu Yi delivered a powerful blow to Ho Xiaoyan's face, leaving her momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Zhendong was also taken aback, standing there in a daze, staring blankly at Lu Yi. Su Mengyao cast her cool gaze upon Lu Yi, yet a faint smile adorned the corners of her lips. The dazed Ho Xiaoyan finally regained her senses, her hand covering her cheek, filled with disbelief. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to strike me? I've already given you my face. If you dare to speak ill of my mother again, I will cleave your mouth open with a sickle. Ho Xiaoyan had never suffered such humiliation, and with an angry flourish, she prepared to confront Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Zhendong also reacted. worrying that the escalating scene would become a source of ridicule, and he quickly embraced Ho Shaoan from behind. Stop making a fuss. Do you not think we have embarrassed ourselves enough today? Let me go, you old fool. I will fight him. Ignoring the still shouting Ho Shaoan, Lu Yi picked up the burden from the ground and turned to enter the side room, with Su Mengyao following closely behind. You little brat, come out. Let me see if I don't beat you to death today. I beg you, stop making a scene. Lu Zhendong held on to Ho Xiaoyan's thick waist, pulling her towards the main room, but she leaped up high, cursing incessantly. As Ho Xiaoyan was finally dragged into the main room by Lu Zhendong, the performance of the Lu family came to an end. Nothing more to see. Ho Xiaoyan is indeed formidable. To be a stepmother to this extent is unprecedented in our village. In all of Qingshan Township, you would be hard-pressed to find another as malicious as her. Let us go. Let us disperse. The large crowd gradually dispersed, most people leaving, with only a few lingering, still fixated on Su Mengyao. Loitering at the entrance for quite some time, Su Mengyao followed Lu Yi into the side room, and as soon as she entered, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had seen poverty before, but never to such an extent. In this room, even a mouse would have to leave something behind. Gazing at the empty kitchen, Su Mengyao suddenly inquired, "What shall we eat tonight?" Having returned to life, Lu Yi found himself equally empty-handed. All the money he had earned had been taken by Ho Xiaoyun, and the food at home was locked away in the main room. In the side room, there was only a water vat, an iron pot, and a set of bedding for sleeping. Nothing else was present. After having just struck Ho Xiaoyan, he realized it would be difficult to retrieve any food from the main room. Had he known this would be the case, he would have exerted a bit more strength earlier. You rest for a moment. I will go borrow some food. Wait. Su Mengyao stopped Lu Yi, setting down the enamel basin in her hand, and then rummaged through her pocket, producing a handkerchief containing a stack of small tickets and some money. I have some food coupons and money. Take them to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some food. Lu Yi glanced down at the money in Su Mengyao's hand. In my entire life, apart from my own mother, you are the second woman to give me money. Lu Yi's remark was an unintentional expression of sentiment. However, this made Su Mengyao somewhat displeased. Do not overthink it. I merely noticed the tension between you and them, which prompted my actions. Besides, this meager amount of money is barely sufficient for a month's sustenance. If you cannot procure food, I will have no choice but to return to the youth station with a heavy heart. Rest assured, I, Lu Yi, may lack various skills, but providing for you is certainly within my capabilities. Lu Yi took the money and food coupons from Su Mengyao's hands in one swift motion. If she continues to create a scene, simply lock the door and wait for my return. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement. After Lu Yi departed, she gazed at the empty little earthen house. She then placed the contents from the basin onto the Kong and proceeded to the kitchen to fetch water and tidy up. Once, she had been the cherished daughter of her family, but after her father's sudden misfortune, she too was implicated and sent here for reformation. The previous year, with the restoration of the college entrance examination, Su Mengyao was filled with joy, believing she could finally alter her fate. Yet, the harsh political review system ruthlessly barred her from the examination. In that moment, despair consumed her. Standing by the banks of the Tao River, Su Mengyao pondered for a long time. Ultimately, she refused to bow to her fate, firmly believing that a ray of hope would one day illuminate her path. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, clutching the money and food coupons given by Su Mengyao, made his way towards the supply and marketing cooperative. 2 cents, 5 dimes. Chapter 6. The sesame soaked in vinegar. Lu Yi swiftly counted the money and tickets in his possession. The total amount of money amounted to 5 yuan and 26 cents, and he had 15 city jin of grain tickets. Surprisingly, there was even a 1 jin sugar ticket, a rare find indeed. Lu Yi carefully set aside the money and tickets, separating them thoughtfully. After trudging for half an hour, he finally arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative located in Qingshan Township. Before entering, Lu could already hear a cacophony of voices emanating from within. You can't leave. Today, you must purchase all this sesame. Otherwise, even if we chase you to your production team, this matter cannot be overlooked. Why should I be prevented from leaving? It was her own clumsiness that knocked over the vinegar jar and soaked the sesame. What does that have to do with me? You can't swindle me. As Lu Yi stepped inside the cooperative, he beheld a man clad in a tattered olive green coat, cornered by 2 sales clerks at the counter. He was vociferously protesting, attempting to free himself from their grasp. Don't even think about escaping. I'm calling the joint defense team right now. One of the older sales clerks exclaimed, hands placed firmly on her hips. Call away. I have a mind to call as well, retorted the man, who was clutching a small bag of flour. Upon noticing Lu Ye's entrance, he called out, "Brother, please judge for me. I merely came to buy some millet, and she insists that I knocked over the vinegar jar, ruining this bag of sesame, demanding compensation. Isn't this extortion? Does the cooperative not uphold any sense of justice?" Lu Ye glanced at the counter and indeed saw a grain bag, stained with dark and light patches, still dripping with vinegar. Above it, a tall wooden box held a row of jars, each the size of a watermelon, the one at the far end having toppled over, filling the room with the pungent aroma of vinegar. The bag was substantial, with an estimated 20 gene of sesame soaked within, at 4 mal per gene, plus an additional 1 gene grain ticket. The loss was certainly considerable. It was no wonder the two sales clerks were resolutely refusing to let the man leave. Who was being unreasonable? Clearly, it was your negligence that caused the vinegar jar to fall. I haven't even demanded compensation for the vinegar. If you don't purchase all this sesame today, you can forget about leaving. Zhuanzi, apprehend him. Don't let him escape. I'll go summon the joint defense team. The older sales clerk urged. Go ahead, shout all you want. The man shouted in defiance. Lu Yi reached into the bag, feeling the sesame, dampened by the vinegar. Within moments, 2 members of the joint defense team strode through the entrance of the cooperative. The man remained unflustered, standing his ground. One of them, wearing an armband, was clearly the team leader. Upon entering, he inquired, "What is going on here?" "Comrade, he knocked over our vinegar jar, soaking a bag of sesame. And now he refuses to pay and wants to flee." The sales clerk who had called Zhuanzi pointed at the man, hurriedly explaining to the team leader, "He is falsely accusing me. It was she who accidentally bumped into the counter and knocked the vinegar jar onto the sesame, fearing the cost. She wishes to pin the blame on me." The man hurriedly sought to exonerate himself, asserting, "Who has slandered you? It was plainly you who knocked it over while taking the grain. Do not attempt to evade responsibility." The saleswoman, known as Zhuanzi, was equally unyielding, retorting immediately. With both sides steadfast in their claims, the combined defense team found themselves at a loss as to whom to believe. The leader of the defense team turned to Lu Yi, inquiring, "Did you witness the incident?" Liu shook his head, replying, "I have just arrived. I did not see anything." The leader then addressed the saleswoman who had summoned him. "What about you?" She responded, "I was counting stock at the back. I did not see anything either." With no witnesses, the situation became complicated. Lu Yi observed the leader scratching his head in contemplation. After a moment, he quietly suggested, "One claims it was the grain that caused the fall, while the other insists it was a person colliding with the counter. Let us inspect the base of the counter for any signs of disturbance, and check if the jars atop it are askew. From that, we shall discern whether the counter was indeed struck, and who among them is lying will soon be evident." A smile crept onto the leader's lips as he thought this approach wise. "Step aside, you two." The leader pushed past the man and the saleswoman named Zhuanzi, crouching before the counter to examine it meticulously. At the junction of the counter and the ground, a distinct gap revealed itself, with fresh marks juxtaposed against the old dust, indicating clear signs of movement. Rising to inspect the jars atop the counter, he noted that each was indeed tilted, markedly displaced from their original positions. The truth of the deception became glaringly obvious. The leader's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the saleswoman. "Both the counter and these jars bear evidence of being struck. What further defense can you offer?" Faced with irrefutable evidence, the saleswoman, Zhuanzi, became frantic, leaping in distress. She then covered her face with her hands and sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Woe is me." The man, clearly still enraged, retorted, "How dare you weep? You were not so sorrowful when you falsely accused me. I had no choice. Today we received a new shipment of 25 pounds of sesame, which must be sold for 10 yuan. Our credit union has a policy that requires salespeople to compensate for any damaged goods. And I only earn 28 yuan in a month. How could I possibly afford that? If you cannot afford it, do you think I can?" he exclaimed. "What a heartless woman you are. Were it not for this clever brother, I might have been wrongfully accused today." The leader of the defense team surveyed the scene, first looking at the man and then at the sobbing saleswoman on the ground. "Now that we have clarified the matter, how shall we proceed?" he asked. "I suggest she apologize to you first. Afterward, we will report this situation to her superiors for them to decide on the appropriate disciplinary action," he proposed after a brief contemplation. "No, please do not inform our superiors. I have only just secured this job, and if they learn of this, I will undoubtedly be dismissed." Zhuanzi, still crouching and crying, sprang to her feet, grasping the man's arm with tears glistening in her eyes. "My dear brother, I sincerely apologize. If it would ease your mind, feel free to strike me twice. I am truly remorseful. I implore you to let it go. If this reaches our superior, I shall be utterly undone. Just moments ago, that man was filled with anger, yet upon being grasped by Zhuangzi's arm, her tearful, pitiful demeanor softened him completely. Lu Yi stood by, shaking his head at the scene. Well then, let us call it a day, the man murmured, his face flushed. Think carefully. If you choose not to pursue this, we shall wash our hands of it, the captain of the defense team inquired pointedly. Yes, let it be. Times are tough for everyone, the man replied. Thank you, brother. You are truly a good man. Upon realizing he would not pursue the matter, Zhuangzi erupted into laughter. But what about the sesame? The elderly shopkeeper lamented as she tucked away the grain sack. Suddenly, Liu spoke up. How about this? 5 yuan for 10 pounds of grain tickets, and you sell me all this sesame. Really? You truly wish to buy it? Zhuangzi's eyes sparkled as if she had grasped a lifeline. As Lu Yi departed from the supply and marketing cooperative, he found himself burdened with 2 additional bags. In addition to the previously acquired sack of vinegar-soaked sesame, he had purchased 2 pounds of flour and a packet of baking soda. Upon returning home, he discovered Su Mengyao had finished cleaning and was seated on the kong, engrossed in a book. The room was immaculate, the woven mat gleaming, and the large iron pot in the kitchen shone brightly. Did you do all this? Lu Yi inquired. Su Mengyao glanced at him. Your father just dropped off a few potatoes, sneaking around as if afraid someone in that house would see. I told him not to, but he left them anyway. Upon entering, Liu noticed the 4 potatoes in the corner. Su Mengyao then caught sight of the bags in his hands, her brows furrowing once more as the pungent scent wafted through the room. What have you bought? 25 pounds of sesame, along with some flour, he replied. Su Mengyao set her book down, her already cool demeanor growing frostier as disbelief crossed her face. I gave you money to buy grain, and you purchased all this sesame? What were you thinking? Her anger was palpable as she regarded the small grain sack in Lu Yi's possession. Su Mengyao's icy interrogation stirred a hint of irritation within Lu Yi. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my actions. You need only to attend to your own responsibilities. Should you regret this, I am always prepared to accompany you in filing for divorce. Chapter 7. Know idle people very well. I hope you truly understand what you are doing. Su Mengyao's voice was cold as she picked up the book she had set down, choosing to ignore Lu Yi. He placed the bag down and took the basin she had used to wash her face without waiting for her consent. Still simmering with indignation, Su Mengyao had no desire to engage with him. Liu poured a portion of the sesame seeds he had bought at a bargain into the basin and added water to cleanse them. After rinsing away most of the vinegar, he opened a packet of baking soda, sprinkling it over the sesame seeds and beginning to stir. Su Mengyao occasionally glanced at him, noting his unusual method of cleaning with baking soda. She mused to herself, does he actually understand the concept of acid-base neutralization? No, he barely completed elementary school. It must be some old trick someone told him. After rinsing the sesame seeds with baking soda twice and washing them again, the seeds, once marinated in vinegar, had regained their original appearance. Lu Yi then soaked them in clean water before stepping outside to scrub the stone mill that had been resting against the wall, bringing it inside afterward. Seated on the kong, Su Mengyao watched as Lu Yi struggled to move the stone mill, choosing neither to assist nor inquire, allowing him to toil away undisturbed. He ignited the stove, carefully frying the soaked sesame seeds to evaporate the moisture. As the fragrant aroma of sesame wafted into the room, Su Mengyao initially tried to ignore it, but as the scent intensified, her tongue involuntarily reacted. With a gulp, she swallowed her saliva, finding it impossible to focus on the book in her hands. While Li continued to stir the sesame seeds, he meticulously monitored the heat of the stove, taking care to prevent them from burning. Are you frying sesame seeds to make sesame cakes? Su Mengyao's voice, unable to resist the enticing aroma, called out as she stepped outside. Come help if you want to eat, he replied. You stir above while I manage the fire below. He extended the spatula toward her. Noticing her reluctance to move, he added, do you want some? Seeing his nonchalant expression ignited an inexplicable anger within Su Mengyao. After all, it was her money funding this endeavor. You provide the funds, and I do the legwork. We should work together and share the meal. It's only fair. Liu proffered the spatula again, and though she took it, she was tempted to strike him with it. Yet, the lingering fragrance was too enticing to resist. Fine. I'll help. She relented, squatting beside him and stirring the sesame seeds in the pan. To her surprise, their collaboration proved remarkably harmonious. Once the sesame seeds were perfectly roasted and golden, Lu Yi swiftly removed them from the heat, pouring them back into the basin. I have a task for you, he said. What is it? Using this, grind the sesame seeds into powder, as fine as possible. Lu Yi arranged the clean tools and turned his gaze towards Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao wore an expression of astonishment. You want me to grind this into powder? Indeed. If you wish to savor sesame cakes, you must hasten. I have matters to attend to, Lu Yi said, thrusting the handle of the stone mill into her hands. Before she could voice her objections, he swiftly exited the door. What a rascal! Su Mengyao thought of throwing the handle away, but upon glancing at the golden sesame seeds, she refrained from doing so. Pouring some of the roasted sesame into the stone mill, she grasped the handle, grinding it in circles. After only a dozen turns, her hands began to ache. Looking at the minuscule amount of sesame powder in the stone trough, she realized that to grind all the seeds from the basin would require countless more rounds. Why am I so foolish? Why did I listen to him? Her gaze turned toward the bag of flour resting at the end of the Kong, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Meanwhile, Lu Yi made his way directly to the clinic. Dongxing village was fortunate. Nestled between the mountainous roots and the Huangni Ba administrative villages, for the only clinic in the area was situated here. The other two villages could do naught but envy. Inside the clinic, a doctor in his 30s named Zhang Hongwei welcomed him. Years ago, he had heeded the call to self-educate in medical knowledge and basic disease treatment. Becoming a barefoot doctor before the age of 20, traveling from village to tend to the sick. Later, he was recommended by the commune and spent 2 months studying at the county hospital. Subsequently, he took on the noble role of a resident doctor at the village clinic. The building, painted white with lime, had a wooden sign adorned with a red cross hanging from the eaves. Uncle Zhang, Lu Yi greeted. Ah, it's you. You are quite fortunate, having wed Su, the educated youth, without spending a penny. Today, I have seen a significant increase in patients, all afflicted with conjunctivitis, haha. Zhang Hongwei was known for his cheerful disposition and enjoyed engaging in light-hearted banter, earning him great affection in the village. Now that you are newly married, why are you not at home attending to your beautiful wife? What brings you here? Uncle Zhang, I came to ask for a few 4 bottles. Very well. I shall fetch them for you. Zhang Hongwei readily obliged, rising to retrieve several empty 4 bottles from the back room. This is all that remains. If you need them, take them all. He handed over 2 large and 3 small bottles, totaling 5 empty 4 containers, each still bearing a rubber cap. In the impoverished countryside, resources were scarce, and many families utilized such bottles to store oil, finding the rubber caps particularly useful. Many sought to acquire 4 bottles from the clinic, and as demand grew, some even collected them for resale, leading many clinics and small practices to hesitate in giving them away. Lu Yi tucked the 3 smaller bottles into his pockets, holding 1 large bottle in each hand. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. He expressed his gratitude with a cheerful smile and turned to leave. Be mindful of hygiene, and make sure to wash up well before bed, Zhang Hongwei called after him. Lu Yi could only respond with a resigned expression. Upon returning home, however, he found that Su Mengyao was no longer grinding sesame. Instead, 2 bowls of noodles lay before her, still steaming. That object was exceedingly heavy, and I found it impossible to move. Upon seeing Lu Yi return, Su Mengyao casually remarked. Lu Yi glanced at the stone mill, which was as large as a basin, and felt it somewhat unfair to task the slender Su Mengyao with grinding sesame seeds. I'll handle this. You go wash those bottles, Lu Yi said as he retrieved the dropper bottles. Why do you enjoy directing others so much? Why not wash them yourself? Su Mengyao furrowed her delicate brows, displeased with Lu Yi's habit of assigning her menial tasks. I do not keep idle people in my home, Lu Yi replied, settling himself before the stone mill and beginning to grind the sesame seeds in steady circles. Su Mengyao was momentarily silenced by his words and reluctantly picked up the bottles to wash them in the kitchen. Chapter 8. Outburst after an indeterminate number of turns. The roasted sesame had been ground into a fine powder by Lu Yi. He proceeded to boil another pot of water. Just as he was about to pour the freshly boiled water into the sesame, Su Mengyao exclaimed, "What are you doing? After all that effort to roast it, why are you adding water?" To extract sesame oil, Lu Yi replied, pouring the hot water over the sesame powder, thoroughly mixing it in. Shouldn't tea oil be extracted using a press? Su Mengyao, witnessing this unique method of oil extraction for the first time, felt that Lu Yi was merely experimenting without purpose. As Lu Yi continued to stir, the sesame powder and water combined seamlessly, transforming into sesame paste. With a spoon in hand, Lu Yi repeatedly dipped into the paste, causing it to sway gently. What you mentioned is the pressing method. What I'm using is called the water extraction method. Although the principles differ, both can yield oil, he explained to Su Mengyao. Her gaze remained fixed on the bowl of sesame paste. As Lu Yi stirred, A layer of golden orange oil gradually surfaced. He ladled the oil into a bottle. Although the process was slow, the yield was substantial, filling a large 500 milliliters bottle and 3 smaller 100 milliliters bottles. After some contemplation, Lee concluded that from just over 5 pounds of sesame, approximately 1.5 pounds of sesame oil had been produced. Given that it was all done by hand, the result was quite commendable. Watching this remarkable process unfold, Su Mengyao felt a sense of wonder. Lu Yi had successfully extracted such a quantity of oil without employing any complex tools. We could make some sesame pancakes with the paste, but unfortunately, we don't have any sugar. Then hurry and cook. Su Mengyao, captivated by the alluring golden sesame paste, could hardly contain herself had Liu not been present. She would have indulged in a spoonful to satisfy her cravings. Liu turned to Su Mengyao, earnest in his request. You should make them. This time. She did not protest, momentarily forgetting her previous cool demeanor. Eager for the fragrant sesame pancakes, she nodded in agreement. I'll go get the dough. With the paste wrapped in dough and rolled into pancakes, a touch of sesame oil was added before placing them in the pan. The aroma was so enticing it seemed to awaken the hunger within Su Mengyao. How delightful! Having enjoyed a leisurely afternoon with Dumei, Lu Tianci returned, beaming with pride. After he and Dumei had obtained their marriage certificate, they wandered around the commune, sampling fried dough twists and purchasing numerous items. Observing Dumei spend lavishly only reinforced Lu Tianzi's conviction that the Du family was affluent, as thoughts of marrying a beautiful heiress, becoming a CEO, gracing the cover of a wealth magazine, and reaching the pinnacle of success filled his mind. Lu Tianci felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering the courtyard, a rich and enticing aroma wafted into Lu Tianzi's nostrils. What a powerful fragrance! Following the scent, he approached the window of the side room, peering inside intently. There is someone. Su Mengyao gasped upon seeing a shadow at the window. Li glanced over and suddenly raised his voice. That is no person. It's clearly a wild dog. Douse it with boiling water, and it won't he dare to lie by the window again. Being called a wild dog made Lu Tianci's face darken. He flung open the door and strode inside. Upon seeing Lu Yi and Su Mengyao indulging in sesame pancakes, he exclaimed, "Ah, no wonder I caught a whiff from afar. You two are sneaking a bite." His gaze then fell upon the large basin of sesame paste on the Kong, and his surprise deepened. Sesame paste was a rarity in the countryside, seldom seen throughout the year, yet here was a whole basin. Where did you steal this sesame paste from? Or did you pilfer money from my mother? Suddenly remembering something, Lu Tianci shouted, "Right, it must be your old man." He promptly turned and dashed outside. With a pancake in her mouth, Su Mengyao furrowed her brows slightly. Lu Yi continued to chew on his sesame pancake, awaiting the arrival of the mother and son. Su Mengyao glanced at Lu Yi and resumed her meal. In the main room, Lu Tianci anxiously approached his mother. "Mom, please check if your money is still there." "What is wrong with the money?" Ho Xiaoyun initially intended to scold her son for forgetting his mother after finding a wife, spending an entire day out with her, returning only now. Even when that little brat hit her, there was no one to help. However, the money was evidently of greater concern. She hurriedly climbed onto the Kong, rummaging through her hidden money box, counting meticulously twice. The money was intact. "You child," shouting and startling me. I thought the money was lost. Seeing that the money was safe, Lu Tianci felt puzzled. If no money was stolen, how did he acquire so much sesame paste? Could it be that he stole it from outside? Lu Zhendong sat on a stool, observing the mother and son. Who stole something? Dad, it was Lu Yi. Doesn't he know where he got that whole basin of sesame paste from? Luckily, I discovered it. If someone else had seen it, they would surely have him imprisoned. Hearing this, Lu Zhendong could no longer remain seated. He stood up and headed towards the side room. Ho Xiaoyun quickly put away her money box. After Lu Zhendong left, Lu Tianci wore a look of schadenfreude. "I thought it was the old man who stole your money to give to his son. That's why he was in such a hurry for you to check. He dares. Every penny I've saved is for you. If he dares to touch even a cent, I'll make sure he regrets it. Let us go see. That little brat slapped me today, and I haven't settled the score with him yet." Ho Xiaoyun got off the Kong. The memory of that slap filled her with resentment. "What? He dared to hit you? I'll make sure he pays for it." Upon hearing that Ho Xiaoyun had been struck by Lu Yi, Lu Tianci exploded with fury. Lu Zhendong rushed to the side room, and upon entering, he indeed saw the basin of sesame paste that Lu Tianci had mentioned, prominently displayed on the Kong. With no furniture in the room, Lu Yi had no place to conceal it, even if he wanted to. "You scoundrel, you truly went and stole something?" Lu Zhendong, wielding a pure copper pipe, prepared to confront Lu Yu. Yet, He narrowly evaded the blow from Lu Yi, who claimed I was a thief. This sesame was purchased with my own money, Lu Yi shouted vehemently. Upon hearing the words of the mother and son, Lu Zhendong, without seeking clarity, attempted to strike him. It had been this way in his past life, and even in his rebirth, nothing had changed. This left Lu Yi feeling increasingly despondent. How dare you retort? Where did you acquire the means to purchase such an abundance of sesame, if not through thievery? The attitude of Lu Zhendong caused Lu Ye's restraint to shatter. The accumulated resentment from 2 lifetimes erupted at that moment. Lu Zhendong, I ask you, am I truly your biological son? Lu Ye's voice resonated with a deep, anguished roar. What did you say? Lu Zhendong was taken aback. Lu Yi had first struck his stepmother, Ho Xiaoyan, and now he was directly addressing him by name and question. Such behavior had never transpired before. He was bewildered by Lu Ye's recent demeanor. If I were not your biological son, I would kneel and bow in gratitude for your years of nurturing, for not allowing me to perish from hunger or cold. If I am indeed your biological offspring, then I must inquire, what kind of heart do you possess? Why do you always lean towards that side? You believe whatever they say, wronging me, hitting me, forcing me to eat leftovers, making me reside in dilapidated shelters. Several winters, I nearly succumbed to the cold here. Did you ever inquire about my plight? You denied me an education. I never completed elementary school. Yet, Lu Tianci was permitted to finish middle school. Is he truly your son, or am I? Why are you so callous towards me? Chapter 9. Division of the family. Lu Zhendong had never imagined that Lu Ye's resentment ran so deep. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Oh, are you implying that I, your stepmother, am being harsh? A sharp voice pierced through the tension as Ho Xiaoyan entered, dragging along Lu Tianci. Lu Zhendong, do you see this? This is your precious son, a thankless wretch. I serve you both like a maid in this household, catering to your every need. Only to end up with such a reputation. Lu Yi could no longer bear to listen to another word. He shouted back, shut your mouth. Ever since you arrived, you've acted like a queen. Who have you really served? You and your daughter live lavishly while my grandfather and I scrape by like animals. Everyone in the village knows it. Lu Tianci's face twisted in fury. After witnessing Lu Weiguo's failure to subdue Lu Yi earlier, he now felt the sting of betrayal as his own mother turned against him. Old grievances and new animosities surged within him, and he resolved to confront Lu Yi. He charged forward. How dare you strike my mother? I'll make you pay for this. In his previous life, Lu Yi had been caught off guard and met his demise at Lu Tianci's hands. With newfound awareness of the boy's ruthlessness, he approached their encounters with great caution. As Lu Tianci lunged, Lu Yi swiftly reacted, grappling with him. You kick me, I'll return the blow. Lu Yi retaliated, directing his punches solely at Lu Tianci's face. Before long, blood trickled from Lu Tianci's nose. Su Mengyao, clutching a sesame pancake, retreated into a corner with a bowl of sesame sauce in hand. Seeing her son at a disadvantage, Ho Xiaoyan leaped into the fray, her long nails aimed at Lu Yi. Grasping Lu Tianci by the collar, Lu Yi absorbed one of his punches and then retaliated with a kick to Ho Xiaoyan's abdomen, sending her sprawling like a rolling gourd. The room descended into chaos. Enough. Everyone stop. Lu Zhendong shouted, but neither Ho Xiaoyan nor the 2 boys heeded his command, continuing their fierce struggle. Realizing his words were ineffective, Lu Zhendong dropped his cigarette and intervened, pulling Ho Xiaoyan away and separating Lu Tianci and Lu Yi. Stop, just stop. As Ho Xiaoyan was yanked away, she fell to the ground, her hair disheveled as she wept. I can't live like this anymore. You little bastard. This isn't over. Lu Tianci shouted at Lu Yi, pointing an accusing finger. This family bears the Lu surname. If anyone is a bastard, it's you too. Lu Yi retorted coldly, refusing to back down. Lu Zhendong, are you deaf? Can't you hear him insulting us? Ho Xiaoyan screamed as she rose from the ground. You are utterly disgraceful today. Lu Zhendong glared at Lu Yi. Huh, Lu Yi laughed bitterly. I am disgraceful? Indeed, it seems I am at fault. As a biological son, you made discipline without providing for me. Yet, as an adopted child, you merely nurture without admonishment. You truly embody the essence of a stepfather. Enough said. Let us part ways now. I shall pose but one question. Will you live with them, or with me? Lu Zhendong's attitude has utterly disheartened Lu Yi. At this juncture, separating is Lu Yi's sole recourse. You wretched child, what right do you have to speak of separation? You consume our sustenance and partake in our resources. Which item in this household have you earned yourself? If you wish to separate, I shall give you nothing. Upon hearing Lu Yi's intention to divide, Ho Xiaoyan immediately interjected. If you possess the capability, then leave on your own. This home belongs to our father, not to you, since he has not declared a division. What authority do you possess to demand one? Lu Tianci fanned the flames further. Lu Zhendong regarded Lu Yi. This marked the second instance of Lu Yi expressing a desire to separate. Do you truly wish to divide? Indeed. I refuse to share a roof with that mother and son duo, Lu Yi asserted resolutely. If you choose to reside with me, then let them depart. I shall provide for you in your twilight years. Should you be unwilling to part with them, we shall construct a wall within the courtyard and live our separate lives. Never to cross paths again. Choose wisely. Lu Zhendong's heart seethed with anger. He never anticipated that Lu Yi would utter such words as to sever all ties. You have indeed matured, your wings have grown strong, and I can no longer govern your actions. If you wish to separate, then so be it. He shook his head with a sigh, retreating in solitude from the side room. Ho Xiaoyan was unyielding and shouted, separation is not an option. I have a say in this household. If you wish to divide, first return the funds we have spent on raising you. Lu Yi, now a robust laborer, had also married Su Mengyao, thus doubling their labor force. Ho Xiaoyan was loath to relinquish those earnings. Lu Tianci supported Ho Xiaoyan, their fierce gazes locked onto Lu Yi. Before departing, Lu Tianci cast a glance at Su Mengyao, who sat on the Kong, and then sneered at Lu Yi. Do not think that marrying a beautiful wife grants you any advantage. You shall weep in due time. Bah, wretched pair. What madness is this? I have not provoked you. Why do you insult me? Su Mengyao retorted sharply, having overheard Lu Tianci's disparagement. You have provoked me on numerous occasions. Soon enough, you shall see the consequences. Recalling the events of that fateful night in his previous life, Lu Tianci felt a chill run down his spine, the memory of that blade still haunting him. You insolent wretch. You infuriate me. With Lu Tianci's assistance, Ho Xiaoyan exited the side room, delivering a heavy kick to the door, which echoed loudly. Liu stood rooted in place, his emotions tumultuous. Lu Zhendong, having refrained from making a choice, had, in reality, already made one. The biological connection, it seemed, paled in comparison to that of an adopted bond. Lu Yi shook his head in self-deprecation. He could not discern whether he had placed too much value on himself, or if, in the eyes of his father, Lu Zhendong, he was truly of such little worth. I have heard of your family as considerable strife, yet I never anticipated the situation to be this intricate. Su Mengyao descended from the Kong, still clutching half of an unfinished sesame pancake, which she extended towards Lu Yi. Their marriage was but a facade, and thus Lu Yi felt no obligation to elucidate anything to Su Mengyao. I reiterate, should you experience regret, I am ever ready to dissolve our union. Yet again. This phrase. Su Mengyao frowned, her icy gaze rolling in disdain. Kindness is wasted on the ungrateful. I shall not offer you a bite. Chapter 10. The scent of sesame oil. The night was deep. Su Mengyao sat in a corner of the Kong, still holding the book, unwilling to lie down and sleep. Her delicate gaze occasionally flickered towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi secured the sesame paste with a pot lid and placed the sesame oil safely aside to prevent any mischief from rodents. You sleep at the head of the Kong, and I will take the tail, he declared, subsequently unfurling his bedding at the foot of the Kong. Su Mengyao, glancing at the completely unobstructed window, pondered, could you perhaps use something to cover the window? There is no privacy at all. Lu Yi assessed the window for him. Sleeping alone was of little concern, but he recognized the impropriety of Su Mengyao, a young woman, sleeping without any form of concealment. Recalling the sheet she had used to carry her clothes earlier that day, he suggested, use that sheet of yours as a curtain. I have only this bedding, and nothing else to block it. With a slight pout, Su Mengyao tossed the neatly folded sheet over to him. Lu Yi hung the sheet at the window, effectively shielding it. Thereafter, he undressed and slid into the quilt without any unnecessary movements. After a considerable time, it was only when Su Mengyao heard Lu Yu's deep snores that she finally set her book aside. She gently shed her outer garments and quietly nestled into her own quilt, reaching to feel the object beneath her pillow, and peacefully drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the crowing rooster roused Lu Yi from his deep slumber. Su Mengyao was already dressed, seated at the head of the Kong, engrossed in her reading, with the bedding neatly folded. Noticing Lu Yi had awakened, she merely cast a fleeting glance his way without uttering a word. I'll prepare breakfast. After eating, I need to head to the county, Lu Yi instructed as he climbed out of bed. Here we go again, Su Mengyao thought, lightly biting her lower lip. Her face flushed with indignation. Observing that she had not moved, Lu Yi added, don't forget the condition you agreed to. In exchange, Su Mengyao had undertaken the household chores. With no vegetables available, they could only make a simple soup. As long as it's edible, Lu Yi remarked, not being picky. Setting her book down, Su Mengyao rose to fetch the flour from the kitchen, while Lu Yi washed his face and checked the 5 bottles of sesame oil he had prepared the previous day. After a night of settling, the residue from the sesame paste had sunk to the bottom, leaving the oil crystal clear on the surface. Lu Yi carefully poured the pure oil from one bottle into another empty one, and then repeated the process for the 3 smaller bottles, resulting in 4 bottles of exquisite sesame oil. Once he completed this task, Su Mengyao's simple soup was ready. Lu Yi added a spoonful of sesame paste, savoring the delightful flavor. Mimicking his actions, Su Mengyao added sesame paste to her own bowl, transforming the previously bland soup into a dish rich with flavor. I'll head to the county shortly. Let us see if I can trade these bottles of sesame oil for something useful. I want to be back for lunch. Feel free to do as you wish. If you go out, remember to lock the door to keep that troublesome duo at bay. Understood, Su Mengyao replied. Hua County is a large county, covering an area of 3,000 square kilometers and housing a population of 350,000. The secondary industry flourishes, boasting numerous heavy machinery enterprises. In stark contrast to the rural areas, the lives of workers' families in the county are remarkably prosperous. A typical worker earns a monthly wage of 17.84 yuan during their first year as an apprentice. In the second year, this increases by 2 yuan to 19.84 yuan per month. By the third year, another 2 yuan is added, culminating in a monthly salary of 36 yuan by the fourth year upon completion of their training. If a family has 2 workers, their living conditions are undoubtedly superior to those of others. Meanwhile, in the countryside, a laborer can earn only 0.3 to 0.5 yuan per division of labor, resulting in a monthly income of merely 10 to 15 yuan. When Liu first began working in the fields at a young age, he was assigned a quota of 5 labor points, meaning he could only earn 5 points for a full day's work, amounting to a mere 0.3 yuan every 2 days. The disparity is glaringly evident. Consequently, countless rural girls aspire to marry into the city, seeking to escape agricultural life and embrace a better future. The county town is not close to their Dongxing village, situated a considerable 25 li away. Lu Yi, carrying a cloth bag, walked for over an hour to reach the county. Compared to the stifling atmosphere of the countryside, the townspeople clearly enjoy a more vibrant life, with many walking about in cheerful laughter. Navigating through the streets, Lu Yi eventually arrived at the residential area of the 3rd machine tool factory. In his previous life, he had also come here to seek his fortune. He was quite familiar with the surroundings. The residents here are all employees of the factory, each possessing a secure job and decent living conditions. As Lu Yi entered the compound, he noticed some well-dressed individuals quietly calling out, "Exchanging sesame oil. Exchanging sesame oil." In this era, chemical fertilizers were scarce, leading to limited soybean yields. Consequently, the price of soybean oil remained high, consistently hovering around 0.8 yuan. The cost of sesame oil was even steeper, with the supply and marketing cooperative selling it for 1.5 yuan per gene along with 5 grain coupons. Such exorbitant pricing deterred many from purchasing. Even those who could afford to buy sesame oil were reluctant to use it liberally, merely adding a few drops to their noodles for an exquisite flavor. As Liu ambled about, he inquired with over 10 individuals before one man paused to ask, "How do you exchange for sesame oil?" For a small bottle of 2 liang, it costs 0.2 yuan plus 1 gene of grain coupons, while a larger bottle of 1 gene is priced at 5 times that. Lu Yi had meticulously calculated this pricing, ensuring it was substantially lower than that of the cooperative, allowing for a healthy profit. Upon hearing the exchange terms, the man appeared intrigued. "Is your sesame oil fragrant?" Liu confidently assured him, "Rest assured. Our sesame oil is made purely from sesame seeds, with no additives whatsoever. You may taste it first, and if it doesn't please you, feel free to decline the exchange." As he spoke, Liu retrieved a small bottle from his bag, swiftly removing the rubber cap in front of the man. He then dripped a few drops onto the man's fingertips. "Give it a try." The man licked his fingers, and a rich aroma wafted across his palate. "Indeed, it is quite fragrant. I shall opt for a smaller bottle." The man produced his money, counted out 2 dimes and a grain coupon, and handed them to Lu Yi. "My good sir, I cannot relinquish this bottle. I possess only a few. Please transfer the oil into another container and return the bottle to me." Li remarked as he accepted the money and coupon. "This is rather cumbersome. I shall give you an additional 2 cents. I desire this bottle," the man insisted, producing another 2-cent note and pressing it into Lu Ye's hand, disregarding whether Lu Yu acquiesced or not, before swiftly departing with the bottle of fragrant oil. Lu Yi secured the money and could not help but exclaim, The individuals from the third machine tool factory truly possessed such generosity. Continuing his leisurely stroll, it did not take long for the remaining oil to be exchanged as well. No one opted to barter with grain. All transactions were conducted with money and grain coupons. This indeed attests to the commendable purchasing power within the residential area of the third machine tool factory. Finding a secluded spot to tally his earnings, Lu discovered that he had amassed a total of $1.62, along with 8 pounds in grain coupons. The cost for 5 pounds of sesame was $2 and 5 grain coupons. Thus, it became evident that the profits from the extracted oil were nearly recouping his costs, and selling the remaining sesame paste would yield a commendable profit. Lu was not devoid of other avenues to generate income, however. He refrained from taking significant risks at present. After all, the individuals tasked with combating speculation and illicit trades were no mere figureheads. Should he inadvertently cross paths with them, the repercussions could be quite severe. Chapter 11. Do not look down upon others. Departing from the residential area of the third machine tool factory, Lu, with a bag slung over his shoulder, made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. He spent 1 yuan and 25 cents, along with a sugar ticket worth 1 pound, to procure half a pound of the illustrious white rabbit milk candy. In this era, fruit candy cost merely 1 cent per piece, while assorted candies were a rare delicacy, priced at 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound. The white rabbit, however, stood as a luxury among confections, with a price tag of 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound, a sum beyond the means of even many well-off families. Lu purchased these candies solely for the sake of the person he was about to meet. On the first floor of the county hospital, there existed an injection room. Each day, numerous patients, ranging from dozens to hundreds, visited this space for treatment and injections. Empty infusion bottles, the vessels for medications, were among the most abundant refuse here. Once used, these bottles were typically collected in a storage room, awaiting a consolidated recycling process each evening. The custodian of this storage room was a nurse from the injection room. Young and sprightly, she often wore her hair in 2 braided pigtails, had a hint of baby fat, and possessed a particular fondness for sweets. In his past life, while striving in Huasien, Lu had invested considerable effort to acquire these empty bottles, eventually deciphering the nurse's preferences. Through the allure of candy, he managed to procure a fair number of empty bottles. Now, with the chance to start anew, Lu could navigate the path with far fewer detours. Having waited in the injection room for only a few moments, Lu saw the familiar figure of Wang Min step inside, holding an infusion bottle as she changed the medication for a patient within. Her mouth occasionally moved, clearly indulging in some candy. After completing her task, she gathered a few empty bottles and turned to leave. Lu hurriedly followed her. "Wait," he called out as they reached the corridor. Wang Min halted and glanced at him, her words tumbling forth in rapid succession. "To the left of the restroom. Walk straight to the end, for injections. Call the nurse at the station. Pay at the hall outside, where it's crowded, for medical consultations. You must register outside." Lu produced a handful of white rabbit candies, perhaps a dozen or so, and swiftly pressed them into Wang Min's hands. "What are you doing?" She initially protested, but as she looked down and recognized the treats, a smile blossomed on her face. The white rabbit was indeed a rarity, one she seldom enjoyed throughout the year. "It's too expensive." "What is this for?" Lu chuckled. "I noticed your fondness for sweets, and I happen to have some white rabbits. Since I don't have a taste for them, I thought I'd share." He continued to reach into his bag. With half a pound of white rabbit containing over 30 pieces, Wang Min struggled to hold them all, prompting Lu to fill the pockets of her white coat instead. As she beheld the bounty of white rabbits, her eyes sparkled with delight. Her affection was genuine. Upon glancing at Lu's youthful and handsome visage, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "What exactly do you want?" she inquired. "You can't possibly be thinking of pursuing a romantic relationship with me, can you?" "That's out of the question. I don't even know your name. I cannot agree to that." Wang Min's words left Lu momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his straightforward approach had led to a misunderstanding? "I simply wish to request some empty drip bottles," explained Lu. "Ah." Wang Min laughed heartily, showing no signs of pretentiousness from the earlier misunderstanding. "What is it that you need? How many do you desire? I shall fetch them for you. I'll take as many as you have." "Look, I brought a bag with me," Lu replied eagerly. "What use do you have for so many empty bottles?" "Follow me," Wang Min remarked, although she did not press further. She led Lu to the storage room, where a row of waste bins, each over a meter high, stood. One of them was filled to the brim with empty bottles. "Take as many as you need," Wang Min said, as she discarded a piece of fruit candy into the trash, eagerly tearing open a piece of big white rabbit candy and popping it into her mouth. Lu Yi, feeling no hesitation, opened his bag and began to fill it with bottles. Take fewer large ones and more small ones, he noted. In no time, he had filled his bag to the brim with over 120 bottles. Thank you, he said. Not at all. If you need more bottles next time, just come find me. My name is Wang Min, and what is yours? She asked with a cheerful smile. I am Lu Yi. By the way, will my taking so many cause you any trouble? This is something no one usually checks. No one minds if you take a few more or less. Just don't empty it all at once. That's good to hear. Next time, I will bring you some big white rabbit candy, Lu Yi replied. That sounds like a deal. Wang Min said, her eyes crescent-shaped as she chewed on the candy. Lu Yi secured the bag tightly and, hoisting it over his shoulder, walked out of the hospital without drawing a single glance from anyone around. On his way home, Lu Yi passed by a supply store, where he spent 20 cents on a funnel, his funds quickly dwindling. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Su Mengyao was using the heated Kong as a desk, bent over her studies. Upon seeing her, Lu Yi couldn't help but think, no wonder she managed to stand out among a million candidates. Her diligence is truly commendable. When Su Mengyao noticed Lu Yi's return, she merely glanced at him before resuming her studies. Not wishing to interrupt her, Lu Yi filled his battered basin with water and began to clean the glass bottles, removing the pharmaceutical labels and scrubbing both the insides and outsides until they sparkled. Finally, he set them on the windowsill to dry. Where on earth did you acquire so many bottles? Su Mengyao inquired, surprised by the number of drip bottles before her. From the county. You continue studying. I'll take care of this, Lu Yi replied. Outside in the yard, Lu Tianci and Ho Shaoan returned home, burdened with bags of various items. They excitedly laid out their purchases, assessing what else they might need. On the Kong, a pair of thermoses adorned with red wedding characters. A pair of soap dishes featuring mandarin ducks, vibrant red towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, a roll of red paper, peanuts, sunflower seeds, a selection of fruits, and a package of fruit candy, not to mention a brand new navy blue Zhongshan suit and a shiny pair of leather shoes. It seems that everything is in order. Uncle Du has stated that they have prepared all that is necessary, and we shall simply wait for the wedding day when they come to collect us. Lu Tianci, being the son-in-law, signifies a reversal of traditional roles. The entire ceremony will unfold in an unconventional manner. When the Du family arrives to escort him, Lu Tianci will be taken away, and any children born thereafter will bear the surname Du, although one might feel reassured knowing that one's son is marrying into a respectable family. The notion of a son-in-law does weigh heavily on Ho Xiaoyan's heart. The Du family is of considerable standing, and we must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon. Mother has saved up 300 yuan, which I shall give to you, to prevent any potential grievances in the future. Ho Xiaoan retrieved her money box, carefully extracting the banknotes wrapped in a handkerchief and delicately handing them to Lu Tianci. Thank you, Mother, he replied. Rest assured, once I arrive at the Du household, I shall leverage their resources to carve out a remarkable path for myself. When I become a wealthy magnate, I will ensure to honor you properly. Lu Tianci, clutching the money, spoke with a hint of excitement. Very well, I look forward to the day when you achieve great wealth and honor me, Ho Xiaoyan said, gazing at him with affection. Lu Zhendong returned from outside and immediately noticed the clutter that filled the room, as well as the thick wad of cash that Lu Tianci was holding tightly. Upon seeing Lu Zhendong enter, Lu Tianci hurriedly tucked the money into his pocket, as though fearful of being discovered. You old fool, you enter without making a sound, Ho Xiaoyan remarked with slight annoyance. Chapter 12. A small business. Ho Xiaoyan gathered the items from the Kong, not casting a glance back at Lu Zhendong as she instructed. In 3 days, Tianci is getting married. Go door to door to notify everyone, regardless of whether they bring gifts or not. I am eagerly awaiting to graciously receive my return gifts. What about the banquet when the guests arrive? Lu Zhendong muttered gloomily. What banquet? When they arrive, just lead them to old Du's house. His banquet can accommodate everyone without a doubt. Ho Xiaoan had already devised a plan. At that time, she would collect the money herself and dine at old Du's establishment. Hearing this, Lu Zhendong's expression soured, clearly reluctant. Did you hear me or not? Speak up. Ho Xiaoan, noticing his silence, shouted sharply once more. I heard. Lu Zhendong mumbled in response, then took his cigarette holder and retreated from the room. Ho Xiaoan glared at his departing figure, calling after him. You're just like that useless son of yours. Get going now. Don't dawdle. In the adjoining room, Lu Yi was using a funnel to pour sesame paste into small bottles. A large basin of sesame paste had filled over 35 bottles. He calculated the expenses using Su Mengyao's paper and pen. He had used approximately 5 pounds of sesame, yielding 1 pound and 6 ounces of sesame oil. The ratio of water to sesame was around 1:08. After accounting for the oil, the total weight of the sesame paste was roughly 7.5 pounds. After consuming some with Su Mengyao, the 35 bottles of sesame paste were nearly accurate. The selling price of sesame paste was 55 cents per pound. But just like sesame oil, it was in limited supply and required a ration card for registration. Here, without the need for a ration card, he priced it at a cheaper rate of 50 cents. The cost of 1 pound of sesame was 40 cents plus a grain coupon, yielding 0.3 pounds of sesame oil and about 1.5 pounds of sesame paste, resulting in a profit of 30 cents and 75 cents respectively, plus 1 cent for each bottle. The final income from 1 pound of sesame was approximately 55 cents, yielding a remarkable profit margin of 137. This venture was quite fruitful, with modest goals, far superior to his previous dealings with dried tofu. With the calculations complete, a smile graced Lu Ye's lips. In his past life, upon moving to the city without work, he had resorted to learning the art of business from a group of opportunists. His first endeavor was selling dried tofu. A few individuals would traverse the alleys with shoulder poles, evading capture by the authorities monitoring speculative trades, avoiding even the streets. It was a desperate situation. During this time, the concept of reform and opening up was still an elusive dream. It wasn't until November of this year that 18 villagers from Shaojiang village pressed their red fingerprints on a contract, signing the household responsibility system, becoming the first village to implement large-scale contracting, thus heralding the dawn of reform. Prior to this, those caught in speculative trades faced penalties ranging from fines and detention to severe sentences in prison. In his previous life, one of Lu Ye's companions was apprehended and sentenced to 1.5 years. Now, reborn, he was cautious not to provoke any trouble, focusing instead on small-scale ventures to accumulate some capital. The more discreet, the better. Lu Zhendong stepped out of the main house, casting a glance at the tranquil side room. He then proceeded to notify each household one by one. In recent years, the reputation of the old Lu family in the village had waned, ever since Ho Xiaoyun's arrival. They had refrained from offering gifts during weddings and funerals, resulting in a growing estrangement from many families in the village. At this moment, as Lu Zhendong went about delivering invitations, he felt uncertain about whether anyone would actually attend. He visited one household after another, mustering the courage to announce the joyous occasion. And each time, he was met with polite congratulations, though he remained unsure of their sincerity. In the ensuing days, Lu Yi discreetly ventured into the county town with a backpack filled with sesame paste and sesame oil, selling them for cash or trading for grain. He managed to earn 2 or 3 yuan daily, allowing their lives to stabilize, alleviating worries about their next meal. On March 30th, early in the morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, the main house was bustling with preparations. Ho Xiaoyun had cut numerous auspicious characters, which adorned various corners of the house. Lu Tianci donned a brand new pair of leather shoes and a stylish Yongshan suit, applying hair oil while gazing into the mirror. "Hurry up, Tianci. Guests will be arriving shortly," urged Ho Xiaoyun. She had also changed into a vibrant red outfit, meticulously arranging her hair, eager for Du Mei to enhance her appearance as the new mother-in-law. "I'm ready," Lu Tianci declared, admiring his reflection, filled with anticipation for the new life ahead. "Do you know I've been waiting for you? If you truly cared, would you allow the merciless night to accompany me?" In his excitement, he struck a pose in front of the mirror and sang a few lines. The splendid life of wealth was about to commence. Ho Xiaoyun prepared a ledger to record the monetary gifts from the guests. But as time passed and the sun rose higher, no one arrived to offer congratulations. "Go outside and see what is taking so long. It's already late. And no one has shown up," she urged Lu Zhendong, her impatience growing. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lu Zhendong rose and stepped into the empty street. The thoroughfare was desolate, devoid of any passers-by. Sighing, he realized that those who had promised to come were merely offering hollow reassurances. His expression darkened further. It was disheartening to host a celebration with no one to share in the joy. Seeing the lack of activity outside, Ho Xiaoyun followed him out. "What is going on? Where have all the people gone? You were supposed to notify everyone," she questioned Lu Zhendong coldly. With a resigned sigh, Lu Zhendong replied, "Isn't it because you've always prevented me from attending others' events? Now that it's our turn to celebrate, they've chosen not to come. Stop making excuses. Don't you know how much money we have? If we don't have enough, I can conjure the gifts from thin air." Ho Xiaoyun maintained her belief that the villagers were lacking in loyalty, failing to recognize any fault in her own actions. Completely forgotten, just a few days ago, She intended to treat someone to a feast. I ask you, what now? They are not coming, and there is nothing I can do. I cannot forcibly bring them here. Lu Tianci muttered in response. At last, a figure appeared on the street, gradually approaching their home. A young man in his 20s approached, cupping his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Congratulations, congratulations, Uncle Lu. My mother said that when my grandmother passed away, your late aunt lent a helping hand and even offered a gift. She asked me to come and present a token of gratitude on behalf of Lu Yi." The young man produced 50 cents and handed it over. Lu Tianci was taken aback. Ho Xiaoyun's expression also froze, as the joy of receiving the gift money swiftly evaporated. In truth, had Lu Tianci not gone door to door to notify people the previous day, this 50 cents would not have been offered. Mechanically accepting the 50 cents, Lu Tianci invited, "Come in for some tea and enjoy a piece of candy." "No, I must be on my way. There is much work awaiting me at home." The young man turned and left, not even writing a receipt, clearly not intending to wait for a return gift from the Lu family. Ho Xiaoyun snatched the money from Lu Tianci's hand, her frustration causing her to stamp her feet. May they all perish. In such a large village, there isn't a single person who values relationships. Chapter 13. The old woman blocks the door within the modest side room. Su Mengyao prepared 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge, accompanied by freshly steamed white buns, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, and 2 boiled eggs. Lacking a table, the pair sat cross-legged on the heated platform to partake in their meal. Today, the main house was bustling with a wedding celebration. As Su Mengyao kindled the fire in the morning, she noticed the ubiquitous red double happiness characters adorning the walls. "I shall step out to attend to matters shortly. If the noise disturbs you, feel free to lock the door and find a quieter place to stay," Liu remarked while scooping rice porridge into his bowl. Su Mengyao cast a glance at him. During her 4 days of residing here, she had truly come to witness the starkness of the main house. Aside from the 4 potatoes that Lu Tianci had brought on the first day, she had not seen any other provisions. The eldest son's wedding was devoid of any offerings, while the youngest son's marriage was lavishly equipped with all necessities. The audacity of her biological father and stepmother was indeed astonishing. Fortunately, their marriage was a mere facade, and Su Mengyao remained indifferent, viewing herself as a mere spectator. Later, "I shall head to the youth point and return before dusk," she stated, seeking solitude for her studies. After finishing her meal, Lu Yu departed with a bag slung over his shoulder. Su Mengyao washed the dishes meticulously, gathered her books, locked the door, and left home. The entire Lu household was left with only Lu Tianci and his 2 children. Lu Tianci's wedding unfolded without a single guest, and the expressions of the 3 were grim. Lu Tianci clenched his teeth in resentment. "They are all a bunch of sycophants. Once I become wealthy, none shall bask in my glory. I shall ensure they regret their choices. Yes, my son, strive diligently. When you prosper, let them envy you to their core. That will certainly infuriate them." Ho Xiaoyun echoed his sentiments with palpable indignation. Lu Tianci stood by the window, gazing outside, perplexed by how his family had descended to such a state. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the sounds of drums and music filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. 2 tractors, laden with people, made their way toward the old Lu residence. "Quick, let us set off the firecrackers," Ho Xiaoyun urged Lu Tianci upon hearing the commotion outside. Lu Tianci's smile finally emerged at the sounds, for to him, as long as he could successfully marry into the Du family, nothing else mattered. Lu Tianci lit the firecrackers with his smoking pipe. As the firecrackers popped, the band played continuously alongside the wedding procession, attracting a crowd of onlookers. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Du Mei, donned in bridal attire, entered the courtyard amidst a throng of admirers, her face aglow with pride, accentuated by her vibrant red makeup, exuding an air of triumph. In the history of their village, it was rare for a woman to wed a man, and the Du family had orchestrated an extravagant celebration for this occasion. Du Mei walked with confidence, her spirit unyielding. The accountant Tian, acting as the wedding MC, adorned with a flower pinned to his chest, led the procession into the old Lu courtyard, only to find Lu Tianci and Ho Xiaoyun awaiting them, creating an awkward silence. Numerous villagers, eager for entertainment, burst into laughter at the scene. Could it be that the venerable Lu family has no relatives at all? Not a single friend or family member to witness their child's wedding. They say that Qin Kuai has 3 friends, yet the Lu family has fallen to such depths. It is quite remarkable indeed. What decent family would allow their son to become a son-in-law, forsaking his ancestors by adopting the surname of the bride? Amidst the cacophony of idle chatter, Lu Tianci felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Quick to respond, Accountant Tian sought to alleviate the awkwardness by calling out to the young men in the wedding procession, "Prepare the red envelopes. Let us go and fetch the groom." The first step in the wedding ceremony is to knock on the door. According to tradition, a few of the bride's close friends or siblings would block the entrance, symbolizing the family's reluctance to part with their daughter, while also demonstrating their prosperous lineage, warning the groom's family not to mistreat her. However, at the Lu residence, there was no one to obstruct the door. Lu Tianci sat alone on the Kong, anxiously awaiting the impending prosperity. Upon hearing the mention of red envelopes, Ho Shaoan, without a shred of decorum, dashed into her home and promptly secured the door. Du Mei and several young people arrived at the entrance and knocked on the wooden door. "Open the door! Open the door! We have come to fetch the groom. Hurry and open the door!" The young men, in their exuberance, pounded on the door and teased one another, all experiencing this moment for the first time and finding it quite novel. "No red envelopes, no opening the door. If you want us to open it, bring the big red envelopes." Ho Xiaoyun's voice echoed from within, causing the wedding party to exchange glances of disbelief. Having encountered friends and siblings blocking doors before was one thing, but a grandmother personally demanding a red envelope was a rare sight indeed. Du Mei was taken aback and turned to the officiant, Accountant Tian. "Give her two," he replied, equally astonished. It was said that Ho Xiaoyun was a shrewd woman, but nobody expected her to be so audacious, demanding a red envelope while her son became a son-in-law. Such behavior was truly unprecedented. Du Mei retrieved two pre-prepared red envelopes and called out, "Andy, just open the door a crack, and I will slip the envelopes in. If you keep it closed, I want to be able to get them in. I'm just going to open it a little. Please don't take the opportunity to rush in." Ho Xiaoyun cautioned from inside, her concern evident. "We want to rush in. You're making it sound like we're scary." The crowd outside erupted into laughter. A grandmother demanding a red envelope was indeed a source of great amusement. It was a sight to behold, and one that would provide laughter for an entire year. How audacious of Ho Xiaoyun, forsaking all semblance of dignity at her age. Your words are misplaced. When has she ever cared for her reputation? It is truly disheartening to witness Lu Yi being subjected to such harsh treatment, especially when it comes to the matter of marriage. Devoid of even the simplest decorative window paper. I have never encountered a family quite like this. Poor Lu Yi, how unfortunate to be born into such circumstances. Indeed. Where's Lu Yi? Lu Zhendong stood in the courtyard, absorbing the idle gossip, feeling an overwhelming heat rise to his face. Ho Xiaoyun, having received two red envelopes, opened them on the spot only to discover a mere 2 cents meant for amusing children, which instantly displeased her. 2 cents for playing with the kids? Where are the substantial red envelopes? If there are no gifts exceeding 5 yuan, do not expect to enter. Outside, Du Mei heard this proclamation, and her previously joyful expression suddenly turned frosty. "Auntie, enough is enough. Isn't it all in good fun to block the door? Your demands for 5 yuan are rather excessive." A sharp-tongued girl accompanying Du Mei promptly shouted back, "Why not? Lu Tianci has no younger brother. This money shall serve as a token for the wedding procession." Ho Xiaoan remained obstinate. Inside, Lu Tianci grew anxious upon hearing his mother's outcry. He called out towards the outer room, "Mom, enough already. You are offending Du Mei. How can I rely on her family in the future if you let this trivial amount jeopardize my significant affairs? This is all for your sake. Yet you are already turning against us before we even visit their home." Ho Xiaoan retorted, her displeasure evident. Nevertheless, she heeded her son's words and unlatched the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and the wedding entourage surged into the house like a tide. Du Mei's smile faded. Her lips pursed as she cast a glare at Ho Xiaoan. The earlier actions of Ho Xiaoan had left Du Mei feeling humiliated before her peers, and she deemed her future mother-in-law to be quite disgraceful. After the brief ceremony, Lu Tianci held a basin adorned with mandarin ducks, grasping one end of a red silk scarf. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was led away by Du Mei from the old Lu family residence. Chapter 14. The bridegroom ascends the vehicle with the spirited call of Accountant Tian. Lu Tianci eagerly followed Du Mei into the back of the tractor. Standing side by side, they became the center of attention. Lu Tianci feigned deep affection as he gazed at Du Mei and softly remarked, "You truly are exquisite." However, Du Mei wore a stern expression, still catching her breath, and immediately cautioned, "Your mother was utterly embarrassing just now. It may be acceptable in your household, but once we arrive at ours, you must have a word with her beforehand. We cannot afford any further disgrace, while your family may lack shame." The Du family values its reputation. Du Mei's sharp words cast a shadow over Lu Tianci's countenance. Yet, in his pursuit of ascending aboard the illustrious Du family vessel and securing his future as a tycoon, he endured the reprimand. With a forced smile, he reassured her, "Please do not be upset. I will speak to my mother and remind her." I assure you, there will be no further issues. Let us hope so, Du Mei replied, her furrowed brow easing slightly at Lu Tianci's assurance. Ho Shaoan also climbed aboard the rear tractor, as the sound of drums and music filled the air. The bridal procession commenced its grand return. Lu Zhendong, now the new father-in-law, trailed behind the crowd, feeling as though he were but a specter, overlooked by all. At the Du residence, the spacious courtyard was already adorned with tables and benches, filled with numerous guests who had come to offer their congratulations, eagerly awaiting the ceremony's commencement. 2 lengthy firecrackers extended to the front gate. Brothers Du Yong and Du Ming stood outside, gazing into the distance. Brother, when the time comes, give me a signal. Let us show that lad who the Du family truly is, Du Yong said with a smirk, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Coincidentally, that is precisely my intention. Du Ming replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face, harboring unknown mischief. Before long, the bridal party returned. The Du brothers exchanged knowing glances and ignited their respective firecrackers. As the firecrackers erupted, those prepared scattered grains across the newlyweds in the vehicle, symbolizing a bountiful harvest and good fortune. Du Yong and Du Ming, each clutching a handful of dried corn kernels, aimed their throws at Lu Tianci, pelting him mercilessly. The kernels, as hard as stones, struck Lu Tianci's face, causing him to shield himself in pain. Who dares to throw stones? He exclaimed in bewilderment. Once the grains had been exhausted, Du Yong and Du Ming still seemed unsatisfied. Accountant Tian beckoned the newlyweds to disembark. Lu Tianci was the first to leap down from the vehicle, initially intending to be courteous and carry Du Mei down. However, as the groom, he was bound by tradition to reverse the customary roles. Standing atop the tractor, Du Mei pouted and glared at Lu Tianci, clearly displeased with his intentions. What are you doing? Can't you see the vehicle is too high for my sister to descend? Squat down so she can step on you to get down. Du Yong commanded, giving Lu Tianci a push with authority. Step on me? Lu Tianci was taken aback. What, are you unwilling? Du Mingxing's ferocity was palpable. His words dripped with malice, akin to a menacing dog. The onlookers observed with bated breath as Lu Tianci's face flushed crimson, revealing his discomfort. No, brother. There are so many witnesses here. Lu Tianci sought to plead with the 2 brothers, unaware that they were intentionally tormenting him. What's the matter? Is this such a burden for you? How can you treat my sister well in the future? Du Yong inquired. Just squat for a moment. Why so much prattle? Hurry up, Du Ming asserted, forcefully pressing Lu Tianci's neck and coercing him beneath the truck bed. In a previous life, when Lu Yi wed Du Mei, Lu Tianci had also attended. At that time, Du Yong and Du Ming had not treated Lu Yi in such a manner. Lu Tianci found it perplexing that his own marriage to Du Mei had led to such humiliation. Unbeknownst to him, it was due to his mother, Ho Xiaoyan's notorious reputation. Du Yong and Du Ming, in their efforts to protect Du Mei, were deliberately acting in this manner. Resigned to his fate, Lu Tianci ceased his struggles. Gritting his teeth and silently vowing, for the sake of wealth and prosperity, I will endure. Once I become a billionaire, I will settle this score. On the truck bed, Du Mei reveled in the unwavering support of her elder brothers, feeling elated. She took her brother's hand as if she were a queen. Stepping down from the truck bed with one foot resting upon Lu Tianci's back, who was now on all fours like a makeshift horse. This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. Du Dawei observed from a distance, taking in the entire scene, his smile broadening, oblivious to the excesses of his son's actions. On the contrary, he felt that Du Yong and Du Ming exhibited commendable brotherly responsibility. The ceremony commenced swiftly under the guidance of Accountant Tian. During the acknowledgement segment, Lu Tianci and Du Mei knelt before Du Dawei and his wife. Lu Tianci called out, Dad, but his voice lacked the necessary volume, prompting him to repeat the call. Accountant Tian deliberately encouraged Lu Tianci to raise his voice, enhancing the atmosphere. Dad. On his second attempt, Lu Tianci's declaration resonated with emotion and clarity. Those unaware might have assumed he was calling his biological father. Du Dawei presented a red envelope. From this day forth, you are the son-in-law of this family. Upon entering this door, you must contribute to this household. A husband should support his wife, and together they shall raise their children. As long as you perform well, our Du family will not treat you poorly. At that moment, Lu Tianci's mind was filled with visions of future wealth and opulence. Hearing Du Dawei's assurance that he would not be wronged, he excitedly bowed and expressed, Thank you, Dad. This display greatly pleased Du Dawei, who then placed the red envelope into Lu Tianci's hands. Beside them, Lu Zhendong watched this scene unfold, feeling a pang of bitterness. He had raised Lu Tianci for over a decade without receiving such respect. Ho Shaoan pouted, feeling discontented at witnessing her son being reprimanded by Du Dawei. As it was time for Du Mei and Lu Tianci to serve tea to the couple, Ho Xiaoan straightened her posture, mimicking Du Dawei's earlier demeanor. Dad, Mom. Du Mei symbolically shouted a phrase, devoid of emotion, yet her voice resonated with notable volume. Ho Xiaoyan remained still, hoping that Du Mei would repeat her call. Observing that Ho Xiaoyan had not taken the red envelope, Du Mei's expression turned slightly displeased. Accountant Tian, noticing this, hastily interjected, "It's your first time as a mother-in-law. Don't be foolish. Quickly take the red envelope." Pressured by this, Ho Xiaoyan begrudgingly produced the envelope. She turned to Du Mei, speaking with a lopsided grin, as the saying goes. The woman manages the home while the man ventures outside. Now that you are married, you must take on the household responsibilities, washing, cooking, bearing children, and caring for your husband. Before Ho Xiaoyan could finish, Du Mei interjected, "Your words are misguided. I am the one marrying a man, so by all rights, he should be the one managing the household. The tasks you mentioned should rightly fall to him." Ho Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback by Du Mei's retort. "Mother, please refrain from speaking," she implored. Lu Tianci, witnessing his mother's impending mischief, snatched the red envelope from Ho Xiaoyan's grasp and thrust it into Du Mei's hands. The ceremony concluded, and the banquet commenced. However, this particular feast was likely to be the most extraordinary meal experienced by the hundreds present. Whispers and laughter filled the air. For after Ho Xiaoyan's admonishment, the entire Du family felt humiliated before such a crowd. Du Dawei wore a stern countenance, while Du Yong and Du Meng glared fiercely at Lu Tianci. Du Mei, in a huff, turned and retreated to the newlyweds' quarters. "Mother, what are you doing? With your final flourish, you insist on creating trouble for me," Lu Tianci lamented to Ho Xiaoyan. She, in turn, wore a look of indignation. "I do this all for your benefit." "For my benefit? You should not have said those things. From now on, mind your own affairs. The more you meddle, the worse it becomes." Chapter 15. Seeking an old friend. Ho Xiaoyan was once again filled with frustration today. Now, with Lu Tianci speaking of her in such a manner, she could only seethe. "I made a mistake while trying to help you? Fine. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Go tend to your wife, wash her clothes, and cook for her. Don't come to me with complaints in the future." Lu Zhendong stood there, acutely aware of the peculiar glances from those surrounding him. The courtyard was filled with people, many of whom were undoubtedly mocking him. Without greeting the mother and son, he quietly departed from the Du family's courtyard, even skipping the banquet, consumed by her own irritation. Ho Xiaoyan paid no heed to Lu Zhendong. Instead, she seated herself at a table reserved by the Du family and began to eat heartily, transforming her anger into an insatiable appetite. Lu Tianci hurried into the new house. "Darling, please don't be upset. My mother is just like that. She never knows how to express herself. Don't take it to heart," he coaxed. "What does your mother mean by that? Does she expect me to wash and cook for you? Did she intend to humiliate me in front of so many people?" Du Mei fumed, clutching a pillow. "She wouldn't dare. She simply speaks without thinking. I've already talked to her about it. Rest assured, she won't meddle in our affairs anymore," Lu Tianci reassured. Drawing closer to Du Mei, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, mustering all the tenderness he could, attempting to soothe her. "Humph. You just assured me that she wouldn't cause any more trouble, yet here we are," Du Mei said, shifting slightly but not breaking free from his embrace. Lu Tianci gradually moved his hands to encircle Du Mei's waist, feeling the warmth of her body and the faint scent that lingered on her skin, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Though her appearance and figure could not compare to Su Mengyao, she was still quite enchanting. In his previous life, she had indeed been wronged by that scoundrel Lu Yi, and this time, he was determined to savor every moment. Holding Du Mei close, the thought that she had once been Lu Yi's wife only heightened his excitement. "Humph, I'll trust you one more time. But let me make myself clear. If your mother dares to speak ill of me again, I will not tolerate it," she warned. "Absolutely. I'll stand by you, not her. It's all about you," Lu Tianci replied, yearning for the guests to depart swiftly so that night could descend upon them. Lu Yi, burdened with jars of sesame sauce and sesame oil, returned to the county town once more, not to sell his goods, but to a cluster of self-built houses behind the workers' gymnasium. These homes, unplanned and erected on what was once barren land, had gradually transformed into a sprawling shanty town as more people settled there over time. The roads twisted like a spider's web, making it easy for outsiders to lose their way. Guided by his memories, Li navigated through the maze of shanties, and at last, he discovered a familiar courtyard. Pushing open the wooden gate, he stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" Arriving at the rustic door, Liu called out, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" The door creaked open, revealing a boy of around 11 or 12, gazing up at the unfamiliar Lu Yi. Upon seeing the boy, Lu Yi smiled gently. I am a friend of your brother. I have come to find him. Lu Yi bent down and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. In his previous life, Lu Yi had initially learned the art of opportunism alongside the boy's brother, Zhao Xiaolong, as they sold dried tofu together. Later, when policies liberalized, he continued to engage in business alongside Zhao Xiaolong, setting up a stall and selling whatever was profitable. Eventually, Lu Yi heard tales of the Special Economic Zone being a land of opportunity, and with newfound courage, the two ventured there in search of fortune. However, the city's complexities soon ensnared them, and they fell victim to a scam that left them utterly bereft. Yet, this very experience of deception opened Lu Yi's mind to the realization that business was not merely a matter of cash for goods, it could also thrive on ingenuity. From that point onwards, Lu Yi shifted his perspective, leveraging others' goods to amass his own wealth, accumulating considerable funds in the process. Subsequently, he seized an opportunity to acquire a defunct paper mill, refocusing its production towards facial tissues, toilet paper, and napkins, ultimately achieving remarkable success. The Fingye brand of tissues emerged as one of the leading paper brands in Huaxia. A seemingly inconspicuous tissue had propelled Lu Yi onto the list of the affluent, making him the wealthiest individual in the province. Zhao Xiaolong too became a billionaire, residing in luxury with a fleet of cars and multiple wives. My brother isn't back yet, Zhao Xiaohu said, not fond of having his hair tousled, swatting Lu Yi's hand away. I suppose I'll wait for him here. Likely off engaging in the tofu trade again. Lu Yi felt no urgency and opted to wait. Zhao Xiaohu regarded Lu Yi and pushed the door wider, saying, You can come in. Lu Yi followed Zhao Xiaohu inside. And much like his dilapidated abode, the interior was barren and devoid of furnishings. A girl of about 7 or 8 sat nestled in a tattered blanket, as grimy as Zhao Xiaohu. The blanket was riddled with holes, revealing the dark, worn cotton within. This was Zhao Xiaolong's sister, Zhao Xiaofeng. The trio had grown up without a mother, and their only father, a man with a penchant for drink, met a tragic fate one winter after succumbing to the cold while intoxicated in the snow, discovered the next day frozen solid. Zhao Xiaofeng, with her bright, curious eyes, looked at Lu Yi and innocently inquired, Who are you? Why are you at my home? I am a friend of your brother. I am waiting for him to return. Lu Yi replied with a smile. Just then, a rumble echoed from Zhao Xiaohu's stomach. The bowl on the Kong was empty, clearly indicating that the two children had not eaten. Are you hungry? Lu Yi asked, removing a bag from his shoulder and pulling out 2 jars of sesame paste. He hadn't prepared any food, having only this and some sesame oil on him. This is sesame paste. You can each have one, he offered, handing a jar to Zhao Xiaohu. Upon seeing the sesame paste, Zhao Xiaohu's eyes lit up with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he unscrewed the cap and poured the contents into his mouth. A rich aroma of sesame instantly enveloped his palate. Gulp. Zhao Xiaohu swallowed hard. Come and taste this. It's absolutely delicious, Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, taking a bite and eagerly beckoning Zhao Xiaofeng, pressing the bottle against her lips and filling her mouth with sesame paste. For Zhao Xiaofeng, it was her first encounter with sesame paste, and the exquisite flavor was overwhelming. Grasping the bottle with both hands, she fervently indulged. The small bottle, already modest in size, was soon emptied. By the time Zhao Xiaohu managed to wrest it away, it was devoid of any remaining contents. Why did you consume it all without leaving any for me? Zhao Xiaohu lamented, gazing at the now empty bottle, savoring the remnants on the rim. But you still have another bottle in your hand. This one I intend to save for my brother. Such is the bond of brotherhood. Lu Yi chuckled softly and produced 2 more bottles of sesame paste, offering them with a smile. Here, I have more. After waiting for over an hour, Lu Yi finally heard the sound of footsteps returning to the courtyard. The door swung open, and a youthful Zhao Xiaolong entered. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence in his home, Zhao Xiaolong's brow furrowed with suspicion. Who are you? Chapter 16. The Advocate Brother, You're Back. Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed as he rushed to greet his elder sibling, Zhao Xiaolong, who entered with a piece of yellow paper wrapped around 2 steamed buns. Here, you both eat. Zhao Xiaohu handed 1 bun to Zhao Xiaofeng and took a large bite himself. Brother, he said he is your friend and just gave us 4 bottles of sesame paste. It's delicious. What sesame paste? Zhao Xiaolong's gaze was fixed on Lu Yi, his eyes filled with suspicion. This one. I saved a bottle for you, brother. Hurry and try it. Zhao Xiaohu proudly presented the jar of sesame paste to Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong accepted the jar, opened the lid and inhaled the aroma. Yet his eyes remained locked on Lu Yi. Rest assured, I made it myself. It's safe, Lu Yi said with a gentle smile. I don't know you at all. Who are you? Zhao Xiaolong questioned, feeling increasingly unsettled. This man claimed to be his friend, yet he was certain he had never met him before. You may not know me, but I know you. Your name is Zhao Xiaolong, and you've been involved in shady dealings with Ma San, trading in dried tofu, am I right? How do you know that? Who are you? Zhao Xiaolong's anxiety heightened as Lu Yu revealed his identity. Unlike others, he had siblings to care for, and the fear of arrest loomed large. Don't be anxious. I am a friend of Wei Gu. He sent me to find you. I have a business opportunity that requires assistance, and I would like you to join me. Lu Yi had meticulously prepared his words beforehand. In his previous life, it was Zhao Xiaolong who had introduced him to this world, while Zhao Xiaolong himself had been brought in by a man named Wei Ming. However, shortly after Zhao Xiaolong's induction, Wei Ming was apprehended and sentenced to 3 years in prison for his habitual offenses. Since then, Zhao Xiaolong had never seen Wei Gu again. Zhao Xiaolong had once mentioned that rumors circulated about Wei Ming suffering internal injuries from beatings in prison, and he died shortly after his release. Zhao Xiaolong had always held deep gratitude for this man. Thus, when Liu claimed to be Wei Ji's friend, it seemed most fitting. You are a friend of Wei Gu? How is he now? Zhao Xiaolong appeared quite animated upon hearing Wei Ji's name. Lu Yi shook his head. I don't know. Your matters were discussed with me before Wei Ji's arrest, and I haven't seen him since. I see. Zhao Xiaolong's expression turned somber. Are you still trading in dried tofu with Ma San? Yes. Wei Gu once mentioned that Ma San is too self-serving. Working for him involves great risk without adequate compensation. If we were to be caught, he wouldn't even care. What can we do? He's the only one among us who can procure dried tofu. Without him, we would have nothing to sell. In this era of scarcity, material goods were hard to come by. Not only industrial products, but even agricultural byproducts were exceedingly rare. Many items were specially allocated and could scarcely be found throughout the year. In the world of illicit trading, securing a reliable source was the foremost challenge. Ma San harbored a clandestine tofu drying workshop, where he would transport the meticulously crafted dried tofu to a designated location, subsequently allowing Zhao Xiaolong and his companions to distribute it for sale. He reaped the lion's share for himself, leaving only the remnants for Zhao Xiaolong and the others. Yet, despite this inequity, Zhao Xiaolong and his associates dared not voice their discontent. Their compliance ensured at least a meager meal, for the alternative was the dire threat of starvation. Lu Yi smiled as he retrieved a bottle of sesame oil from his bag, tossing it casually to Zhao Xiaolong. Take a look at this. Zhao Xiaolong caught it with care, peering inside and gasping in astonishment. Is this oil? Given that soybean oil was priced at 88 cents per pound and was strictly rationed, oil was indeed a rare commodity. Cautiously, he unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply, a wave of fragrant aroma engulfing him. It's sesame oil. This is a two-tail bottle, sold at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for 30 cents plus a grain ticket. We can sell it for 20 cents plus a grain ticket, and for every bottle sold, I'll give you a commission of 6 cents. The sesame paste in your hand is also 2 tails, priced at 10 cents plus a grain ticket per bottle, with a 5-cent commission for you. What do you think? This deal is far more lucrative than your tofu business, isn't it? After Lu Ye's calculations, 5 pounds of sesame could yield approximately 35 bottles of sesame paste and 8 bottles of sesame oil. With this pricing strategy, the total profit would amount to around 4.5 yuan. Dividing the proceeds, he would pay half to the sellers, still retaining a substantial profit for himself, thereby incentivizing them to work harder. Are you really offering a 6-cent commission for each bottle sold? Zhao Xiaolong asked, clutching the sesame oil in disbelief. I keep my word, Lu Yu replied with a chuckle. How much do you have? Zhao Xiaolong inquired eagerly. With such generous commissions, if the stock was plentiful, they could indeed strike it rich. You can sell as much as I have, Lu Yi confidently assured him. Zhao Xiaolong gazed at the sesame oil and paste in his hands, pondering briefly. Lu Yi then opened the bag and revealed all the remaining bottles. These are for you to start with. You can try selling them. I want to be involved directly. You can find people to distribute, and as for the commissions, that's up to you. Just ensure you choose trustworthy individuals. Ma San excels in this regard, and you can learn from him. 16 bottles of sesame paste and 6 bottles of sesame oil were neatly arranged on the Kong, making Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Xiaohu salivate with anticipation. Do you really trust me this much? Zhao Xiaolong asked, glancing from the bottles to Lu Yi. It's not merely trust in you, it's trust in Brother Wei. He vouches for your reliability. So what do you say? Will you do it? Lu Yi queried, a smile playing on his lips. Absolutely. Without much hesitation, Zhao Xiaolong agreed. While he harbored doubts about Lu Yi, he had faith in Brother Wei. If Brother Wei deemed this man trustworthy enough to introduce him, then he too must possess merit. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaolong recognized this as an opportunity. Even if he earned only a penny per bottle, with ample supply, it would far exceed the meager profits from his tofu dealings. Upon receiving a response from Zhao Xiaolong, Li smiled and extended his right hand. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. The two clasped hands firmly. Subsequently, they deliberated on the finer details, such as the delivery schedule Lu Yi would provide to Zhao Xiaolong, the location, and the method of reimbursement. According to Lu Ye's proposal, the monetary transactions and the goods should be separated. The delivery location must also differ from where Zhao Xiaolong distributes his goods to avert any potential sabotage from ill-intentioned individuals. Zhao Xiaolong, being seasoned in this endeavor, wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Ye's strategy. The two resonated harmoniously in many aspects, akin to longtime partners in collaboration. After departing from Zhao Xiaolong's residence, Li wandered through the county town, visiting various supply cooperatives to purchase sesame seeds. He had nearly depleted the 25 pounds of sesame he had previously acquired. Once Zhao Xiaolong gathered enough clientele, the sales volume would undoubtedly surge. To generate profit, he must produce a greater quantity of sesame paste and sesame oil. Chapter 17. No blood when Li returned home, burdened with bags. Su Mengyao had already prepared a meal. Noticing that Lu Yi had brought back an abundance of sesame and droppers, she expressed her concern. Are you planning to continue making sesame oil and sauce? Are you not afraid that one day the truth might come to light, and you could be apprehended? Lu Yi busied himself with the bottles, unconcerned. I do fear it, which is why I must exercise greater caution. I do not sell what I produce in the village, as I fear someone may become envious and report me. What will you do if you do not engage in this? She inquired. The labor points I earn have all been taken by Ho Shaoan, and there is a long wait until the next grain distribution. If I do not pursue this, we may find ourselves without food. Earning labor points through fieldwork means that the money only counts after the grain harvest is sold. Last year's earnings were claimed by Ho Shaoyun, who is as difficult to deal with as a mythical creature. Retrieving anything from her is akin to slaying a dragon. But if you refrain from working in the fields for too long, others will begin to suspect you, Su Mengyao cautioned. You have not participated in the production team's labor for days. Initially, it was acceptable, as everyone assumed you were merely resting after your recent marriage. However, as time passes, suspicions will surely arise. Moreover, with Ho Shaoan next door and Lu Tianci in the village, if either learns of your dealings, they will undoubtedly report you. Li had contemplated these concerns himself, which is why he was eager to seek out Zhao Xiaolong to find someone for distribution, while he remained hidden in the shadows. Quietly profiting. Rest assured, I have my plans. Please close the window, he instructed. Su Mengyao took her bedsheet and draped it over the window once more to prevent prying eyes. That night, at the Du family residence, tranquility had returned to the courtyard after the banquet, and the relatives and friends had all departed. Du Dawei and his wife were in the main room, one reviewing the gift ledger while the other counted the money, carefully laying the bills flat. Du Mei yawned beside them, weary after a long day and in her delicate condition. Standing next to Du Mei, Lu Tianci gazed at the pile of money on the Kong, silently contemplating the Du family's connections. Indeed, the Du family has influence. Numerous guests from the commune attended today's banquet, and a significant amount of gift money was received. If I can leverage the Du family's power, my ascent to success is imminent. Noticing Du Mei's incessant yawning, Du Dawei spoke in a deep voice, if you're tired, go to sleep. There is no need to stay here with us. Du Mei covered her mouth and yawned again before replying, Mom and Dad. I will return to sleep now. Lu Tianci's eyes brightened, and he echoed, Dad, Mom, we will head to our room as well. Du Mei's mother, Wang Xilan, paused her counting. Maisie, keep your wits about you, and be aware of your surroundings. Upon hearing this, Du Mei felt invigorated and understood her mother's intent. Ah, understood. She replied before exiting the main room. This was their wedding night, and Lu Tianci assumed that Wang Xilan's concern was for her daughter's well-being. Fearing they might indulge too fervently, completely oblivious to the underlying implications. Impatiently, they returned to the new home with Du Mei. Du Mei settled onto the Kong, lifting her feet. Lu Tianci wore a sheepish grin as he knelt to remove her shoes. Once freed from her footwear, Du Mei casually rested her feet upon Lu Tianci's shoulders. This gesture instantly ignited a fervor within him, stirring an overwhelming desire to leap forward. Be gentle, she murmured. I will be careful, he replied, mistakenly believing it to be her first experience, interpreting her caution as nervousness and fear of pain. unaware that it was due to her condition. Come on up, Du Mei smiled faintly, nearly ensnaring Lu Tianci's very soul. He eagerly leaped onto the Kong, hastily shedding his garments. Moments later, Du Mei frowned and delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Tianci sprawling beyond the confines of the quilt. Sitting askew on the Kong, he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with indignation as he gazed at Du Mei. There's no blood. Lu Tianci was acutely aware of the implications. Du Mei tidied herself and lay back beneath the covers, profoundly disappointed with Lu Tianci's earlier performance. Are you going to sleep? Turn off the light. That night, Lu Tianci lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to find slumber. His mind was consumed with thoughts of who had taken Du Mei's innocence. He speculated about every eligible man in the village, even considering Lu Yi, yet found no resolution. To attain wealth and status, he had become a son-in-law, only to discover he was merely a second-hand option. Glancing at Du Mei, who was already asleep beside him, he felt a surge of resentment. For the sake of wealth, I will endure. Once I have money, the first to go will be you wretched woman. The following day, as dawn broke, the voice of his mother-in-law, Wang Xiulan, echoed from outside. Tianci, get up and sweep the yard. Did you hear me? Hurry up. Her calls roused Lu Tianci from dreams of grandeur. Having gone to bed late the previous night, he woke with bloodshot eyes. I heard, I'm coming, he replied reluctantly, throwing off the covers. Du Mei merely rolled over, continuing her slumber. Donning his clothes, Lu Tianci stepped outside to find the yard eerily quiet, a slender bamboo broom waiting at the door. His mother-in-law was nowhere to be seen. The spring morning was brisk, and he tightened his clothing, grasping the broom to begin sweeping the yard. This was a task he had never undertaken at home. After much effort, he had finally cleaned the yard and was about to return inside to catch his breath when Wang Xiulan reappeared. Tianci, go fetch some water. Then gather straw to start a fire for cooking. Be swift about it. Hearing her, Lu Tianci's lips twitched involuntarily. All right, I understand, mother. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, Li had risen early, packing freshly made sesame paste and fragrant oil into a cloth bag. He enjoyed a steamed bun with pickles. Su Mengyao dressed and neatly folded the bedding. Be careful out there, she advised as he stepped outside. Su Mengyao gently reminded Lu Yi. Through their interactions over the past few days, she found Lu Yi to be quite agreeable. They shared a bed, and he had never exhibited even the slightest hint of impropriety. Apart from frequently assigning her household chores, he had no other faults. Su Mengyao was thoroughly satisfied with this shield and hoped nothing untoward would befall Lu Yi. Do keep an eye on things at home. Ho Shaoan is not to be underestimated. With her son now married, she has excess energy that may lead her to concoct some mischief. Exercise a bit of caution and ensure the door is secured when nothing's amiss. Lu Yi had previously struck Ho Shaoan, resulting in a conflict with her and her son. Although the past few days had been tranquil, it was primarily due to Lu Tianci's impending wedding, with no immediate issues at hand. And given Lu Ye's understanding of Ho Shaoan, it would indeed be strange if she did not stir up some trouble. However, thinking of Lu Tianci, she wondered how he fared the previous night. With a smile, Liu quietly shouldered his bag and slipped out of the house. Chapter 18. Finding fault upon completing one household chore, one soon discovers an endless array of additional tasks awaiting attention. Lu Tianci laboriously filled 4 large water barrels, hardly catching his breath when he was summoned by Wang Xiulan to kindle the fire for breakfast. Igniting the flames was not difficult. However, Lu Tianci, who had never handled a spatula before, found himself at a loss as he gazed at the imposing iron pot on the stove. Mother, I've never cooked before. How can I manage this? Not even rice porridge? No. Wang Xiulan regarded Lu Tianci with disdain. One wonders what else you are capable of if you cannot even prepare porridge. Watch closely. I shall teach you once. Learn well, for you shall be tasked with this again tomorrow morning. Be proactive. Do not wait for me to prompt you before you stir. Understood. Though chastised by Wang Xiulan, Lu Tianci could only stifle his frustration and respond meekly. Mother, didn't father mention he wanted me to learn bookkeeping from accountant Tian? When shall I go? No need to rush. Wait until your father has finished his dinner. Before Lu Tianci, Wang Xiulan demonstrated the process of cooking porridge, ensuring to remind him not to burn it. Got it. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, burdened with a bag, arrived at a dilapidated structure on Railway Street, the designated meeting place with Zhao Xiaolong. He set the bag down and sat quietly, awaiting his associate's arrival. Before long, footsteps echoed outside, and Zhao Xiaolong entered the crumbling building. I arrived precisely on time, he remarked upon seeing Lu Yi. It is I who came early. Inside are 70 bottles of sesame paste and 16 bottles of sesame oil. Would you like to count them? Lu Yi gently kicked the bag at his feet. Zhao Xiaolong approached, untying the bag's opening to inspect the contents, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. No need to count. You trust me, and I trust you, he declared, readying the bag securely. Having procured these goods from Lu Yi, Zhao Xiaolong intended to sell them before remitting payment, which placed Lu Yi in a position of greater concern. How have your contacts fared? Lu Yi inquired casually. I have contacted 3, all reliable. Since Lu Ye's departure the previous day, Zhao Xiaolong had not been idle. He had sought out several individuals he deemed trustworthy, successfully recruiting 3 as his subordinate distributors. Li nodded. Tomorrow evening, regardless of whether the goods have sold out. We shall settle accounts at the agreed location. Understood. I will be there on time. Zhao Xiaolong hoisted the bag and nodded at Lu Yi before exiting the derelict building. After delivering the goods, Lu Yi did not linger in the county town, but returned directly to Dongxing village. After finishing breakfast, Su Mengyao tidied up the house and noticed 2 pieces of Lu Ye's clothing at the foot of the Kong. After a moment's hesitation, she decided, well, I promised to help him, so I shall wash them. She retrieved Lu Ye's basin, soaked his dirty clothes in water, and carried them outside to the window, preparing to scrub them clean. After finishing her time in the restroom, Ho Xiaoyan noticed Su Mengyao diligently washing clothes. With a quick flicker of her eyes, she hastily retreated to the main room. Before long, she emerged, arms laden with a heap of soiled garments, which she unceremoniously tossed into the basin before Su Mengyao, instantly overwhelming it. Su Mengyao furrowed her delicate brows, her cold gaze directed at the self-satisfied Ho Xiaoyan, and she inquired in a crisp voice, what are you doing? Your father-in-law is unwell today, and since you are already washing clothes, you might as well take care of these few items as well. Be sure to scrub them thoroughly. Don't just give them a half-hearted wash, Ho Xiaoyan commanded imperiously, adopting the demeanor of an elder as she looked down upon Su Mengyao. I refuse to wash others' clothes. Su Mengyao replied, her eyes icy as she recognized Ho Xiaoyan's intent to provoke. She was no pushover and would not succumb to such tactics. If you refuse to wash them, you still must. How dare you defy me? Ho Xiaoyan kicked the clothes on the ground, gathering them around the basin. You are the daughter-in-law of this household, not some pampered lady from elsewhere. It is your duty to honor your in-laws. I am not asking much of you, just to wash a few garments, and you still resist. Ho Xiaoyan's voice pierced the air, sharp and grating. I have said I want to wash them, and I mean it. Don't try to intimidate me with your elder status. I am not afraid of you. Su Mengyao bent down to retrieve her clothes from the basin, casting them aside defiantly. This is outrageous. You shall wash them regardless. What daughter-in-law doesn't wash clothes? The 2 women engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over the garments, their struggle soon attracting the attention of nearby neighbors, who gathered at the fence, standing on straw piles, craning their necks to witness the spectacle. Ho Xiaoyan had a notorious reputation for her cunning, while Su Mengyao was renowned as the beauty of Qinshan village. Their confrontation promised to be an extraordinary spectacle. Oh, it seems a brawl is brewing. Ho Xiaoyan can hardly contain herself. She has begun to bully others. I wonder if Su Mengyao can hold her ground. I hope she doesn't fall victim to this old hag, mused onlookers as the crowd grew. As they grappled for dominance, Ho Xiaoyan resorted to foul language. You little wretch. How dare you stand against me? Is this how your parents raised you? You don't even know how to honor your in-laws. It's no wonder you were sent down here. Perhaps the reformation they tried on you was too lenient. Su Mengyao could not tolerate slights against her family. Unfortunately, Ho Xiaoyan relished in exposing others' vulnerabilities, deriving pleasure from their discomfort. The 2 were at an impasse, each refusing to yield. Su Mengyao, never one to suffer in silence, retorted sharply, what kind of mother-in-law are you? Since I entered this household, have you ever given us a grain of rice or a spoonful of flour? You haven't even offered a red envelope for a name change. On what grounds do you think you can act like a domineering matriarch? Moreover, Lu Yi has already severed ties with your family. You cannot bully me. With that, Su Mengyao released her grip on the clothes with a sudden force. Ho Xiaoyan was engaged in a struggle when, unexpectedly, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Though the impact was not particularly painful, the gaze of the crowd made her feel utterly humiliated. With a fierce expression, Ho Xiaoyan abruptly rose to her feet, seized a basin from the ground, and hurled its contents towards Su Mengyao's face. You little wretch, you think you can act tough? Today, I shall show you who reigns supreme in this household. With a splash, the cold water mixed with dirty clothes drenched Su Mengyao's face. At that moment, Li returned from the county town, stepping into the yard just in time to witness the scene. He let out a thunder shout. What are you doing? Oh no. Lu Yi is back. The onlookers wondered what could be done. After all, could Lu Yi dare confront Ho Xiaoyan? Indeed, She had been domineering in their household for quite some time, and who could possibly rein her in? The murmurs grew louder, and the spectators' eagerness to witness the unfolding drama intensified. Li hurriedly positioned himself in front of Su Mengyao, shielding her from further harm. Glancing at the garments strewn on the ground, he quickly grasped the situation. She is my wife, brought into the Lu family, and has no ties to you whatsoever. You have no authority over her. Chapter 19. Shattering the pot, you little beast. What is wrong with me commanding her? Not only do I command her, but when she disobeys, I strike her too. So what? Ho Xiaoan sneered, tilting her neck and pouting. Just moments ago, she had doused herself with a basin of water. Feeling utterly refreshed and pleased with herself, Lu Yi, uninterested in engaging in a debate with the shrew, grasped the basin intending to fetch water to retaliate. Even though his marriage with Su Mengyao was merely a facade, he could not allow her to be bullied without consequence. Just as Lu Yi was about to enter the house, Su Mengyao seized his arm. I'll fetch water to splash back, to help you vent your frustration. No need. Water droplets trickled down Su Mengyao's hair, soaking her clothes and leaving her in a rather disheveled state. After grasping Lu Yi, she approached the wall and lifted a large stone. This was a pressing stone used during autumn for pickling vegetables, common in every household in Dongxing village. Roughly the size of a football. Should this stone strike someone, it would undoubtedly result in broken bones. Seeing Su Mengyao approaching with the stone, Ho Xiaoyan grew alarmed, instinctively retreating a few steps. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? She could hardly fathom the dire consequences if that stone were to hit her. As Ho Xiaoyan fled, Su Mengyao proceeded toward the main house. Upon reaching the kitchen, she raised the stone high and brought it crashing down onto the bottom of the large iron pot. With a resounding crack, the pot was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Smoke billowed from the hearth. Ho Xiaoyan, hearing the commotion, rushed to the doorway and was immediately incensed, pounding her thigh and shouting, "Oh my goodness, this is unbearable. How could you smash my pot? I tell you, Su Mengyao is not to be trifled with. If you provoke me again, I'll dismantle your entire bed." After smashing the pot, Su Mengyao dusted off her hands and strode out of the main house, returning to the side room amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Soon after, a sheet was hung in the window, obscuring everyone's view. In her previous life, Liu had little interaction with Su Mengyao, only hearing that she had a fiercely strong character. Today, witnessing her in action, he found her remarkably formidable. However, it was quite satisfying. Having been bested by Su Mengyao, Ho Xiaoyan sat at the doorstep, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Yi, observing her distress, felt an immense sense of relief. The neighbors, drawn by the spectacle, were left utterly astounded. Who could have anticipated that the ethereal Su Jiqing would unleash such ferocity? Reducing the notoriously shrewish Ho Xiaoyan to tears, it appeared that Ho Xiaoyan had finally met her match. It served her right for being so domineering. Now, someone was capable of putting her in her place. Life in the Lu household was bound to become tumultuous from here on out. People murmured amongst themselves, predominantly reveling in the spectacle of Ho Xiaoyan's humiliation. Liu chuckled softly, picking up his two garments from the ground and placing them in the basin before retreating to the inner room. Inside, Su Mengyao, after covering the window, prepared to change out of her damp clothes, having forgotten to secure the door. Just as she removed her wet attire, Liu entered the room, revealing a flawless silhouette before his eyes. Her skin was as fair as snow, devoid of any blemish. Her hair was tied up, exposing a delicate and elongated neck, while a pair of full curves lingered behind her arms, subtly hinting at their presence. Pure yet not coy, alluring yet not lascivious, she appeared as beautiful as a painting, momentarily captivating Lu Ye's gaze. This is what a woman truly is. Sensing the gaze behind her, Su Mengyao hurriedly covered her chest with her garments. Do not look. Liu reluctantly diverted his gaze elsewhere, saying, I had no idea you were changing. Get out. Su Mengyao retorted sharply, biting her lip. All right, I will leave. Lu Yi replied with a shrug, stepping out and securing the door. He then sat alone on a small stool in the kitchen, savoring the enchanting scene he had just witnessed. Moments later, having changed her clothes, Su Mengyao emerged from the room, her eyes glinting with icy fury as they fixed on Lu Yi. Feeling somewhat guilty, he stammered, I truly did not know you were changing. It was unintentional. Su Mengyao, with her teeth clenched, expressed her indignation. You better not have meant to. If you dare harbor any improper thoughts, I will confront you. Feeling threatened, Lu Yi retorted coldly. Rest assured, I am not interested in women with a bust under 100. You. How vulgar. Su Mengyao was nearly exasperated to the point of tears. Not because of her measurements, but because she feared Lu Yi had seen everything. Her eyes turned red, and tears began to swell. It was remarkable that while she had not shed a tear at being scolded by Ho Shaoan or doused with cold water, she now wept at Lu Yu's teasing words. This left Lu Yu at a loss. Please don't cry. I was merely jesting. I assure you. I only saw your back. Nothing more. He hurriedly explained. You still dare to speak. Su Mengyao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and the tears finally fell. All right. I want to say anything more, Lu Yu surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Su Mengyao felt a surge of grievance. She had been holding it in. And now not only had Lu Yi seen her figure, but he also dared to jest at her expense. With teary eyes, she lamented, I kindly washed your clothes. Yet your stepmother bullied me with harsh words, and now you too are tormenting me. Do you have no conscience at all? Lu Yi observed Su Mengyao, who was now a picture of sorrow, akin to a delicate princess in tears. Just moments ago, she had boldly confronted the village's most notorious woman, declaring herself not to be trifled with. The stark contrast was almost too great to fathom. Little did anyone know. The icy demeanor and resolute strength of Su Mengyao were merely a facade to shield her vulnerability. Were it not for this guise, her beauty and background would have rendered her a target for relentless torment. Indeed, I lack a conscience. I am a scoundrel. Does that suffice? Do not weep any longer. You have always been a scoundrel. As Su Mengyao wiped away her tears, she turned and retreated into the house. She placed her recently shed wet garments into a basin, preparing to cleanse them. Lu Yi sat in the kitchen, shaking his head in resignation. Upon seeing Su Mengyao emerge once more with the wash basin, he quickly moved aside to allow her to fetch water. While you're at it, could you wash these 2 pieces of mine as well? They've gotten muddy. Su Mengyao shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, I am not your maid. I certainly will not wash your clothes. Chapter 20. For the sake of wealth and prosperity, Lu Yi found himself choked by Su Mengyao's words and had no choice but to fetch water himself to wash out those 2 garments. Lu Zhendong served as the custodian of agricultural tools for the production team. After every labor session, he was responsible for collecting the tools, cleaning them, and returning them to the warehouse. Although the task was not excessively laborious, it required considerable attention. The crucial aspect was that this work yielded minimal work points, serving as a mere supplementary income alongside his regular agricultural duties. After Lu Zhendong meticulously organized all the tools, he finally returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the acrid odor of stove ashes, only to discover that the large iron pot on the stove had developed a significant hole. How did this happen? Ho Xiaoyan was sitting on the Kong, visibly infuriated. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she leapt off the Kong and rushed to the kitchen. You old fool finally decided to come back. Look at what a state I've been reduced to. A perfectly good pot, and now it's ruined. Am I even allowed to live? Ho Xiaoyan's voice erupted in a furious scream, full of indignation. Who did this? Who else but your beloved son and daughter-in-law? I merely asked that little vixen to wash 2 pieces of clothing, and she protested vehemently, arguing with me in the courtyard, until she finally smashed the pot with a stone. They conspired together to bully me. If you do not help me reclaim my dignity today, I will not let this go. As Ho Xiaoyan shouted, tears began to stream down her face. You mean Su Ziking did this? Lu Zhendong questioned, incredulous. The young woman, though seemingly aloof, had always been reticent, rarely stepping outside since her arrival at their home. She hardly seemed the type to commit such an act. It was indeed her. Now it seems everyone dares to bully me. I feel utterly humiliated. Ho Xiaoyan sank to the ground, beating her hands against the floor as she wept. Lu Zhendong pursed his lips, his expression darkening. What are you still doing here? Go find her and make her compensate me for the pot. Hurry up. Lu Zhendong, overwhelmed by Ho Xiaoyan's clamor, grabbed his smoking pipe and turned to exit the house. Approaching the door of the adjoining room, he did not enter but called out through the door, Lu Yi, come out. I need to speak with you. Inside, Su Mengyao was engrossed in a book while Lu Yi was grinding sesame seeds. Upon hearing Lu Zhendong's voice, Lu Yi realized that he was likely coming to confront him. Setting down the wooden handle, Lu Yi rose to unlock the door and stepped outside. Since their last conversation regarding the division of the household, Lu Yi had not spoken to Lu Zhendong, and now, seeing him, he felt little inclination to engage. The 2 men exchanged glances. Noticing Lu Zhendong's silence, Lu Yi murmured, If there is nothing else, I'll return inside. As Lu Yi prepared to leave, Lu Zhendong seemed to want to say something, yet hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Seeing Lu Zhendong's demeanor, Lu Yi sighed and stated, Today, it was Ho Xiaoyan who bullied Su Mengyao, dousing her with a basin of cold water and hurling harsh insults. The fact that she smashed your pot is simply her just desserts. The entire neighborhood witnessed the unfolding of events, and if you harbor any doubts, feel free to inquire and ascertain the truth. Hou Xiaoyan's temperament is well known to Lu Zhendong. There is no need to seek others for confirmation. Xiaoyi, while Hou Xiaoyan may be somewhat capricious, perhaps you could indulge her a bit. The continuous discord within the household is hardly a sustainable situation. You might as well convey these sentiments directly to Hou Xiaoyan. Sighing deeply, Lu Zhendong turned and departed. Lu Yi observed Lu Zhendong's retreating figure, perplexed as to why someone like Lu Zhendong could endure a woman like Hou Xiaoyan. Before Lu Yi could enter the house, he was met with the cacophony of Hou Xiaoyan's uproar from the main room. Lu Zhendong's visit had been in vain, without a bout of her theatrics. She would not relent. Having finished preparing breakfast, Lu Tianci had hoped to accompany Du Dawei to the brigade office, where he would follow Du Dawei's directives. Assisting accountant Tian with bookkeeping, a task that promised minimal exertion for maximum reward. However, after breakfast, Du Dawei departed without summoning him. Wang Shilan called upon Lu Tianci to wash the dishes, only to subsequently present him with a large basin of clothes to launder. Faced with the hefty metal basin, Lu Tianci felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly distressed. Tianci, wash this basin of clothes thoroughly, otherwise you'll get a whiff of soap's foulness, Wang Shilan remarked, placing the washing basin before him, complete with a washboard and stinky soap. Mother, Lu Tianci could hardly fathom how. Upon his arrival at the old Du household, he had suddenly assumed the role of a housemaid. In just one morning, he had completed chores that he had not undertaken in years. Yet, this was not the end of his trials. Hurry up and wash, once you're done with these. Take down the curtains from my and your father's room. Yesterday, some child left muddy handprints all over them. A disgrace indeed. Wang Shilan tossed the command at Lu Tianci before turning away. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Tianci ground his teeth in frustration. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. For the sake of wealth and honor, I shall persevere. Lu Tianci took another spoonful of chicken soup, filled a bucket with water, and poured it into the washing basin. Grabbing a piece of clothing, he lathered it with the foul soap and began scrubbing on the washboard. As Du Mei awoke at the break of dawn, she did not rise until after 9 o'clock. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Lu Tianci laboriously washing clothes and called out, "Could you fetch me some hot water? I need to wash my face." Hearing Du Mei's summons, Lu Tianci recalled the events of the previous night, igniting a flame of anger within him. He continued scrubbing the clothes, deliberately feigning deafness. "I'm speaking to you. Do you hear me?" Noticing Lu Tianci's lack of response, Du Mei closed the distance, standing behind him, and shouted, "There is hot water in the thermos. Pour it yourself," Lu Tianci retorted unwillingly. During her pregnancy, Du Mei's emotions were already quite unstable. Lu Tianci's tone of voice acted like a spark, igniting the powder keg of her frustrations. Pointing at Lu Tianci, she exclaimed with irritation, "I asked you to fetch me some hot water. Will you do it, or not?" At the sound of Du Mei's outburst, the previously absent Wang Shilan reappeared. Muttering anxiously, "What happened? What happened? Mom, look at him. I simply asked him to bring me a basin of hot water so I could wash my face. And he throws a tantrum, refusing to budge," Du Mei lamented, tears of grievance streaming down her face as she spoke to her mother. Upon hearing this, Wang Shilan's expression turned stern, her lips pursed in disapproval. She admonished Lu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, I'm not trying to criticize you. But you just got married yesterday, and you treat Mei Mei like this? What will happen in the long run? It's merely a request for some hot water. It's not a monumental task. Giving in to her once won't cost you anything." Though Lu Tianci felt a surge of anger that he could not express, he swallowed his pride and defended himself. "Mom, I was in the middle of doing laundry. Finish fetching her hot water first before you continue with your laundry. What does it matter? You've been spoiled, and over such a trivial matter, you still throw a fit. Stop washing for now and quickly get Mei Mei her hot water," Wang Shilan insisted. With gritted teeth and a heart full of reluctance, Lu Tianci ultimately rose to fetch hot water for Du Mei. For the sake of wealth and prosperity, he thought to himself, "I will endure." Chapter 21, Vomit? After washing her face, Du Mei entered the kitchen to prepare for a meal. Wang Shilan carefully brought her a bowl of chicken soup to nourish her body. Fearful of being seen by Lu Tianci, deliberately shielding the window with her body. "Mother, you are truly wonderful." Du Mei happily sipped the chicken soup, savoring her breakfast. Wang Shilan observed Du Mei with a smile, saying, "I've saved 2 chicken legs for you in the pot. The rest of the chicken has been consumed by your 2 brothers. When you feel hungry, come and eat them quietly. Don't let Lu Tianci see." "Okay, I understand. I'll avoid him when I come over," Du Mei replied, nodding while enjoying the delicious soup. Meanwhile, Lu Tianci was outside, laboriously washing clothes, venting his pent-up grievances into the basin of laundry. After satisfying her hunger, Dumei emerged from the main room. Upon seeing Lu Tianci still engaged in washing, she shot him a glare from behind, then intended to return to her room for a nap. Perhaps it was the richness of the chicken soup or the effects of her pregnancy, but as she took a few steps outside, a wave of intense nausea suddenly overcame her, and she could not hold back, retching against the wall. Ugh, ugh. Dumei was violently ill. Lu Tianci, noticing her distress, abandoned the clothes and rushed over to check on her. What's wrong? I'm fine, Dumei managed to say, covering her mouth and forcefully pushing him away. Once the nausea subsided slightly, she hurried back into her room, slamming the door behind her. Lu Tianci stood there in a daze, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. It wasn't the first time he had to endure such a sight, but what if? Lu Tianci wasn't sure how much more he could bear. At this moment, Lu Tianci became more vigilant, paying close attention to every movement of Dumei. As the day progressed, he indeed observed several peculiarities. Dumei seemed perpetually drowsy, frequently dozing off in her room, and she made numerous trips to the restroom. Whenever she was awake, she often sought something to eat, only to feel nauseous after consuming even a little. These signs sent a chill down Lu Tianci's spine. After washing the clothes and curtains, Wang Xilan asked Lu Tianci to tend to the vegetable garden. Busy with chores throughout the day, he finally saw Du Dawei return from outside in the afternoon. He quickly approached him. Father, father. Lu Tianci called out to Du Dawei, who had just entered the courtyard. Tianci, what is the matter? Du Dawei inquired, noticing his son in the garden. Father, didn't you say I should learn accounting from Accountant Tian? When am I supposed to go? Lu Tianci hurriedly asked Du Dawei. On his first day of marriage, he felt utterly exhausted at home. If this continued, he would be worn out. He was eager to go to the brigade office, partly to escape the household chores. About that, Du Dawei chuckled. I've already made arrangements. I'll get you a nominal position at the brigade office, and your work points will still be counted. You just need to show up occasionally. There is no need for you to actually do anything. You may remain comfortably at home, assisting your mother with the household chores. After saying this, Du Dawei patted Lu Tianci on the shoulder and smiled as he walked towards the main house. Lu Tianci's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The pot at home had been shattered, leaving a gaping hole that could not be repaired. Ho Xiaoyun felt an intense frustration gnawing at her, yet she found herself powerless. The two individuals in the side room were neither easy targets nor soft as ripe fruit, and she struggled to figure out how to confront them. Let us buy another one, Lu Zhendong remarked, seated on a bench while smoking. Buy? You say that so easily. Why don't you give me some money? We have so little left. I could almost split a penny in half to make it last. Go confront those little wolves and make them pay. You returned in the blink of an eye, accomplishing nothing. I don't care if we have no pot to cook with. Then you can starve. Ho Xiaoan retorted fiercely, sitting cross-legged on the Kong. Lu Zhendong silently puffed on his cigarette, saying nothing. For all the earnings he and Lu Yi made were held tightly in Ho Xiaoyun's hands, leaving him with no means to purchase a new pot. As her anger grew, Ho Xiaoyun abruptly jumped off the Kong and began to dress. What are you planning to do? Lu Zhendong asked softly, concerned that she might go to the side room to stir up trouble. This family is unbearable. I am going to find Tianci, Ho Xiaoyun declared sharply, pushing the door and leaving the house. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had finished grinding sesame seeds in the side room and prepared a bowl of sesame paste. Getting ready for the delivery required the day after tomorrow. Noticing Su Mengyao still engrossed in her studies, Lu Yi initially intended to invite her to help with the cooking. However, after their recent quarrel, he hesitated to say anything. Instead, he picked up the dough board and flour to knead the dough himself. Su Mengyao glanced sideways at Lu Yi, pouting slightly, showing no intention of offering assistance. This time, Lu Yi chose to make a large pot of noodles instead of pancakes. After frying some chili oil with sesame oil, the enticing aroma filled the room. He then chopped some scallions, minced garlic, added salt and soy sauce, and finally mixed in the sesame paste and chili oil, creating a delicious bowl of sesame noodles. Carrying the bowl, Lu Yu entered the room, seeing Su Mengyao still motionless. Absorbed in her book, he couldn't help but smirk. He sat down beside her and began to eat heartily. Not only did he eat, but he also exaggerated the sounds of slurping, making it quite loud. Oh, how fragrant! Lu Yi exclaimed, savoring the aroma. Su Mengyao furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering with annoyance. This is simply too aromatic. I can't resist. I must have another bowl later. Suddenly, Lu Yi's teasing made Su Mengyao's stomach growl audibly. Hearing the sound, Lu chuckled. Don't hold out. Eat first. Or you'll have no strength to be angry. Su Mengyao bit her lip, glaring at Lu Yi, and quietly muttered, You were such a rascal. Putting down her book. She descended from her seat and made her way to the kitchen, where a bowl of prepared noodles awaited her on the counter, patiently waiting for her to indulge. Su Mengyao picked up her bowl and chopsticks, indulging in her meal with great enthusiasm. The moment a mouthful of sesame sauce noodles entered her mouth, a delightful aroma enveloped her senses, and the subtle spiciness tantalized her taste buds, prompting an immediate salivation. Unable to resist, she took another generous bite. Despite his faults, this fellow possessed a remarkable culinary skill. Meanwhile, in the main house, Lu Zhendong found himself alone, rummaging through the cupboard for 2 cold leftover steamed buns, hoping to pair them with hot water, only to discover that the thermos was completely empty. Hou Xiaoyun had consumed all the hot water without bothering to boil more. Chapter 22. A meal invitation. Lu Zhendong hesitated momentarily before he lifted the teacup and rapped on the door of the side room. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yi opened the door to find Lu Zhendong holding a dry bun in one hand and an empty teacup in the other. Xiaoyi, do you have any hot water in your room? Could you fetch me some? Seeing Lu Zhendong's pitiful appearance, it was evident that he had gone without a meal. I cooked some noodles, and I have a bowl left. I'll get it for you. Lu Yi opened the door and turned back to the kitchen, scooping a bowl of noodles from the pot, seasoning it expertly, and presenting it to Lu Zhendong. Here, enjoy. The noodles were generously coated with a thick layer of sesame sauce, emanating an enticing aroma, with a spoonful of chili oil in the center, making it particularly appetizing. Lu Zhendong accepted the bowl, having not indulged in such a delightful dish for quite some time. Have you eaten? He inquired, refraining from picking up his chopsticks, instead directing the question at Lu Yi. I've finished, you go ahead. Observing Lu Zhendong's forlorn expression, Lu Yi felt a mix of frustration and sympathy. All right. Lu Zhendong tossed the bun into the teacup and set it aside, then finally picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After a long day of laboring in the fields, he was famished. With just a few mouthfuls, he had devoured half of the bowl. Haha. Did you make these noodles? They're remarkably delicious, Lu Zhendong chuckled. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoyun arrived at Du Daoi's home. As she stepped into the courtyard, she spotted Lu Tianci sitting amidst the vegetables, busily picking them. Dressed in an apron and with sleeves rolled up, he resembled a devoted house husband. Such chores were tasks Lu Tianci would have never been allowed to touch while at home, prompting a pang of sympathy in Hou Xiaoyun as she approached him. Tianci, why are you out here picking vegetables? Where is your wife? Mom, you're here. Upon seeing his mother, Lu Tianci felt a sudden wave of grievance wash over him, akin to a child who, after falling, can hold back tears until the sight of their mother magnifies the hurt. His hands were sore and red from a day spent washing clothes, with the skin on his knuckles worn away. What happened to your hands? Why are they all damaged? Hou Xiaoyun grasped her son's hands, concern etched on her face. It's nothing, Mom. I just washed a couple of items and accidentally rubbed them raw. Lu Tianci, aware of Hou Xiaoyun's temperament, refrained from mentioning any details that might provoke her anger towards the Du family, worried it might affect their opinion of him. Tianci, are the vegetables ready? A voice called from the main kitchen. Wang Xilan. Almost done, Lu Tianci called back over his shoulder. You, this child. Taking your sweet time picking a few vegetables, and I'm here waiting on you, Wang Xilan chided, briskly exiting the kitchen. She happened to catch sight of Hou Xiaoyun in the courtyard. Oh, my dear mother-in-law has arrived. Wang Xilan's words were heard in their entirety by Hou Xiaoyun. Her son, usually so reticent with words, had only just arrived at the Du family residence when Wang Xilan reprimanded Lu Tianci so harshly that the veins on Hou Xiaoyun's forehead began to throb. Wang Xilan! Hou Xiaoyun exclaimed in exasperation. Quick-witted, Lu Tianci swiftly grasped his mother's arm and led her out of the courtyard. Why are you dragging me? Hou Xiaoyun protested. Shoo. Lu Tianci pressed a finger to his lips, desperately urging her to quiet down. Once they had exited the courtyard, he finally released her hand, pleading earnestly. Oh, Mother, please don't cause a scene. If they hold a grudge against me, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I'm counting on the Du family to be my support. My son, you always say the Du family can make you rich. But why has your mother yet to see any evidence of that? Have you lost your senses? Hou Xiaoyun reached out to touch Lu Tianci's forehead, finding no apparent issue. Since the last matchmaking session, Lu Tianci had repeatedly insisted that the Du family possessed wealth and connections, and that by becoming their son-in-law, he could leverage their resources for success. Hou Xiaoyun had always trusted her son's words, but now, observing Lu Tianci's situation within the Du family. She saw no signs of his promised prosperity. "Mother, you must believe me. The time has not yet come. When national policies change next year, that will be my moment of transformation. All my patience now will be worth it." Lu Tianci's words seemed more of a self-soothing mantra than a reassurance for his mother. "Seeing you like this pains my heart." Ho Shaoan grasped Lu Tianci's hand. Her gaze filled with sorrow as she noticed the wounds upon it. In the courtyard, Wang Shilan's voice rang out again. "Tianci, go fetch a bundle of firewood. The flames in the stove are dying down." "I know, Mother, I'll be right there." Lu Tianci called back to the courtyard before turning to Ho Shaoyan. "There's no need for you to stay. You should head back. I'll come visit you in a couple of days." With that, he hurried back to the Du family residence to gather firewood. Ho Shaoyan had initially come to see her son and perhaps share a meal, but to her dismay, she had been pulled out before even entering the house. Seeing Lu Tianci and the Du family felt like confronting a replica of Lu Zhendong, which made her heart ache. "Oh dear," she sighed helplessly, turning to make her way home. Meanwhile, Lu Zhendong finished his bowl of noodles in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind. He peered into the pot with a look of longing. "Not enough? Shall I make you some more?" "No, it's fine. I'm full." Lu Zhendong replied as he returned his bowl to Lu Yi, then handed over his teacup. "Could you pour me some noodle broth?" Lu Yi ladled some steaming broth into Lu Zhendong's cup. He took a sip, savoring the warmth. As Ho Shaoyan stepped through the door, she chanced upon a sight that rendered her already unappealing visage even more elongated. "Humph." She glared at Lu Yi, letting out a cold huff, and turned on her heel, making her way back to the main room. Lu Zhendong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, offered a forced smile and hurried after her, carrying a teacup. Inside, Lu Yi diligently washed the dishes. Moments before, he had prepared a bowl of mixed noodles for Lu Zhendong, a gesture not lost on Su Mengyao, who recalled how only a few days prior, Lu Yi had uttered words of severance. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Zhendong's hunger, he had still taken the time to prepare a meal for him. After all, they were father and son. Lu Yi was not devoid of compassion. Returning to the room, Ho Shaoyan sat on the heated bed, simmering in her anger. Lu Zhendong glanced her way but remained silent, setting the teacup aside and lighting a cigarette. Draw. He seemed to do nothing but smoke all day. The pot was leaking, rendering him incapable of cooking. Did he genuinely wish to starve her? "I suggested purchasing a new pot, yet you refused. What am I to do? There are still 2 steam buns. Perhaps you could manage with the noodle broth?" Lu Zhendong, unusually verbose, lamented. "Fine. You retreat to that room to feast, leaving me with nothing but cold buns. It seems you all conspire against me." In an instant, Ho Shaoyan was overwhelmed with tears once more. Chapter 23, Breach of Defense. As dusk descended, Su Mengyao draped a quilt over the window, ensuring it was securely fastened. Suddenly, she turned to Lu Yi and said, "Could you procure some fabric coupons? It is rather unseemly to use a quilt as a curtain. It may invite unwarranted gossip." Acquiring fabric coupons was not a daunting task. One could easily exchange grain coupons at the county for them. Indeed, as Su Mengyao pointed out, relying on a quilt for such purposes was quite inelegant, especially considering it was her floral-patterned quilt. "All right, I will collect the money tomorrow evening and procure some fabric. If there is anything else you wish to purchase, do let me know so I can bring it back," Lu Yi replied. Su Mengyao bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper as she shyly requested, "Then please get a yard of cotton fabric and half a pound of cotton. And it would be best to also buy 2 rolls of toilet paper." "I shall remember," he assured her. Observing Su Mengyao's bashful demeanor, Lu Yi found himself puzzled. After all, what was there to feel shy about when requesting mere cotton and toilet paper? Upon further reflection, he quickly grasped the implications of such items, a slight smile gracing his lips as he chose not to comment further. As night enveloped the village of Dongsheng, tranquility gradually took hold. After completing his evening routine, Lu Yi nestled into his bed and soon succumbed to slumber. It had been quite some time since he had toiled in the fields, and to avoid raising suspicion, he planned to rise early the next day to join the others from the production team in their agricultural labors. Farmers typically commenced their work at dawn, when the first light of day broke, providing an ideal temperature, neither too cold nor too warm, while sparing them from the sun's relentless heat. By midday, the day's tasks in the fields would be completed, and all would conclude their labor. The team leader would then record the attendance, which would ultimately be summed up by the brigade's accountant. Thus, those oblivious to the realities of rural life might mistakenly believe that farming was devoid of hardship, unaware that while they slept, others were already hard at work. Under the bright moonlight, which illuminated the quiet village like a street lamp, Lu Tianci, exhausted from the day's labors, fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. After an indeterminate time, the sound of a wild cat's mewing pierced the stillness. The noise startled Du Mei, who had been resting with her eyes closed, prompting her to open them abruptly. Lu Tianci, deep in slumber, snored heavily, showing no signs of awakening even as Du Mei waved her hand in front of him. Satisfied that he was indeed asleep, Du Mei quietly slipped out of bed, donned her trousers, and threw on a jacket. She tiptoed to the door and, upon opening it, a gust of cool air rushed into the room, brushing against Lu Tianci's face and startling him awake. The door creaked softly as it closed, yet it was enough for Lu Tianci, now alert, to catch the sound. "Who is there?" he murmured, but no reply came. Turning to the side, he noticed the space beside him was empty. Du Mei, who had been sleeping next to him, was nowhere to be found. Had she gone to the restroom? It was quite normal for her to rise at night. Meow, the wild cat called again. Where could that cat possibly be? Lu Tianci fell back onto his bed, yearning to drift into slumber once more. However, the haunting sound of the cat's cry echoed in his mind, growing increasingly unsettling. Such a sound did not belong to a legitimate feline. With a sudden burst of urgency, Lu Tianci threw off the covers, hastily donned his clothes, and flung open the door to pursue the source of his unease. Outside, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the entire courtyard. He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Du Mei. He rushed to the outhouse, only to discover it was empty. Du Mei was nowhere to be found. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Upon further inspection, he noticed that the previously locked courtyard gate now stood ajar. He distinctly remembered securing it himself just before retiring for the night. It was inconceivable that it could have been opened without someone exiting. Venturing beyond the gate, he found the path eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life. Just as he contemplated returning to the courtyard, he caught sight of a bundle of straw tumbling down from a nearby haystack. Approaching cautiously, guided by the moonlight, he heard hushed voices emanating from behind the straw. "Be gentle. You're hurting me. My little darling, I've missed you terribly. I've been cooped up for days, and I finally managed to sneak out. You must compensate me well. Isn't this already compensation? What more do you want from me?" As Lu Tianci drew nearer, the voices became increasingly distinct. It was unmistakably Du Mei's voice. She was behind the haystack with another man. "Ah, be careful. I must tell you, I'm carrying your child. If you're too rough, you might harm him, and then you'll have no son. I'm just anxious to greet our son, you know. By the way, did you sleep with that green turtle last night? Even if you invited him to be your son-in-law, he cannot share your bed. You are mine, understand? I am yours, forever yours, cousin. Hurry up." Lu Tianci stood at the edge of the haystack, listening to the sordid exchange, fury surging within him, his head nearly bursting from rage. He could endure being a son-in-law. It was not the first time, and he could bite his tongue. He could tolerate washing clothes, cooking meals, and toiling for the sake of wealth and glory. Even the suspicion of Du Mei's pregnancy had not broken him. But now, just behind the haystack, his newlywed wife, married for but a day, was yielding herself to another man, donning the proverbial green hat from head to toe. Lu Tianci's eyes burned crimson with fury. His patience, once steadfast, shattered completely at the sound of Du Mei exclaiming, "Cousin, you're amazing." He had reached his breaking point. "How dare you?" Lu Tianci roared, circling the haystack and delivering a fierce kick to the man engaged with Du Mei. Ah! The sudden blow startled Du Mei into a scream. The man, caught off guard, was sent tumbling, his shock palpable. "Who are you?" Lu Tianci, consumed by rage, charged at the man, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Under the moonlight, Du Mei's delicate legs appeared exceptionally fair. In a state of panic, she frantically sought her trousers, yet the area was strewn with straw scattered by Lu Tianci's kicks, making her search fruitless. "Please, do not strike me. It is all a misunderstanding." At that moment, Lu Tianci resembled a character from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, as he mounted Du Mei's cousin, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. The victim cried out for mercy, pleading incessantly. The commotion quickly roused the neighboring residents, with several homes illuminating their lights. "Die, you shall perish." Lu Tianci, in a frenzy, disregarded everything, nearly losing his sanity. The lights in the Du family residence also flickered to life, as Du Yong and Du Meng emerged from their home, hastily donning their garments. At last, Du Mei located her trousers, hurriedly putting them on. Clutching her waistband with one hand and gripping the collar with the other, she dashed towards her home. Why was there a commotion at this late hour? Who could it be? It sounded like Du Mei's son-in-law. Let us investigate, lest someone be harmed. As Du Yong and Du Ming arrived at the courtyard entrance, a disheveled figure came rushing towards them, weeping as they ran. Chapter 24. The exuberant Du Dawei in the dead of night. Du Mei's appearance resembled that of a ghost, sending shivers down the spines of her brothers, Du Yong and Du Meng. Who goes there? Du Meng barked. Do not shout. It's me. Ergo. Du Mei urgently whispered as she slipped between her brothers, making a beeline for the main house. Du Yong and Du Meng exchanged bewildered glances filled with questions. Why is it Mei Mei? Oh, please, stop. I beg you. Don't hit me. In the distance, Du Mei's cousin was being pummeled by Lu Tianci, wailing for mercy. The two brothers rushed forward, only to find Lu Tianci ferociously attacking someone beneath him. Lu Tianci, what on earth is happening? Du Yong could only identify Lu Tianci, unable to discern the identity of the victim beneath him. I'll kill you. Lu Tianci shouted, ignoring everything around him, lost in his fury. Yong Ge, save me. It's Ding Hui. Please help me. Ding Hui. Du Yong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his cousin found himself under Lu Tianci's assault. Du Ming was equally bewildered. He had almost intervened to assist Lu Tianci, only to hear Ding Hui's voice. One was his brother-in-law, the other his cousin. Whom shall we assist? Du Ming inquired of Du Yong. Assist? First, let us separate them, Du Yong whispered, taking the initiative to grasp Lu Tianci, attempting to pull him away. Seeing his elder brother take action, Du Ming followed suit, and together they managed to lift Lu Tianci off Ding Hui. Finally gaining a moment to breathe, Ding Hui scrambled away, desperate to distance himself from Lu Tianci. His bare backside, illuminated by the moonlight, was quite the spectacle. Let me go. I will kill him. Meanwhile, Du Dawei and his wife, hearing the commotion outside, lit a lamp and donned their clothes, intending to investigate. Just then, Du Mei burst in, sobbing uncontrollably. Wailing, she plunged into Wang Xiaolan's embrace. Oh dear, what has happened? Du Mei, still clad in straw with her pants askew and her clothes in disarray, startled Wang Xiaolan. Wah! Du Mei remained silent, her tears flowing freely. Observing his daughter in such a state, Du Dawei bellowed. Why are you crying? What on earth has happened? Speak. My cousin came, and then Lu Tianci saw them, and they started fighting. Du Mei stammered. Though her explanation was somewhat muddled, Du Dawei and his wife grasped the situation entirely. I've told you countless times, yet you refuse to listen. Must you drive us to our graves before you are satisfied? Du Dawei fumed. They had just secured a son-in-law for Du Mei to conceal the scandal arising from this incestuous affair. Yet, merely a day into their marriage, the two had found themselves entangled once more, caught red-handed by Lu Tianci. If this matter were to get out, the old Du family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the village. As the village secretary, Du Dawei would surely be the subject of ridicule. He turned and rushed outside, eager to ascertain the current situation. Lu Tianci was being held back by Du Yong and Du Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hui hastily donned his trousers. Yet some villagers who had come out early caught sight of him in his undignified state, pointing and whispering among themselves. Du Dawei quickly arrived at the scene and, upon witnessing the commotion, felt a surge of anger. Everyone disperse. My two children merely had a bit too much to drink and exchanged a few words. There's nothing to see here. Hurry back to your homes and get some rest. There's work to be done in the fields tomorrow. He invoked the authority of his position as village secretary, gesturing with both hands to shoo away the surrounding villagers. As he approached, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Seeing Du Dawei, Ding Hui became visibly anxious. Under the moonlight, he could not discern Du Dawei's expression, but he knew that whatever awaited him would not be pleasant. The last time he had encountered Du Dawei, he had been beaten nearly to death and confined at home afterward. I should head home. My mother is waiting for me to sleep, Ding Hui stammered, attempting to make his escape. Without hesitation, Du Dawei delivered a kick, more forceful than Lu Tianci's, sending Ding Hui sprawling to the ground, rolling twice. Get inside. Du Dawei's icy voice sent chills down Ding Hui's spine. Ignoring the pain, he limped hurriedly toward the old Du family courtyard. You return as well, Du Dawei commanded coldly as he passed Lu Tianci. Everyone reconvened in the main room of the old Du house, where Du Mei, disheveled, hid under the calm, while Wang Xiaolan stood protectively in front of her, casting an angry glare at Ding Hui and Lu Tianci. Lu Tianci gritted his teeth, surveying the room filled with those in the know. At this point, he grasped the full extent of the situation. Du Mei and her cousin had clearly been involved in this scandal more than once, and now, in a desperate bid to cover their indiscretions, they sought a son-in-law to take responsibility for the child. He had foolishly approached and chosen Du Mei himself. The thought filled him with loathing towards the entire Du family and especially towards Lu Yi. This green hat should have been worn by Lu Yu. Du Dawei emerged from outside with a rattan stick, mercilessly striking Ding Hui before Lu Tianci's eyes. With a single blow, Ding Hui was left bloodied and bruised. Ding Hui collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony while screaming in despair. Crack! Crack! 2 more lashes followed, sending Ding Hui's spirit into a frenzy. Lu Tianci felt a chill run through him. Du Dawei was truly striking with the intent to kill. Did I not tell you? If you dare come here again, I will end your life. Du Dawei's face remained expressionless as he continued to strike down upon Ding Hui, who no longer had the strength to scream. Fallen to the ground, he gazed at Wang Xiulan with pleading eyes. Aunt, please save me. Wang Xiulan, unable to bear the sight any longer, rose and shielded Ding Hui, saying, no matter what, he is my sister's child. Are you truly going to kill him? With a resounding slap, Du Dawei struck Wang Xiulan across the face, the force of which sent her stumbling back onto the bed. If it weren't for your interference, would this have happened? Wang Xiulan, having endured the blow, lay on the bed in silence. Du Mei covered her mouth, weeping softly, while Du Yong and Du Meng stood at the door, equally mute. Lu Tianci was taken aback. Du Dawei had always maintained a relatively amiable demeanor in the village, enjoying considerable respect. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a ruthless executioner, bloodthirsty and menacing. Du Dawei's cold gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Tianci, their eyes locking, causing Lu Tianci to involuntarily shudder. If you are still unsatisfied, use this to strike him again. Du Dawei offered the rattan whip to Lu Tianci. The once passionate Lu Tianci felt his fervor extinguished and did not take it. He realized that this implement could very well be lethal. And having yet to become the wealthiest, he had no desire to relinquish his life for anyone. Chapter 25. Humiliation is but temporary, seeing that Lu Tianci remained unresponsive. Du Dawei cast the rattan whip to the ground. He then turned to Lu Tianci and spoke in a grave tone. This is the final time. Such occurrences shall never transpire again, I assure you. As long as you and Du may lead a harmonious life, I shall not let you suffer. In his previous life, a similar predicament had confronted Lu Yi. Without hesitation, Lu Yi opted for divorce, extricating himself from the inferno that was the Du family, viewing it as a mere folly, and thus not a loss. Thereafter, he accepted the hush money Du Dawei had thrust upon him and ventured to the county town to seek a livelihood. Now, the same dilemma presented itself before Lu Tianci. He felt as though he had bitten into a mouthful of fresh excrement, revulsion washing over him. Yet he was simultaneously captivated by Du Dawei's promise of benevolence. After all, in Lu Tianci's eyes, Lu Yi had ascended to great heights with the support of the Du family, expanding his business exponentially, ultimately becoming the wealthiest man in the province. A status that filled him with envy. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a cascade of questions surged within Lu Tianci. Did Lu Yi encounter any setbacks in his previous life? Was he aware of his role as a pawn? Did he choose to endure in silence? Noticing Lu Tianci's prolonged silence, Du Dawei surmised that perhaps the incentives he provided were insufficient. And thus continued, the commune is in need of a clerk. With your junior high school education, you would surely excel. I shall visit the commune's secretary tomorrow to recommend you for the position, a role that many aspire to attain but few can secure. Really? Lu Tianci inquired, his wavering heart softening further at the prospect. A minor official is still an official. Though the clerk's position may be modest, it is still a civil service role. Should he attain this position, he would benefit from state-provided grain and enjoy the privileges afforded to government employees, thereby circumventing many obstacles. Indeed, Du Dawei affirmed. Lu Tianci glanced at Du Mei, who cowered in the corner, and then at Ding Hui, who lay prostrate on the ground. Although a lingering resentment remained in his heart, it paled in comparison to the allure of a brighter future. Lu Tianci mused to himself, once I am prosperous, I shall have my pick of women. Humiliation is but a temporary state. The king of you endured hardship and remained resolute. Han Xian faced humiliation beneath another's legs. A small affront may jeopardize a grand plan. After forcibly reshaping his mindset, Lu Tianci resolved to accept his circumstances. Father, you must uphold your word. Du Mei must never again be involved with him. Otherwise, the truth will inevitably come to light, and it will adversely affect you. Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally graced Du Dawei's cold visage. I was right about you, my good child. Rest assured, should they dare to wrong you again, I shall break their legs. Du Dawei placed a hand on Lu Tianci's shoulder, feeling gratified by his awareness of the situation. After the storm settled, peace returned to the Du household. Ding Hui, battered and bruised, was assisted by the brothers Du Yong and Du Ming back to his own home. Du Mei accompanied Lu Tianci to their new residence. The large red wedding characters on the furniture remained untouched, resembling a gaping smile that mercilessly mocked their plight. The following day, as dawn broke, Liu rose early, washed up, and had a modest meal of thin rice porridge before joining his fellow members of the production team in the fields. With a hoe slung over his shoulder, he walked amidst the crowd. Have you heard? Last night, Secretary Du's son-in-law got into a fight with his nephew. That fellow even managed to tear off his nephew's trousers. One voice exclaimed, "Is that true? Why would two men fight and strip each other?" Another replied, "Many people witnessed it, so it must be real. Isn't Secretary Du's son-in-law Lu Tianci?" As Li listened to their chatter, a smile crept onto his lips, while others might be oblivious to the details. He was all too aware. He must be furious, Li speculated. Suddenly, a hand landed on Lu Ye's shoulder, followed by a familiar, mischievous face leaning in closer. "Brother Yi, you've finally come down to work. After all these days, are you tied down by your beautiful wife at home?" The voice was unmistakable. It belonged to Chun Hao, a member of the same production team. Much like Lu Yi, Chun Hao had dropped out of school early to help with farm work and earn labor points. They were of similar age, and the team leader often paired them together, resulting in a close camaraderie. "Well, you're not wrong," Lu Yi chuckled. "I truly envy you for marrying such a lovely young woman without spending a dime. Meanwhile, I'm still fretting over the bride price." Chun Hao sighed, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "Have you not settled things with Shattering yet?" Lu Yi casually inquired. In his previous life, after quietly divorcing Du Mei, he had left Dongsheng village and remained largely unaware of many local happenings. "What can we settle?" "When my family went to propose, Shaoxing's father immediately demanded 300 yuan as a bride price, as if he had lost his mind. My father got so angry that he just pulled us away. At this rate, I fear my relationship with Shaoxing is doomed." Chun Hao shook his head in resignation. "That is indeed quite a sum to ask. 300 yuan in this era is no trifling matter. It might be manageable in the city for a dual-income family, but in the countryside, very few households can afford such a sum. Hasn't Shaoxing tried to persuade her father?" "That's exactly what frustrates me. She didn't utter a word in front of him. What do you expect me to do?" Upon arriving in the fields, Lu Yi used his hoe to loosen the soil around the seedlings, also weeding as he worked. In this era, lacking chemical fertilizers, the soil's fertility was insufficient, and the seedlings grew slowly. Loosening the soil and weeding was essential for their better growth. As the sun climbed higher, Lu Yi and his companions completed their labor for the day. With their hoes in hand, they prepared to return to the village. On the path through the fields, a bicycle approached from behind. The rider was none other than Lu Tianci, who had just returned from the commune. Early that morning, Du Dawei had borrowed the accountant's bicycle to take Lu Tianci to the commune. Without much effort, Lu Tianci successfully arranged for himself to serve as the secretary. This once again highlighted Du Dawei's capabilities, and Lu Tianci willingly accepted Du Dawei's arrangement, preparing to commence his duties at the commune the following day. Du Dawei remained behind for a meeting at the commune, while Lu Tianci set off on his return. On his way, he happened to encounter Lu Yi, who was carrying a hoe and returning from the fields after a day's labor. Ding ding. "Excuse me." Riding his bicycle, Lu Tianci deliberately passed by Lu Yi, akin to a gust of wind, feeling quite self-satisfied. Before Lu Yi could utter a word, Chun Hao interjected, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that Lu Tianci? I heard you were caught in quite a scandal yesterday. So you have such peculiar tastes?" Chapter 26. The servants of three surnames. Lu Tianci halted his vehicle, his expression cold as he turned to look back. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who undressed a man?" He had spent the morning with Du Dawei at the commune and had not heard the village gossip, completely oblivious to what Chun Hao was insinuating. "You know, word has spread throughout the village about your little altercation with your cousin in the straw pile last night. Wasn't he your cousin bare-bottomed? Who else could it have been but you?" With a boisterous shout, Chun Hao drew the attention of the crowd towards Lu Tianci, inciting laughter from several onlookers. Li joined in the mockery, taunting him mercilessly. Lu Tianci's face darkened. He had not anticipated that last night's incident would be the talk of the town. Yet, the gossip was grossly exaggerated. "Stop your nonsense. We merely had a few drinks and exchanged some words before things escalated. I certainly did not undress him. His pants just broke." It was impossible for Lu Tianci to reveal the truth, so he resorted to the flimsy excuse provided by Du Dawei the previous night. Spinning a convenient lie. Haha. His words only incited louder laughter from the crowd. No one cared about the veracity of the pant incident, they were merely entertained. By attempting to explain, he inadvertently confirmed the rumors that he, indeed, had a brawl with a bare-bottomed man. What are you laughing at? Faced with their derision, Lu Tianci shot a cold glare and retorted, you lot are destined to be nothing but laborers for your entire lives. All you can do is chatter in the fields, never amounting to anything. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. You are the most successful among us, having become a son-in-law. Such an honor, indeed. We could never aspire to that. Oh dear, when you have children, they will have to take the surname Du, I suppose. Chen Hao, with a sharp tongue, sought to poke fun at Lu Tianci's vulnerabilities. What was meant to be a mere jest unexpectedly struck a nerve. The child in Du Mei's womb bore neither the surname Du nor Lu. It was Ding. Lu Tianci felt a surge of unspoken anguish. What did you just say? Repeat that. He steadied his bicycle and pointed an accusing finger at Chen Hao. I can repeat it 8 times if need be. I'm not afraid of you. I'll say it until it drives you mad. With an overwhelming sense of superiority, Chen Hao twisted his body to further provoke Lu Tianci. Having a good relationship with Lu Yi, he often stood by him against Lu Tianci, especially since Lu Yi frequently faced bullying from Hou Xiaoyan and her son. Lu Tianci directed his ire at Chen Hao but found himself at a loss. Accustomed to a life of comfort, his physique was no match for the hardiness of Chen Hao, who performed manual labor daily, having suffered defeats at his hands before. Unable to outsmart or overpower Chen Hao, Lu Tianci shifted his focus to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, don't pretend to be uninvolved. You're the one who instigated Chen Hao to insult me. Lu Yi initially intended to quietly mock the situation and leave it at that. After all, there are many matters that should remain unspoken. If the affairs of the old Du family were to be divulged from his lips, Du Dawei, that formidable figure, would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Moreover, Lu Yi was quite content to observe Lu Tianci behaving foolishly and had no intention of engaging in a war of words with him. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Tianci, oblivious to the danger, unable to best Chen Hao in a verbal exchange, dragged Lu Yi into the fray. Which of your ears heard that I was the one who instigated this? Lu Yi inquired slowly. It's definitely you. Lu Tianci insisted, resolutely blaming Lu Yi. Fine. If you say so, then it must be true, Lu Yi replied, feigning acceptance. You've admitted it. Lu Tianci gritted his teeth in frustration, noticing the onlookers around them. He cunningly remarked, how could you, my brother, command outsiders to bully your own kin? It's astonishing that you could stoop so low. Pa, such a treacherous heart. Let us clarify this. I have no ties to you, a mere servant of 3 surnames. If you seek kinship, find someone else, Lu Yi retorted with a dismissive smirk, his voice loud enough for all to hear. The villagers were well aware that Lu Tianci had been brought into the old Lu family by Hou Xiaoyan, making him Lu Ye's half-brother. However, Lu Yu brazenly labeled Lu Tianci a servant of 3 surnames. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the romance of the 3 kingdoms would recognize that the term servant of 3 surnames was a phrase used by Zhang Fei to insult Lu Bu. Lu Yi, do enlighten us on how he fits the description of a servant of 3 surnames. A curious villager inquired with a grin. Before coming to our family, he originally bore the surname Li. After joining us, he adopted the surname Lu. That's 2 surnames right there. Now, as the son-in-law of the old Du family, according to traditional customs, he should now be referred to as Du Lu. Isn't that 3 surnames? Lu Yi explained, raising a finger for emphasis. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the sound piercing Lu Tianci's ears like daggers. Indeed, he is a servant of 3 surnames, haha, Chen Hao exclaimed, pointing at Lu Tianci, nearly breathless with laughter. Lu Tianci's face darkened to an extreme, his teeth almost grinding to dust. He had intended to showcase his prowess before Lu Yi, but instead had become the fool. Lu Yi, Chen Hao, you will regret this, Lu Tianci shouted threateningly, pointing at them before hastily mounting his bicycle and speeding away. Chen Hao draped an arm over Lu Ye's shoulder, watching Lu Tianci flee as he chuckled. Bro, you really showed him. I bet everyone in the village will end up calling him the servant of 3 surnames. That label will stick to him like glue. Lu Yi joined in the laughter, taking pleasure in Lu Tianci's humiliation. After all, it was a title he had eagerly embraced, so let him bear the consequences. Let us head home. After returning the tools in front of the warehouse, Lu Yi and Chen Hao parted ways, and Lu Yi made his way home alone. As he neared his house, he noticed a figure standing by the gate from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Mengyao. What are you doing standing outside? Why don't you come in? Lu Yi asked as he approached. Su Mengyao's expressive eyes were imbued with a hint of annoyance. I truly wish to enter. Lu Yi glanced toward the courtyard gate, only to discover that it had been locked. Was it Hou Xiaoyan who did this? Lu Ye's brow furrowed slightly. His irritation towards the troublesome Ho Shaoan had reached a considerable peak. When I visited the educated youth station and returned, she was standing in the courtyard. And I witnessed her locking the door with my own eyes before she deliberately concealed herself inside. Lu Yi examined the lock on the door, searching for a larger stone, yet found nothing of the sort. Stand back. He instructed Su Mengyao to create some distance and stepping back. Li lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the courtyard gate. The wooden gate, weathered by the elements, had long succumbed to decay. With Lu Ye's forceful kick, the entire gate quivered in response. The internal latch was tightly secured, and the gate emitted a piercing creak. Unyielding, Lu Yi did not relent. He continued to kick the door with relentless determination. After 7 or 8 strikes, the screws and nails holding the latch finally gave way, and the gate swung open with a resounding crash. Chapter 27. Kicking the door. Ho Shaoan had been inside the house, gazing out of the window. She had observed Su Mengyao leaving that morning, having intentionally locked the door. Her intent was to keep Su Mengyao outside, relishing in the act of vexing her as a means of avenging past grievances. True to her desires, Su Mengyao was confined outside for over half an hour, and the sight of her basking in the sun brought Ho Shaoyun immense satisfaction. However, her delight was short-lived, as Lu Yi returned. Upon witnessing Lu Yi forcefully break down the door and escort Su Mengyao into the courtyard, Ho Shaoyun, consumed by fury, stormed out of the house. How could you? I merely took a short nap, and you've reduced a perfectly good door to this state, you wastrel. As soon as she emerged, her signature voice rang out. Lu Yi, observing Ho Shaoyun's clumsy display, retorted coldly, well, you certainly seem to be in a deep slumber. I've been kicking the door for quite some time, yet you didn't bother to come out and open it. You ought to be cautious. One day, you might truly sleep so soundly that you never awaken. Ho Shaoyun glared at him. You little beast, do you dare curse me to death? Mom, what is happening? Outside the courtyard, Lu Tianci hurried in. He had just delivered a bicycle to the brigade office and was eager to share the news of his new position as the brigade clerk with Ho Shaoan. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught sight of his mother embroiled in yet another quarrel with Lu Yu. Tianci, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back sooner, I would have been bullied to death by them. Seeing her son, Ho Shaoan expressed her grievances with palpable distress. Tianci, life has become unbearable. That little wretch smashed my pot, and I haven't had a warm meal in 2 days. Her words were laced with sorrow. That little beast, Lu Yi, is complicit in tormenting me. Look at what he has done to the door. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, Tianci, when you're not home, everyone feels entitled to bully your mother. Fear not, mother. I am here to support you. Lu Tianci's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Yi. I haven't yet settled the score for what you said to me on the road earlier, and now you dare to bully my mother? Let us settle both old and new grievances at once. Earlier, Lu Yi had Shen Hao by his side, instilling fear in Lu Tianci. But now, seeing Lu Yi alone, Lu Tianci felt emboldened and prepared to confront him. Lu Yi, too, was ready for a fight, eager to teach Lu Tianci a lesson after their previous encounter had left him unsatisfied. Both were primed for a confrontation when Lu Zhendong entered the courtyard. Immediately noticing the door's disarray. Who did this to the door? How could it be destroyed in such a manner? Upon seeing Lu Zhendong return, Ho Shaoan seized Lu Tianci's arm and tearfully exclaimed, You old fool, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, your precious son would have dismantled this family. Behold the state of that door, kicked and rendered unrecognizable. Is this not a sheer waste? The door now stands askew, its latch irreparably damaged. Witnessing such destruction, Lu Zhendong's heart brims with anger as he strides into the courtyard, cigarette in hand. He fixes a piercing gaze upon Lu Yi. You never allow for a moment's peace. What grievance have you against that door? Why, in your right mind, would you kick it? Lu Zhendong's ire stirs a reciprocal annoyance in Lu Yi. He detests being the target of Lu Zhendong's accusations, especially as it seems he is continually cast as the sole villain in their household. Why did I kick the door? Perhaps it is due to your delightful daughter-in-law, who, once everyone had departed, intentionally locked the door, preventing anyone from entering the courtyard. Now, even the master cannot gain access. What purpose does this door serve? Who locked the door on purpose? I merely secured it out of fatigue, concerned about potential theft. Had you returned and called out, I would have opened it for you. You came back in silence, as if you were mute, and now you lay the blame at my feet. Ho Shaoan exclaimed. Lu Zhendong's expression darkens. The tumult within this household has reached a point of unbearable chaos, with no respite in sight. What had begun as mere bickering has escalated to physical confrontations, and now to the destruction of property. First, it was the pot, now it is the door. Lu Zhendong's gaze, aflame with fury, rests upon Lu Yi. Regardless of the circumstances, you ought not to destroy property. I remained silent about the pot. But now you have kicked the door. If this continues, will you move on to dismantling the house? Can we not find a moment of tranquility? A chill runs through Lu Yi. Just last night, he had prepared a bowl of noodles for Lu Zhendong, and today he stands accused, met with hostility. If you desire peace so earnestly, it is a simple matter. From tomorrow onward, let us erect a wall dividing this courtyard along the gable of the two houses. Henceforth, let no one trespass into another's domain. With that, Li grasped Su Mengyao's hand and retreated into the side room, ignoring the three outside. Lu Zhendong, incensed by Lu Ye's defiance, turned to Ho Shaoan. Before he could speak, she erupted into tears once more. Did you not witness it? That is your beloved son. A veritable ingrate. Speak but a word to him, and he grows impatient. Now, he won't even allow me a word. He has struck me. As a stepmother, I have offered nothing but kindness, and yet I might as well be dead. Ho Xiaoyan's lamentations rendered Lu Zhendong powerless. He sighed and retreated to the main house. Once he departed, Ho Xiaoyan ceased her tears. Well, I shall see to it that he receives his due. Father still favors his son, Lu Tianci lamented. After all that, he did not even raise a hand. In the past, he would have struck him with the cigarette holder. Ho Xiaoyan exhaled a breath of relief. Father is indeed growing more restrained, but rest assured that ungrateful wretch shall inherit not a single penny of this family's wealth. It shall all be left to you. In regard to this dilapidated household, I must confess that it has not captured my admiration. Observing the courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Tianci expressed his disdain. At this moment, his mind was consumed by visions of future success, rendering the meager possessions of the old Lu family utterly insignificant in his eyes. My dear child, having spent merely a few days at the Du residence, how could you become so arrogant? Ho Xiaoyan remarked, slightly displeased with her son's words. Yet, Lu Tianci merely smiled, his lips curling with confidence as he replied, I possess the credentials to be audacious. I have returned to inform you that I am now the clerk of the commune, and tomorrow I shall commence my duties there. Upon hearing this revelation, Ho Xiaoyan was filled with delight. Is that truly the case? Of course it is, mother. The Du family is affluent and influential. With just a few words from Du Daji, I secured this position. Relying on him, I am certain to ascend to great heights. This dilapidated house and courtyard will soon hold no significance for me. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Chapter 28. Settling the account upon hearing that her son had become the commune's clerk. Ho Xiaoyan was filled with joy, repeatedly exclaiming her delight. However, when she glanced towards the side room, she spat disdainfully. TCH. That little wretch. Let him cry inside. My son is now the commune's clerk and will soon enjoy rationed grains, infuriating you. As her son entered the room, she declared, Mother will prepare a feast for you. Let us celebrate this momentous occasion. Ho Xiaoyan then ushered Lu Tianci into the main room. Meanwhile, Lu Zhendong rummaged through the house for a hammer and long nails, intending to repair the courtyard gate. What are you up to? She inquired. I am going to fix the door, he replied. Ho Xiaoyan's expression darkened. That useless tool will only waste our resources. Our Tianci has achieved something great. He is now the commune's clerk. Hurry to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy a new pot, along with a pound of pork belly. I wish to prepare a splendid meal for Tianci to celebrate. She pulled out money, astonishingly handing Lu Zhendong a meat coupon. It was evident just how elated she was at that moment. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to the fact that all of this had come at the expense of Lu Tianci's last shred of dignity. Lu Zhendong accepted the money and the meat coupon, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had heard about the altercation between Lu Tianci and his cousin Du Mei and intended to inquire about it. However, before he could utter a word, Ho Xiaoyan eagerly recounted Lu Tianci's new position as clerk. Hurry up. Do not dawdle, she urged when she noticed Lu Zhendong's hesitation. Oh, Lu Zhendong replied, setting down the hammer and nails, and took the money to the cooperative. Consuming meat was an extravagant affair, not only due to the exorbitant price of 88 cents per pound, but also because pork was in limited supply. Often, the cooperative would go 5 or 6 days without receiving any pork. When Lu Zhendong arrived at the cooperative, he found the meat counter completely bare, not even a scrap of pork skin in sight. Upon inquiry, he learned that the cooperative had not sold any pork for 4 days. In the side room, Lu Yi splashed water on his face. Lacking a clock, he could only discern the time by listening to the loudspeakers outside. Are you hungry? I can heat up some rice for you, Su Mengyao asked Lu Yi, having toiled in the field since dawn and returning just before noon. Lu Yi indeed felt a pang of hunger. All right, after I eat, I must head to the county town. Today marks the day I settle accounts with Zhao Xiaolong. 2 days should suffice for him to sell all the goods from last time. Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao bit her lips slightly. Lu Yi had stood up for her twice, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. However, knowing that Lu Yi was engaging in risky business, she did not wish for him to encounter trouble. Be cautious, and do not let anyone catch you. I will, he assured her. Eat the rice. I hope to return soon. After a simple meal, Lu Yi left home, making his way alone to the county town. The first high school of Huasyan dismissed its students promptly at 4 p.m., and this was precisely where Lu Yi had arranged to meet Zhao Xiaolong to settle their accounts. At the entrance, only a handful of parents were waiting expectantly for school to dismiss. The sound of the dismissal bell echoed within the school grounds. Lu Yi stood beneath the wall on one side of the gate and soon spotted Zhao Xiaolong's figure. This fellow had arrived noticeably earlier than him, waving from across the street. Why did you have to choose this place, with so many people around? Zhao Xiaolong, dressed in tattered clothes, dared not approach the school gate for fear of being mistaken for a delinquent by the teachers, opting instead to hide in a nearby alley. I prefer it here precisely because of the crowd. Even if you're being watched, it's easier to slip away in the chaos. Lu Yi, seasoned in the art of evasion, was well aware of the methods employed by those who monitored illicit activities. The agents from the office dedicated to tackling such issues were no less skilled than the police, favoring surveillance, following, and long-term strategies to catch bigger targets. The roads surrounding the first high school were interconnected, and at dismissal time, they overflowed with people. Even if Zhao Xiaolong were to be followed here, Li felt confident he could escape amidst the tumult. Zhao Xiaolong paused, glancing at the throng of students pouring out of the school gates, before chuckling, "It's a pity you're not a spy. Have you sold everything?" Lu Yi inquired. "I was just about to mention that. These goods sell like hotcakes. I distributed them, and within a day, they were all gone." Zhao Xiaolong looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby in the alley, then pulled out a wad of cash and a stack of ration tickets from his pocket. "Here. The money is all here. 70 bottles of sesame paste and 16 bottles of sesame oil. After deducting the fees, it's a total of 34 yuan. Here is 7 for yuan, and there are 86 jin of ration tickets. Count them." Lu Yi took the money without counting and stuffed it into his pocket. "Aren't you going to count it? If you can come, the money won't be short." A smile graced Lu Yi's lips as he replied, "Prepare to receive the goods tomorrow morning. Can we manage to get a bit more this time, or perhaps once a day?" Zhao Xiaolong eagerly asked. "Not yet. I'll do my best. Now I must go." Having secured the money and ration tickets, Lu Yi did not linger. He nodded to Zhao Xiaolong, then turned and vanished into the throng of students dispersing after school, as if he were a master of stealth. Zhao Xiaolong, who enjoyed reading comics and listening to storytelling, held a deep admiration for the heroes depicted in martial arts tales. At that moment, Lu Yi appeared to him as a reclusive master. With over 7 yuan and 80 jin of ration tickets in his possession, Lu Yi eagerly made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county town. Compared to the one in Qingshan Township, this cooperative was larger, stocked with a wider variety of goods, and bustling with more people. Recalling Su Mengyao's words, he intended to purchase fabric for curtains, along with half a jin of cotton, a foot of cotton cloth, and 2 rolls of toilet paper, all of which were available here. However, aside from the toilet paper, the other 2 items required tickets, and lacking fabric and cotton tickets, Lu Yi needed to find someone to exchange for them. He lingered outside the door, and before long, a man approached him. "Hey, looking to exchange tickets?" In an extraordinary era, the persistent existence of ticket scalpers can be attributed to the tangible solutions they provide to the populace. For families burdened by a large number of dependents and insufficient rations, the dilemma of sustenance becomes paramount. The only recourse is to devise means to procure food, often resorting to exchanging fabric and oil coupons for grain tickets. In this context, these scalpers assume a significant role. How does one exchange grain tickets for fabric and cotton tickets? Lu Yi inquired softly. The individual beside him responded in a hushed tone, 3 pounds for 1 yard, and 1 pound of cotton for 5 pounds of grain tickets. Rest assured, I engage in these exchanges daily and guarantee fairness. So what do you say? Shall we proceed? After a brief mental calculation, Lu Yi replied, "Yes, I would like 10 yards of fabric tickets and 1 pound of cotton tickets. Follow me." The man instructed without making eye contact, uttering a final note as he turned towards a narrow alley. Lu Yi trailed behind, and in the secluded passage, the two completed their transaction. Just before parting, the scalper called out softly, "My friend, if you wish to exchange tickets again, just seek me here." "Certainly. I will return for further exchanges." Lu Yi replied with a smile before plunging into the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 29. Acquiring a chicken. The fabric in the supply and marketing cooperative is available in large rolls, measured with a lengthy wooden ruler, allowing customers to purchase as much as they desire. The fabrics are categorized into high, medium, and low grades. A complete outfit crafted from premium material could easily exceed 100 yuan, a sum typically reserved for weddings. It is common to engage an experienced tailor for such garments, resulting in a rather dignified appearance. Li aimed to make curtains and selected the cheapest coarse linen, purchasing 8 feet. Recalling Su Mengyao's specific request for 1 foot of pure cotton fabric, he also acquired an additional 2 feet of medium-grade snowflake cotton. The seasoned salespeople often forego scissors. After measuring, they simply make a slit and tear the fabric with a swift, confident motion, efficient and precise. He also added a pound of Xinjiang cotton. With these purchases, Lu Yi spent a total of 3.7 yuan, nearly equivalent to the profit he earned from processing 8 pounds of sesame. This led him to ponder quietly. Money, regardless of the circumstances, is always easier to spend than to earn. As Lu Yi prepared to exit the cooperative, he was suddenly drawn in by the enticing aroma of meat. With an empty stomach, the scent of raw meat was irresistible, stirring his appetite. Following the scent, he discovered a stall where freshly plucked white chickens had just been delivered. The moment meat was available, the patrons of the cooperative flocked to the stall. Without a second thought, Lu Yi dashed outside to find the group of ticket vendors, exchanging 10 pounds of grain tickets for a meat ticket. Just as he received the ticket and turned to return, some patrons inside began to realize what was happening. Some rushed home to retrieve their tickets, while others, like Lu Yi, were willing to part with their grain tickets to procure meat. Upon his return to the stall, he found that only 1 chicken remained. Moments later, Lu Yi triumphantly emerged from the cooperative, one hand grasping the white chicken and the other carrying the fabric and cotton. By the time he returned home, the sky had darkened significantly. Su Mengyao was at the stove, steaming buns, and the kitchen was filled with a warm, steamy atmosphere. The door was ajar, allowing steam to escape into the cool air. As Lu Yi entered, he waved the chicken before Su Mengyao. "Chicken, where did you get this?" Her eyes widened at the sight of the bird. Although chickens and dogs were not uncommon in rural areas, they were treasured possessions in every household, with the commune enforcing stringent regulations on raising poultry. This led to a local adage: raising 3 chickens is communism, while 4 signifies capitalism. Ironically, if anyone in the village raised chickens or ducks, and even removed their tail feathers, it was euphemistically referred to as tail cutting. The few chickens that were kept were primarily for laying eggs and were seldom consumed. Since arriving in Qingshan Township, Su Mengyao had not tasted chicken even once. Now, seeing the white chicken, her cravings surged. Naturally, it had been purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Yi presented the fabric and cotton to Su Mengyao. "This is what you requested." She accepted the items, glancing down to inspect them. The roll of cotton was clearly more than half a pound, and the cotton fabric measured 2 feet. "Primarily, the fabric is white. How did you manage to purchase so much?" "I am uncertain of your intentions. I simply acquired all those tickets, and any surplus can be kept." At this moment, Lu Yi's focus was entirely on the white feather chicken. On his way back, he had already conceived several culinary methods. He could hardly contain his eagerness to chop the chicken into pieces and place it into the pot. Su Mengyao, clutching the cloth, glanced at Lu Yi, who was engrossed in preparing the chicken, pursed her lips, and then retreated to the inner room. Lu Yi plucked the remaining feathers and chopped the chicken with deftness, cleaning the meat in one fluid motion. When Su Mengyao returned and removed the steamed buns from the pot, he immediately began to stew the chicken. Sought scallions and garlic in sesame oil. He added soy sauce to the pan, then tossed in the cleaned chicken pieces to stir-fry. As the steam evaporated, the enticing aroma of the chicken began to waft through the air. Su Mengyao stood nearby, her mouth watering from the delightful scent. Gulp. Unable to resist, she swallowed. It had been far too long since she had savored meat. How much longer must she wait? She could not help but inquire. Lu Yi poured hot water into the pot and covered it with a lid. Soon, after half an hour of simmering, it would be ready. The chicken, tender and flavorful, would be worth the wait. It was indeed a torturous 30 minutes. Compared to the chicken in the pot, the steaming buns beside it lost their allure entirely. Su Mengyao squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, waiting anxiously. Why must it take so long? In the main room next door, Lu Zhendong returned with a new pot, but without any pork belly, much to the chagrin of Ho Xiaoyan, who scolded him. With no meat available, She utilized the last bit of cooking oil to prepare a few oil cakes for Lu Tianci. During this transitional spring season, when fresh vegetables were scarce, she stir-fried potato shreds with pickled cabbage. Lu Tianci relished the oil cakes alongside the stir-fried potatoes, finding them quite delectable. "Mom, these oil cakes are truly delicious," he exclaimed, devouring 3 in quick succession, thoroughly enjoying himself. "If they are so tasty, then eat your fill. There are 2 left," Ho Xiaoyan said, placing the plate of oil cakes directly beneath Lu Tianci's mouth, leaving none for Lu Zhendong. Lu Tianci, not one to be polite, deftly grabbed a pair of cakes, biting into both at once. Lu Zhendong licked his lips and lowered his head to sample some pickled cabbage. After consuming 5 oil cakes, Lu Tianci let out a long, satisfied belch. Setting down his chopsticks, he remarked, "Mom, it's getting dark. I must return home." Ho Xiaoyan gazed at her son with reluctance. "Allow me to see you off. You will wash the dishes afterward." Just before he exited, she did not forget to instruct Lu Zhendong. He swallowed the last morsel of bun and began to collect the dishes. In the side room, after sufficient time had passed, Liu lifted the pot lid. An intense aroma of meat immediately filled the air, wafting through the door. Lu Tianci, his belly round and full, had only taken a few steps outside when he caught wind of this enticing scent. "It's the smell of meat. Who is stewing meat? It smells like chicken," he declared confidently, inhaling deeply. Although he had just finished a hearty meal, Lu Tianci could not help but salivate at the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Ho Xiaoyan, too, caught a whiff of the delicious scent and, like Lu Tianci, took several deep breaths to savor it. It seemed to emanate from that room. Taking a few steps toward the side room, Ho Xiaoyan found the fragrance growing increasingly intense. Upon reaching the door, she peered through the crack and caught sight of Su Mengyao holding a plate while Liu ladled spoonfuls of stewed chicken inside. "Where did you get the chicken?" Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she flung open the door. Lu Yi, noticing her presence, replied irritably, "I stewed a chicken. And now I've summoned a weasel. What bad luck." Lu Tianci also arrived at the door of the side room. His eyes fixated on the plate of chicken in Su Mengyao's hands, filled with longing. "It's not just one, but a whole brood," Liu remarked sarcastically. Chapter 30. The chicken leg. "This chicken must surely have been stolen by you," Lu Tianci exclaimed with conviction. Earlier that day, he had encountered Lu Yi on the road, and at that time, Liu possessed neither chicken nor money nor meat coupons, rendering the possibility of him having purchased it utterly implausible. Thus, in Lu Tianci's view, the only logical explanation was that Lu Yi had pilfered the chicken. "I'm in a good mood today and have no time to deal with you. Go find somewhere cool to stay," Lu Yi said, setting down the spatula and picking up a wooden stick for kindling as he approached the door. "Don't linger here and spoil my appetite. It's bothersome." He shooed away the pair that bore a striking resemblance to mother and son, then firmly closed the door. With a loud clang, Liu not only shut the door but also secured it with a lock. The window, which once allowed light to spill forth, was abruptly obscured by a piece of cloth, rendering the interior invisible. Su Mengyao hung the coarse cloth she had recently purchased over the window. "This chicken must be his doing," Lu Tianci persisted, nudging Ho Xiaoyan with his elbow, signaling her to summon Lu Zhendong. He envisioned a repeat of the last incident, where Lu Zhendong would confront Lu Yi, providing them with a spectacle to behold. However, Ho Xiaoyan, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, whispered, "This little rascal dares to steal chickens. We cannot let him off so easily. Go find out whose chicken has gone missing and inform them of this little thief's misdeed. Then we shall see how he fares when the rightful owner confronts him." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianci's eyes brightened. "Mother, your ideas are indeed clever. There are only a few families in the village that raise chickens. I shall inquire immediately, when the owner arrives and catches him red-handed. I wonder how Lu Yi will manage to remain in this village after that." "Go quickly," Ho Xiaoyan urged. With excitement, Lu Tianci dashed out of the courtyard to inquire who had lost a chicken. In the side room, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao sat cross-legged on the kong, a fragrant plate of stewed chicken and warm steamed buns between them. "Let's eat," Lu Yi declared, immediately reaching for a succulent chicken leg. From the moment they sat down, Su Mengyao's eyes had been fixated on that very chicken leg. Upon hearing Lu Yi's command to eat, she too swiftly reached for it, only to find herself a moment too late as Lu Yi had already claimed it for his bowl. Her gaze remained glued to the chicken leg in Lu Yi's bowl until she watched him take a bite, seeing the juices ooze from the tender meat. The chicken leg she had longed for had been consumed by him. Unwilling to give up, Su Mengyao began to search the plate for another chicken leg. "What are you doing? Digging through the plate is not a good habit," Liu remarked with a light scoff. "I'm looking for a chicken leg," Su Mengyao replied without lifting her head. There's only this large one left. The other has been chopped into small pieces. Hearing this, Su Mengyao halted her search, lifting her gaze to see the large chicken leg in Lu Ye's bowl, now stripped to the bone, and then glanced at Lu Yi, whose face was smeared with grease. She pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. It was as if she was brewing something within, yet also holding back. Why? Are you going to cry? Here. Have a chicken leg. That should suffice. Lu Yi spoke, placing the chicken leg, which he had already gnawed on, into Su Mengyao's bowl. You've already eaten from it. She pouted, murmuring softly. I made the entire chicken by hand. If you find it distasteful, then don't eat a single bite. With that, Lu Yi took his empty bowl, rose, and made his way to the kitchen. Su Mengyao gazed at the chicken leg in her bowl, noticing that the drumstick portion remained untouched by Lu Yi. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to avoid the area he had bitten and decided, I'll only eat from this side. She earnestly tried to convince herself. It had been quite a while since she had savored a chicken leg. Her delicate lips parted, and her pearly teeth sank into the meat, unleashing an intense and delectable aroma that filled her mouth. Exquisite. It was, without a doubt, the most delicious meal she had enjoyed during her years in Qingshan Township. Su Mengyao reveled in the sweet flavor of the chicken leg. Lu Yi returned from the kitchen, a chicken bone protruding from the bowl he carried. Su Mengyao, who had been lost in the ecstasy of flavors, was now taken aback. Didn't you say the other chicken leg was chopped into small pieces? Lu Yi smiled faintly. I was merely teasing you. Su Mengyao stared at Lu Yi in disbelief, taken aback by his unexpected words, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. A single crystal tear began to form in her eyes. Why are you like this? After so many days under the same roof, Lu Yi realized that Su Mengyao was not as aloof as she appeared. She harbored a certain fragile femininity within. His earlier jest was intended to elicit a reaction, but he never anticipated it would bring her to tears. Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly. Hey, I was just joking. I saved this chicken leg just for you. Come, let us swap. Lu Yi transferred the chicken leg from his bowl to Su Mengyao's, then reclaimed the half-eaten leg. Is that better? At your age, why are you still crying like a child? Aren't you ashamed? Without hesitation, Lu Yi bit into the chicken leg, right where Su Mengyao had just taken a bite. Don't eat that. By the time Su Mengyao spoke to stop him, Lu Yi had already chewed a mouthful of meat. What's wrong? Lu Yi looked up at Su Mengyao, noticing her astonishment. I bought the chicken and cooked it. You have no reason to prevent me from eating, do you? It's fine. Su Mengyao sighed, refraining from mentioning her previous bite. Looking down at the large chicken leg in her bowl, she set her chopsticks aside and grabbed the bone, taking large bites. Her originally delicate lips now parted a little wider. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Su Mengyao bit into the meat with fervor, as if she were not consuming a chicken leg, but rather Lu Yi himself. Su Mengyao took a hearty bite, not only tearing into the meat but also crunching on some of the delicate cartilage, producing a delightful crackling sound in her mouth. This sight sent a shiver down Lu Ye's spine. Such formidable teeth, truly impressive. After departing from the esteemed Lu family, Lu Tianci visited 3 households that raised chickens, yet none admitted to having lost any. Upon arriving at the 4th household, Lu Tianci refrained from entering the home, instead making his way towards the chicken coop in the yard. Inside the coop, 2 hens were nestled in the straw, dozing peacefully. Suddenly, a stranger crouched before them, startling the hens into a flurry of frantic flapping and clucking. Who goes there? The owner of the house, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate. Those 2 hens were treasures to their household, laying an egg each day, and thus were watched over with utmost vigilance. Lu Tianci rose to his feet. Uncle Qin. It's me. I came to inquire whether you've lost any chickens. Old man Qin crouched down to inspect the nesting box, and, upon seeing both hens safely inside, he felt reassured. Had I not come out to check, they might have actually gone missing. Lu Tianci furrowed his brow. What sort of remark is that? I kindly came to ask if you've lost any chickens, yet you treat my goodwill with disdain. How could you question my intentions? You. Keep your distance from my hens. Best not to entertain any thoughts about those 2 old hens of mine. Why do you have to be like this? Just like this. Now leave. Leave. Chapter 31. No reasons. Lu Tianci was unceremoniously expelled, leaving him in a state of disarray. Instead of locating the owner of the missing chickens, he himself was unjustly branded as a thief. What kind of predicament was this? As he departed from old Qin's residence, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. In the village, only a handful of families raised chickens, and he had already inquired with all of them. Yet no one had reported any loss. As Lu Tianci ambled along the village path, he pondered who else might be keeping chickens, unbeknownst to him. Suddenly, 2 figures approached him. though he remained oblivious to their presence. With his head bowed, he continued walking until the two individuals stood directly in his path, effectively trapping him. "Don't block the way," Lu Tianci complained, lifting his gaze to discover that the ones obstructing him were none other than his two elder brothers-in-law, Du Yong and Du Ming. "Big brother, second brother, it's you." Du Ming's strong arm encircled Lu Tianci's shoulder. "Let us head to the threshing ground. We need to discuss something." "Why must we go there? If you have something to say, just say it here. The threshing ground is so far away. And it's pitch dark. What is the point?" Lu Tianci winced slightly under Du Ming's grip. "Stop the nonsense and hurry up," Du Yong urged from behind. Reluctantly, Lu Tianci was dragged by his two brothers-in-law to the threshing ground, situated over 500 meters from the village. This area was merely a flattened plot of land, devoid of cement, where grains were spread out to dry each autumn after harvest. Typically, it was deserted, an expanse of emptiness. "Why did we have to come all the way here?" Lu Tianci queried, sensing an ominous undertone in Du Yong and Du Ming's demeanor. Their forceful handling of him did not bode well. With no one around, Du Yong and Du Ming finally released him. "Talking? Before we converse, let me relieve some frustration," Du Ming declared, stepping forward with clenched fists, then delivering a powerful blow to Lu Tianci's abdomen. The force of the strike caused Lu Tianci's insides to convulse painfully. Having just consumed 5 oily pancakes and a considerable amount of pickled vegetables, he doubled over in agony. Ugh! Du Ming's punch had induced a violent reaction. And as Lu Tianci knelt on the ground retching, Du Ming frowned. "So, you were merely a fade. Weren't you quite formidable last night? What happened to you now?" As Lu Tianci heaved, Du Ming refrained from further assault. "Why are you hitting me?" Lu Tianci managed to ask, suppressing his nausea as he looked up at Du Ming. "Do I need a reason to hit you?" Du Ming grinned broadly. Du Yong, observing Lu Tianci's disheveled state, spoke coldly. "We hit you for what transpired last night. Our family values its reputation greatly, yet your antics have spread gossip throughout the entire village, bringing shame upon us all. Is it my fault for the embarrassment? Shouldn't you blame Du Mei for her actions?" Lu Tianci retorted through gritted teeth. "I think we've gone too easy on you." Du Ming rushed in front of Lu Tianci and, lifting his leg, delivered another kick, knocking Lu Tianci to the ground. Unrelenting, he continued to rain down blows, striking Lu Tianci's body multiple times until he curled up, shielding his head with his arms. After a few more kicks, Du Yong finally intervened, grasping Du Ming's arm. He then squatted down before Lu Tianci and said, "Let me make this clear. While you may indulge in reckless eating, do not utter words carelessly. Du Mei has done nothing wrong. If you dare speak another falsehood, our family will ensure you regret it. Consider this a warning. Should you continue to bully Du Mei or show her disdain, we will not let this matter rest." As he spoke, Du Yong patted Lu Tianci's head, demanding, "Do you understand?" Lying on the ground, Lu Tianci felt as though his body had been shattered. The humiliation inflicted by Du Yong ignited a fierce hatred within him, and he glared coldly at him. "Clean yourself up before heading home. If you dare report to my father, we will beat you again," Du Yong declared with a victorious smile before calling out to Du Ming, "Let us head home." Before departing, Du Ming made a fist gesture towards Lu Tianci. The threat unmistakable. Lu Tianci remained on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. At the Lao Lu household, Ho Shaoan stood inside, glancing out the door every few moments. Why haven't they returned yet? Lu Tianci had been gone for quite some time. Given that there were only a few families raising chickens in the village, he should have brought someone back by now after asking around. Lu Zhendong, seated on a stool, observed Ho Shaoan pacing and finally asked, "What is the matter with you? Just smoke your cigarette. Why do you have to meddle in everything?" Ho Shaoan retorted coldly. In the side room, Li Yi rubbed his belly, feeling uncomfortably full. In his previous life, he had savored countless delicacies, yet nothing compared to the delightful flavor of today's stewed chicken. This was truly due to his current body, which had been deprived of richness for too long. Su Mengyao also felt satiated, her hands smeared with greasy broth, her lips equally soiled, entirely devoid of her usual goddess-like grace. "It's so delicious. I thought I couldn't eat anymore, yet I still want more." However, there was nothing left. The chicken had been devoured, leaving only bones behind. Lu Yi pointed at the emptied plate and said to Su Mengyao, "You should clear the dishes. I can't eat another bite. I need a break too. I feel like I might burst," Su Mengyao replied, leaning back against the wall, appearing utterly drained. "I told you not to eat the buns, just the chicken." "But you wouldn't listen," Lu Yi teased, observing the disheveled Su Mengyao with a smile. The two of them had consumed an entire 4-pound chicken in one sitting. After regaining some composure, Lu Tianci finally got up from the ground, dusted off the dirt from his clothes, and grimaced as he made his way back to the village. Upon returning to the Lu household, Lu Tianci pushed open the door and entered the main room. Upon seeing her son return, Ho Xiaoyan joyfully inquired, "Did you find it? Whose family lost it?" Lu Tianci, clutching his abdomen, replied, "I didn't find it." It was only then, illuminated by the light within the room, that Ho Xiaoyan noticed the dirt and footprints on Lu Tianci's clothes. Instantly alarmed, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! What happened to you? Who hit you?" "Tianci, please tell your mother. Who did this? I will confront them." "I'm fine. I simply tripped while walking. It's nothing serious." Lu Tianci withheld the truth from Ho Xiaoyan, as he was not yet prepared to sever ties with the Du family. He still had objectives to achieve. He must endure. "I'll rest for a moment, then I'll head home," he added. The footprints on Lu Tianci were unmistakably evident, and Ho Xiaoyan's heart ached with concern. "You child. Even after being harmed, you refuse to disclose who did it. This only makes me anxious." Lu Zhendong set down his pipe and asked, "Was it Du Mei's cousin who sent someone to hurt you?" Clearly, the rumors circulating in the village had reached Lu Zhendong's ears. Chapter 32. Foot washing water. How could Du Mei's cousin possibly send someone to confront Tianci? Ho Xiaoyan, not well liked in the village, had not been informed of the altercation involving Lu Tianci. Upon hearing Lu Zhendong's words, she turned to her son with a puzzled expression. "Tianci, what is going on?" Lu Tianci furrowed his brow, his demeanor one of annoyance. This was a matter he could neither explain nor disclose. He could only endure the suffering in silence. "Oh, can you all just stop asking? It's so bothersome. I've already said, I simply fell. No one hit me. Had I known, I wouldn't have returned." Clutching his stomach, Lu Tianci turned and strode out. "I'm going home." "Tianci, my son." Ho Xiaoyan, filled with concern, hurried after him, yet Lu Tianci quickened his pace, disappearing into the night, enveloped by the shadows of the Lu family courtyard. No matter how much she called, he did not halt. Returning inside, she lamented, "All day long, you only know how to sulk. What on earth is happening? Why was Tianci attacked? And what about Du Mei's cousin? You must tell me." Lu Zhendong set down his smoking pipe. "I heard that last night Tianci got into a fight with Du Mei's cousin outside their home. It seems Tianci even stripped him of his trousers, leaving quite a scene. I noticed some footprints on him and suspected that perhaps the cousin sought revenge." "Is that so?" Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed, her frustration mounting. "This reckless child, even when bullied, dares not confide in me. It truly tests my patience." She glared out the window, anger swelling within her. How could Lu Tianci not inform her, his mother, of such a significant incident? Lu Zhendong sighed. He's grown up, with his own ideas. You ought not to interfere. How ridiculous. Tianci has endured so much suffering in his youth. Who will care for him if not I? With a coward like you, I have no expectations. I will go to the Du family and confront Du Dawei directly. I intend to find out why his relatives are bullying my son. With that, Ho Xiaoyan began to dress for her visit to the Du household, completely disregarding the matter of Lu Yi and the stolen chicken. "Do not go. Tianci refrains from telling you because he fears you will cause a scene at the Du's. The village head, Du, is quite concerned with his reputation. If you create a ruckus at his home, the entire village will have a laugh at our expense. How will Tianci ever show his face there again? Do not forget, Du has recently secured a clerical position for Tianci. What then? Should I just stand by and watch as my son is bullied?" Ho Xiaoyan's eyes reddened with fury. Lu Tianci was her heart's delight. How could she not be pained by the thought of him being wronged? Lu Tianci was equally incensed. Duyong had just warned him not to show Du Mei any hostility, clearly indicating that Du Mei had spoken to her brothers about him. Otherwise, Duyong and Du Ming would not have attacked him without cause. Furthermore, knowing that Du Mei was carrying another's child only fueled his anger. Enduring the burden of a green hat is one matter. Coming to terms with it is another. Covered in mud and grime, Lu Tianci returned to his new home. Du Mei was nestled in bed, gnawing on an apple. Upon seeing Lu Tianci enter, she frowned and complained, "My father said you should have returned to the village this morning. Why are you only back now? My mother has been searching for you." Lu Tianci suppressed the anger bubbling within him and replied in as gentle a tone as he could muster, "I went home for a while." "Home?" Du Mei's face, already stern, darkened further with annoyance. "You should have informed me the moment you returned from the commune. It's so late. And there is so much work at home that no one is attending to. What were you thinking?" Lu Tianci found her scolding intolerable, yet could only endure in silence as he quietly removed his soiled clothes. After indulging to the point of fullness, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao rested for a while. Su Mengyao got up from the Kong, gathering the dishes and utensils from their meal to take to the kitchen. There were remnants of greasy vegetable soup in one bowl, which she couldn't bear to discard, opting instead to cover it for dipping bread tomorrow. In that era, oil was indeed a rare commodity. Once the dishes were washed, Su Mengyao returned to the Kong, turning her back to Lu Yi as she fiddled with the newly purchased cotton and fabric. The pristine cotton from Xinjiang bore a hint of beige, which she meticulously tore into fluffy pieces, stacking them into a specific shape. Gradually, they formed a long, brick-like structure. Noticing Su Mengyao's activity, Liu crawled over to take a look. "What are you planning to do with all this cotton?" he inquired, unable to comprehend her intentions. "You spent quite a bit on this cotton and fabric. Is that any of your concern?" Su Mengyao's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she retorted. "Well, it seems that after a hearty meal, one resorts to scolding the cook," Liu chuckled, returning to the far side of the Kong to prepare his bedding. "Go fetch me some hot water. I want to wash my feet before sleeping," he instructed. Holding the cotton, Su Mengyao replied with displeasure, "You have hands. You can do it yourself. We had agreed that you would handle the household chores, so why are you going back on your word?" Li turned to look at Su Mengyao, her frown and pout bringing him unexpected joy. "I already washed the dishes," she said, her voice tinged with mock annoyance. "I know that, which is precisely why I asked you to fetch water for washing my feet. What does that have to do with doing the dishes? Hurry up. I need to get to bed early since I have deliveries to make tomorrow." His feet dangled over the edge of the Kong, ready for his foot bath. "I want to go," Su Mengyao pouted, still refusing to budge. Seeing that intimidation was futile, Li smiled slyly and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I have a few pounds of meat tickets. Should I make braised pork tomorrow, or should I stew a chicken instead?" "Braised pork. Make braised pork," Su Mengyao hurriedly interjected. "Then I shall fetch the foot wash water for you." She set aside the cotton in her hands, swiftly rose to her feet, and took up Lu Ye's battered basin before heading to the kitchen. In a short while, a basin of warm foot wash was placed at Lu Ye's feet. He tested the temperature and then comfortably submerged his feet into the basin of hot water. "How delightful." Su Mengyao gazed at Lu Ye's expression of pure enjoyment and solemnly remarked, "I have prepared the foot wash for you. But if I do not get to savor the braised pork tomorrow, I shall stew you instead." "What kind of household is this, always consuming meat?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. I merely stated that you will certainly enjoy it." Chapter 33, Saving Two Lives in the Early Morning. Lu Yi deliberately timed his departure to avoid encountering the villagers who had already gone to work in the fields. He quietly shouldered a bag and left his home. Dongxing village lacked public transportation. To reach the county town, one had to walk half the distance, while the remaining half could be traversed by bus. Though rarely did anyone choose to ride it. Li walked into the county town with his bag and arrived at the delivery location. After handing over the goods to Zhao Xiaolong, he did not rush home but instead meandered through the town, intending to purchase 2 pounds of pork to fulfill his promise to Su Mengyao. However, after visiting 2 supply and marketing cooperatives without success, he headed towards the third. While walking through a narrow alley, he suddenly heard a cry for help. "Help! Someone's being robbed." Lu Yi turned his head to glance into the alley and saw a man brandishing a knife, pressing it against the neck of a slender young man, while attempting to seize a canvas bag with his other hand. The desperate cry had come from the frail youth. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li shouted from the main road into the alley. The robber, startled by the presence of another, glanced at Lu Yi, yanked the canvas bag from the young man's grasp, and hurriedly fled deeper into the alley. "Give it back. Don't run." The slender young man, determined to retrieve his bag, attempted to pursue the fleeing figure. "Don't chase him, he has a knife. If he panics and stabs you, it would be utterly foolish," Li warned as he stepped further into the alley. In mere moments, the robber disappeared from sight, and the young man, unable to catch up, reluctantly returned. "Thank you, big brother. You just saved me," the youth said, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly still shaken. "It was just a shout. There is no need for thanks," Lu Yi replied, taking a moment to assess the young man. His hair was uneven and poorly kept, resembling a dog-esque chew toy. His eyebrows were thin like willows, and his nose was sharp. He bore a charmingly delicate face, with a voice that lacked the typical deep resonance of a man. Though his face was dirty, his features were still quite attractive, with a refined countenance. Yet, standing at around 1.60 meters, he appeared as a malnourished little eggplant among the men. His attire was shabby, only marginally better than that of a street urchin. "If you're fine, I'll be on my way," Lu Yu said. Having successfully frightened off the robber, he turned to leave. "Thank you once more, big brother," the youth expressed his gratitude again, then turned to seek the robber who had stolen his bag. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Hearing a commotion behind him, Lu Yi turned to see the slender young man lying motionless on the ground. "Hey, are you all right? Can you hear me?" Lu Yi called out, but the young man offered no response, remaining utterly still. The alley was devoid of any life. Nevertheless, it was worth a look, after all. That foolish judge was still merely a child who could be easily dispatched. Lu Yi steeled himself mentally and briskly entered the alley, approaching the frail young man. Hey, wake up." Lu Yi called several times, but the youth showed no sign of response. Could he be dead? Lu Yi extended his hand to check for breath and, upon finding it, grabbed the young man's arm and hoisted him up, hastening toward the hospital. "Hey, you need to hang in there. I've gone through a lot to save you, and if you don't make it, it will leave a significant psychological scar on me. You know?" As Lu Yi sprinted towards the hospital, he attempted to rouse the young man's consciousness. "Come on, say something. You're not that heavy. Yet you feel quite weighty. I've carried pigs for the production team before, and they were lighter than you." Lu Yi spoke breathlessly, his energy waning as sweat streamed down his forehead. "That's nonsense. There is no way I weigh as much as a pig." A feeble voice came from his back. Lu Yi glanced back to see that, although the youth still seemed weak, his eyes were open and gazing at him with a hint of clarity. "Finally, you're awake. If you hadn't tea, I would have been torn between taking you to the hospital or directly to the crematorium." Lu Yi joked lightly. "No need for the hospital. I'm fine. I just don't have any money," the young man replied weakly. Without pausing, Lu Yi continued into the hospital building, carrying the young man. "Today, encountering me is either your fortune or mine. They say saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I must have earned a 14-story one by now. Doctor, nurse, quick, come look. This person has fainted." Lu Yi shouted upon entering, directing his call towards the medical staff in white coats. The youth was placed onto a stretcher, and an emergency physician along with 2 nurses promptly arrived to assess him. After the exertion of carrying someone, Lu Yi felt utterly drained and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The doctor, after a thorough examination, removed his stethoscope and informed the nearby nurse. "This is due to hunger. He fainted from hypoglycemia. Get him a bottle of glucose." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the nurse hurried off to prepare. The doctor then addressed Lu Yi. "I'll prescribe you a bottle of glucose. Take this receipt and hurry to the payment window. Once he drinks it, he'll be fine." Hypoglycemia? Lu Yi was familiar with the term and breathed a sigh of relief. Accepting the receipt, he stood and queued at the payment window. Upon his return with the payment receipt, the frail young man was already seated in the injection room, sipping the glucose. That bottle of sugar water costs 50 cents, which is significantly pricier than plain sugar, Lu Yi remarked with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. "Thank you for saving me twice. Rest assured, I shall repay you." The young man, having consumed some glucose, appeared noticeably stronger than before. "As for repayment, let it be, as I mentioned earlier, consider it an act of kindness, a means of accumulating merit for myself. I am relieved that you are well." Lu Yi smiled. "Ah, it truly is you. I sensed it earlier when I saw your flustered demeanor. Is this your friend?" Wang Min, still adorned with her 2 braided pigtails, approached Lu Yi with a beaming smile. "We have just met. He collapsed on the road, and I brought him to the hospital." Lu Yi chuckled. "I did not expect you to possess such a warm-hearted nature." Wang Min glanced around before whispering to Lu Yi, "I have set aside the bottles you requested. You may take them with you when you leave. I am immensely grateful to you." Lu Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, having forgotten to bring any white rabbit candy today. Wang Min smiled, pulling 2 pieces of white rabbit candy from her pocket and placing them into the hands of the frail young man. "You fainted due to low blood sugar. Remember to eat regularly. Take these 2 pieces of candy. Consume one when you feel hungry. They are quite sustaining." "Thank you." "Not at all." After Wang Min departed, Lu Yi prepared to leave. "I have already covered the cost of the glucose. You need not worry. Since you are well, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment," the young man called out as Lu Yi turned to leave. "What is it?" "You have saved me twice. I must know the name of my benefactor." The young man looked at Lu Yi. "My name is Lu Yi, with Yi signifying wild grass." Lu Yi smiled and then turned to exit the infusion room, disappearing beyond the door. Chapter 34. Becoming attached. Once they exited the infusion room, Lu Yi followed Wang Min to the storage room, observing the overflowing bucket of 4 bottles. Lu Yi chuckled. "Thank you. However, I came in such haste that I neglected to bring you any white rabbit candy. I shall make amends next time. It's quite all right." "My motives extend beyond mere sweets," Wang Min replied with a warm smile. "I never would have guessed you possessed such kindness, having rescued that little street urchin. Neither did I anticipate that I would save someone in my lifetime. It was merely a coincidence, a fortunate timing, Lu Yi responded with a smile, grabbing a silk bag nearby and beginning to fill it with the empty bottles. Before long, the bag was brimming, and Lu Yi hoisted it onto his shoulder. I shall take my leave now. I will visit you again soon. Very well, Wang Min assisted in holding the door open, allowing Lu Yi to exit with the heavy bag. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Lu Yi spotted the frail figure once more. Why haven't you left? He inquired. I was waiting for you, the slender youth replied. It turned out that immediately after Lu Yi had departed, the young man had chased after him from the injection room. Not finding Lu Yi in the corridor, he had hastened to the entrance, deliberately awaiting his arrival. Waiting for me? What for? Lu Yi asked, somewhat taken aback. The youth, having consumed glucose, had regained his strength and, eyeing the glass bag on Lu Yi's shoulder, asked candidly, What exactly are you carrying? Lu Yi chuckled, finding the young man rather amusing. I cannot divulge that information. The youth pouted and crossed his arms defiantly. If you don't tell me, I already know. You are carrying 4 bottles. The nurse just gave them to you, correct? You cannot deceive me. I overheard everything. Lu Yi simply smiled and continued on his way. The bag slung over his shoulder. Unwilling to relent, the youth quickened his pace and stayed closely beside Lu Yi. Big brother. What do you need all these empty bottles for? Lu Yi remained silent. Come on, just tell me, the youth pressed. Seeing that Lu Yi would not respond, the young man resorted to a more persistent tactic. If you don't tell me, I will follow you wherever you go. Lu Yi, burdened with the weight of the bottles, walked over a mile without a word, with the youth trailing closely behind. The streets ahead were sparsely populated, prompting Lu Yi to halt. Feigning a fierce demeanor, he glared at the youth, declaring, I warn you, if I become truly angry, it's quite intimidating. Do not follow me any longer, or I shall strike you. Lu Yi clenched his left fist and gestured toward the youth. The young man took a step back, a hint of fear evident on his face. Humph. Lu Yi smirked, satisfied with the reaction. He turned and continued walking. The youth remained rooted in place, watching Lu Yi's retreating figure. After a moment, he resumed his pursuit, stealthily trailing Lu Yi from a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Occasionally glancing back, Lu Yi noticed that the youth was still following him, which ignited a flicker of irritation within him. He then quickened his pace, attempting to shake off his persistent companion. However, burdened by the heavy load, he found it challenging to pick up speed. As the young man observed the swift pace of Lu Yi, he too quickened his steps. Whenever Lu Yi halted, he followed suit. When Lu Yi resumed walking, so did he. The distance between them remained a mere 3 to 5 meters, akin to an unyielding adhesive. Passing by a sesame cake shop, Lu Yi paused and placed the bag from his shoulder onto the ground, casting a glance at the young man not far off. Comrade, I would like a sesame cake, please. It cost 3 cents. Lu Yi paid and began to savor the delectable treat. The cake, sprinkled with salt, emitted an enticing aroma with each bite. As Lu Yi indulged in the crispy exterior and the tender, chewy interior of the sesame cake, he replenished his strength. The young man, observing Lu Yi devouring the cake, licked his lips in longing. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the shop, requesting, 1 sesame cake for me as well. 3 cents. However, the young man had not a single cent to his name, and he turned his gaze toward Lu Yi. Would you be so kind as to treat me to a cake? I haven't eaten all day. On what grounds? Lu Yi replied, watching the young man, who resembled a beggar. Finding him somewhat intriguing, Lu Yi reflected on how he had helped him twice before and even bought him glucose. Yet here he was, clinging to him still. Let us be good to the end. Otherwise, if I starve, wouldn't your previous kindness be in vain? The young man chuckled. Lu Yi smiled in response, producing 3 cents and handing them to the shopkeeper. Please give him a cake. A piece of warm sesame cake wrapped in yellow butter paper was handed to the young man. With a beaming smile, he devoured it ravenously, finishing it in less than 5 bites. Appearing unsatisfied, he looked at Lu Yi with a pitiful gaze. Could I have another cake? I barely tasted it because I was so hungry. Seeing you, I understand how Zhu Beiji must feel when eating ginseng fruit. Lu Yi laughed softly and bought another cake with another 3 cents. This time, the young man ate with more decorum, taking careful bites. When you finish this cake, hurry home. I must return as well. Please do not follow me any longer, Lu Yi gently urged. I have no home, the young man replied. His head bowed as he ate. What about your parents? Lu Yi inquired. My mother is dead, and my father, he is dead too. The young man paused momentarily, delivering the latter part with striking clarity. I am slightly better off than you. I lost my mother. Lu Yi sighed. A child with a mother is like a treasure. A child without one is like a blade of grass, drifting with the wind, with no destination in sight. He could empathize with the hardships faced by this young man, who was orphaned and struggling in life. Upon hearing Lu Yi mention his own loss, the young man halted his eating and glanced at him. You were quite unfortunate as well. Lu Yi, accustomed to such sentiments, felt little sorrow. Once he finished the last bite of his cake, he stood up. Well, I have treated you to your meal. Please do not follow me any longer. Go about your own business. I must return home. The young man, witnessing Lu Yi hoist the bag and prepare to leave, hurriedly stuffed a few bites of the pancake into his mouth and stood up, saying, Brother, could you possibly take me along? Why would I take you along? I'm merely a farmer from the countryside. Do you expect me to take you back to till the fields? Lu Yi chuckled, lifting his leg to depart. The young man swiftly followed beside him, whispering, You are not a farmer. You are a merchant. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, halting his steps to gaze at the slender figure. What makes you so certain that I am a merchant? I deduced it. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Deduction? A confident smile graced the young man's lips as he explained. You possess so many empty bottles here, which an ordinary household would have no use for. The fact that you have been carrying them for such a long distance indicates their significance to you. If you cannot utilize them at home, what purpose could they serve you? Furthermore, the nurse at the hospital mentioned that she has been collecting numerous bottles for you, suggesting this is not your first encounter with such a quantity. The sheer volume implies these bottles are consumables for you. I surmise you intend to use them to contain items you wish to sell, and then dispose of them along with their contents. Chapter 35. A test of courage. Upon hearing the words of the young man, Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. This fellow, slender and seemingly underdeveloped, possessed a remarkably astute mind. With just a few clues, he managed to deduce a wealth of information. Quite clever, indeed. However, Lu Yi was acutely aware of the risks involved in his undertaking. They were mere strangers, having crossed paths by chance. And he did not even know the young man's name. How could he possibly take him along? Resolutely, he spoke. Arrogant fool, enough of this. I have no time for your detective games. You should leave me be and stop following. As Lu Yi prepared to depart, the youth immediately exclaimed, If you don't take me with you, I'll call for help right now. Chuckling dryly, Lu Yi attempted to walk away. Help? There's a speculator here. Someone's engaging in speculation. After only a few steps, the young man truly began to shout, his voice carrying loudly and drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Lu Yi hastily halted, dropped his bag, and returned to the youth, swiftly covering his mouth. What an ungrateful wretch you are. I saved your life twice and even bought you food, and this is how you repay me? I might as well smother you. Seeing that the youth was about to speak, Lu Yi allowed a small gap for him to breathe. Go ahead and smother me. After all, it was you who saved my life. I'll consider it a repayment. Ah, so you wish to play this game, do you? Lu Tianci anticipated that this young man would be so troublesome. Hey, big brother, I know you wouldn't really smother me, the youth responded playfully. Just take me along. I'll work for you, and you can give me just enough money for food and drink. I'm not greedy. I've yet to meet a person who isn't greedy, Lu Yi thought as he released his grip, though he silently mused that this young lad was rather delicate. Resembling a girl. Big brother, I beg you, just spare me a meal. If you ignore me, I'll surely starve to death within 3 days. The youth continued to plead with Lu Yi. You have arms and legs. If you starve, it's your own fault, Lu Yi replied dismissively. I'm not lying to you. I want to find a job, but no one will hire me. I've spent all the money I had. And for the past few days, I've been sleeping under a bridge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fainted from hunger. Please, have mercy and take me with you. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. If you wish for me to take you along, it's not impossible, but in our line of work, mere cleverness won't suffice. You must also possess courage. I am courageous, very much so. The youth, sensing Lu Yi's slight concession, quickly asserted. Words alone are meaningless. Here's the deal. Tonight at midnight, there's an open area behind the crematorium where offerings are burned. I will wait for you there. If you dare to come, I will take you with me. What say you? Lu Yi said, looking at the youth with a hint of provocation. Agreed. It's settled then. We shall meet at midnight, no matter what. The young man clenched his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. From his expression, Lu Yi could perceive the fear lurking within him. However, this was precisely the effect Lu Yi desired. At midnight, what sane person would venture to a crematorium for no reason, especially the desolate area behind it, where paper offerings were burned year-round, leaving the ground shrouded in darkness and imbued with the acrid scent of charred remains. At night, It was particularly eerie. A wicked smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips as he declared, "Then it is settled. I have matters to attend to, and you have already wasted enough of my time. Do not follow me any longer." With that, he hoisted the bag onto his shoulder. This time, the frail youth did not trail behind him. It was only after Lu Yi had walked a considerable distance that the young man shouted, "At 12 o'clock. We shall not disperse." Without turning back, Liu merely waved his hand dismissively, muttering to himself, "Only a fool would go." Indeed, the dare Lu Yi had proposed was merely a fabrication to rid himself of the young man. Having successfully extricated himself from the encounter, Lu Yi carried his bag and swiftly vanished around the corner. The youth remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Lu Yi until he was completely out of sight. "You never even asked my name," he murmured after a long pause, before turning and departing in the opposite direction. Lu Yi, with his bag in tow, made his way back to Dongxing village, passing by a supply and marketing cooperative along the way. Whether he could procure pork depended entirely on luck. It was uncertain whether it was Lu Ye's fortune or Su Mengyao's that prevailed, but to his surprise, the cooperative still had some pork available. However, it was mostly lean meat. The fatty cuts, such as pork belly, had long since been purchased. In these times of scarcity, many households preferred to buy the fatty portions to take home for cooking, while lean meat was less sought after. Liu directly bought 2 kilograms of pork belly and returned home in high spirits. Inside, Su Mengyao sat on the Kong, surrounded by pieces of snowflake cotton fabric that Liu had brought her, now cut into shapes resembling small children's diapers. She placed the cotton she had prepared in the center of the fabric, folded it over, and fashioned it into strips about the width of a palm. She then quietly tucked them away for future use. Upon Lu Ye's return, he noticed that the gate he had kicked in had been repaired. He pushed open the door to the side room, one hand carrying the pork secured with straw twine and the other draped with a silk bag. The moment Su Mengyao caught sight of Lu Yi, she rushed over to take the pork from his hands, her face alight with surprise. "You really bought pork? I thought you were just joking," she exclaimed. "I had to visit 4 cooperatives before I found it. If you want to eat, you must clean all these jars." Lu Yi set down the bag and told Su Mengyao, "All right, I'll clean them." With the prospect of meat, Su Mengyao no longer quibbled over whether washing jars counted as housework and readily agreed. Lu Yi took a brief respite before washing his hands and commencing the preparation of the meat. As he cooked, he lamented the lack of spices in his home, pondering how much more aromatic the dish could have been. Su Mengyao squatted on the ground, diligently scrubbing a bottle, inhaling the savory scent of the meat simmering in the pot, her body brimming with an inexhaustible energy. The sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in the twilight. Beneath the bridge over the muddy river, a diminutive figure huddled close to a fire, seeking warmth. Lacking a watch, the figure relied on the streetlights lining the road, which illuminated at intervals of 100 meters, now all aglow. By 10 o'clock in the evening, these lights would extinguish one by one, a measure to conserve electricity. The slight figure occasionally glanced at the streetlights, using their flickering to gauge the passage of time. Chapter 36, The Woman? Su Mengyao, through her labor, exchanged it for a sumptuous feast of braised pork, savoring every delightful bite. After dinner, Lu Yi ground the toasted sesame seeds. The brilliant moon hung high in the night sky, yet Lu Yi suddenly recalled that frail figure. Surely, he wouldn't go, would he? Lu Yi smiled wryly, puzzled by the emergence of such a thought. At midnight, in the crematorium, who would commit such an act without a decade-long history of mental illness? Gripping the handle of the stone mill, he strained to turn it. But what if he truly did go? Impossible. He was astute enough to realize I was merely toying with him and would certainly refrain from doing so. Li murmured incantations to the stone mill as if casting a spell. After arranging the bedding, Su Mengyao, noticing his peculiar demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter with you?" Returning to reality, Li shook his head, resolutely casting aside his tangled thoughts. "It's nothing. I just recalled something amusing." He exerted himself to rotate the stone mill. "I thought you were enchanting the stone mill to make it turn by itself." Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Su Mengyao was in high spirits, even jesting with Lu Yi. "That's not difficult. Once I learn such spells, I shall perform for you." Lu Yi chuckled lightly. After finishing the grinding, he tidied up and nestled into bed. Beneath the bridge, the bonfire dwindled. Suddenly, half of the streetlights extinguished. The clock struck 10. The slender figure kicked the bonfire into the river before emerging from the bridge as shadow. A solitary figure strolled along the desolate street, evoking an air of melancholy. The crematorium sat in the northwestern corner of Huasan City, surrounded by barren land, accessible only by a dirt road, rendering it exceedingly remote. The night wind howled. The slight young man, arms crossed against the biting cold, trudged step by step toward the crematorium, descending from the road where not a single streetlight illuminated the path ahead. The world enveloped itself in darkness, with only the moon above struggling to cast light upon his way. The young man, arms wrapped around himself, advanced cautiously. The uneven dirt path demanded he tread carefully with every step. As he walked, the oppressive darkness began to seep into his mind. Terrifying images materialized, and he felt as if sinister entities lurked within the shadowy woods and grasslands, watching him, poised to leap forth at any moment. Once these frightful thoughts took root, they burgeoned uncontrollably. Fear quickened his breath, compelling him to hasten his pace while suppressing any noise. His entire being became taut with anxiety, his ears perked, straining to capture the faintest sound. Within the warmth of his bed, Li abruptly opened his eyes. Since lying down, the haunting phrase of that slender youth echoed in his mind. We will not part. The 4 words incessantly tormented him, rendering sleep elusive and heightening his alertness. Li abruptly threw off the covers, reached for the clothes laid beside him, and began to dress. The rustling sounds roused Su Mengyao, who had just fallen asleep. Observing Lu fully attired and putting on his shoes, she whispered, "What are you doing out at this late hour? You're awake? Perfect timing. I need to step out for a moment. Please secure the door once I leave." At such a late hour, what could possibly require your attention? Su Mengyao half sat up, gazing at Lu. "Oh, just looking for trouble. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. Lock the door. I'm off." Once Lu had donned his shoes, he stepped out into the night. Su Mengyao rose to secure the door, her face etched with confusion, in the dead of night. "I can't fathom what madness has overtaken you." As Lu traversed the darkened streets, he felt a sense of insanity creeping into his thoughts. Why concoct such a flimsy excuse? The slender youth, fraught with trepidation, wandered along the silent dirt path for an undetermined length of time, feeling as though the road stretched into infinity. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, piercing through the inky darkness like a beacon, guiding him forward. Approaching the source of illumination, he found it to be a lamp at the entrance of a crematorium, the sign casting an eerie shadow under its glow. The vacant plot Lu had mentioned lay just beyond the crematorium. A mere stroll along the wall would lead him there. Before he could even arrive, the acrid stench in the air assailed his nostrils, igniting every nerve within him. The once firm dirt path beneath his feet became soft and muddy, reminiscent of traversing a road drenched in blood. By the time he reached this forsaken place, the youth was trembling with fear, his eyes misty with tears. An expanse of charred earth lay before him, cloaked in the shadows of night. "Lu, I have arrived. Where are you?" "Lu, I'm here. Come out." He called into the desolate wilderness, yet silence was his only reply. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the ashes on the ground and striking his face, akin to a cold hand brushing against him. Unable to withstand the terror any longer, he unleashed a scream. Clutching his knees, he buried his head deep within his legs to shield himself from the dread. "I knew it. I knew you were a fraud. Woe is me. Li Mengyao. You truly are the biggest fool in the world, knowing full well he was deceiving you, yet you still ventured to this wretched place. Foolishness incarnate." As he wept, berating himself, a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder from behind. His previously trembling form froze in place. "Young man, whom do you seek?" "We have many here. Would you like me to assist you in your search?" The voice was ancient and hoarse, accompanied by a chilling breeze that penetrated his ear. Startled, the young man jumped up in fright. With eyes tightly shut, he cried out, "Ghost, don't catch me." A hearty laughter erupted. Li pointed at the young man and teased, "Aren't you supposed to be fearless? Why are you so terrified now?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the young man finally opened his eyes, squinting to discern Lu's silhouette in the moonlight. "Look at you, what a coward." Before Lu could finish his jest, the young man suddenly lunged into his embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. Why are you so mean? You nearly scared me to death." "Just look at your little courage," Lu remarked. Feeling somewhat discomfited by the embrace, he attempted to push the young man away, pressing his palm against his chest with a bit of force, only to encounter a soft mound. The peculiar sensation, Lu instantly recognized what it was. "Why you re a girl?" Chapter 37. Li Mengyao found herself touched by Lu, even pinched, sending a jolt of electricity through her body, followed by a wave of embarrassment. "How dare you?" she exclaimed, swatting Lu's hand away. Flustered, she hurriedly adjusted her clothing. "How are you a girl?" Lu was momentarily taken aback. From the moment he had encountered this peculiar figure, he had failed to perceive her femininity, assuming she was merely undernourished and not fully developed. "Why can't I be a girl?" she retorted. "You never told me you were a girl. You never asked. So why should I tell you? Li Mingzhu protested, covering her chest, her tone irritated. I don't care. You promised that as long as I dared to come, you would take me along. You can't go back on your word. I'm sticking with you. No, you're a girl and I'm a boy. It's inappropriate for you to follow me. I don't care. You promised, so I'm sticking with you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Li Mingzhu spoke defiantly. Her neck arched as if to affirm her determination. Lu Yi regarded her, bewildered. What is this? Young lady, we are of different genders. This is truly inappropriate. Imagine if one day, after a few drinks, I lose control, wouldn't you be the one to suffer? Here, I have some money and food coupons. Take them. And let us pretend we never met, all right? He reached into his pocket. I don't want that. Brother Lu, I know you are a good person. Please. Let me stay with you. I assure you, I will not be a burden. I will do whatever you ask, and I promise to listen to you. Isn't that fair? Brother Lu, you saved my life twice. You can't just let me starve. I am diligent and learn quickly. I can definitely be of help to you. Please, just keep me with you. Li Mingzhu grasped Lu Yi's hand, pleading earnestly. Her pitiful demeanor softened Lu Yi's heart momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to firmly refuse her. All right. But we must agree. You will do as I say. If you disobey me even once, you must leave immediately. Upon hearing Lu Yi finally relent, Li Mingzhu beamed with joy. Great. I promise. What is your name? Li Mingzhu. Mingzhu? You don't seem bright at all, Lu Yi teased. It's Li Mingzhu Li. As in the tree. Ming, as in bright moon. Zhu, as in precious pearl. She carefully deconstructed her name for him. Lu Yi grimaced. Not very pleasant. From now on, I shall call you Eggplant Bag. It sounds much better. That's terribly unflattering. No. Who would want such an ugly name? Li Mingzhu shook her head in dismay. What did you say? I said I don't want it. It's awful. It should be something nice, like Eggplant Bag. Having just promised to obey Lu Yi, she dared not oppose him and reluctantly accepted this humiliating moniker. Now that is more like it. Lu Yi was quite pleased with Li Mingzhu's performance. Let's go, he said, astonished that a woman like her possessed such courage to venture out at this late hour. As he turned to walk back, he muttered to himself. Li Mingzhu closely followed him, eager to escape this eerie place. She had genuinely been terrified moments ago. At that moment, she dared not look back, fearing what might lurk behind her. After they had walked a considerable distance, Li Mingzhu finally felt a sense of relief. I must ask you, did you initially intend to deceive me, with no intention of meeting? Upon having her lie exposed, Lu Yi showed no signs of embarrassment and candidly admitted, yes. Then why did you come? She inquired. Perhaps my mind was not quite right, he replied. However, had I known you were a woman, I would have certainly been tucked away in bed, without a thought of coming here. Do you harbor prejudice against women? She asked. Not at all. As they conversed, they soon emerged from the narrow path, returning to the well-lit main road. Where do you reside? Let me escort you home. I will return to find you tomorrow. He offered. I have no place to stay. For the past few days, I have been living beneath the bridge at Chishui River, she replied. Show me. Lu Yi followed Li Mingzhu back to the bridge underpass. The concrete base bore the remnants of a previous bonfire, and the ground was strewn with tattered burlap sacks and silk bags, clearly indicating that someone had taken refuge there. I did not lie. I truly live here. Li Mingzhu reiterated, sensing Lu Yi's intent to scrutinize her living conditions. It was difficult to fathom that such a young girl would sleep alone in such a place, devoid of any safety or comfort. No wonder she insisted on accompanying him. By this time, it was already late at night, and dawn would soon break. Liu decided against returning to the village and suggested, let us light a bonfire. I will keep you company until morning. And then I shall help you find a place to stay. All right. Li Mingzhu responded with delight. Retrieving some branches she had earlier hidden and skillfully igniting a tattered silk bag with a match, successfully starting the bonfire. Seated closely on a wooden plank, Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu warmed themselves by the fire as they awaited the arrival of dawn. During their light-hearted conversation, Liu inquired about Li Mingzhu's background. It turned out to mirror his own. Li Mingzhu had lost her mother at a young age, and her father was a hopeless gambler, skilled only in the art of losing. In a desperate bid to gamble one last hand, he sold her to another gambler, who ultimately lost her as well. When she was taken away by that man, her father was still engrossed in his cards. Fortunately, she had hidden a pair of scissors in her pocket, and seizing the opportunity, she cut the ropes binding her and fled. From that moment onward, she led a life of wandering, begging for food, and working for a meal. Even washing dishes. She had cut her hair herself, disguising herself as a boy for a semblance of safety. Before encountering Lu Yi, she had not eaten for 2 days, which resulted in her fainting from low blood sugar due to hunger. What exactly do you have in that bag of yours? I see you cherish it quite a bit. Inside, there is a photograph of my mother holding me when I was 100 days old, along with the scissors that saved my life. Lu Yi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Do not be disheartened. When we turn back, I shall accompany you to search once more. If fortune smiles upon us, we might yet find it. In the dead of night, both weary and cold, Li Mingzhu nestled into Lu Ye's embrace, seeking warmth from one another. As the sun began to rise, it slowly ascended above the horizon, casting its glow over the lower reaches of the muddy river. The brilliance of dawn was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Yi had never imagined that after living 2 lifetimes, the first time he would witness a sunrise alongside a woman would occur under such circumstances, sheltered beneath a bridge. Chapter 38. Renting a house as dawn broke. The streets began to fill with pedestrians. Li Mingzhu found herself nestled against Lu Ye's leg, having fallen into a deep slumber without noticing. This was the most restful sleep she had experienced in a long time. The warmth of his leg enveloped her in unparalleled comfort. Hey, it's time to wake up. Lu Yu gently tapped her shoulder. Why? Let me sleep a little longer, Li Mingzhu murmured, reluctant to part with the warmth. She clung to his legs, nuzzling her face against them, her eyes still refusing to open. If you wish to continue sleeping, then do so. I must take my leave, Lu Yu replied. Having endured a night of cold winds that had left him restless, he withdrew one leg, leaving her without support, causing her to jolt awake, nearly toppling over. Cheapskate. She pouted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Ignoring her, Liu stretched his stiff limbs and headed towards the bridge. Wait for me, Li Mingzhu called out, hastily following him. On the bustling street, commuters were streaming by, and Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu walked amidst the crowd, occasionally attracting curious glances. Li Mingzhu, dressed in tattered clothes, resembled a little beggar. After spending the night together, Lu Ye's appearance was equally disheveled. Arriving at a breakfast stall, Liu purchased 2 large deep-fried dough sticks, and they sat by the roadside to eat. The steaming delicacies tasted particularly delightful to Li Mingzhu. Where shall we go after this? She inquired. To find a place to stay. Li Mingzhu felt a surge of joy. Any form of shelter would surely be better than the bridge where she had spent the night. In this era, whether public housing or self-built homes, property ownership was not recognized. Public housing from various factories was a precious resource, fiercely contested by workers eager to secure even a single unit for their families. Often crammed into modest spaces across generations, renting public housing appeared to be a futile endeavor. In his previous life, upon arriving in Huastan, Lu Yi had first stayed at a guest house, then spent some time at Zhao Xiaolong's place, before eventually renting a self-built house in the shantytown behind the stadium. Compared to public housing, finding a place in the shantytown was somewhat more feasible. After finishing their meal, Li led Li Mingzhu to the shantytown. Without real estate agents or rental postings on walls, finding a place to rent relied solely on one method, inquiry. Armed with curiosity and determination, Liu traversed the shantytown, asking several women if they knew of any available rentals. After a morning of searching and questioning over 50 individuals, Liu finally discovered a household that was renting out a property. The 2 mud brick rooms, totaling around 40 square meters, included front and backyards, allowing for summer gardening that could save on vegetable expenses. The main room was separated from the kitchen and a small back room by a partition, although devoid of furniture. Lu Yi felt content. Madam, I'm interested in this house. What rent do you have in mind? The homeowner is an elderly woman who has lived alone since her husband passed away. Recently, her family experienced a double blessing. Her daughter-in-law gave birth to a healthy baby boy, and her son received a new apartment from the machinery factory. Her son suggested that she move to the new home, which would allow her to help care for the child and spare her the loneliness of living alone. The vacant house could then be rented out, providing an additional source of income. Our residence is a standalone house with its own yard. Hence the rental price is slightly higher, at a minimum of 8 yuan per month. 8 yuan is not exorbitant, considering the rarity of homes with gardens suitable for planting. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, 8 yuan it is. We shall rent this house. Madam, I will come by at 5 o'clock this evening to give you the money. Currently, Lu Yi did not possess sufficient funds, but he could settle the payment with Zhao Xiaolong later that evening. All right, I will wait for you here, the elderly woman replied cheerfully. Not judging Lu Yi for his soiled clothing or Li Mingzhu for her tattered attire, Li Mingzhu surveyed the house, though it was neither new nor spacious. It promised shelter and warmth. At the entrance of the high school after their previous meeting, Zhao Xiaolong and Lu Yi appeared more at ease this time. They met at the alley's entrance. I haven't seen this young man before, Zhao Xiaolong remarked upon noticing that Lu Yi had brought someone new, scrutinizing Li Mingzhu but failing to recognize her as a woman. Lu Yi smiled. Did you not request more goods? I couldn't manage alone, so I needed to find an assistant. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaolong chuckled in agreement. That works well. He handed Lu Yi the payment for the previous batch of goods, totaling 8 yuan and 70 cents, along with food stamps amounting to 93 jin. As before, Liu did not count the money but simply placed it into his pocket. Let us go. Li led Li Mingzhu away, quickly vanishing into the throngs of students leaving school. The earlier exchange sparked Li Mingzhu's curiosity about Lu Ye's business. What were those goods you mentioned? I didn't see you give him anything, yet he handed you money. Less prying. What you are meant to know will be revealed in due time. What you ought not to know is not yours to inquire about, Lu Yi replied somewhat coldly. Although he had agreed to take Li Mingzhu along, he was aware that engaging in smuggling was illegal. Having just established his connections, he did not wish to encounter complications. Pouted by his retort, Li Mingzhu thought, what a stingy person. Upon returning to the courtyard, the elderly woman was indeed waiting for them inside the house. Lu Yi counted out the 8 yuan and handed it to her. Delighted by the payment, the elderly woman expressed her satisfaction. In an era where monthly wages were merely 36 yuan, an additional 8 yuan was quite significant for a household. This is the key. The house is now yours. Please remember to prepare the rent for next month, as I will come to collect it after Labor Day. Rest assured, we will be ready in advance. Once the landlord departed, only Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu remained in the house. Lu Yi took out 50 cents and a Tianjin grain coupon, handing them to Li Mingzhu. Take this money and the grain ticket for now. Prepare some food for yourself tonight, lock the doors and windows before you sleep, and be mindful of your safety. Are you leaving? Li Mingzhu gazed longingly at Lu Yi. What else can I do? I have already spent an entire day and night with you. If I don't return home soon, others might think I've vanished. Furthermore, make sure to wash that outfit of yours properly. It could drive anyone away with its stench. Fortunately, the landlady didn't mind you. Otherwise, we might not have secured this house. Li continued to fuss over her, assigning her numerous tasks before he finally departed with satisfaction. Li Mingzhu bit her lip gently, watching Lu Ye's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with emotion. For the first time in her life, she felt warmth emanating from a man. That sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Chapter 39. Purified yet not bewitching. When Lu Yi returned home, the night had already enveloped the sky in darkness. Su Mengyao, who had already dined, was seated on the kong, engrossed in a book. Lu Yi had been away since the previous night, returning now in a disheveled state. Su Mengyao wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Where have you been all this time? The next moment, a pungent odor wafted from Lu Yi, causing her to pinch her nose. What on earth happened to you? Why do you smell so foul? Lu Yi, upon catching a whiff of himself, realized he was indeed quite odorous. Having spent an extended period with Li Mingzhu, his sense of smell had dulled, and he hadn't noticed his own stench. After staying under the bridge for an entire night, it was no surprise he reeked. He hastily shed his clothes, saying, Go fetch me some water so I can clean up. Why on earth were you under that bridge? Su Mengyao retorted, still pinching her nose as she took his battered wash basin to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a basin of warm water. Upon entering, she found Liu stripped down to his underwear, his bare torso exposed. Why are you completely undressed? I'm all stinky. How could I not? Liu replied unabashedly, snatching the wash basin from her hands, ready to wash himself thoroughly. Su Mengyao, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment, retreated to the kitchen, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. However, Liu's voice soon called out to her again. Come here and help me. I can't reach my back. Su Mengyao could hardly believe her ears. How dare he make such a request? Come on, I can't reach, Liu urged, holding a freshly wrung towel in his hand. You are too much, Su Mengyao exclaimed, glaring at him from the doorway. How can you ask me to scrub your back? I'm only asking for a back scrub. I'm not requesting a full body wash. Why make such a fuss? If I could reach it myself, I wouldn't need you. Don't be so petty. Just help me out. Li extended the towel towards her. I only agreed to do household chores. Scrubbing your back does not count as such. You shall not take advantage of me. Su Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief, her irritation palpable. Their marriage was merely a fade, and sharing a roof was already a significant concession on her part. She was resolute in not allowing any intimate contact with this man. Fine, if you want help, then at least wash my clothes. That is legitimate household duty. I refuse. They smell horrid. Had they not stunk, I wouldn't have asked you to wash them. Don't be unreasonable. You agreed to partake in household chores. You. Su Mengyao was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Lu Yu's clever maneuvering. Hang the curtains properly. Su Mengyao boiled a pot of hot water. Seated on a small stool, diligently scrubbing Lu Yu's clothes. Her brows furrowed into a frown, her cold, elegant eyes revealing a clear sense of disdain. Lu Yi, having enjoyed a comfortable bath, sat cross-legged on the Kong, savoring the dinner Su Mengyao had prepared for him, embodying the demeanor of a household patriarch. Meanwhile, in the shantytown, Li Mingzhu adhered to Lu Ye's instructions, locking both the courtyard and house doors. After dinner, she boiled a large pot of hot water. Sitting before a basin, she gradually shed her dirty, tattered garments. Eventually, a flawless figure emerged into the air, gently splashing hot water over herself. Her delicate fingers glided over every inch of her skin. As the grime washed away, she revealed a pristine complexion, akin to a white lotus blooming untainted from the mud, exuding the fragrance of youth. After a considerable time, amidst the mist, the silhouette of a short-haired girl became increasingly distinct. Li Mingzhu gently wiped the fog off the mirror, beholding her long-lost visage. In the reflection, her eyebrows were slender and arched, her eyes clear yet imbued with a hint of ethereality, her nose straight, and her lips a tender pink, reminiscent of budding cherry blossoms. Despite her uneven short hair, adorned with glistening droplets, it added an exquisite charm to her already stunning appearance. If Su Mengyao was a cool lily, then Li Mingzhu was a blooming pink lotus. Li Mingzhu, you have truly encountered a good person, she softly addressed her reflection. The following morning, Lu Yi, offering a bottle of fragrant oil as a price, borrowed a bicycle from the Li family in the village. He packed the sesame paste and fragrant oil into a bag, tying the small stone mill, the remaining 10 pounds of sesame, and empty bottles onto the bicycle. Pushing the bicycle, Li quietly left the village. Upon reaching the trading location, he delivered the sesame paste and fragrant oil to Zhao Xiaolong, who had been waiting. Brother Yi, why is there still so little cargo this time? Didn't you find some help? Zhao Xiaolong, disheartened by the mere single bag of goods, expressed his concern. The sesame paste and fragrant oil sold exceptionally well. This one bag could be sold out in mere hours. The people below were eagerly pursuing him for supplies, which was a significant loss for Zhao Xiaolong. Every endeavor requires a process. You should understand that one cannot rush through hot tofu. I am indeed anxious. Just wait a bit longer. The next batch will be more abundant. That would be splendid. After delivering the goods, Liu pushed the bicycle toward the shantytown. The courtyard door was tightly locked. Taking out a set of keys, he unlocked the courtyard gate. Arriving at the house door, he knocked and called out, "Eggplant Bon." Open the door. Inside, Li Mingzhu had already awakened. Hearing Lu Ye's voice invigorated her, and she hurriedly jumped off the Kong to open the door. Brother Lu, you're back. Oh my goodness. Lu Yi gazed at Li Mingzhu, who was now impeccably groomed, momentarily taken aback for several seconds. The little eggplant had blossomed. Her exquisite visage bore no resemblance to her former self. Were it not for her unkempt hair and the tattered clothing that remained unchanged, Lu Yi might have struggled to recognize her. Noticing Lu Ye's captivated stare, Li Mingzhu's clear eyes curved into a crescent moon. What's the matter, Brother Lu? Don't you recognize me? Li Yi snapped back to reality, jesting, what happened to my little eggplant? Oh, Brother Lu, please don't tease me. Come inside. Have you eaten? I'll prepare something for you. Li Yi proceeded to carry the items from his vehicle into the house. Ever since Zhao Xiaolong suggested increasing the supply volume, he had been contemplating this matter. Transporting goods from the countryside to the county was excessively cumbersome and fraught with risk. Establishing a discrete production base within the county was the most effective solution to this dilemma. Chapter 40. The Unsightly Capitalist Inside the Rented Dwelling. Li Yi skillfully roasted sesame seeds in a pan. Remember, you must control the heat below. It should not be too high, or the sesame will easily burn. Do you understand? Li Mingzhu stood beside him, her hands resting on her knees, attentively observing the transformation of the seeds in the pan. Yes, I understand. Li then removed the pan from the heat, pouring out the freshly roasted sesame. He proceeded to add another batch of soaked sesame seeds. Now, you shall roast this batch. Take your time and give it a try. All right. Li Mingzhu accepted the spatula, carefully managing the flame as she began to stir the seeds. As the steam gradually dissipated, a delightful aroma began to emanate from the pan, with the sesame shifting from its original white to a gentle golden hue. Observing her technique, Liu couldn't help but acknowledge the girl's quick learning. For her first attempt, she was quite adept. A few minutes later, another batch of perfectly golden sesame was ready. Li Mingzhu turned to Lu Yu, inquiring, How did I do? Very well, just like that. With a proud smile, she remarked. Don't underestimate me. I've been cooking since I was 7, so this is a piece of cake. Just a compliment, and you're already puffing up. Lu teased with a mischievous grin. Come over. I'll teach you the next step. All right. Approaching the stone mill. Lu poured a scoop of roasted sesame into the grinding chamber. Use this to grind the sesame into powder. Go ahead. Li Mingzhu perched on a small stool, gripping the wooden handle as she vigorously turned the millstone. The heavy stone mill proved quite laborious for her. After turning it for several rounds, she noticed no sesame powder emerging. Is this mill broken? Why isn't any powder coming out? Lu Yi, sitting nearby, chuckled softly at her predicament. You haven't added more sesame. Even if you turn it 100 times, it won't produce powder. What? Li Mingzhu, having never used a stone mill before, lacked the experience and assumed that the single scoop added was sufficient. Unbeknownst to her, the mill required a continuous addition of ingredients. Why didn't you say so earlier? She asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. I thought you knew everything, Lu Yu replied, having already realized her oversight but choosing to remain silent, intending to temper her overconfidence. After all, one should not boast over simply roasting sesame without a little challenge. Li Mingzhu pouted, fully aware of Lu Ye's intentions. You have quite the vindictive streak. Less chatter, quickly grind it. We need to proceed to the next step soon, Lu Yi urged, unperturbed by her glances. Taking heed of her earlier lesson, Li Mingzhu began to rotate the mill while continuously adding sesame. Soon, freshly ground sesame powder began to emerge from the crevices of the stone mill. Li collected the powder into an enamel basin, preparing for the oil extraction. Initially believing that grinding sesame was a simple task, she was surprised to find that it took her over an hour to grind through 10 pounds of sesame. By the end, her arms were so sore and swollen that she could barely lift them, her entire body drenched in fragrant sweat. Oh dear, I can't go on, she lamented. For a young woman, that cumbersome stone mill was indeed a heavy burden. However, she understood the importance of grinding the sesame seeds finely. The finer the powder, the greater the oil yield, and consequently, the more profit to be made. Seeing Li Mingzhu sprawled on the Kong like a lifeless creature, Lu Yi unceremoniously kicked her exposed foot. Get up, don't even think about slacking off. Li Mingzhu, exhausted and unwilling to move, pleaded, I beg you. Let me rest for just a moment. Absolutely not. Rise quickly. There is one crucial step left, and you must pay attention. Lu Yi grasped her ankle and forcefully pulled her from the Kong. You are utterly heartless. Li Mingzhu, feeling wronged, was gripped by Lu Yi at the nape of her neck. Enough of the excuses. I do not harbor idlers in my abode. If you wish to stay here, you must work diligently and cannot afford to be lazy. In that moment, Lu Yi resembled a capitalist exploiting a homeless lamb. Having boiled a large pot of hot water, Lu Yi guided Li Mingzhu step by step on how to extract sesame oil using the water infusion method. Remember, the ratio of sesame powder to hot water is approximately 1:8. It must not be too much or too little. Too much water will render the paste too thin, while too little will prevent oil extraction. 1:8. I've noted it, Li Mingzhu acknowledged, understanding that this step was paramount, and nodded earnestly as she observed Lu Yi's technique, with the spoon dipping into the sesame paste repeatedly. Soon a layer of fragrant oil surfaced. Lu Yi carefully skimmed the oil and stored it in a bottle. The freshly extracted oil still contained sesame paste impurities, necessitating a period of sedimentation before it could be decanted again for sale. Yes, I remember. Now it's your turn to operate. Li handed the spoon back to Li Mingzhu. In contrast, this final step was relatively easier, and Li Mingzhu adeptly imitated Lu Yi's method, collecting the extracted oil with remarkable precision. Li had to concede that Li Mingzhu displayed considerable talent in this endeavor. You did well. From now on, you must process at least 10 pounds of sesame each day. Li Mingzhu looked up at Lu Yi with innocent curiosity. So, how much do you plan to pay me? For every bottle you produce, whether it's sesame paste or oil, I shall give you 1 cent, Li Mingzhu pouted. Only 1 cent? Too much? Then it shall be 1 cent for 2 bottles, Lu Yi retorted. Hearing Lu Yi propose a reduction in price, Li Mingzhu quickly masked her displeasure with a smile. No, I'm not complaining at all, truly, not in the slightest. Lu Yi smirked. Little one, do you think I cannot handle you? Today's work doesn't count. What? Do you have objections? None whatsoever, not a single one. You are the boss. Whatever you say goes. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Li Mingzhu had learned to be much more obedient this time around. Li Yu sat cross-legged on the heated bed, and with Li Mingzhu in charge of processing this segment, his sesame oil sales network was nearly complete. Aside from the occasional trips to Wang Min for empty bottles, he could largely manage without concern. However, this also meant that the profits ultimately in his hands had been further diminished. Fortunately, for every 10 pounds of sesame, he could still exchange them for approximately 90 pounds worth of food coupons, which constituted a substantial income. As noon approached, Li Mingzhu inquired, "Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you." She squatted on a small stool, working on the sesame paste while glancing at Lu Yi on the heated bed. Although the noodles lacked nutritional value, they were the most common food at this time, emphasizing convenience and speed. After a busy morning, Lu Yi indeed felt a bit hungry. "Don't think you can be lazy. First, fill these jars with sesame paste, and then you can cook the noodles," he instructed. Li Mingzhu retorted, "You despotic capitalist." Lu Yi had taken on the role of a carefree overseer, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Li Mingzhu prepared the finished sesame paste and sesame oil separately, then headed to the kitchen to boil a pot of clear soup noodles. Chapter 41. Workplace bullying. Since Lu Tianci assumed the role of clerk at the commune, his demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. He dons the shirt gifted by Ho Xiaoyan on their wedding day, with 2 pins tucked neatly in his breast pocket, presenting himself as a cultured youth. Particularly upon returning to the village after work, he exudes an air of pride, likening himself to a swan amidst a flock of ducks, almost inclined to raise his head toward the heavens. At the commune's propaganda department, Lu Tianci leisurely sips tea in his office when a staff member enters. "Xiao Lu, the section chief is calling for you. You should go at once." "Ah, I'm on my way," Lu Tianci replies, hastily setting down his teacup and dashing out. Observing his departure, the others in the office chuckle amongst themselves. This young Lu is still too naive. Indeed, the section chief will surely not let him off lightly this time. He deserves it. Who told him to be so unscrupulous? Carrying 3 boxes of cigarettes, giving the secretary the expensive ones, and offering the cheapest to us. How cheeky. Even the dogs wouldn't touch those 8-cent cigarettes. Who else could he target but himself? Young people today are far too eager for quick success. Unbeknownst to Lu Tianci, who has already left, his colleagues are gossiping about him in such a manner. At this moment, he approaches the section chief's office with enthusiasm. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Lu Tianci pushes open the door, a smile gracing his face. "Section chief, you called for me?" The propaganda department is primarily responsible for promotional work within the jurisdiction, crafting announcements and organizing publicity events. As the clerk, writing falls squarely within Lu Tianci's duties. Recently, Wang Xing received new directives concerning the policies for this year's college entrance examination registration, necessitating a concise and comprehensible announcement from their department. Wang Xing entrusted this task to Lu Tianci, believing it to be a straightforward assignment for a clerk. However, being relatively new and unfamiliar with the intricacies of the work, Lu Tianci sought assistance from his colleagues, who had long harbored dissatisfaction over his 3-pack cigarette antics. Seizing the opportunity, they intentionally provided him with an incorrect template, leading him to draft an announcement that resembled a speech rather than a simple notice. Proud of his work, he sent the embellished article to the production teams, instructing them to transcribe and post it on the bulletin board, oblivious to the fact that others were merely waiting to witness his folly. "Section chief, a cigarette?" Once inside, Lu Tianci retrieves a pack of Fima cigarettes from his right pocket and offers one to Wang Xing. "Do I look like I have the time to smoke?" Wang Xing forcefully knocked the cigarette from Lu Tianci's hand, subsequently spitting in frustration. "I asked you to draft an announcement, and what on earth did you produce? The restoration of the college entrance examination is a national policy. Am I supposed to commend you for it? Tell me, who granted you permission to distribute it to the production team without my review?" Today's incident has indeed brought great embarrassment to our commune's publicity department. As the head, Wang Xing naturally shares in the department's honor and disgrace. Such a blunder will only lead others to question his competence. Lu Tianci's smile gradually faded, morphing into an expression of distress. What do you mean by that? Are you aware that you have caused our publicity department to lose face?" "Director, I didn't know. I followed the template provided by Old Li. I sent it out directly because Old Shin advised me that such trivial matters didn't warrant your attention. I truly didn't foresee it would unfold this way." Without hesitation, Lu Tianci exposed those he believed had conspired against him. "So you're implying that Old Li and Old Shin intentionally set you up?" "Yes, absolutely." Lu Tianci cared not whether Old Li and Old Shin had acted with malice. His sole focus was to deflect responsibility, hoping to evade repercussions. However, Wang Xing's expression darkened further upon hearing Lu Tianci's words. Are you jesting with me? Old Li is responsible for the bulletin board publicity and Old Shin for political dissemination. They are both seasoned members of our department. How could they possibly confuse such a matter? You made an error, yet instead of owning up to it, you immediately seek to shift the blame onto others. Lu Tianci, I now harbor doubts not only about your professional competence, but also about your character. Director, Lu Tianci, eager to defend himself, was abruptly interrupted by Wang Xing's raised hand. I do not wish to hear your excuses. You are to return immediately and draft a new announcement for my review. Furthermore, due to your significant oversight, you are required to compose a thorough self-critique. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tianci felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was acutely aware that he was enduring workplace bullying. I am speaking to you. Do you hear me? Do not presume that just because you entered through the back door, you are untouchable. If you cannot perform adequately, I will have no qualms about letting you go. Wang Xing's words were laden with weight, revealing just how incensed he was by the incident. Yes, I will return to write it now. Lu Tianci repressed his anger. Leave. Wang Xing's face remained grim until Lu Tianci departed and closed the door, at which point he muttered, incompetent fool, incapable of even understanding unity among comrades. Yet you attempt petty tricks. If you do not meet misfortune, who will? With a countenance as cold as frost, Lu Tianci hastily returned to his office. He sought to confront Lao Li and Lao Chen directly, inquiring how he had offended them and why they were intent on undermining him. The office was eerily silent. With Lao Li and Lao Chen's seats conspicuously vacant, Lu Tianci felt a swelling anger he could not express, and thus returned to his desk, compelled to rewrite his manuscript. After a meal of noodles, Lu Yi, seizing the remaining afternoon hours, took Li Mingzhu on a leisurely stroll through the county town. In the future, when you purchase sesame, remember not to buy too much from a single store. Make sure to visit several supply cooperatives and buy separately to avoid drawing attention. Rest assured, I will remember all of this. If anyone inquires about my sesame purchase, I shall say it is for running errands for the sesame cake shop. A promising pupil indeed. With Li Mingzhu managing the production aspect, Li felt liberated, transforming the previous schedule of supplying goods every 2 days to a daily arrangement. In the morning, Li Mingzhu delivered the freshly made sesame oil and paste directly to the trading location. In the evening, Lu Yi personally went to the first high school to collect the payment. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, it prioritized safety. Even if one party were to be apprehended, it would not implicate the others. Chapter 42. Announcement of college entrance examination registration having entrusted the production to Li Mingzhu. Lu Yi resumed his ordinary life as a member of the commune. Each day, as dawn broke, he joined his fellow villagers in the fields, and during this period, his speculative dealings went unnoticed by anyone. A notice titled Notification regarding the 1978 college entrance examination registration was posted on the bulletin board in front of the commune office, drawing the attention of many. Numerous women, unable to read, gathered merely to witness the commotion, while several young men examined the announcement with keen interest. The college entrance examination is upon us once again. But what is the point? Last time, several from the village took the exam, and none succeeded. I believe this time will be a waste of time as well. They would be better off earning work points in the fields. Yet, such sentiments cannot be dismissed outright. Should one pass the exam, they could ascend to the status of cadres, enjoying access to subsidized grain and even the chance to relocate to the city as urban dwellers. Thus, a cacophony of voices filled the air with lively discussion. Last year, when the examination was reinstated, a few children from Dongxing village participated, yet all failed, with not a single one gaining entry to a junior college. However, a female educated youth from the Knowledge Youth Station did achieve this feat. On the day she received the notification, her joy was so overwhelming that she fainted, only to be revived by Zhang Hongwei from the health clinic. Subsequently, amid the envious gazes of others, she departed from Qinshan Township to embark on her new life. Su Mengyao stood before the bulletin board, meticulously reading each word of the notification. Last year, due to political scrutiny, she had been denied the opportunity to sit for the exam. The commune staff had even thrown her application materials back in her face, declaring, "Our people's university is not for the likes of you miscreants. Dream on if you wish to attend university." This phrase lingered in Su Mengyao's mind. After a day's labor, Li returned to the village with his companions, carrying farming tools. As they approached the commune office, Chen Hao, walking beside Lu Yi, suddenly called out, "Yigu, isn't that your sister-in-law? What are those people gathered around for?" Li looked up to see Su Mengyao standing at the edge of the crowd, tall and slender, strikingly noticeable. "Let us go see." Chen Hao grinned. "No wonder you're reluctant to work in the fields. Marrying a celestial being like Su Jiqing would keep anyone at home. He continued, "Look at her. She stands among the people like a swan among a flock of gray ducks. Ah, how different life can be for different people. Stop being envious and help me hand over the tools," Lu Yi replied, placing the hoe from his shoulder onto Chen Hao's. He then strode ahead towards the bulletin board. Standing behind Su Mengyao, Lu Yi gazed at the announcement. It dawned upon him that she was among those registered for this year's examination, destined to soar and successfully gain admission to a university in the provincial capital, becoming a figure of envy among many. Hearing Lu Ye's voice, Su Mengyao turned her head slightly. "You're back." Su Mengyao appeared somewhat indifferent, lacking any sense of joy, which left Lu Yu feeling perplexed. She had devoted herself to her studies at home, eagerly awaiting this day. Why then, upon the commencement of the examination registration, did she not exhibit any happiness? "Aren't you excited that you can now register for the college entrance examination?" Lu Yu inquired softly. "The notice did not mention anything about political review," Su Mengyao replied, her tone laced with disappointment. It dawned on Lu Yi that Su Mengyao had been demoted and thus did not meet the criteria for the political review. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that her parents were on the verge of being rehabilitated, though he was uncertain of the exact timing. However, based on Su Mengyao's ability to participate in the examination in his previous life, it was likely that the rehabilitation would occur before the registration deadline. Observing the troubled expression on her face, Lu Yi gently reassured her, "Do not be so pessimistic. The absence of a mention does not imply it will be the same as last year. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you unexpectedly. You are not me. You cannot possibly understand," she retorted, turning away and leading the way home. Lu Yi watched her retreating figure, pouting slightly. He glanced back at the notice, which stated that registration would commence on April 20th and conclude on May 1st, with the registration location at the County Education Committee. Although the time frame was generous, it held no relevance for him. Shaking his head, he also turned and headed home. Everyone harbors a few regrets, after all. In his previous life, he had never attended university, and in this life, with his incomplete primary education, he remained equally distant from higher education. Upon returning home, Su Mengyao remained silent, not uttering a single word as she sat on the kong, quietly engrossed in her book. Noticing her demeanor, Lu Yu refrained from urging her and instead asked softly, "How long has it been since you last contacted your parents?" "The last correspondence was 3 months ago." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. When you have the time, reach out to your parents. I have heard many have been rehabilitated. Perhaps your family may be among them. One's misfortune is often temporary and not a lifelong condition." After speaking, Lu Yi went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Inside the room, Su Mengyao bit her lip lightly, slowly perusing the book in her hands, within which lay an envelope she had long since written but not yet sent. She harbored unspoken grievances towards her family. During that tumultuous period, everyone was living in trepidation. Some were persecuted, while others chose to remain apathetic to protect themselves. There were those who spoke out with conviction, only to find themselves similarly ensnared. Her father belonged to the latter group. Because of his words, their home was raided, and 14-year-old Su Mengyao was forcibly sent to Qinshan Township for labor reform, enduring great suffering. Consequently, since arriving in Qinshan Township, she had seldom communicated with her parents. "You're going to the county this afternoon. Please drop this letter in the mailbox for me," Su Mengyao said as she approached the kitchen with the letter in hand. "Of course," he replied. Lu Yi cast a glance and took the envelope, tucking it into his pocket. After dinner, he arrived in the county town. Having deposited Su Mengyao's letter into the mailbox, he made his way to the first high school. In the alley, Zhao Xiaolong, with a wounded smile and bruised eyes, was crouching on the ground awaiting him. What happened? Seeing Zhao Xiaolong in such a state, Li furrowed his brow slightly. Upon noticing Lu Ye's arrival, Zhao Xiaolong clutched his stomach and stood up from the ground. It was Ma San. A few of us who used to work together making dried tofu saw that we were profiting from sesame oil and sauce, and insisted on joining in. I reluctantly agreed to let them, but I did not expect Ma San to be so petty. He led a few others to corner me. He winced, the movement tugging at the wound on his lip, causing him to grimace in pain. "This is today's total, 12 yuan and 40 cents. Along with the grain coupons." Zhao Xiaolong produced the payment and grain coupons, handing them to Lu Yi. Chapter 43, Trouble Wherever There Are People. There exists a world of intrigue. Humanity embodies this realm. This statement holds profound truth. Lu Yi had long recognized that Ma San was not a commendable character. However, he never anticipated the depths of Ma San's unscrupulousness, nor that he would resort to blocking Zhao Xiaolong. "What else did he say?" Lu Yi inquired. He offered me two choices, either lead my men back and obediently continue selling him dried tofu, or provide him with the sources of sesame oil and sesame paste, thereby making him my supplier in the future. He granted me 2 days to ponder this, and if I did not choose by then, he threatened to break one of my legs. Damn, Lu Yi scoffed. This Ma San truly believes he is a man of the underworld. From Lu Ye's perspective, he had no regard for someone like Ma San. In his previous life, after working with Ma San for a time alongside Zhao Xiaolong, they eventually parted ways to pursue their own paths. During the early days of the reform and opening up, Ma San, leveraging his prior savings, did indeed enjoy a period of prominence. At his peak, he owned a restaurant and a dance hall, gaining considerable notoriety in the Dog Street area of Huasen. However, Ma San was devoid of any moral compass. Not only was he exceedingly harsh on those who worked for him, but he also had a penchant for Lu Li's wife. Lu Li, who had been unwaveringly loyal to Ma San, eventually discovered this betrayal. During the crackdown, Lu Li reported Ma San under his real name, resulting in Ma San's imprisonment for over 20 years. A person like Ma San is utterly unworthy of Lu Ye's recognition as a rival. So what do you intend to do? What else can be done? The supply is mine. There is no way I will surrender it to him. I refuse to return to working for him for free, and neither do the others who handle the loose goods. Zhao Xiaolong sighed. Let us leave it at that for now. I will proceed with caution and ensure he does not corner me. I refuse to believe he would truly dare to break my leg. In truth, Zhao Xiaolong felt a surge of frustration as he spoke these words. No one wishes to be seen as a coward, and he, Zhao Xiaolong, was particularly averse to such a notion. Yet he had siblings to support. He simply could not afford the luxury of recklessness. Since Ma San has already approached you, he will certainly not relent without tasting success. And avoiding confrontation is not a sustainable strategy. What then? Should I confront him? I lack both funds and allies. I cannot possibly contend with him. Why resort to violence when a clever mind can resolve the issue? I have a clear path for you. Do you have a plan? Zhao Xiaolong's eyes brightened. Yes. Return and find a way to locate Ma San's tofu factory, Lu Yi whispered. Unlike ordinary reselling, Ma San's establishment is akin to an illicit factory, making its nature even more heinous. Thus, his tofu factory represents his greatest vulnerability. Once its location is confirmed, a single report could lead to Ma San facing severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolong let out a soft sigh, somewhat disheartened, and remarked, I had thought you possessed some clever scheme. Ma San's tofu workshop is concealed with exceptional secrecy. None of us who have worked alongside him for so long have any inkling of its whereabouts. Your suggestion is futile. Do not fret. Since I have entrusted you with this task, there must be a way to break through, replied Lu Yi. There is a man named Lu Li who is close to Ma San. You should be acquainted with him. While you may not know the location of the tofu workshop, he undoubtedly does. Lu Li is one of Ma San's trusted aides. He would never divulge such information to me. Zhao Xiaolong shook his head, expressing that he not only knew Lu Li but was quite familiar with him. It was precisely this familiarity that made him believe the task would be even more challenging. Li chuckled softly. Ma San is avaricious and lecherous. He is harsh on you, as well as on Lu Li. Lu Li has a wife who is rather charming. Although Ma San publicly regards Lu Li as a confidant, he has always treated him with disdain. You should inform Lu Li that the next time Ma San assigns him a task alone, he should discreetly return home. I guarantee he will catch Ma San in a compromising situation. At that point, capturing Lu Li and extracting the location of the tofu workshop from him will not be difficult. Lu Ye's words left Zhao Xiaolong in a state of shock. He could not comprehend how Lu Yi was privy to such intimate details regarding Ma San and Lu Li's wife. Are you speaking the truth? Not a word of it is false, Lu Yi replied, a smile gracing his lips. I have outlined the path for you. How to proceed is entirely up to you. If you cannot take down Ma San with this information, then I must concede that I have chosen the wrong partner. Rest assured, if all you say is true, I will ensure Ma San meets his end, Zhao Xiaolong declared with determination. After being beaten by Ma San's men, he ached all over. This vendetta must be avenged. The goods will proceed as usual tomorrow. How you wish to handle it, I expect your response by tomorrow evening. With that, Lu Yi turned and left the alley, quickly disappearing into the throng of students leaving school. After departing from the school, Li approached the shanty town from another direction. Inside a rented room, Li Mingzhu was bustling about in the kitchen. Knowing that Lu Yi would surely come to deliver the money for sesame, she had begun her preparations early. As Li neared the door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of meat. He promptly opened the door and stepped inside. What delicious dish are you preparing? I could smell it even outside. You've arrived. Li Mingzhu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Yi enter. I have already prepared the water for you. Wash your hands first. And dinner will be ready shortly. Lu Yi approached the stove and was pleasantly surprised to find a small chicken simmering in the pot. The broth nearly ready to be served. The meal looked splendid. With a beaming smile, Li Mingzhu guided Lu Yi to the wash basin. Wash your hands first, otherwise I shan't serve you any food. All right. Washing my hands, Lu Yi chuckled as he dipped his hands into the basin. The water was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. Li Mingzhu ladled the stewed chicken from the pot and brought it into the room. Have you finished washing up? Come to dinner. I'm here. Li shook his hands and stepped into the room. On the Kong table. In addition to the fragrant braised chicken, Li Mingzhu had prepared a variety of other delicacies, including cleaned scallions, dried tofu, a bowl of egg sauce, and a small dish of peanuts. Moreover, there was even a bottle of white liquor soaking in a kettle filled with hot water. Setting such a sumptuous table must have cost quite a bit. What occasion warrants such a feast? Li Mingzhu grasped Lu Ye's arm, guiding him to sit at the Kong table. Brother Lu, I prepared all this today to express my heartfelt gratitude. You not only saved my life twice, but you also provided me with a home, a shelter from the storm, and the opportunity to earn a living. Brother Lu, I am truly grateful to you. As Li Mingzhu spoke, a smile graced her face, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She picked up the bottle and poured liquor into the empty bowl before Lu Yi. Brother Lu, I toast to you. Li Mingzhu filled her own bowl as well, raising it in a gesture toward Lu Yi, and then took a sip herself. Cough. Chapter 44. Appetizers. The fiery spirit burned like a tongue of flame, coursing down her throat and igniting a blaze within her stomach. Li Mingzhu coughed repeatedly, as she had never indulged in alcohol before. That single gulp nearly cost her half her life. Li hurriedly snatched the wine bowl from her hands, positioning himself behind her to gently pat her back. What on earth are you doing? You clearly cannot handle your liquor, yet you insist on showing off. Now you're suffering, aren't you? I'm fine, I'm happy, she replied with a smile. Brother Lu, I haven't felt this joyful in a long time. Being happy doesn't necessitate such reckless drinking. You should have eaten something first. Consuming alcohol on an empty stomach is detrimental to your health. After a fit of coughing, as Li Mingzhu lifted her head once more, her previously fair complexion had blossomed into a vibrant crimson, extending down to her slender neck. Seated behind her, Li gazed at that alluring hue. The faint fragrance of the young lady wafting into his nostrils, causing his long placid heart to quicken its pace. Gulp. Lu swallowed hard. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Li Mingzhu turned to see him pursing his lips tightly and inquired softly. Nothing, your dishes are simply too aromatic. They have awakened my appetite. He replied with an awkward smile before swiftly returning to his seat across from her. Brother Lu, you must try the meat. I simmered this chicken for 2 hours over low heat. It's incredibly flavorful. Li Mingzhu transferred a chicken leg from her plate to his bowl. Yes, you should eat as well. As Li savored the chicken leg, its tender meat and rich flavor surpassed even his own previous attempts at cooking. He dipped it in egg sauce and took a robust bite of green onion to invigorate himself. Under the influence of the alcohol, Li Mingzhu felt her face ablaze. The heat intense. Although she was not sweating, she instinctively reached up to touch her cheeks. Hey, Brother Lu, why aren't you drinking? I prepared this especially for you. You should enjoy it. Of course, I'm drinking, he replied. It's just so hot. Li Mingzhu, feeling overheated, disregarded Lu Ye's presence across the table and unfastened the top button of her blouse, gently tugging at the collar. Lu could clearly see that the rosy hue on her neck had spread down to her collarbone. It is said that a beautiful woman's collarbone can sustain fish. At that moment, Li Mingzhu's collarbone seemed to possess a certain enchantment, drawing Lu Ye's gaze irresistibly. Brother Lu, do eat, she urged, concerned that he might not be satisfied, continuously adding more dishes to his bowl. As the meal progressed, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, transforming Li Mingzhu's initial laughter into a silly giggle. Each smile and frown lost its precision, yet gained an infinite allure. No longer afraid of the spirit's spiciness, she raised her bowl, persistently seeking to clink glasses with Lu Yi. That's enough. If you drink any more, you'll be intoxicated, Lu Yi said, seizing her bowl. I'm fine, I can still drink. Brother Lu, I'm happy. I haven't felt this way in many years. Please, let me enjoy this. Brother Lu, what's wrong with your head? Why do you have two heads? Li Mingzhu laughed sweetly, her gaze dreamy as she climbed to Lu Ye's side. Suddenly, she threw herself into his embrace. I'm feeling quite dizzy, she murmured, resting her head on Lu Ye's lap, her eyes gently shutting. Lu Ye observed the half bowl of wine that Li Mingzhu had consumed, shaking his head in exasperation. You truly are both inexperienced and fond of drinking. You've barely had half a bowl, and already you're sprawled out. He nudged her rosy cheek lightly, but she offered no response. She had indeed fallen asleep. Gently, he propped her up, realizing she was thoroughly intoxicated. He arranged the bedding on the Kong and carefully laid her down upon it. With tender hands, he began to unfasten the buttons of her outer garment. 1, 2, 3. As her loose clothing slipped away, an alluring fragrance of youthful femininity enveloped him, intensifying the air around them. Gazing at Li Mingzhu nestled in his arms, Lu Yi found himself swallowing hard, contemplating. After wandering for so long, she truly was thin where she should be, yet unaffected in all the right places. As he delicately untied her waist sash, he slowly began to remove her trousers, revealing her fair skin and exquisitely shaped legs, which, though not as long as Su Mengyao's, were undeniably charming. At that moment, Liu felt his throat dry, caught in a philosophical dilemma, to proceed or not to proceed. He looked at Li Mingzhu, licking his lips. Given the atmosphere, if nothing happens, it would seem rather unfortunate. He placed her back on the bedding and, seizing the pin he usually used for accounting, drew a large floral design on her face. Consider this a small lesson. If you drink so much again, I want to hold back. He covered her perfect figure with a blanket, ensuring she was completely concealed. Before leaving, Liu drew the curtains tightly and secured the doors, feeling a sense of relief. However, he remained unaware that as Li Mingzhu lay quietly beneath the covers, a smile graced her lips while a tear slipped silently down her closed eyes. Exiting the makeshift housing, Lu Yi, reeking of alcohol, prepared to head home. Passing by a newsstand, a conversation between two individuals caught his attention. This current policy is utterly incomprehensible. Even the children of reactionaries are allowed to take the exams. What's so strange about that? Many have been rehabilitated. Who cares about reactionaries anymore? They might even become leaders one day. Li halted, stepping closer to the newsstand. Comrade, did you just say that the children of reactionaries are allowed to participate in the college entrance examinations? Is that true? It's in the People's Daily. How could it be false? Look for yourself. The man handed Lu Yi the newspaper. The headline read, Political Review for College Entrance Examinations Must Adhere to Party Policy. In bold, unmistakable print, the article emphasizes a policy call that prioritizes individual political performance over mere background, advocating for the assurance that more candidates will not be hindered in their educational pursuits due to their origins. Upon reading this, a smile graced Lu Ye's face. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to the person before turning to the vendor in the newsstand, saying, Comrade, could I trouble you for a copy of the People's Daily? 2 cents. Came the reply. After paying, Li tucked the newspaper bearing the good news into his pocket. At home, Su Mengyao had steamed buns ready and prepared a pot of potato and pickled cabbage soup. As the sky darkened outside, Li had yet to return. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Lu Yi, reeking of alcohol, entered the house. Good news, he exclaimed. Su Mengyao, wrinkling her nose against the smell of liquor, asked with a frown. Weren't you supposed to be at the county? Why have you been drinking? That's not important. Look at this, Li said, pulling out the newspaper and handing it to Su Mengyao. Chapter 45. Su Mengyao furrowed her brows as she took the newspaper and unfolded it. The striking headline immediately captivated her attention. As she read it closely, her frown transformed into a look of relief, and her previously stern expression gradually blossomed into uncontainable joy. I can participate in the college entrance examination? I truly can take the exam. This is wonderful. Overwhelmed by immense delight, Su Mengyao forgot the unpleasant scent of alcohol emanating from Lu Yi and embraced him tightly. In that moment, she only wished to express her elation. Amidst her tears of joy, she buried her face against Lu Ye's chest, emitting soft sobs. This is fantastic. Registration begins on the 20th. I will accompany you to the education committee, Lu Yi gently suggested, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. However, before he could make contact, she abruptly pushed him away. Wiping her tears, she still managed to smile. I was just too excited. Don't think you can take advantage of me. On another front, Zhao Xiaolong heeded Lu Ye's advice and arrived at a discreet mahjong parlor. Lu Li, an ardent mahjong enthusiast, frequented this establishment. Seeking to meet Lu Li without alarming Ma San, this was the perfect venue. As soon as Zhao Xiaolong entered, he spotted Lu Li engrossed in a game. 8,000. Chow. Noticing Lu Li's intense concentration, Zhao Xiaolong refrained from interrupting and instead stepped outside to wait for him. After approximately an hour and a half, the mahjong game concluded, and Lu Li finally emerged. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness as Zhao Xiaolong stealthily trailed Lu Li until they reached a secluded area, where he softly called out, "Li Gu, who is it?" The sudden voice startled Lu Li. "It's me, Zhao Xiaolong." As Zhao Xiaolong approached, Lu Li, aided by the faint moonlight, could barely discern his silhouette. "Damn, it's you." Earlier that morning, Ma San had ambushed Zhao Xiaolong, and Lu Li was among those who had participated in the assault. Upon realizing Zhao Xiaolong was seeking him out, Lu Li nervously glanced around, ensuring they were alone before relaxing. Assuming a big brother tone, he addressed Zhao Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, you know how temperamental San Gu can be. Take my advice and introduce your supplier to him. It would be wise for you to continue selling to him. Stability is preferable, don't you think?" "Li Gu, you needn't offer me words of comfort." Zhao Xiaolong retorted, "I know what kind of person Ma San is, but you might not fully grasp it." Sensing the unmistakable provocation in Zhao Xiaolong's tone, Lu Li's demeanor hardened, and he replied with irritation, "What do you mean? Li Gu, we've known each other for a considerable time. I respect you as a man, and while some of my words might bruise your pride, I cannot remain silent and watch you remain in the dark. It weighs heavily on my conscience." Zhao Xiaolong deliberately elongated his sigh, presenting an expression that suggested he was torn between speaking and remaining silent. Lu Li chuckled lightly. "You're putting on quite the act. Enough with the pretense. What do you truly wish to convey? Speak plainly." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xiaolong lamented, "Brotherly, Ma San is no human. You have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to him. Yet boy, are you trying to sow discord?" "I am quite curious to hear what has transpired with Brother San," Lu Li retorted. "Ma San has been unfaithful with your wife." Zhao Xiaolong's voice resonated with a force akin to a heavy hammer striking Lu Li's ears. "Impossible." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's temper flared instantly. "It's true, brotherly. I am not deceiving you. This is common knowledge among many. Each time Ma San sends you alone to collect goods, he is merely attempting to distract you. While you toil for him, earning profits, he is in your home, dishonoring you with your wife. You remain blissfully unaware, but the truth has circulated in whispers. No one has dared to reveal it to you." In an effort to convince Lu Li, Zhao Xiaolong falsely claimed that numerous individuals were aware of the situation, hoping to mislead him. The notion of one's own brother entangled with one's wife is simply too grotesque for anyone to seek confirmation from a third party. "You're spouting nonsense," Lu Li exclaimed, seizing Zhao Xiaolong by the collar, ready to strike him. "Brotherly, trust me just this once. I swear I am not lying. If you have doubts, test it yourself. The next time Ma San sends you alone for goods, return home early to see for yourself, and all will be revealed," Zhao Xiaolong urged, even as Lu Li held him by the collar. Seeing Zhao Xiaolong's unwavering conviction, Lu Li's resolve began to waver. "Brotherly, Ma San is not a decent person. Do you think I left him merely because I found a new source of goods? I departed because I have seen through his true nature. My brothers risked their necks selling him tofu, and the earnings barely suffice for a meal. He never cares when someone gets caught. I would inevitably end up in the same fate if I continued with him. Brotherly, awaken. Don't let him deceive you any longer," Zhao Xiaolong implored. Lu Li, seething with anger, gradually loosened his grip on Zhao Xiaolong's collar. "Zhao Xiaolong, if you dare to deceive me, I will not let you off lightly. Brotherly, the truth cannot be hidden. What is false cannot become true. Just return home early, and all will be clear," Zhao Xiaolong asserted confidently. "Very well. I shall trust you this once." Lu Li narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering within. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiaolong pressed on, "Brotherly, let me offer you one more piece of advice. Ma San is a scoundrel capable of anything. Do not confront him openly. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly plot against you. If you seek vengeance, I have a plan that will ensure Ma San faces consequences he cannot escape, leaving him with no chance of redemption in this lifetime." Lu Li raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you propose?" Zhao Xiaolong chuckled dryly, "Brotherly, whatever I say now, you are bound to be skeptical. Let us converse about how to deal with Ma San once you have discerned his true nature. I assure you, I will facilitate your retribution." "Very well. If your words bear truth, I shall assist you in confronting Ma San. However, should you be deceiving me, I will ensure you regret it severely. Let us await the outcome," Zhao Xiaolong replied before turning away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Lu Li clenched his fists, standing motionless as turmoil brewed within him. Initially, he held little faith in Zhao Xiaolong's claims, yet the latter's assertions were so compelling that they ignited a seed of doubt within him. Resolute, Lu Li decided to heed Zhao Xiaolong's counsel and give it a try. Chapter 46. Caught in the act, Lu Li returned home to find his wife, Jean Mei, seated on the Kong, enjoying sunflower seeds. "Prepare me a meal. I am quite famished," he said as he entered and sat down, beginning to undress. With a sharp sound, Jean Mei spat the shell of the seed onto the ground, casting Lu Li a sidelong glare. If you wish to eat, then make it yourself. I have no time to cater to you. She swept the remaining shells off the edge of the Kong and climbed up, beginning to arrange her bedding. As she reached out, a glimmer of silver flashed from her wrist, which Lu Li keenly noticed. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but after Zhao Xiaolong's remarks, he now felt a sense of vigilance. Did you buy a silver bracelet? He inquired. Jean Mei hastily tugged at her sleeve to cover the bracelet. What business is it of yours? Her evasive behavior only heightened Lu Li's suspicions. Jean Mei was unemployed, although she earned slightly more than others working for Ma San. Her monthly income barely amounted to a few dozen yuan. After accounting for household expenses, there was hardly anything left. Where did you get the money? Jean Mei concealed the bracelet, unfazed by Lu Li's pointed inquiry. She defiantly replied, I found it. I stole it. What does it matter to you? You have no ability. And I suffer alongside you. I saved a little money to buy a silver bracelet, and you dare to scold me? Let me tell you. If you want to go mad, do it outside and do not disturb my sleep. Lu Li's single question seemed to strike a nerve, provoking her ire without a single kind word in return. After arranging her bedding, Jean Mei stripped off her clothes and burrowed into the covers, turning her back to him. Gazing at the back of her head, Lu Li gritted his teeth in frustration. Let it not be true. With troubling thoughts occupying his mind, he skipped dinner and went straight to bed, spending a sleepless night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Li was roused from a deep slumber by a series of shouts from outside. Billy. Billy. Who? He mumbled groggily. It's me. Open the door. The familiar voice belonged to none other than Ma San. Coming. Lu Li threw off the covers. Ma San often visited his home, but today felt different. After rising, Lu Li glanced at Jean Mei, who lay with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly undisturbed. He dressed quickly and stepped outside. Brother. He greeted as he opened the courtyard door to find Ma San waiting. Billy, ride out to fetch today's goods as usual, collect the payment and return. I have matters to attend to and want to be going with you, Ma San said with a cheerful demeanor. Under normal circumstances, Lu Li would have harbored no doubts and would have complied with Ma San's instructions. Yet, Zhao Xiaolong's warning echoed in his mind. Ma San deliberately wants you to deliver the goods alone to distract you. What's wrong? Ma San asked, noticing Lu Li's momentary silence. Nothing, I didn't rest well. My mind is still a bit foggy, Lu Li replied. If there's nothing wrong, hurry and leave. It's better to set off early when there are fewer people on the road. I'll take my leave now. After giving Lu Li his instructions, Ma San did not enter the courtyard but turned around and walked away. Lu Li dressed himself, stepped outside, and watched as Ma San's figure vanished at the end of the alley. He glanced back at the house behind him, his fingers clenched into a fist. Upon returning indoors, Jean Mei had turned over but remained asleep. Lu Li, having donned his clothing, spoke in a low voice. I'm leaving. There was no response. Lu Li pushed his bicycle away from home. After securely closing the courtyard door, he mounted his bicycle and, following the path he always took, swiftly disappeared into the distance. Not far from Lu Li's home, in a narrow alley, Ma San squatted beneath a fence, a smile playing on his lips as he watched Lu Li depart. After waiting a few minutes, Ma San finally felt at ease and stepped out of the alley, skillfully unlocking Lu Li's courtyard door. He entered the house as if it were his own. Jean Mei, who had just been sleeping soundly, was now sitting at the edge of the Kong, her shoulders partially exposed, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Ma San. You rascal, you always come so early, not allowing me to sleep properly. Jean Mei playfully scolded. Gazing at the alluring glimpse of her shoulder, Ma San couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite their numerous encounters, Jean Mei's seductive charm never failed to captivate him. You truly are a siren. Ma San hastily kicked off his shoes and eagerly leapt onto the Kong. Lunging towards Jean Mei, she lifted her foot, pressing it against his chest. What's the rush? It's not me who's in a hurry. It's the urgency of the moment. Ma San seized her ankle, pulling her closer. Their clothes were in disarray. With a sinister grin, Ma San grasped Jean Mei's arms and urged, stand up, lean against the wall, I'll take you from behind. All right, Jean Mei replied with a seductive smile, positioning herself against the wall. Meanwhile, Lu Li rode his bicycle, taking a brief detour before quietly returning. The courtyard door he had previously secured was inexplicably ajar. The open gap seemed to mock him. Lu Li's heart raced. He parked his bicycle outside and stealthily entered the courtyard. Before he could reach the door, he heard the last sounds he wished to encounter. The sultry music from within pierced Lu Li's nerves like a steel needle. So, who was more powerful? Me or Lu Li? It was Ma San's voice. Lu Li stood outside the window, listening intently. Of course, you are more powerful. Brother San, you promised to buy me that necklace, but you haven't tea yet. If you don't buy it soon, don't expect me to open the door for you next time. I'll buy it. Tomorrow I will get it for you. You're such a charmer. If I don't see the necklace next time, I want to let you off easily. Oh my darling, don't worry, I've already purchased the bracelet for you. How could I possibly forget the necklace? That is more like it. Let me turn around, face to face. I relish gazing upon your visage. Haha. You truly are a cunning fox, opening the door for the young one. Utterly shameless. Ma Sansi laughed unabashedly. Outside the window, Lu Li, upon overhearing this brazen exchange, felt a seething rage that threatened to shatter his teeth. His eyes bloodshot, fingers clenched tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously. At this moment, he longed to storm into the room and exact a brutal vengeance upon this pair of scoundrels. Yet, he felt that such an act would be too lenient for them. As he pondered how to retaliate against this duplicitous duo to satiate his wrath, Lu Li recalled the words that Zhao Xiaolong had once imparted to him. Chapter 47. Retribution in pursuit of a more severe vengeance against Ma San. Lu Li forcefully suppressed his rage and quietly departed from home. At this moment, Lu Li felt utterly humiliated, consumed by the flames of hatred, yearning only to see Ma San utterly annihilated. He pedaled his bicycle to the clandestine tofu workshop. Inside, Ma San's parents had already prepared the dried tofu intended for sale that day. Why are you so late? Grumbled the old man, Ma, upon Lu Li's entrance. My bike chain came loose on the way. Lu Li fabricated an excuse. The tofu workshop remained undiscovered not only due to its remote location but also because it was operated solely by Ma San's parents. Apart from Lu Li, no outsiders had ever been involved, which ensured its secrecy. Hurry up, the old man scoffed, his disdain for Lu Li evident in his gaze. Lu Li concealed his inner fury as he carefully secured the finished dried tofu to the rear of his bicycle. Be gentle with your hands. How many times must I tell you not to tie it like that? You're ruining the tofu, and if it doesn't sell, I'll deduct the cost from your wages. The elderly couple snapped, their irritation towards Lu Li a long-standing issue. Lu Li was acutely aware that they resented him for earning more while contributing less, thus their constant antagonism towards him. Yet, they were oblivious to the risks Lu Li faced. Should he be caught, he could face fines or even imprisonment for a considerable time. Enduring their incessant nagging, Lu Li mounted his bicycle and departed from the tofu workshop. Just seeing him makes me furious. I don't understand what San is thinking. I've told him countless times to lower Lu Li's wages, but he never listens. Ma grumbled as he closed the door of the tofu workshop. Cultural Palace of Workers. Zhao Xiaolong leaned against the wall. He had anticipated that it would take several days before Lu Li would yield results, but unexpectedly, only one night had passed before Lu Li approached him. Observing the grim expression on Lu Li's face, Zhao Xiaolong already grasped the outcome. Brotherly, I wasn't deceiving you. Was I? With a cloud of jealousy hanging over him, Lu Li had no interest in discussing Ma San and Jin Mei. He was solely eager to hear what Zhao Xiaolong proposed to deal with Ma San. Spare me the pleasantries. Just tell me your plan to deal with Ma San. The harsher, the better. Lu Li's voice dripped with animosity. Zhao Xiaolong felt a surge of elation within. With Lu Li as an insider, orchestrating Ma San's downfall would be significantly easier. Brotherly, dealing with Ma San is exceedingly simple. You know the location of his tofu workshop. All you need to do is report him, and then let the police catch him red-handed. The mere charge of hoarding goods would be enough to land him in serious trouble. Given the scale of his operation, he would undoubtedly face severe penalties. However, Lu Li shook his head at this suggestion. Not enough. I desire something far more ruthless. Zhao Xiaolong pondered for a moment, contemplating the implications of Lu Li's fervent desire for vengeance. This presents a dilemma, unless you possess more incriminating evidence against him to present to the authorities, thereby extending his sentence. More evidence? Indeed, there is. For many years, Ma San has been engaging in speculative practices, meticulously maintaining a ledger that records his profits from sales and his expenditures. Lu Li has seen this ledger and is aware of its location. Ma San has documented instances of bribing an insider at the grain station within this ledger. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is no wonder that Ma San has consistently managed to acquire soybeans. It seems there is an underlying connection. Bribery is a serious offense, and should this ledger fall into the hands of the police, Ma San would be utterly ruined. Lu Li pondered this in silence. Xiaolong, I intend to take down Ma San. I fear I cannot accomplish this alone, and I need your assistance. No problem, brotherly. Tell me how I can help you. I will find a way to obtain the ledger. You must cooperate with me, and at the right moment, we will catch Ma San red-handed, ensuring he can never rise again. All right, brotherly, just tell me what to do, and I will assist you, Zhao Xiaolong replied with a smile. 3 days later, Zhao Xiaolong's whereabouts were nowhere to be found, driving Ma San to a state of agitation. Dolly, I tasked you with locating Zhao Xiaolong, and it has been several days. You have yet to uncover even a trace of him. What on earth are you doing? That rascal is surely hiding. I've searched all his usual haunts. And if he refuses to show himself, what can I do? Have you considered other options? Have you inquired with those who sell him sesame oil? They must know where Zhao Xiaolong is. Use your senses and ask. As Ma San reprimanded him, Lu Li smirked internally. He would indeed seek Zhao Xiaolong, but he would no longer be doing Ma San's bidding. Third brother, that little brat Zhao Xiaolong is not going to escape. There's no need to rush. I have something significant to discuss with you. Significant? What is it? A former associate of mine works in the cafeteria of the machinery factory. They are looking to procure a batch of dried tofu, but their allocation for supplementary food has long been exhausted. Knowing that I am in this line of work, he wishes to purchase from me. The cafeteria of the machinery factory? Ma San asked suspiciously. Yes, Lu Li replied softly. I have yet to agree. I thought I would consult you before responding. Is it reliable? Those people may be formidable, but do they dare to act brazenly in a state-run factory cafeteria? This is certainly a safe endeavor. The office tasked with curbing speculative practices does wield some authority, yet their scope is quite narrow. I've never heard of them venturing into that state-run factory. The allocations for the state-run factory cafeteria are calculated per capita. The quantity of supplementary food is fixed. Could it possibly be exhausted so quickly? By nature cautious, Ma San, despite his trust in Lu Li, asked a few more questions. Lu Li chuckled and promptly clarified. How could they have truly run out? He intends to procure dried tofu from us to cover his accounts while saving his allocation to profit from others. In that case, it makes perfect sense. In these times, everyone's life is rather frugal, and it is only natural for individuals to seek ways to enrich their own pockets. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone showcases their unique abilities in this regard. Those who manage the canteen of state-owned enterprises often resort to such tactics, which is hardly surprising. Ma San's concerns were significantly alleviated. How much can we procure? He inquired. 30 jin per day, priced at the rates we have established. Lu Li replied. Such a quantity? While receiving 30 jin at once may not seem excessive, if it is required daily, this transaction indeed appears quite advantageous. Ma San chuckled. Dali, you have handled this matter commendably. Since you, third brother, have agreed, I shall consent to him. Yes, go ahead, Ma San nodded. But Uncle Ma will have to exert himself a bit more. With this increased volume, we will need to prepare at least one extra pot each day. That is not an issue. Chapter 48. The rate according to their retail price. A pound of dried tofu costs merely 20 cents, yielding an income of 6 yuan for 30 pounds sold in a single day, a steady and reliable business. Ma San felt a surge of joy. However, unbeknownst to him, Lu Li, standing behind him, was even more delighted. Third brother, this batch of goods is needed first thing tomorrow morning. It's crucial. If we fail now, we won't have a chance to continue. I understand. Just go and collect it tomorrow. I assure you it will be ready. Good. In the afternoon, Lu Yi arrived at the first high school to collect the money. Brother Yi, Zhao Xiaolong greeted, his facial scar nearly healed, leaving only a faint trace. The excitement radiating from Zhao Xiaolong was palpable as he approached Lu Yi with a beaming smile. Without needing to say much, Lu Yi could surmise the reason for his exuberance. Is there a resolution? Yes. Tonight, Zhao Xiaolong was brimming with anticipation. He and Lu Li had conspired, one as an insider, the other maintaining an external presence, digging a deep pit for Ma San, ready to bury him completely by nightfall. Lu Yi wished to remain uninvolved and refrained from asking further. Zhao Xiaolong rummaged through his money and grain coupons. Brother Yi, after this matter, Lu Li wants to work with me. Before Zhao Xiaolong could finish, Lu Yi interjected decisively. That individual is not suitable. Zhao Xiaolong hesitated, taken aback by Lu Ye's blunt refusal. He intended to speak a few words in Lu Li's defense. Actually, Lu Li. But Lu Yi continued. If his wife is being compromised indoors while he listens outside, and he can endure such humiliation, that man is far too calculating. If he can betray Ma San now, what has to stop him from finding an excuse to betray you in the future? A chill ran through Zhao Xiaolong at Lu Ye's words. He had been so consumed by his own pride that he hadn't considered this angle. Reflecting now, Lu Li's ruthlessness towards Ma San indeed bore a sinister edge. I understand, Zhao Xiaolong acknowledged, quickly resolving in his heart that he would sever all ties with Lu Li once this matter concluded. Having received the payment, Lu Yi departed swiftly. The empty bottles at Li Mingzhu's place were nearly depleted. He needed to make another trip to the hospital. In the dead of night, the group emerged from a narrow alley and paused in an open area. Approximately 100 meters ahead, there stood a solitary courtyard. Are you certain this is the place? A police officer in uniform and badge quietly asked Zhao Xiaolong. It must be this. There is no mistake. All right, you head to the back. Once we apprehend the criminals, we will commend you. Zhao Xiaolong silently retreated to the back of the crowd. This was Lu Li's plan. Lu Li was responsible for stealing the account books, falsely claiming that a friend required a large quantity of dried tofu, all to deceive Ma San and simultaneously prompt the tofu factory to increase production. The factory utilized a stone mill for grinding beans. With a sudden increase of 30 pounds, the elderly couple, Ma San and his wife, would certainly struggle to manage the workload alone. Ma San would undoubtedly return to the factory to assist that night. Lu Li, well aware of the intricacies of the tofu factory, cleverly concocted the tale of 30 dried tofu blocks. His intention was to lure the police and the anti-speculation office directly to the scene of crime and corruption. As for the ledger, it had already been stealthily placed within the tofu factory by Lu Li, ensuring that the authorities would inevitably discover it during their search. Zhao Xiaolong was entrusted with the task of reporting to both the police and the anti-speculation office, guiding them to the tofu factory. The police contingent observed the premises for a while. The courtyard was devoid of any surrounding structures, with a foul drainage ditch at the back, and dim light flickered through the windows, suggesting that voices could be heard within. The two detectives quickly ascertained the situation in the courtyard. Captain, it seems certain. There are significant signs of drainage at the back, and the unmistakable scent of boiling soybeans confirms this is an illicit processing den. A smile broke on the captain's face. Prepare for action. The officers from both the police and the anti-speculation office were eager to spring into action to them. The courtyard was not merely a den of vice, but a testament to their hard-earned achievements. The crowd dispersed, swiftly surrounding the entire premises. Go. At the captain's command, several agile officers vaulted over the fence and leapt into the courtyard, opening the gate from within. The throng surged forward, rushing into the yard. Don't move. Police. The door had not been locked. Several officers yanked it open and stormed inside. Ma San, bare-chested and grinding soybeans, trembled at the sudden shout. By the time he considered fleeing, it was already too late. He was apprehended on the spot by the police. His parents were also handcuffed, trembling in a corner. Silence. Don't speak. Hands on your head. Crouch down. The officers provided Ma San no opportunity to respond, swiftly taking control of the scene. The personnel from the anti-speculation office rapidly entered the premises to gather evidence. Before long, an officer unearthed a notebook from the mound of soybeans. Upon opening it, they found it densely filled with numerous figures and names. Indeed, it was Ma San's ledger. Captain, we have a discovery. Upon seeing his ledger exposed, Ma San was rendered utterly bewildered. The captain flipped through the notebook, his smile widening. Initially, he had thought it merely a case of speculation, but now, with evidence of bribery emerging, it was an unexpected boon. Take everything. Ma San was doomed. Not only was he captured, but so were his parents. This was precisely the outcome Lu Li had desired. Ma San had humiliated him, and with his parents looking down upon him, Lu Li sought vengeance in this manner. After being apprehended, Ma San could not withstand the pressure for even a few hours. Under police interrogation, he divulged the identities of all those who had engaged in speculation alongside him, the first being Lu Li. The police arrived at his home to make an arrest. Jean Mei, sitting on the Kong, wept uncontrollably. It was not the police's pursuit of Lu Li that troubled her, but rather the fact that, before his flight, Lu Li had absconded with all the family's money, including the silver bracelet and 2 other pieces of jewelry that Ma San had gifted her. Lu Li, you scoundrel, may you meet a dreadful fate. My money, my silver bracelet. The police's failure to apprehend Lu Li was not considered a significant issue. At worst, he would merely be regarded as an accomplice. Even if captured, he would likely face a fine or a brief detention, and that would be the end of it. Zhao Xiaolong's name was also revealed by Ma San. However, due to Zhao Xiaolong's cooperation in reporting, he was only subjected to a reprimand and subsequently released without any fines to pay. Ma San was arrested, and the tofu shop was shuttered. Those who had previously collaborated with Ma San in the tofu trade now found themselves without a livelihood. Word of the situation somehow reached these individuals, and they flocked to Zhao Xiaolong, seeking his support to engage in the trade of sesame oil and sesame paste. This development brought Zhao Xiaolong joy, yet it also stirred a sense of unease within him. Chapter 49. College Entrance Examination Registration. A week had elapsed since Su Mengyao sent her letter. On this day, Li returned from working in the fields, having finished with his farming tools, and was just about to head home when he was called over by Accountant Tian from the team. Lu, there's a letter from your wife. You might as well take it home, he said. Ah, good, Lu replied, accepting the envelope and glancing at the writing on it. Beside him, Chun Hao leaned in, grinning. It's surely another love letter from some suitor, right? It must be quite a challenge for you to guard such a beautiful wife. Stop joking. This is a letter from her family. The envelope bore the sender's name and address, revealing that the letter was from Su Yao, most likely her father. With that, Li hastily made his way home. Not long ago, Ho Shaoan had injured her back and had been confined to bed, allowing the Lu household a rare moment of tranquility. In preparation for the imminent college entrance examination, Su Mengyao had been studying diligently, even foregoing her visits to the educated youth points. Your letter, Su Mengyao said, setting down her pen as she accepted the envelope. The food is on the stove. You should eat. After working for 7 or 8 hours in the fields, Liu was indeed feeling hungry. After washing up, he sat alone on the kong, enjoying the meal Su Mengyao had prepared for him. He tore open the envelope, and Su Mengyao pulled out the letter inside. Yao Yao, your letter has been received by your father and mother. In your letter, you mentioned that you had entered into a sham marriage with a villager to avoid harassment. While your approach may seem extreme, your parents can understand. This college entrance examination opportunity is rare. I hope you seize it well. Furthermore, I have good news. Your father's political status has been rectified. The organization is in contact with him, and there is a strong possibility that he will return to work within the organization. If this is true, our family will finally see the end of our hardships. The letter spanned 2 full pages, and as Su Mengyao read, tears welled in her eyes. With a sudden burst of laughter through her tears, she exclaimed, "It seems there is some good news that has brought both tears and smiles." Lu, chewing on his steamed bun, responded with a smile. What is it that has you so emotional? My father's political status has been rectified. I am no longer the daughter of a counter-revolutionary. My father is about to be vindicated. Su Mengyao exclaimed in a hushed yet fervent tone. Indeed, that is wonderful news. I must congratulate you. With your father's vindication, you no longer need to endure hardships here. This is indeed a great blessing. Wiping her tears, Su Mengyao turned her gaze towards Lu, who was engrossed in his meal. Her marriage to Lu had initially been a decision made out of necessity, a means to shield herself from external malevolence. The results had indeed been as she hoped, ever since she had moved into this side room. No one had dared to disturb her. Yet, she had not anticipated such swift changes. In just a month, not only had the restrictions on college entrance examination registrations been lifted, but her parents had also regained their political standing. Fortune had arrived simultaneously. Moreover, this signified that the absurdity of her marriage with Lu could now be deemed at an end. Well, Su Mengyao's voice is rather faint. Lu interjected. Tomorrow is the 20th. I will accompany you to the education committee for registration. As for the matter of divorce, you may ponder whether to finalize it before the exams or wait until after. Although Su Mengyao had intended to broach this topic herself, Lu's premature mention left her feeling somewhat unsettled, despite the marriage being a mere facade. Hearing the word divorce slip from Lu's lips evoked an inexplicable sense of abandonment within her, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Without thinking, Su Mengyao blurted, "That's not what I meant." "No, that is what I meant." "Oh dear, what am I even saying?" Regaining her composure, she turned to Lu. "I wanted to express my gratitude. I can feel that you have known from the very beginning that I wish for this sham marriage. Not only did you agree, but you have also honored your commitment, for which I am truly thankful. Lu, you are genuinely a good person." "Ah," Lu responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, resuming his meal. Unfazed by being labeled a good person, Lu remained emotionally unperturbed, as the arrangement was merely a mutual exploitation masked as a marriage. He found comfort in having someone to manage household chores. However, his indifference was not lost on Su Mengyao. "What does O mean?" she questioned, perplexed. "I just expressed my heartfelt thanks. And all he can say is oh." She instinctively glanced at her own figure. Confident in her appearance, the only aspect of herself she lacked assurance in was her physique. Did this fellow truly feel no attraction towards her? Or perhaps he was simply oblivious to her beauty? The following morning, Liu refrained from his usual labor and instead accompanied Su Ming out of the county town. The registration announcement clearly stated that non-students were required to register in person at the education committee. To avoid long lines, they set out early. Yet, upon their arrival at the education committee's entrance, they were met with an interminable queue that stretched endlessly, resembling a dragon. Liu anticipated a crowd but was taken aback by the sheer number of applicants. So many. Su Mengyao, who had missed the previous year's examination, was witnessing such a throng of candidates for the first time. Let's queue up, Liu suggested. All right. They swiftly took their place at the end of the line, which was led by a woman cradling a child, soothing the little one with gentle coos. Liu craned his neck to peer ahead. Goodness. The line was populated by individuals of all ages, ranging from those in their 30s to teenagers of 15 or 16. There were even 2 or 3 women ahead who had brought children to register. It was indeed quite a frenzy. Observing the multitude of competitors, Liu inquired with a grin, "So, do you still have confidence in your chances of success?" Su Mengyao gazed at the throng, sighing in contemplation. The newspaper reported that last year's total number of applicants reached 5.7 million, yet only 270,000 were admitted, resulting in an acceptance rate of 4.74. With the recent policy changes, I surmise that the number of applicants will undoubtedly increase, truly a formidable challenge akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a throng of competitors. Nevertheless, I harbor confidence in my abilities. I have been preparing for this day for a considerable time, and I firmly believe that I shall succeed. In my previous life, Su Mengyao not only gained admission to university but also secured a place in a prestigious institution. At this moment, Liu, witnessing Su Mengyao's fervent determination, cannot help but acknowledge that with ambition and perseverance, one can indeed achieve their aspirations. I shall wish you success in advance, Liu remarked with a smile. Suddenly, the crowd ahead erupted in commotion as the doors of the education committee swung open, marking the official commencement of the college entrance examination registration. Chapter 50, Business is Business this year presents a stark contrast to last year. The college entrance examination adopts a nationally unified test paper. The preparations across various regions have become markedly more refined. Unlike last year, when the exams concluded but the standard answers were still unavailable, leaving not only the examinees in a quandary about estimating their scores, but also the teachers involved in the grading process at a loss. The guiding documents, which do not solely adhere to a formulaic approach, have been disseminated to every city and county. This time, Su Mengyao faced no further obstacles. Her registration proceeded smoothly. Watching her name being inscribed on the list of candidates, Su Mengyao felt a surge of excitement and grasped the hand of Liu tightly. I have registered. I have finally registered. There are exactly 2 months left. Make sure to put in your utmost effort, Liu gently encouraged her. Su Mengyao nodded earnestly. I will certainly work hard. After leaving the education committee, Liu took Su Mengyao to a supply and marketing cooperative. Learning cannot be separated from paper, pens, and books. So Liu purchased some stationery for her. Pencils cost 1 cent each, erasers 2 cents, and a large notebook 4 cents, quite economical. Su Mengyao leaned against the counter, gazing at a fountain pen adorned with a golden cap. The exquisite patterns on the cap and the elongated, refined body of the pen captivated her. How much is this pen? Su Mengyao inquired, her finger resting on the glass, addressing the salesperson behind the counter. The salesperson glanced over and casually replied, 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao pursed her lips, promptly diverting her gaze. It was indeed beautiful, but far too expensive. Liu, observing the interaction, softly said to the salesperson, "Could you please show it to us?" "No, it's too expensive." Su Mengyao shook her head. "Just take a look. It's not as if you have to buy it." The salesperson replied with a smile, opening the display case to retrieve the elegant fountain pen. Seeing that the pen had been brought out, Su Mengyao no longer hesitated. She picked it up and examined it closely. This is the Hero brand. It may be pricey, but its quality is exceptional. The nib is made of stainless steel, ensuring durability over time. The salesperson chimed in. With its delicate body and comfortable weight, Su Mengyao held the pen and gave it a try. "Do you like it? I can give it to you." "No, thank you." Su Mengyao replaced the cap and returned the pen to the salesperson. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The salesperson placed the pen back and turned to assist other customers. Su Mengyao neatly organized her newly purchased stationery. Liu glanced at the pen once more, smiled, and chose not to speak further. Let us head home. Although it was a rare opportunity to visit the county seat, Su Mengyao showed no desire to linger. After acquiring her supplies, she was eager to return home. "Let us go." Lu Yi and Su Mengyao exited the cooperative together, unbeknownst to them. In another corner of the store, a pair of glistening eyes watched their departure. Miss? Miss? The sesame you requested has been weighed. Please hold open the bag. The vendor called out repeatedly. Awakened from her reverie, Li Mingzhu hastily opened the fabric sack intended for grains, observing as the vendor poured a generous amount of sesame into it. Yet her mind lingered on the earlier encounter with Lu Yi and the woman beside him. That woman, tall and graceful, with a strikingly beautiful face, emanated an ethereal freshness that was unmistakable. Even without seeing her in full, one could discern she was a true beauty. It was no wonder, she mused, that Brother Lu had scarcely cast a glance her way. With such a stunning companion, how could he possibly notice her? Miss. The payment, please. 2 yuan for 5 pounds of grain tickets, the vendor urged, seeing Li Mingzhu lost in thought once more. After completing her transaction, she shouldered the grain sack and swiftly exited the supply and marketing cooperative, only to find that Lu Yi and Su Mengyao had already vanished from sight. A week had passed since Ma San's arrest. Those who had previously sold dry tofu for him found themselves without a source of income, and one by one, they sought out Zhao Xiaolong. Initially reluctant to take them on, Zhao Xiaolong knew his own supply was limited, insufficient to share among so many. However, their repeated pleas, each one reflecting desperation, tugged at his heart. Having experienced hunger himself, he understood their plight. He remained indecisive about whether to assist them. When delivering payment to Lu Yi once more, Zhao Xiaolong seized the opportunity to voice his concerns. Brother Yi, with Ma San gone, those who used to sell for him are now struggling to survive, coming to me daily, desperate for work. They are familiar faces, and I can't help but feel for them. In a previous life, Li had indeed worked with those who sold dry tofu for Ma San, and he had some recollection of the individuals Zhao Xiaolong mentioned. In truth, they were all unfortunate souls. Some were former educated youth who had been sent to remote areas, unable to endure the hardships of their assigned locales, and had returned clandestinely. Since their household registrations remained in the areas where they had been sent upon returning, they found themselves without official status, unemployable even for temporary jobs. They were left to scrape by on menial tasks. Others, like Zhao Xiaolong, were orphans or had parents who could not support them. Merely surviving was a feat in itself. A few had ventured into this precarious existence to supplement their families, as their households were simply too large to sustain on limited rations. Now devoid of Ma San's supply, it was only natural that they were in a state of urgency. You feel pity for them and wish to take them in? Lu Yi remarked. I understand that bringing so many on board means there will be little profit for anyone. Yet I cannot bear to watch them go hungry. You may take them in, but there are a few points I must clarify, Lu Yi stated. Please. Go on, Zhao Xiaolong implored, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yi. Although Zhao Xiaolong had dabbled in opportunistic ventures for some time, his activities typically involved traversing the streets, discreetly selling goods, exchanging payment for products. True business is fundamentally a different matter altogether. I ask you, in such a vast Huan County, with so many opportunists, why do they seek you out instead of joining forces with others? There are indeed individuals who are larger in influence than Ma San. Zhao Xiaolong was rendered speechless by Lu Yi's inquiry. The only reason they wish to align with you is the substantial profits I offer. I do not oppose your acceptance of them, but you must be acutely aware of one crucial point. Business is always merely business. Never intertwine personal emotions with it. Zhao Xiaolong possesses a resilient character with numerous commendable traits. However, his tendency towards sentimentality is significantly pronounced. I understand, Zhao Xiaolong nodded. It is said that teaching someone a lesson 1,000 times may not yield results, but perhaps a single experience can impart wisdom. Although Zhao Xiaolong verbally acknowledged this, Li understood that he needed to encounter some setbacks before he could truly learn. Nevertheless, for now, there is no urgency in minor skirmishes. Starting tomorrow, I will double your supply of goods. Chapter 51. Do not love me. There is no outcome next year. The reform and opening up will commence. In his previous life, Li squandered an inordinate amount of time in Huastan, earning only meager sums. Now, with a fresh start, his mind brims with countless lucrative opportunities. He is determined not to tread the same convoluted paths nor remain confined to such a small locale. He plans to increase production, first amassing a substantial startup capital. Wonderful! Zhao Xiaolong exclaimed with unbridled joy upon hearing Lu Yi's intentions to augment the supply. Whether it was sesame paste or sesame oil, Zhao Xiaolong profited a mere penny per bottle. The more goods Liu provided him, the greater his earnings would be. Before departing, Lu Yi reiterated to Zhao Xiaolong the importance of discretion regarding their partnership, Any mention of him would result in an immediate cessation of their collaboration. After the incident involving Ma San, Zhao Xiaolong realized why Liu sought his partnership, not due to a lack of alternatives for selling his goods, but rather because he required someone to stand before him, ensuring his safety. Zhao Xiaolong bore no resentment, for without Lu Yi, he would not have amassed such wealth, and his younger siblings would continue to suffer from hunger. After leaving the high school, Liu proceeded to his rented accommodation. Li Mingzhu was, as always, at home, quietly preparing sesame paste. Upon seeing Lu Yu enter, a smile illuminated her face, and she paused her work. "Brother Lu," she greeted. Liu crouched beside her, casually picking up a chopstick to inspect the bowl of sesame paste. "You are becoming increasingly skilled. Your work surpasses my own." Since Li Mingzhu began assisting him, Lu Yi had found considerable relief, as he no longer needed to process the goods himself or handle deliveries. Li Mingzhu poured him a cup of water. "Brother Lu, please have some tea. I specially brewed this green tea for you." "Indeed, I am rather parched," Lu Yi replied, taking the cup and drinking deeply. "I have come to bring you money and to inform you that starting tomorrow, you must double your output. I will also make time to assist you." Currently, Li Mingzhu could process approximately 15 pounds of sesame daily. Doubling that to 30 pounds was not overly daunting. "Very well, I shall prepare 3 additional batches," she readily agreed. In recent days, while frying sesame oil at home, she had been earning a little over $1 daily, and her circumstances were gradually improving. With sparkling eyes, she stole glances at Lu Yi while he drank, recalling the woman she had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative. She yearned to inquire of her brother Lu about that woman, but hesitated, fearing she might hear the answer she dreaded most. "Brother Lu," she began, hesitantly. He responded. "Yesterday, I went to buy sesame at the cooperative, and I saw you with a girl with long hair," she ventured, summoning the courage to ask. "Who is she?" Lu Yi quickly grasped the context of her inquiry regarding the previous day at the cooperative. "That is my wife. Yesterday, I accompanied her to the education committee to register for the college entrance examination, and on the way, we stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some stationery for her." "Were you also at the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday?" "I didn't see you there." Snap! The word wife resonated like a thunderclap in Li Mingzhu's mind. It turned out that she was indeed Brother Lu's spouse. The last shred of hope that lingered in Li Mingzhu's heart was utterly shattered. The smile on her face vanished, and she felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Her nose tinged with a sour sensation, and her eyes betrayed her, becoming moist. Noticing Li Mingzhu's unusual demeanor, Li leaned closer and asked, "What is wrong?" "I'm fine," Li Mingzhu replied, not wanting Lu Yu to discern her embarrassment as she turned her head away. Then, with great effort, she spoke in the calmest tone possible. "I just had a momentary daze. I'm all right now." "Brother Lu, your wife is truly beautiful. You must be very happy together." Lu Yu chuckled softly. He understood that Li Mingzhu's momentary daze was not genuine. It was clearly because she was disheartened upon hearing that he had a wife. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for him? They say that beautiful women are drawn to heroes. Having saved her twice, it was indeed possible she might admire him. Lu Yi smiled. What normal man does not appreciate beauty? What normal man does not enjoy being admired by a beautiful woman? Lu Yi, being an ordinary man, felt a sense of pride seeing Li Mingzhu in such a state. However, pride aside, he had no romantic intentions towards this young girl. Happiness, indeed, was quite abundant. Liu teased Li Mingzhu. "At home, I merely wait for clothes to be brought to me and meals to be served. I never lift a finger to touch pots or pans, nor do I wash clothes or bedding. Your sister-in-law is truly hard-working. I direct her east, and she wouldn't dare go west. How blissful it is." "Humph, I don't believe that. Your clothes surely smell stale." The two were close enough for Li Mingzhu to distinctly smell the sour odor of sweat emanating from Lu Ye's clothes. If he truly lived as he claimed, how could his clothes possibly smell unpleasant? The lie was exposed, and Lu Yi awkwardly smiled. "I forgot to change." Though Li Mingzhu felt a pang in her heart upon realizing that Lu Yi was married, she did not dwell on it too much. After all, she had already entertained such thoughts before voicing them, thereby preparing herself in advance. Now that her suspicions were confirmed, while she felt deeply distressed, it was not entirely unbearable. Lu Yi did not intend to entertain Li Mingzhu's aspirations, and thus he refrained from disclosing the truth about his fabricated marriage. He wished for this misunderstanding to persist, so that Li Mingzhu would harbor no hopes and consequently avoid disappointment in the future. Observing Li Mingzhu, Liu silently pondered, "Little girl, in time, this will pass. If I say too much now, it may only harm her." Li Mingzhu made a concerted effort to adjust her mindset. She returned to her small stool and resumed the task of canning sesame paste. Brother Lu, it is getting late. You should return home soon so that your wife does not become anxious waiting for you. I have only just entered the room, and my tea remains unfinished. Is this a dismissal? Truly, regardless of stature, a woman's heart can be as small as a needle's eye. Lu Yi placed the money on the heated bed. I have left the money here. If you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave. Li Mingzhu remained silent. Her gaze fixated on the sesame paste before her. Li Yi paused at the doorway, turning back to look at Li Mingzhu. His expression tinged with melancholy. Do not love me. It will lead to no good outcome. With a clatter, the door shut. Lu Ye's figure vanished completely from the room. Two streams of tears cascaded down. Li Mingzhu sat there, gently sobbing. Chapter 52. Gambling life was uneventful, yet fulfilling. Lu Yi toiled in the fields alongside the production team each morning. Although arduous, this labor represented a different kind of enjoyment for him. The youthful vigor contained within his body fascinated Lu Yi. In his past, he had dragged around a body nearing 40, nearly worn out, sweating profusely after just a few steps. Now, given a second chance, Lu Yi was determined not to let his body deteriorate prematurely. However, he required a means to channel his abundant energy. Otherwise, the exuberance he felt each morning, especially if he wished to conceal it from Su Mengyao, would be quite awkward. Engaging in agricultural labor served as an excellent outlet. After tending to the fields in the morning, Li would spend his afternoons at the hospital collecting empty bottles. Subsequently, he would return to his rented room to assist Li Mingzhu in making sesame oil and sesame paste. Following an increase in production, Lu Ye's daily earnings had reached approximately 35 yuan. After deducting costs and commissions, his net profit amounted to roughly 7 yuan per day. One must not underestimate this sum. It is crucial to remember that, in this era, the monthly salary of a mayor barely reached 169 yuan. The country had yet to undergo its reform and opening up policies. And Lu Yi felt quite content with his income. He was aware that he could not take overly ambitious strides at this moment, lest he encounter unforeseen difficulties. Meanwhile, Lu Tianci had been working in the publicity department of the commune for some time. Since the incident where he was targeted by a colleague and subsequently penalized by his supervisor to write a self-criticism, Lu Tianci had made some progress under Du Daoi's guidance. He had discreetly set aside his previous habit of sneaking cigarettes. Lu Tianci presented his supervisor with a pack of Haidman cigarettes and purchased 2 packets of jasmine tea for the office, which significantly improved the attitudes of his colleagues towards him. However, life remained monotonous, and Lu Tianci's previous penchant for mischief began to resurface. In the break room of the commune's security department, several staff members gathered during their lunch break, eager to engage in some entertainment. During this time, the concept of 21 points had yet to gain popularity. When the group was large, they typically played Jiajinhua, a card game, while smaller gatherings opted for Do Di Zhu or Chuan Hong Jian, with some preferring Xingji. Among these games, Lu Tianci had a particular fondness for Jiajinhua. The stakes were high, and the thrill was exhilarating. Furthermore, Lu Tianci held a great deal of confidence in his gambling skills. Foregoing lunch, Lu Tianci hurried into the break room of the security department. Upon entering, he observed that 6 or 7 individuals were already engrossed in play. He skillfully extracted his money and quickly found a spot to join the game. Small pair. Sequence. Gold flower. Lu Tianci's luck was favorable. He experienced more wins than losses. And within less than an hour, a considerable stack of bills had accumulated before him, amounting to several dozen yuan. This round is on me. After winning another hand, Lu Tianci, brimming with excitement, generously placed the base bet for everyone. Among the 8 players, 6 suffered losses, while one only managed to win a small amount. At the entire card table, Lu Tianci stood out as the most triumphant. After shuffling the cards, he began to deal them out one by one. Some players, having lost a considerable amount, flushed with embarrassment, murmured their bets. I'll bet 50 cents. I too will bet 50 cents. Lu Tianci, feeling fortunate, decided to follow suit and kept his cards close. After 2 rounds, the 2 players with a weaker mindset were the first to reveal their cards. One discarded his hand outright, while the other quietly contributed $1 to the pot. Following 3 more rounds, out of the 8 players, only 3 remained. Lu Tianci, confident in his winnings, had yet to look at his cards, while another player, who was visibly frustrated from losing, also kept his cards hidden. The third player, having looked at his hand, continued to raise his bets. At that moment, the pile of money in the center had amassed to over $10. Quite a significant sum for a single hand. With a smile, Lu Tianci picked up his cards, saying, "Let me take a peek. If they're not good, I'll gladly let you through." As he revealed his 3 cards, Q, J, K, an entire flush of hearts, he realized he held a true dragon hand. His heart raced with excitement. Yet he maintained a facade of inscrutability. Apologies, but it seems I cannot fold this hand. $3, let us raise the stakes. With that, he tossed $3 into the center. In gambling, psychological warfare is paramount. Common players often boast about having strong hands, while seasoned veterans feign weakness and bet cautiously. However, genuine veterans of the card table would never stoop to such trivial tactics. Lu Tianci, a cunning gambler, employed a direct raise that appeared to be mere bravado. Yet it subtly conveyed to others that he was attempting to bluff. The frustrated player, indeed falling for Lu Tianci's ruse, chose to follow suit, betting an additional $50. I'll match. This shifted the pressure to the last player, who had already seen his cards. He held a flush of 10K, but not insignificant by any means. In this scenario, the player with his cards hidden posed little threat to him. It was Lu Tianci, who had also seen his cards and raised, that left him uncertain. The 2 men exchanged glances, each gauging the other. I'll match $3. The player, wary of Lu Tianci's potential bluff, decided to play along. After this round, the pressure was back on Lu Tianci. If he was indeed bluffing, it was likely he would fold after this round. Upon seeing the players still follow his lead, Lu Tianci feigned hesitation, his expression betraying a hint of doubt. You have quite a hand there. Having won so much, I suppose I'll contribute as well, $3. He deliberately framed his words to entice the player into continuing the betting. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to Lu Tianci's strategy. Yet there was one variable he could not predict. A gambler who had lost significantly often defies conventional reasoning. This player, in a moment of recklessness, tossed in $2.50. Come on. Let us keep going. I'm in. The 2 $5 bills were tossed in, bringing Lu Tianci and his opponent's wager to the capped $5. To continue, one had to match that amount. He yearned to unveil Lu Tianci's cards. But according to the rules, with another player concealing their cards, he was not permitted to compete with Lu Tianci. He glanced at the pile of money in the center and then down at his own A and K of the same suit. I call $5. With that, the other player also placed $5 on the table. The atmosphere in the room ignited immediately. Those who had previously withdrawn now stared with wide eyes, unwilling to leave. The stakes were monumental. Lu Tianci chuckled inwardly. Good, stay right there. I'll resolve this hand. $5. Lu Tianci felt invigorated, pulling out more money to continue the bet. With this raise, the stakes increased for another 5 rounds. The pile of money had transformed into a small mountain. The money Lu Tianci had won was not only depleted, but nearly half of his initial stake had also been consumed. The other 2 players were flushed, intently observing each other's every move. The player with concealed cards counted the money in his possession and finally picked up his cards. Chapter 53. A total loss. The first card was the Black Spade 3, which left him feeling half-hearted. The second card was the Diamond 3, rendering his pair of 3s utterly useless. As he dramatically revealed the third card, it turned out to be a Heart 3. In disbelief, he shouted, "Come on, let's keep going. I won't let you off this time." Without hesitation, he tossed a wad of cash onto the table. The onlookers, stirred by the unfolding drama, were suddenly filled with excitement. This round had escalated to an exhilarating level. "I'll see your cards," said the first player, unable to contain himself, and immediately challenged the man to a showdown. "What do you have? Don't concern yourself with my hand. Will you continue to match or fold? Or do you want to put your chips in? Then I shall call your bet." With that, he wagered $5 more. 3 3s, a 3 of a kind. "Is that enough to take you down?" Upon seeing those 3 small 3s, the tension in the air was palpable, and the man felt a surge of frustration. "Are you cheating? Get lost. You're the dealer. You dealt the cards." The man, exhilarated, swept the pile of cash towards himself. This one hand was worth 3 months of his salary. After losing this round, Lu Tianci's streak of good fortune had been completely severed. In the following rounds, he failed to win even once. Before long, the salary he had just received that morning had been nearly depleted. With no money left to bet, Lu Tianci cursed under his breath as he exited the security office's lounge. Damn it, that scoundrel must have stolen my luck away. Clutching the few coins he had left, he felt a pang of regret. Why did I let myself get carried away again? This is the last time I gamble, I swear. If I bet again, I will cut off my own hand. Lu Tianci vowed to himself. That evening, upon returning home, he was approached by his mother-in-law, Wang Xilan. "Tianci, you received your salary today, didn't you?" "Yes," he replied wearily. "That's good. Now, please hand over the food expenses. Just give me $20. What? Lu Tianci looked at Wang Xilan, bewildered. What food expenses? What do you think? You eat, drink, and live at home. Doesn't that cost money? Du Mei is pregnant and needs to nourish herself. Today we're having chicken, tomorrow fish. I'm asking for $20 from you. Is that too much? But you never mentioned anything about food expenses before. In the past, when you were unemployed, your father and I endured some hardships to support you. It was acceptable for you to help us around the house. Now that you have a job, do you expect us to continue to support you without any contribution? Wang Xilan pouted, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over Lu Tianci, her displeasure evident. The household provisions are limited, with so many mouths to feed. How can I conjure up food out of thin air if you do not contribute? Du Mei, noticing her mother's rising anger, cast an irritable glance at Lu Tianci. Why are you hesitating? Don't forget that it was my father who secured this job for you. As a son-in-law, once you earn money, you are obliged to share it with the family. My mother has already been quite lenient by not demanding all of it from you. Lu Tianci was seething with frustration. While it was true that Du Dawei had arranged his employment, he was the one putting in the work. What was this situation? To go to work, earn money, and hand it over to Wang Xilan, was he to become a mere beast of burden, laboring for his own sustenance? Moreover, this job was not simply a gift from Du Dawei. He had exchanged his dignity as a man for it. Lu Tianci was unwilling to part with his earnings, and moreover, he currently had no money to give. I have no money, Lu Tianci grumbled, suppressing his irritation. How can you have no money when you just received your salary? Wang Xilan pressed, having arrived precisely at the appointed time to collect. It was implausible for her to believe that Lu Tianci was broke. He dared not reveal that he had lost money gambling, and after pondering for a moment, he blurted out, I lent the money to my mother. Originally, Lu Tianci had intended to brush off the conversation, but he had underestimated Wang Xilan. Upon hearing his words, her expression darkened immediately, and she replied in a low voice. You lent it to your mother? You just got paid today and went straight home after work. Are you saying that Ho Shaoan was waiting for you at the village entrance to borrow money? Irritated, Lu Tianci responded, Yes, my mother mentioned needing to borrow money earlier. I happened to run into her on the way, so I lent it to her. Mom, I'm exhausted today. I just want to lie down for a bit. He hadn't eaten lunch, and having lost money, he felt agitated and drained, simply wishing to rest. Seeing Lu Tianci collapse onto the bed, Wang Xilan was furious. Du Mei, too, was incensed. He had never mentioned anything about borrowing money from his mother, and now, having just received his salary, he had already sent it to her before even arriving home. How could Du Mei possibly accept this? In a fit of anger, she kicked Lu Tianci, exclaiming, Get up. My mother is right here. What is your attitude? You need to explain yourself. Wang Xilan was equally infuriated. Lu Tianci had come into their home, consumed their food and drink, and now that he had earned a bit of salary, he had swiftly handed it over to his own mother. This was a blatant disregard for the Du family. No, this matter could not be swept under the rug. Ho Shaoan needed to clarify the situation. When Lu Tianci remained lying on his side, unresponsive, Wang Xilan's anger boiled over. She turned on her heel, declaring, I will go find her. Mother, I will go with you, exclaimed Du Mei, who, despite her visibly rounded belly after 4 months of pregnancy, rose and followed her mother. Both women wore expressions of indignation. Lu Tianci, witnessing the escalating situation, mustered his weary body to stand once more. Please, calm down. It's merely 20 yuan. I can return it to you in a couple of days. Isn't that sufficient? Is it merely about the money? You are our son-in-law. We facilitated your employment. Any earnings should naturally flow to the Du family. On what grounds does Ho Shaoan claim this money? Do not presume I am unaware of her ulterior motives to deceive us. That shall not succeed. Come, let us confront her, Wang Xilan declared, leading Du Mei out of the room. Meanwhile, in the Lu household, Lu Yi had just returned from the county and was sharing dinner with Su Mengyao. Outside, a sudden commotion erupted. Ho Shaoan, do you have no shame? Your son is already married, yet you still covet his wages. What is your intention? What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever coveted Tianci's salary? Chapter 54. A sharp-stomached Lu Yi, while dining, found himself disinterested in the escalating commotion outside. However, the ruckus grew increasingly pronounced, and even through the door and windows, he could discern every word clearly. Do not play coy with me. Lu Tianci's salary was deceitfully taken by you, wasn't it? I shall make this abundantly clear. Lu Tianci is now our family's son-in-law. What does it mean to be a son-in-law? It signifies a son married off, akin to spilled water, the job we, the Du family, arranged for him, means that his earnings must be handed over to us. If you think you can keep it, you are sorely mistaken. Return Lu Tianci's wages to me immediately, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, I will not let it rest." Wang Xiulan, filled with fury, stood with her hands on her hips, her words punctuated by a spray of saliva. Her domineering demeanor was reminiscent of a landowner. Hou Xiaowen, accustomed to being the loudmouth in East Sheng village, had always been the one to confront others, yet this was the first time she found herself cornered. The anger surged within her. Being the wife of the brigade secretary, Wang Xiulan's loud proclamation in front of the old Lu family home drew a considerable crowd. Some onlookers even rushed out, still chewing their unfinished meals, eager to witness the spectacle. As the crowd thickened, Hou Xiaoyun felt her composure slipping. She no longer cared that Wang Xiulan was Tianci's mother-in-law and retorted fiercely, "Wang Xiulan, do not spew filth. When did I ever take Tianci's salary? He received his wages today and brought nothing home. He explicitly told me that he lent all his money to you upon entering the village. Are you still denying it?" Wang Xiulan pointed an accusatory finger at Hou Xiaowen, her other hand firmly placed on her hip, speaking with conviction. "Tianci, I said that?" Hou Xiaowen, having recently injured her back and recuperating at home, had not seen Lu Tianci for several days and had certainly not received any money from him. Yet, Wang Xiulan's unwavering certainty made her doubt. Could it be that Tianci had lied to them? And where is Tianci? It would be futile to seek him. You must return that money. Wang Xiulan had resolved that no matter what, she would reclaim Lu Tianci's earnings and nip this issue in the bud. Scanning the area, Hou Xiaoyan found no sign of Lu Tianci and declared, "Wang Xiulan, do not think that just because a few have called you secretary's wife that you hold any significance. Do you not inquire about how I, Hou Xiaoyan, fear no one?" Wang Xiulan merely scoffed, dismissing Hou Xiaoyan entirely. "That statement should be directed at you. You may intimidate others, but you are not worthy to challenge me. Spare me your empty words and return the money." The two women continued their heated exchange, refusing to relent, creating a cacophony in the courtyard. Lu Zhendong sat quietly nearby, silently smoking as he listened to the uproar. Lu Yi, having finished his meal, noted that the shouting persisted outside. The confrontation between Wang Xiulan and Hou Xiaoyun was indeed a rare spectacle, and with no television at home, he found himself idly entertained. Lu Yi picked up a small stool and made his way to the courtyard, where he settled down beside it, enjoying the cool breeze while watching the performance. Dumei stood next to Wang Xiulan. Ever since her marriage to Lu Tianci, when Hou Xiaoyan had blocked the door demanding a red envelope, Dumei had deemed her mother-in-law utterly disgraceful, and she had not visited the old Du family since their wedding. At this moment, she cast a disdainful glance at Hou Xiaoyan, her expression one of utter contempt. "You might as well return the money quickly. There are so many witnesses. And if you aren't embarrassed, we certainly are. Hou Xiaoyan, I am your mother-in-law. How dare you speak to me like that?" Hou Xiaoyan's face turned a shade of green from anger. Wang Xiulan argued with her, as they were both of the same generation. However, it was truly unacceptable for Dumei, her daughter-in-law, to utter such words. Lu Yi, sitting not far away, shot a glance at Dumei, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Beneath her floral shirt, Dumei's belly was already slightly rounded, a distinct bulge pressing against her garment. Lu Yi mused inwardly. Is it already impossible to conceal? In his previous life, after his departure, the old Du family had consistently claimed that the child in Dumei's womb was his. Yet, only he and the Du family were privy to the true parentage of the child. It seemed that the burden of being the illegitimate father would fall squarely on Lu Tianci. As he pondered these thoughts, Lu Tianci, who had been absent until now, finally stepped into the courtyard. "Stop your bickering. Do you not feel ashamed?" Upon entering, Lu Tianci wore a long face and spoke irritably. "Shameful? It is your mother who is shameful. You arrived just in time. Your mother denies borrowing money from you. So come and clarify this," Wang Xiulan retorted. She had already been upset with Lu Tianci at home, and seeing him enter with such an attitude only exacerbated her irritation. Upon seeing her son return, Hou Xiaoyan approached Lu Tianci and whispered, "Son, what on earth is happening?" Lu Tianci maintained a sullen demeanor, guiding her aside as he replied, "Mother, Wang Xiulan demanded that I provide for her meals. I didn't want to, so I lied and said you borrowed money from me. I never expected her to come home and cause a scene. Is that so?" Hou Xiaoyan began to grasp the situation. After all the commotion, the root of the issue turned out to be her son's deception. "You should have informed me beforehand if you were going to lie. So it wouldn't have escalated to this point," she chastised, a hint of anger in her voice. "Mother, Can you lend me 30 yuan and say it was just a misunderstanding? Let me smooth this over first. I don't want so many people witnessing my embarrassment. Lu Tianci whispered. What did you say? Ho Shaoan glared at him. What about your salary? Oh, I can't explain everything clearly right now. Just give me the money. Lu Tianci was reluctant to admit that he had lost it all. The mother and son exchanged hushed murmurs. Meanwhile, Wang Xiulan, holding Du Mei's hand, smirked. Did you see that? Those two are truly united. You must be more vigilant in the future. I understand, mother. Du Mei gazed at Lu Tianci's retreating figure, filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. Were it not for the child she carried, she would never have sought out such a worthless individual. Although Ho Shaoan harbored 1,000 reservations, she ultimately relinquished 30 yuan to Lu Tianci for the sake of the child. Upon receiving the money, Lu Tianci's face brightened with a smile. He turned to Wang Xiulan and Du Mei, saying, It's a misunderstanding. Mother, my mother simply forgot. Now that the money is returned, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Let us return home. Wang Xiulan regarded Ho Shaoan with a cold gaze, adopting the demeanor of a victor. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you know in your heart. Let there be no next time. Mei, let us go home. Du Mei replied, casting a frigid glare at Lu Tianci before following her mother out of the courtyard. Mother, I shall return home first. I will visit you again later. Before Ho Shaoan could respond, Lu Tianci hastily pocketed the money and rushed out after them. As the small scene concluded, Li rose to enter the house. Little wretch, seeing us in distress has surely delighted you. Ho Shaoan scolded, her pent-up anger finding release as she noticed Li Yi watching the spectacle. What have I to be delighted about? You should be the ones feeling triumphant. I just noticed that Du Mei's belly has grown. You are about to become a grandmother. Chapter 55. The objective Du Mei's abdomen was noticeably protruding. And it wasn't just Lu Yi who had noticed. A considerable number of onlookers outside the courtyard and along the fence had their attention drawn to this peculiar situation. With Lu Ye's remark, many began to ponder the matter. Indeed, why was Du Mei's belly so large? It resembled that of someone who was 4 or 5 months pregnant. I had seen it just now, but hesitated to speak up. Could it be that she was pregnant? They had only been married for a short while. Even if conception occurred immediately, it had only been a little over a month. Who could say for certain? Such matters are often shrouded in uncertainty. Even if she were pregnant, I have 3 sons and can discern such things accurately. A month of marriage and a belly that looks 4 or 5 months along, now that is truly intriguing. Let us disperse, shall we? Earlier, Ho Shaoyan had been engrossed in an argument with Wang Xiulan and had hardly paid attention to Du Mei's belly. What did you say, little brat? I said congratulations. You're going to be a grandmother. Lu Yi, uninterested in Ho Shaoyan's retorts, carried a stool directly into the side room. A daughter-in-law's pregnancy is undoubtedly a momentous occasion in any household. Yet, it was impossible for Lu Tianci and Du Mei, having been married for merely a month, to be expecting. Absolutely impossible, Ho Shaoan muttered in disbelief. As she contemplated countering Lu Ye's remark, he had already shut the door. No matter how formidable Ho Shaoan might be, she couldn't exert her will against a closed door. Hearing the murmurs of the neighbors around her, Ho Shaoyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Old man, did you see that? Is Du Mei's belly large or not? While Ho Shaoyan had been arguing with Wang Xiulan, Lu Zhendong had been smoking nearby and had also caught sight of Du Mei's distinctly rounded belly, yet he had not given it much thought. Now, in light of the comments being made, it did indeed appear somewhat like that of a pregnant woman. It does seem a bit large. But I didn't get a good look. Lu Zhendong hesitated, unwilling to assert anything definitively. Useless. I can't rely on you for anything. Ho Shaoan scoffed, rolling her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. No, I must go to the Du family and investigate. If Du Mei is truly pregnant, it certainly cannot be my son's child, which would mean he'd be the laughingstock. This is a matter of great significance. Ho Shaoan needed to ascertain the truth, for she could not allow her son to suffer such a grave injustice. With a troubled heart, she hurried out. Lu Zhendong took a drag from his cigarette and sighed deeply. Alas. Upon returning to the house, Lu Yi found Su Mengyao had already washed the dishes and was seated at the Kong, preparing for her studies. The time for the college entrance examination was drawing near, and the pressure on Su Mengyao was mounting. Every night, after the power went out, she would still burn the midnight oil, studying until the early hours, causing the family to expend a considerable amount on lamp oil. Finally, peace had returned. The cacophony outside had hindered Su Mengyao from settling into her study routine. On the Kong lay an open yellow envelope, and Lu Yi glanced at it. Did your father write to you again? At the mention of the letter, Su Mengyao's face brightened. Looking at Lu Yi with a cheerful demeanor, she said, "Yes, my father has been vindicated. He mentioned in his letter that the organization is arranging his work, and he is likely to be reinstated." "Is that so? That's wonderful," Lu Yi replied. Yet he did not exhibit the slightest hint of joy. In his previous life, Su Mengyao's father, Su Yao, not only regained his position but ascended several ranks, becoming a powerful official. Unfortunately, Su Yao did not cherish this opportunity and was soon embroiled in economic scandals that led to his downfall once more. For a prospective corrupt official on the brink of reinstatement, Lu Yi felt little cause for celebration. Su Mengyao's eyes sparkled with delight. "After so many years, I am finally on the verge of liberation. My father wrote that even if I do not succeed in the college entrance examination, he will find a way to bring me back to the city and arrange work for me. However, I am more eager to prove myself through this examination. Attending university is my greater ambition. With your diligence, you will surely succeed." Observing Su Mengyao's determination, Lu Yi felt a stirring within him. In his past life, his interactions with Su Mengyao were limited to their time in Dongxing village. Later, she went to the provincial capital for university while he struggled to make a living in the county. The last news he heard of her was during the time of her father's downfall and Lu Tianci's arrest. It was said that Su Mengyao faced repercussions. Losing the job she was allocated upon graduation, as no organization was willing to accept her. Ultimately, she seemed to have ended up in a small private enterprise, fading into obscurity as a once prominent educated youth. Lu Yi regarded Su Mengyao. Having lived under the same roof for nearly a month, their relationship had been relatively harmonious. Though Su Mengyao was reserved, she possessed a kind heart. It was indeed a pity that such a person met with such a fate. Su Mengyao smiled and said, "I also hope to succeed, but my pressure has lessened compared to a few days ago. Life is unpredictable. Your father was once labeled a reactionary, which not only subjected him to criticism, but also caused you hardship here. Now that he has been vindicated and is returning to work, it is a fortuitous event. Such opportunities are rare. Perhaps one encounters them only once in a lifetime, so you must cherish this hard-won chance." Though Lu Yi could not voice his thoughts explicitly, he felt compelled to remind Su Mengyao not to forget the hardships she had endured. "Lu Yi, although you never graduated from elementary school, sometimes your words carry quite a bit of wisdom," Su Mengyao remarked, looking at him. After the college entrance examination, regardless of the outcome, she intended to leave Qingshan Township. The facade of their marriage would come to an end, and they would likely part ways, perhaps never to meet again. Indeed, cultivating the land holds its own charm. A life of stability. Although you have amassed considerable wealth at present, it is ultimately not a sustainable endeavor. Now that your household registration has been independently established, you have every opportunity to apply for a parcel of residential land, to construct a new home in the future, and perhaps to wed a virtuous wife, leading a grounded existence. Lu Yi initially intended to offer a word of caution to Su Mengyao, yet unexpectedly, it was Su Mengyao who imparted wisdom to him instead. Although Lu Yi's perspective may not have been entirely accurate, the sincerity of his concern was undeniably heartfelt. "I too have my aspirations, perhaps in a few years. When you hear my name again, it will leave you astounded." Lu Yi chuckled. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond, awaiting the tempestuous winds of change. His ambitions extend far beyond mere local wealth. In this second chance at life, he yearns for so much more. Meanwhile, on a different front, Ho Xiaoyan rushed to the Lao Du family home, plunging into Lu Tianci's new abode. Upon catching sight of Du Mei resting against a stack of bedding, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. Chapter 56. Whose seat at this moment? Du Mei lay with her legs extended and arms at her sides. Her belly protruded sharply, creating an unsettling visual dissonance. Ho Xiaoyan, having borne children herself, could not possibly be oblivious to the evident signs of pregnancy. What was happening? In disbelief, she pointed at Du Mei's belly and turned to her son, Lu Tianci, seeking an explanation. While others might remain unaware, Lu Tianci, who shared a bed with Du Mei nightly, could not have failed to notice. Initially, he had intended to endure this situation, planning to persuade Du Dawei to support his entrepreneurial endeavors once the reforms took effect next year. After achieving success, he envisioned casting aside Du Mei and her illegitimate child. Thus, he had been actively collaborating with the Du family, wishing to keep Du Mei's secret hidden from Ho Xiaoyan. Unexpectedly, today, with Wang Xiulan accompanying Du Mei out, their secret was laid bare. "Speak up." Unable to bear Lu Tianci's silence, an incredulous Ho Xiaoyan finally erupted at her son. "What are you shouting about? It's merely a pregnancy. What's so shocking about it? Du Mei, reclining on the Kong, felt displeased by Ho Xiaoyun's outburst in her home. How dare you say such things? Ho Xiaoyun glared at the seemingly indifferent Du Mei, her eyes blazing with fury. Given Du Mei's prominent belly, it was clear that the child within was not Lu Tianci's. Yet she had the audacity to speak so casually. It was utterly shameless. I ask you, whose child is this? Whose? Ho Xiaoyun demanded. Her voice a sharp accusation directed at Du Mei. Lu Tianci's face turned a deep shade of distress, feeling like a complete fool. He was further humiliated by his mother's awareness of the situation. A blend of shame and anger coursed through him. Du Mei cast a disdainful glance at Ho Xiaoyun, then turned her face away, choosing to ignore her. This only inflamed Ho Xiaoyun's already heightened temper. You little wretch. I am speaking to you. Who is that man? Ho Xiaoyun, incensed, attempted to climb onto the Kong to confront Du Mei. Observing this, Lu Tianci hastily intervened, pulling his mother back down. Unfortunately, his grip faltered, and Ho Xiaoyun lost her balance, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Mom, please, stop this. Lu Tianci thought of the support from the Du family and awaited Du Dawei's assistance in his ascent to wealth. He could not allow Ho Xiaoyun to harm Du Mei at this critical juncture. What are you doing? Ho Xiaoyun gazed incredulously at her son, who had just pulled her down. From childhood, she had cherished Lu Tianci as her most precious treasure, even playing the role of a cruel stepmother to ensure he received all the best the family had to offer. Yet, now, he had turned against her for Du Mei. Tianci, everything I do is for you. How could you treat me this way? Mom, I didn't mean to. Lu Tianci quickly rushed to help her up. But Ho Xiaoyun, her eyes brimming with tears, pushed away his outstretched hand, filled with disappointment. It is truly a case of a child growing beyond their mother's control. You have only been married for a month, and you seem to have forgotten who raised you. Mother, please stop, I implore. I did not mean to. The door creaked open, and Wang Xilan entered, having heard the commotion. Ho Xiaoyun sat on the floor, her lips curling into a smug smile. Ho Xiaoyun, if you wish to create a ruckus, do so in your own home. This is the Du family, and your antics are unwelcome here. Earlier, Wang Xilan had overheard the disturbance outside and rushed in, concerned that Du Mei might struggle to manage the situation. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Ho Xiaoyun weeping on the floor, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Your entire family conspired to deceive us. Du Mei sought out a rogue, ended up with child, and then turned to us, asking our Tianci to bear the burden of this scandal. How could you be so deceitful? Witnessing Wang Xilan's triumphant demeanor only inflamed Ho Xiaoyun's fury. What a disgrace! What humiliation! Had she known it would come to this, she would never have consented to this marriage. Do not speak recklessly. Who has sought a rogue? Lu Tianci is our son-in-law, and Du Mei's child will bear the Du surname. He is undeniably of the Du lineage. Moreover, your son is aware of this. He has said nothing to the contrary. So why are you in such a frenzy? Hearing these words, Ho Xiaoyun turned to Lu Tianci. Tianci, is what she says true? Have you known this all along? Lu Tianci's face was marked by impatience. Mother, please do not interfere. I am well aware of my own affairs. At this moment, Lu Tianci merely wished for this farce to conclude swiftly and for Ho Xiaoyun to depart. What understanding do you possess? Son, do you not realize you are being made a fool of? Do you still intend to support that illegitimate child? Faced with her son's obstinacy, Ho Xiaoyun tore away the last remnants of her composure. Son, come home with me. We will divorce this little hussy tomorrow and escape this hellish situation. How dare you speak that way? Who are you insulting? Wang Xilan retorted, her finger pointed accusatorily at Ho Xiaoyun, clearly ready to defend her honor. You dare to act and fear the consequences? Ho Xiaoyun sprang to her feet, unafraid of Wang Xilan. It seemed as though a confrontation was imminent. With a darkened expression, Lu Tianci suddenly shouted, Mother, will you please stop meddling? I have already stated that I know what I am doing. Why will you not listen? Just go home, all right? Ho Xiaoyun could hardly believe such words were spoken by her beloved son. Heartbroken, utterly heartbroken. Please, just go home. Consider it a plea. Do not cause a scene, all right? Fine, I will leave. I shall not burden your sight any longer. I truly regret raising you. With her heart shattered, Ho Xiaoyun wept bitterly and slowly moved toward the door. As she passed Wang Xilan, the latter smirked and remarked, Do not speak carelessly outside, or else Lu Tianci will lose face in the village. Ignoring her, Ho Xiaoyun walked out of the house, lost in thought. Wang Xilan was in high spirits, and upon glancing at Lu Tianci, she found him considerably more agreeable. As for children, Mei can certainly bear more for you in the future, provided you two live harmoniously. Our Du family will never treat you unfairly. Lu Tianci harbored resentment deep within, yet responded with feigned assurance. "Mother, rest assured. I will treat Mei Mei well." "All right, wash your hands and prepare for dinner," Wang Xilan declared, departing with the air of a victor. "Du Mei." Her face a mask of discontent, shot Lu Tianci a glare before exiting the room alone. Inside, Lu Tianci clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Meanwhile, Ho Shaoan returned home in a daze, collapsing onto her pillow in a fit of tears. Regret consumed her heart. Initially, Lu Tianci was drawn to the power and wealth of the Du family, wholeheartedly aspiring to be their son-in-law. Had she known such a fate awaited, she would have never consented. It was all her fault, had she not heeded Tianci's wishes, even allowing him to choose that wretched Su Mengyao. It surely would have been better than the present circumstances. Chapter 57. A fine meal. Lu Zhendong sat silently on a bench, smoke curling from his cigarette. His expression dark and brooding. The marriage of Lu Tianci had been solely decided by him and his mother, and now that events had unfolded in such a manner, he found himself at a loss for words. With a long sigh, Lu Zhendong exhaled deeply. Lu Yi lay on the Kong, listening to the muffled cries of Ho Shaoan from the adjacent room, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Su Mengyao also heard the weeping next door and, observing Lu Ye's smiling face, softly remarked, "You seem quite pleased." "Of course, I am happy when someone willingly dons a green hat," Lu Yi replied with a grin. Having been reborn, Lu Tianci believed he had stolen a good marriage and thwarted Lu Ye's opportunity for prosperity. Now, as the disgrace of the old Du family gradually came to light, Lu Tianci bore the weight of a great embarrassment, and the thought alone brought Lu Yi immense pleasure. After returning from the old Du family, Ho Shaoan fell gravely ill, spending her days languishing on the Kong, her head wrapped in a towel, moaning softly. Surprisingly, Lu Tianci had not returned home for several consecutive days to check on her. The news of Du Mei's pregnancy spread like wildfire among the villagers. In rural areas, the news of a burgeoning belly just a month after marriage became the subject of endless gossip, with countless tongues wagging. Every time Du Mei ventured outside, she was met with pointed stares and knowing smiles from those around her, leaving her too ashamed to step out of her house. "This is all your mother's fault. Now everyone in the village knows about my pregnancy. How can I ever face anyone again?" Du Mei fumed, throwing a pillow at Lu Tianci. "Can you blame my mother for this? You flaunt your belly without a hint of shame. Who could possibly miss it? Do you think everyone is blind?" Lu Tianci retorted, equally troubled by the situation. The villager's awareness of his role as the unwitting suitor, adorned with a green hat, led to mockery behind his back, which deeply humiliated him. "I can't just hide forever. I'm merely pregnant, not imprisoned," Du Mei protested, her face contorting in frustration. "You fool. What did you just say?" The couple, each harboring their own grievances, fell into yet another quarrel. Meanwhile, Ho Shaoan, having endured numerous setbacks, lost the will to stir trouble at home, her countenance dark and rarely leaving the confines of her room. The taunts surrounding Lu Tianci rendered the once proud Ho Shaoyan unable to hold her head high in the village, fearing the whispers about her son. The entire Lu household was suddenly enveloped in a profound stillness. Time flew by, and soon it was July. With only 10 days remaining until the college entrance examination on the 20th, Su Mengyao's studies entered the final sprint. Driven by her aspiration to attend university, she studied tirelessly, day and night. Meanwhile, the oil-selling business remained calm and steady. Liu sat at home, methodically counting the cash he had earned. 88, 94, 120, mostly small denominations. Amidst the heaps of cash, only a few notes of 10 yuan stood out. The total revenue from selling sesame oil and sesame paste amounted to 560 yuan, while the sale of grain tickets brought in 850 yuan, culminating in a total of 1,420 yuan. Liu meticulously categorized and bundled the money by denomination. Each time Zhao Xiaolong submitted payment to Lu Yi, he brought along hundreds of pounds of grain tickets, given the surplus that Lu Yi could not possibly utilize. He resold the excess tickets to ticket vendors at the rate of 3 yuan for 50 pounds. Su Mengyao finished her essay, set down her pen, and stood up to stretch her somewhat stiff body. Turning her gaze, she noticed the towering stacks of cash before Lu Yi. She remembered the day she moved in. Lu Yi had not a single dime to his name, nor a grain of rice in his home. It was she who had contributed a few yuan and several pounds of grain tickets. Su Mengyao recalled that first night vividly, when she prepared sesame paste pancakes, their enticing aroma compelling her to devour several, leaving her unable to sleep due to fullness. Reflecting on it now felt as though it had transpired merely yesterday. "You've earned such a fortune. Perhaps you should express your gratitude, considering I provided you with the initial funding," Lu Yi mused, realizing the truth in her words. Had it not been for the 5 yuan given by Su Mengyao, he would never have stumbled upon those marinated sesame seeds at the supply and marketing cooperative. How would you like to be thanked? Shall I split my earnings with you? Or perhaps treat you to a nice meal? I haven't dined in a restaurant for years. Su Mengyao suggested thoughtfully. This request was certainly not unreasonable, and without a second thought, Lu Yi readily acquiesced. Absolutely. Let us head to the county town. I'll treat you at the state-run restaurant, and you can choose the finest dishes, he declared. Really? Upon hearing about the state-run restaurant, Su Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this era, indulging in meat was already a luxury. Dining at the state-run restaurant for a splendid meal would be an extravagant delight. Anyone fortunate enough to feast lavishly there could boast about it for an entire year. Of course. Let us get ready and set off immediately, Liu replied earnestly. All right. Su Mengyao agreed, beginning to gather her books. Liu secured the money, stashed away some cash and grain tickets, and after locking the door, they departed their home. Upon arriving in the county town, Liu chose a seemingly respectable state-run restaurant and led Su Mengyao inside. In a previous life, he had visited this restaurant, and the most vivid memory was of having tasted the exquisite dragon stew with mushrooms, so delectable that he nearly bit his tongue in delight. After achieving success, he had dined on dragon dishes several times, yet none had ever matched the flavor of that first experience, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. Inside the restaurant, 2 waiters lounged against the wall, cracking sunflower seeds. The establishment was modest in size, featuring only 8 tables, 4 large and 4 small. As Lu Yi and Su Mengyao entered, one waiter discarded the shell of a seed and inquired, "Dining in? How many are you?" "Just the 2 of us," Lu Yi replied succinctly. 2 individuals sat at a small table, finding their own places to settle. The menu was displayed on the wall, and the server, with a remarkably agile tongue, proclaimed, "Decide what you wish to eat." The sweltering summer heat permeated the restaurant, and Lu Yi deliberately chose a spot beneath a fan. Glancing at the menu, he began to order with determination. The first dish he had longed for was undoubtedly the dragon's flight with mushrooms. He continued with the 3 delicacies of the earth: the spicy grilled carp, and a portion of sweet and sour pork. The server recorded the order with a pencil on paper, casting a glance at Lu Ye's rather shabby attire before noticing the strikingly beautiful Su Mengyao by his side. She assumed this was yet another foolish young man, attempting to impress an attractive girl by feigning wealth. Thus, she kindly suggested, "Our portions here are quite generous. You 2 won't finish all this. Perhaps you should remove 2 dishes." Lu Yi smiled and replied, "No worries. It's a rare occasion to dine out, so I wish to indulge in a couple more dishes. Please proceed with this order." The server, sensing his disregard for her advice, shot him a disapproving look and remarked, "Very well. But you will need to collect your dishes from the counter yourself." As she turned to leave, Lu Yi distinctly heard her mutter, "A wise word cannot dissuade a doomed fool." Chapter 58. Saving people in this era. Being a waiter is a legitimate and stable profession, a job with a formal position. Against the backdrop of workers leading everything, the social status of this occupation is far from negligible. On the contrary, anyone fortunate enough to secure such a position not only brings glory to their entire family, but also earns considerable respect and conversation. This has fostered a rather arrogant attitude amongst many waitstaff. A lack of enthusiasm in service is trivial, and disputes with diners are a common occurrence. As it was still early, the restaurant wasn't crowded. Lu Yi and Su Mengyao waited for over 20 minutes before the bell at the serving window rang. The dish, disgrace, was ready. Upon hearing the call, Liu rose to fetch the food himself. Not all waitstaff were responsible for serving the dishes. At least not in the restaurant they were currently dining in. The waiters, upon hearing the announcement, remained motionless, as if indifferent to the task. Liu took it upon himself to walk to the serving window and collect the dishes. Despite the mediocre service, the chef's culinary skills were indeed commendable. A plate of disgrace and a plate of guabao roe were simply delectable. When the much-anticipated fei long stewed mushrooms arrived, Liu was transported back to the flavors of his memories. Delicious. Su Mengyao was also indulging, her mouth glistening with grease. It had been many years since she could recall the last time she dined in a restaurant with such delightful dishes. Enjoy while you can. We didn't bring any containers, so there is no way to take leftovers, Liu chuckled as he advised. At that time, plastic bags were not yet commonplace. And unless one brought their own containers, the restaurant would not provide any means for takeout. This is too much, Su Mengyao observed, eyeing the 4 plates on the table. Though she was making an effort to eat, it was evident that the 2 of them could hardly finish the meal. Eat as much as you can, Liu replied, savoring his food and drink, having ordered a bottle of beer for himself. After several minutes, Su Mengyao, clutching her stomach, reluctantly set down her chopsticks. I can't eat anymore. If I do, my stomach will burst. Waiter, the bill please. Lu Yi too was feeling overwhelmed. As if the food was lodged in his throat, one more bite would surely induce nausea. The waiter who had taken their order approached with the bill. The prices were as follows. Fei long stewed mushrooms, 8 yuan, d cents yen. 1. 8 yuan, dry fried carb. 2. 8 yuan, guabao roe. 3. 2 yuan. Beer, 0. 5 yuan, totaling 17. 1 yuan plus 5 jin of meat tickets and 2 liang of grain tickets. Their meal for two had cost 17 yuan. Drawing the attention of several nearby diners who glanced over in surprise. A table laden with meat dishes was indeed a luxury. In these times, even a modest gathering for a meal with 5 or 6 people would rarely exceed 10 yuan. The more generous might treat to a few stir-fried dishes, while the more frugal would settle for dumplings or wontons. It was truly uncommon to see someone like Lu Yi and Su Mengyao dining in such a lavish manner. This is precisely why the waitress initially cautioned Lu Yi, only to later declare him a damned ghost. To squander a month's worth of rations on a mere handful of dishes, all for the sake of pleasing a girl, how foolish. In full view of the onlookers, the ragged Lu Yi produced his money, along with food and meat coupons, to settle the bill. Shall we depart? Indeed. Lu Yi and Su Mengyao exited the restaurant. As for the unfinished dishes, there would undoubtedly be others to consume them, so Lu Yi had no cause for concern regarding waste. Shall we return home now? Let us first visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few items, then we shall head home. Time was still ample, and Lu Yi felt no urgency. The two strolled leisurely along the road towards the cooperative. The street bustled with activity when suddenly, a gray-haired elder rode past them on a bicycle, hastening forward. At that moment, a child, no more than 6 or 7 years old, chased after a ball and abruptly darted from the adjacent sidewalk into the street. Standing directly in front of the bicycle, the elder, startled, slammed on the brakes, but the sudden force caused the rear wheel to lock up. The bicycle lost its balance and toppled heavily to the ground, sliding several meters ahead. The elder fell as well, disoriented and unable to rise for a considerable time. Someone has fallen, Su Mengyao remarked, having witnessed the entire incident, and promptly urged Lu Yi, let us go see. The bicycle slid past the child without making contact. Yet it frightened the boy, who began to cry inconsolably. Soon, a woman rushed over, glancing at the fallen elder before turning her attention to her child and, without hesitation, slapped the boy across the face. The sharp sound echoed even from a distance of several meters, catching Lu Yi's attention. I've told you countless times not to run off like that. Why not just get yourself killed? The child wailed, while the woman showed no concern for the elder on the ground. Instead, she yanked at the child's clothing, dragging him back to the sidewalk. Many bystanders observed the scene with disdainful expressions directed at the woman. How could she behave this way? Indeed, what is wrong with her? The elder had fallen in an attempt to avoid the child, yet this woman offered no words of consolation or assistance. It seemed evident that the elder had sustained significant harm. The woman continued to scold the child, leading him away without a glance at the elder still lying on the ground. Hey, don't just walk away. That elder fell while trying to avoid your child. And you want to even check on him? A man, unable to contain his indignation, shouted after her. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. He fell on his own. Thank goodness he didn't hit my child, or I would demand compensation. The woman's sour demeanor was utterly repugnant. She quickly disappeared into a nearby alley with the child, leaving an air of contempt in her wake. What manner of person is she? At this moment, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao approached the elderly man. The old man was covered in blood, his mind dazed from the fall, and he lay on the ground, appearing somewhat disoriented. Sir, are you all right? Lu Yi called out. The old man did not respond. The man who had earlier scolded the woman also came over, propping the old man's bicycle upright beside him. You've fallen quite hard. Let me help you up, sir. This man, being kind-hearted, reached out to assist the elderly gentleman. However, Lu Yi quickly intervened. Wait, don't move him. The bones of the elderly are fragile. With such a fall, he may have sustained a fracture. Rushing to lift him could exacerbate his injuries. What should we do then? The man inquired of Lu Yi. First, let us examine him. Lu Yi squatted down, gently feeling the old man's limbs while asking, Sir, where does it hurt? The dazed elderly man was gradually regaining his senses. It hurts here. I can't exert any strength. He grimaced, clutching his hip area in pain. That was the location of the pelvis. If it were a fracture, he couldn't be moved roughly. They needed something to carry him to the hospital. Lu Yi frowned deeply. Su Mengyao, observing the bloodied elderly man, felt anxious. But we have nothing to use. I do, the man replied hastily. I came out to fetch a door panel and did not expect to encounter this situation. He hurried to the roadside and retrieved an unpainted door panel he had set down. Here, use this. It's just what we need. Chapter 59. The yellow-white door panel was long and wide, ample enough to carry a person. The man placed the door panel beside the elderly man. Come, let us exert our strength together. The man lifted the elderly man's upper body while Lu Yi gently supported his lower half. 1, 2, 3, lift. Together. They hoisted the elderly man onto the door panel. You push the cart. We shall proceed to the hospital together, Lu Yi softly instructed Su Mengyao. All right. Lu Yi and the man lifted the elderly man while Su Mengyao pushed the bicycle, hurrying toward the hospital. The elderly man's face was smeared with blood, and his hands were also stained, leaving several blood marks on the door panel. They arrived at the hospital, where Lu Yi brought the elderly man into the emergency room. A doctor conducted a brief examination, confirming Lu Yi's assessment that the elderly man had indeed suffered a pelvic fracture. The patient has a pelvic fracture and requires immediate surgical intervention. Who are you to the patient? Hurry and settle the payment for hospitalization, the doctor instructed. Upon hearing about the payment, the man displayed a troubled expression. Doctor, this old man fell off his bicycle while avoiding a child. We saw him and brought him here. We are not his relatives, and I have no money on me. So, you are acting out of kindness. However, our hospital has regulations without a deposit. We cannot provide medication, and the surgery cannot proceed, the doctor responded, somewhat helpless. Such situations were not uncommon. The hospital operated on principles of saving lives, but often, after treatment, the family would attempt to avoid payment, claiming, we did not ask you to save him, seeking to evade medical expenses. Some even took advantage of the absence of a family member's signature during emergencies to extort the hospital. As these incidents increased, hospitals could no longer bear the burden, leading to revised regulations, a regression of civility in some respects. Dr. Chin, the injured person is unconscious and shows signs of coma. A nurse attending to the elderly man's wounds urgently called out. How much is the deposit? Lu Yi inquired. At least 50 yuan. All right, I will pay now. You focus on saving him. Lu Yi went to the window and paid the fee. The elderly man was smoothly taken into the treatment room, awaiting disinfection before his surgery. Bro, I'm Zhou Daqiang from the television factory. Let us get acquainted. The man extended his hand. I'm Lu Yi, a farmer from the countryside. This is my wife. Lu Yi shook hands with Zhou Daqiang and introduced Su Mengyao. You are indeed fortunate, my brother, Zhou Daqiang remarked, glancing at Su Mengyao, and then gave Lu Yi a thumbs up with a smile. Hee. Lu Yi chuckled in response. A nurse with 2 braids approached them directly. Oh, it's you again? The newcomer was none other than Nurse Wang Min, who had just been called to assist. Sometimes, the emergency department faced a shortage of staff, and she was frequently summoned to help. The nurse who had just treated the elderly man had gone to the treatment room, leaving Wang Min to be called over. Indeed. What a coincidence. Wang Min cast a glance at Lu Yi, a smile gracing her slightly chubby face, her eyes narrowing into mere slits. You seem quite amiable. Upon witnessing Wang Min's smile directed at Lu Yi, Su Mengyao, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, an inexplicable anger bubbling within her. As if a cherished possession were being coveted by another, Wang Min held a form in her hand. The injured party is currently in a state of confusion. You must fill out a form for him so we can arrange a hospital bed. My handwriting resembles old Zhang's, far too unsightly. Perhaps you could take over? Zhou Daqiang chuckled, addressing Lu Yi. But we don't even know what to write for that old gentleman's name. Lu Yi took the form, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wang Min smiled reassuringly, simply inscribe your names and contact addresses. Very well. There were 3 of them, each capable of vouching for the other. So Lu Yi felt no apprehension regarding potential complications. He promptly wrote down his name and listed the address as Dongxing Production Brigade. After the trio completed the form, Wang Min retrieved it, glancing at it with a smile as she recited, Dongxing Production Team. That's all settled. Once the old gentleman regains consciousness, our hospital will contact his family. Who will cover the deposit? She inquired. I will, Lu Yi replied quietly. Understood. I'll keep an eye out. When the old gentleman's children arrive, I'll inform them. You should visit the hospital a couple more times to reclaim your money. Don't be a good Samaritan at your own expense, Wang Min advised with a smile. All right, I shall return tomorrow afternoon. Observing the exchange between Lu Yi and the nurse, Su Mengyao's smile gradually faded, replaced by her characteristic cool demeanor. Upon leaving the hospital, Zhou Dashan departed with the door panel in hand, while Lu Yi and Su Mengyao embarked on their journey home along the rustic dirt road. Su Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yi, her delicate teeth gently biting her lip. "That nurse knows you. Are you quite familiar with her?" "The nurse you just mentioned, the one with the 2 braids?" Lu Yi replied. "We are reasonably acquainted. She assists me with my empty bottles." He then turned to Su Mengyao. "Why do you inquire about her? Her gaze towards you seems somewhat peculiar." Su Mengyao remarked. "Peculiar? How so?" "I didn't notice anything amiss," Lu Yi responded, slightly baffled. "Huh." Su Mengyao let out a soft laugh. "When Zhou Dashan spoke to you, he introduced me as your wife. Yet when that nurse approached, you didn't mention that I was your wife." Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of Su Mengyao's words. If they were truly husband and wife, her statement would suggest jealousy. Yet, they were merely a fade of a couple, and with Su Mengyao poised to take an exam and subsequently finalize their divorce, any semblance of marital affection was non-existent. Given Su Mengyao's inherently aloof nature, it was utterly implausible for her to be experiencing jealousy. She did not inquire, "So why should I speak?" TCH. Su Mengyao let out a soft huff, then quickened her pace, walking ahead past Lu Yi. Chapter 60, Is It Enough for 306? Utterly perplexed, Lu Yi shook his head and hurriedly continued on his way. Inside the surgical room of the hospital, after nearly 2 hours of intricate procedure, the elderly man's fractured pelvis had finally been repaired. The patient, under general anesthesia, was wheeled into the ward by the nurse, awaiting his awakening. In a 2-story building within the residential area of the refrigerator factory, a family was in a state of frantic anxiety. This old man, despite my warnings against going out, insisted on leaving. Where on earth could he have gone? A grandmother in her 60s, both worried and irritated, sat on a cot, repeatedly sighing. "Mom, please don't be too anxious. Dad is not senile and nothing serious could have happened. Perhaps he has gone to visit an old colleague," his daughter-in-law reassured her. "Indeed. Grandpa enjoys playing chess. He might have gone to Grandpa Zhang's house for a game." "Please don't fret," the eldest grandson chimed in to comfort her. "Impossible. We had all agreed to celebrate Xiao Jie's birthday properly. He must have gone to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a cake. Certainly not to a colleague's house," the grandmother insisted firmly. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man rushed in, urgently inquiring, "Has Dad returned?" The woman inside shook her head. "No, he hasn't. I've checked with Uncle Zhang and Uncle Zhao's families. He hasn't visited them either." With no sign of his father, the man felt a growing sense of panic. It's already so late. Where could Dad possibly be? Now that the elderly gentleman was missing, the daughter-in-law dared not speculate. This old man is truly a source of worry. The grandmother lamented. "Jiqiang, should we call the security department for assistance in locating Dad?" the woman suggested. Lin Jiqiang hesitated. "If we call security, then everyone in the factory will know Dad is missing. He is quite sensitive about his reputation. If this turns out to be a misunderstanding, he would undoubtedly be upset. What then? The old man has suddenly vanished, and we are left in uncertainty, fearing for his well-being. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it seems to manifest." Just as the man was preparing to search again, 2 officers in white uniforms appeared at the door. "Are you the family of Lin Han?" Lin Jiqiang's heart sank at the mention of his father's name. "Yes, I am his son. What has happened to my father?" "Please do not panic." This afternoon, the elderly gentleman fell while riding his bicycle and fractured his pelvis. Fortunately, he was taken to the hospital, and he has been treated successfully. We received a report from the hospital and came to inform you. Upon hearing this, the grandmother was at a loss for words. This old man. I told him not to ride, but he wouldn't listen. Oh dear. Seeing her distress, the officer quickly reassured her. "Ma'am, please try to remain calm. The elderly gentleman is now safe and recuperating at the hospital. Don't let your own anxiety lead to further complications. The message has been conveyed, and you should promptly head to the hospital. The individual is in room 302 of the inpatient department." After delivering the message, the 2 police officers prepared to leave. Lin Jiqiang hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, comrades." Once the officers departed, Lin Jiqiang, along with his wife, supported his mother as their family of 4 hastily made their way to the hospital. Upon arriving at room 302 in the inpatient department, they finally found the elderly gentleman who had been missing for an entire night. At that moment, the old man lay in bed, restrained by a splint, unable to move his lower body. As soon as they met, the elderly lady, with tears welling in her eyes, approached him and began to reproach. "You old fool. You never listened to me. I told you not to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, but you insisted. I told you not to ride your bike. Yet you did. Now look at what has happened. Are you in pain? Perhaps this is the way the older generation shows their concern for one another, though her words were filled with reproach. When she gently lifted the blanket and saw her husband bound like a pig with splints, her heart ached profoundly, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The old man had an 4-drip, containing pain-relieving medication. Although he still felt some discomfort, it was bearable. Noticing his partner's distress, he comforted her. Oh dear. Please don't cry. I'm not incapacitated. I'll be fine with some care. Grandpa. Xiao Jie cried out, leaning over the bed. Grandpa is all right. The old man stroked his grandson's head, and his pain seemed to lessen. Father, the police informed us that you fell off your bike. What exactly happened? Lin Jiqiang felt a deep sense of sorrow seeing his father in such distress. Oh, it's my fault. I was just trying to make a quick trip and rode a bit too fast. Then a child suddenly dashed out in front of me, and I slammed on the brakes. The old man recounted how he had fallen while trying to avoid the child. Remembering only that 3 young men had carried him to the hospital, he had no recollection of the child's mother running away. Those 3 young men were my saviors. He expressed gratefully to his son. One of them even covered my medical expenses. We must thank them properly. Otherwise, I might not have made it. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? The elderly lady said, somewhat displeased. After hearing the entire story, Lin Jiqiang felt immense gratitude toward the 3 individuals who had saved his father. Ultimately, it was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Father, rest assured. I will certainly express my gratitude to them. The following day, as dawn broke, the bell signaling the agricultural labor for the production team rang out. Ding ding dang. Lu Yi, as usual, dressed and had a bite to eat before joining the others in the field. Without herbicides, the weeds could only be removed by hand. Lu Yi and his production team each handled 2 rows, diligently weeding as they traversed back and forth across the field 5 times. At the command of the production team leader, Lu Ye's labor for the day came to an end. On the way back, the group engaged in conversation. This year, with the scant rainfall and the parched fields, it seems we might fare worse than last year. Whether we meet the quota of 360. As long as it does not hinder our grain distribution, we can take it as it comes. However, one cannot dismiss this lightly. A bountiful harvest means everyone can receive a larger share. After all, laboring for an entire year, it is certainly preferable to receive more than less. Nonsense. Wasn't the yield high 2 years ago? The additional potatoes amounted to little more than a trifle. Meanwhile, it is said that Secretary Du's family can barely contain their stocks in the vegetable cellar. Here we are, toiling endlessly, only to contribute to their prosperity. This remark plunged the group into silence. Many were aware of the situation, yet due to Du Daoi's stature, they feigned ignorance, harboring their anger silently. Lu Yi understood the matter all too well. Du Daoi and accountant Tian wielded power and control over finances, respectively. Each year, they manipulated the grain ledger. After the brigade fulfilled its grain quota and retained a portion for themselves, there often remained surplus grain. Various production teams would sell this surplus to the granary or distribute it among the members based on their circumstances. A higher yield naturally leads to greater surplus and consequently more revenue, resulting in increased funds and food for the members. Yet, in Dongxing village, this income has remained nearly stagnant year after year. Even with a bountiful harvest, the grain and funds distributed to the community are only marginally greater. Thus, the phrase sufficient for 360 may be a mere saying elsewhere, but in Dongxing village, it is a stark reality. Chapter 61. Seeking a benefactor. Although Lu Yi was aware of the corruption involving Du Dawei and accountant Tian, he possessed no tangible evidence. Even if he wished to expose them, it would merely be his word against theirs. Upon returning to the village, Lu Yi went to the brigade office to return his tools. A jeep was parked in the courtyard, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In this era, vehicles were a rarity, and those who could afford to ride were invariably high-ranking officials. Du Dawei was warmly welcoming a middle-aged man, his typically stern demeanor transformed into that of a blooming chrysanthemum. Upon seeing Lu Yi and his production team return, Du Dawei scanned the crowd until he quickly spotted Lu Yi. Lu Yi, come here, he called out, vigorously waving at him. Chen Hao glanced at Du Dawei and quietly said to Lu Yi, Brother Yi, the secretary is calling you. I heard, Lu Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man beside Du Dawei. The man wore a crisp white shirt and dark blue trousers, with polished leather shoes that exuded sophistication. It was evident that Du Dawei was summoning him due to this individual, yet Lu Yi was certain he did not recognize him. Lu Yi, come on. Du Dawei urged again when he noticed Lu Ye's hesitation. Following Du Dawei's gaze, Lin Jiqiang also turned to look at Lu Yi, a lean young man from the countryside. Tall with a buzz cut and sharply arched eyebrows, his eyes were particularly bright. Lu Yi stepped forward. Secretary, you called for me? Lu Yi. Did you happen to rescue an elderly man in the county yesterday? Du Dawei inquired. This clarified matters for Lu Yi. The old gentleman had been riding a brand-new Phoenix bicycle, dressed better than the average elderly man, which now made Lu Yi reconsider his identity. Glancing back at the middle-aged man, he noticed a resemblance to the elderly gentleman from yesterday. Yes, I encountered an elderly man who fell from his bike and, along with others, took him to the hospital. Lu Yi confirmed with a nod. It was indeed you, Du Dawei exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile. Lin Jiqiang, relieved to have found the right person, extended his hand toward Lu Yi. Thank you, young comrade. I am Lin Jiqiang, the son of the injured elderly man. I cannot express how grateful I am for your timely intervention. Without you, my father might not have received the necessary treatment in time, and the consequences could have been dire. I came specifically to thank you. Lu Yi shook Lin Jiqiang's hand. Hello. We left early yesterday. How is the old gentleman now? Thanks to your payment of the deposit, the doctors were able to perform the surgery promptly. The fractured area has been realigned, and now he just needs to recover gradually. My father is particularly grateful to you all and has insisted that I bring you back to the hospital so he can express his gratitude personally. Oh, and this, Lin Jiqiang said, pulling an envelope from his pocket. With both hands, he delivered the envelope before Lu Yi, stating that this was the deposit he had kindly covered. Lin Jiqiang's respectful demeanor astonished Du Dawei. Lu Yi, shouldn't you express your gratitude to Director Lin? Lu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Du Dawei. Thank him? This is my own money, isn't it? I saved his father, so it's only natural for me to reclaim what is rightfully mine. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards me. Director Lin? Observing Du Dawei's obsequious demeanor, Lu Yi surmised that Lin Jiqiang must hold considerable influence. As long as the old man is well, I shall feel at ease. This is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for thanks. I accept the envelope. And we are even, Lu Yi gently stated as he took the envelope. Seeing Lu Yi's lack of appreciation, Du Dawei felt an urgent sense of frustration. While Lu Yi was unaware of Lin Jiqiang's significance, Du Dawei was well aware. Lin Jiqiang was the director of the city's refrigerator factory, overseeing thousands of employees, wielding considerable power. With just a word, he could arrange formal employment in several state-owned enterprises or even allocate housing for workers. It was a fortunate encounter for Lu Yi to meet such a person, yet he failed to recognize its value. In Du Dawei's eyes, Lu Yi seemed utterly foolish at this moment. Lu Yi, Director Lin has traveled a great distance to express his gratitude. You ought to adjust your attitude. Du Dawei admonished sternly. Du Dawei's repeated interjections displeased Lin Jiqiang. After all, Lu Yi was the savior of his father, and he had come to express his appreciation. Yet Du Dawei continued to reprimand him. This did not elevate his status, but instead made him feel more uncomfortable. Comrade Du, I would like to speak with Comrade Lu privately. You have your work to attend to, so you need not remain with us, Lin Jiqiang said. His tone laced with irritation. Taken aback, Du Dawei maintained a forced smile. Very well, then. I shall leave you to your conversation. As Du Dawei retreated to the office, he cast a glance through the window at Lin Jiqiang and Lu Yi, feeling a chill in his heart. He had initially hoped to use this opportunity to forge a connection with Lin Jiqiang, seeking formal employment for his two sons. If successful, Du Yong and Du Ming could move to the city and enjoy a better life, thus transforming their social status. However, Lin Jiqiang had dismissed him in front of so many, clearly regarding him as insignificant. This failure to establish rapport left Du Dawei seething. Comrade Lu, your contact information includes Comrade Su's name, and I see that your addresses are the same. Could you take me to meet Comrade Su? I would like to express my gratitude to you both. Su Mengyao is my wife. She is at home. You truly need not be so courteous. We did not save someone with the expectation of reward. As long as the old man is safe, that is our greatest fortune, Lu Yi reiterated, once more declining the gesture. He had saved a life without any thought of recompense. At this moment, although Lin Jiqiang had come to seek out Lu Yi and expressed a sense of gratitude, Lu Yi was not swayed by such gestures. Thus, before Lin Jiqiang, he exhibited no hint of subservience. On the contrary, Lu Yi maintained a demeanor of superiority in Lin Jiqiang's presence. As for Su Mengyao, her father was soon to be reinstated to his former position, rendering a mere factory director of a small refrigerator plant insignificant in her father's eyes. Naturally, Su Mengyao had no desire for any form of gratitude. Having served as a factory director for many years, Lin Jiqiang was accustomed to the flattery of others, having witnessed countless sycophants like Du Dawei. However, he found it rare to encounter someone like Lu Yi, who, despite being merely a humble farmer, stood before him with poise and confidence, neither servile nor arrogant. This young man, the more selfless his benevolence, the more it lingered in one's memory. In this moment, Lin Jiqiang genuinely felt that Lu Yi, with his straightforward and earnest nature, was indeed worthy of their family's trust. Chapter 62. Shameless demands. The old gentleman is injured. Your family must be quite anxious. You should return home promptly. I too must make my way home. Lu Yi tucked away the envelope containing money, offering Lin Jiqiang a smile before turning to depart. Please wait a moment. Lin Jiqiang produced a business card and extended it towards Lu Yi. This is my business card, which contains my address and phone number. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. This time, Lu Yi did not decline. He accepted the card from Lin Jiqiang. Nushi Refrigerator Factory, Director Lin Jiqiang. Very well. I shall accept this card. Farewell. Lu Yi pocketed the card and exited the brigade office. Inside the room, Du Dawei watched as Lu Yi left so directly. Muttering to himself, what a pity. He hastily exited the office. Lin Jiqiang observed Lu Ye's retreating figure, foregoing further pleasantries with Du Dawei as he turned and opened the car door. Director Lin, are you leaving already? It's a rare visit. Allow me to arrange a meal at home. Let us dine before you depart. Du Dawei hurried over, wearing a congenial expression. Thank you. But I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. I must take my leave. Lin Jiqiang lightly remarked, entering the car without a backward glance. The green jeep emitted a puff of black smoke as it sped away from the brigade compound. Du Dawei stood rooted to the spot, inhaling the exhaust fumes, his eyes narrowing and his expression sour. Chen Hao quickly caught up with Lu Yi, draping an arm over his shoulder. Did you really save an old man? Indeed. You possess an extraordinary stroke of luck. That man seemed quite affluent. He wishes to express his gratitude. Why do you continuously decline? Lin Jiqiang, dressed elegantly and driving a car, was certainly not an inconsequential figure. If it had been Chen Hao in Lu Ye's position, he would have accepted without hesitation. I seek no rewards. Off I go then. Upon returning home, Lu Yi recounted the recent events to Su Mengyao. You acted correctly. We save lives without expecting anything in return. Su Mengyao affirmed Lu Ye's actions. Lu Yi retrieved the envelope. He had refrained from opening it earlier due to the throng of people, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Inside, 10 crisp 100 yuan bills lay neatly stacked. 1,000. A smile graced Lu Ye's lips as he shook his head. Su Mengyao gazed at the envelope in Lu Ye's hand. Is this what they gave you? Yes. He mentioned it was a return of my deposit. I didn't open it before, not expecting him to have added an extra 50 yuan. I'll return the 50 when I go to the hospital to retrieve the empty bottles. Li extracted 500 yuan bills, returning the additional 50 to the envelope. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement. Given Lu Ye's current earning pace, that 50 yuan was not worth claiming. Li filled a basin with water and began to wash his face. Outside, the voice of the village secretary, Du Dawei, called out, Is Lu Yu at home? Lu Yi wiped his face and frowned slightly. Du Dawei harbored a covetous and dark disposition, which did not endear him to Lu Yi. Before Lu Yi could respond, the door to the side room was abruptly pulled open. Du Dawei, sporting a middle-part hairstyle, strode in. With a square face and prominent brow bones, his large eyes earned him the nickname Du Big Eyes among many villagers. Ah, Secretary Du, is there something you need? Lu Yi inquired as he set down his towel. I came to ask about Lin Factory Director's father. What's the matter? Du Dawei's large eyes turned toward Lu Yi. Although Lin Factory Director had departed, Du Dawei was not discouraged. Seizing a rare opportunity to engage with someone of such high standing, he sought to glean information from Lu Yi, hoping for a chance to advance. Nothing much, just that the old man had an accident while riding his bicycle. We helped him and took him to the hospital. It's really not a big deal, Lu Yi replied casually, omitting many details. I see. In any case, you could be considered a lifesaver for their family. I believe Lin Factory Director is quite grateful to you. Du Dawei patted Lu Yi on the shoulder, smiling as he continued. You might not know this, but Lin Factory Director is the head of our city's refrigerator factory, wielding significant power. They came looking for you, and you let them leave empty-handed. Isn't that a bit foolish? Is that so? I truly wasn't aware. But all I did was lend a hand. I didn't exert much effort. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. One cannot dismiss such deeds so lightly. A life-saving grace is as vast as the heavens, and it has little to do with the extent of one's effort. I noticed he even gave you a business card. which indicates that Lin Factory Director is indeed appreciative of your help. You must seize this opportunity. If you can align yourself with Lin Factory Director, he could secure you a position at the refrigerator factory, and you would finally enjoy the benefits of city life. Dudawe attempted to entice Liu with grand prospects. I find farming quite satisfactory, Liu stated, showing no inclination toward the factory job. Remaining unmoved by Dudawe's words, frustration stirred within Dudawe as he observed Lu Ye's indifference to such a promising opportunity. Lu Yi, since you seem disinterested, I would like to enlist your assistance in a matter. Liu frowned slightly. What could I possibly do to help you, Secretary? You can. You are the lifesaver of Lin Factory Director's family, and he has pledged to repay you. You should approach Lin Factory Director and request that he arrange 2 formal positions at the factory for my brothers, Du Yong and Du Ming, as the factory director. Facilitating their entry should be a simple task for him. Once you present your case, it is likely to succeed. Rest assured, I will not let you assist me in vain. You are aware that your family is separated, right? Once this is accomplished, I will allocate a plot of land for your residence in the village and provide you with 200 yuan to construct 2 rooms, Du Dawei proclaimed with great conviction. Yet, within Lu Ye's heart, a cold scoff echoed, your family's money is indeed plentiful. However, Liu was acutely aware of the implications behind Du Dawei's words. To say that a matter has been settled and that a piece of land will be granted to you is, conversely, to imply that if the matter is not resolved, the land will not be allocated. This is nothing short of a threat. Secretary Du, I truly cannot assist in this matter, Lu Yi replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Du Dawei's expression darkened immediately. His already prominent eyes widened even further. It seems that as the village secretary, I hold no influence in your eyes at all, he remarked, his tone icy and imbued with a palpable sense of intimidation. Su Mengyao, seated nearby and engrossed in her studies, felt a pang of anxiety for Lu Yi as she observed Du Dawei's demeanor. In the countryside, the village secretary wields considerable power. Should Du Dawei harbor a grudge against Lu Yi, it would undoubtedly render Lu Ye's existence in Dongxing village exceedingly difficult. Chapter 63, Fearless of offending. Seeing Du Dawei soften, Lu Yi decided to adopt a firmer approach. A slight smile graced his lips. Secretary Du, after a long day's work, I find myself quite fatigued. All right. Fine. Du Dawei's frustration was palpable, the veins on his forehead bulging. You may be stubborn, but do not come begging to me one day. Enraged, Du Dawei suppressed his desire to confront Lu Yi and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Su Mengyao approached Lu Yi and let out a soft sigh. Your words were rather blunt. Even if you have no intention of assisting him, you could have simply agreed to his request for the time being and later fabricated an excuse about Director Lin's refusal. Why must you reject him so harshly? Now you have offended him, and you still need to live in the village. He is the village secretary and will undoubtedly seek to make things difficult for you. Lu Yu was well aware of the truth in Su Mengyao's words, yet he remained indifferent. I simply cannot be bothered to placate him. Are you not afraid he will retaliate against you? A village secretary? What can he do? Control my every move? It's merely a plot of land, to be honest. I never had any intention of claiming it. If he wishes to trouble me, it will not be as simple as he thinks. Liu had no desire to remain in Dongxing village, let alone construct a house there. The meager earnings from labor were utterly inconsequential to him. I have already made up my mind. Once you leave for university, I will move to the county seat. By the way, when shall we finalize our divorce? Liu inquired, glancing at Su Mengyao. Are you in such a hurry? It must be done sooner or later. I have no time for it now. I am focused on my studies. Let us discuss it after the exams. Su Mengyao frowned slightly, dismissed him with a wave, and turned to leave. No longer wishing to engage with Lu Yu. In the afternoon, Lu Yu entered the city and arrived at his rented apartment. Since Li Mingzhu discovered that Lu Yu had a wife, her attitude towards him had noticeably shifted. She was no longer warm and even exhibited a hint of petulance. As Lu Yi entered, Li Mingzhu was busy frying sesame seeds. She merely glanced at him before returning to her task, ignoring him completely. Lu Yi crouched beside her, observing the sesame in the pan. The heat was a bit too high. Li Mingzhu continued to ignore him, focused on her work. The heat is too high. It will burn. Lu Yi reached out to assist, but Li Mingzhu blocked him with her arm, preventing him from intervening. I can handle it. She turned her back to him, clearly irked. Lu Yi pouted and stood up. I heard that teenagers go through a rebellious phase, but I never knew there was a menopausal phase. Though Li Mingzhu had not received much formal education, she understood what rebellion meant. But the term menopause was entirely foreign to her. What does menopause mean? Li Mingzhu asked, pouting. Liu chuckled softly. Huh. Aren't you the one ignoring me? Stop wasting time. Tell me what menopause means. Li Mingzhu pressed on, though she did not fully comprehend from Lu Ye's words. She could discern that they were likely not kind. Menopause marks a unique physiological period in a woman's life, often accompanied by irritability, much like her demeanor just moments ago. Lu Yi placed the back of his hand against his nose, while his index finger pointed at Li Mingzhu. You. Indeed, his words were far from benevolent. Li Mingzhu's doe-like eyes shimmered with annoyance as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lu Yi in indignation. You bully me. Enough, little eggplant. If you don't flip the sesame soon, it will burn and be wasted. Beware, I shall deduct from your wages. Humph. Li Mingzhu pouted, begrudgingly continuing to stir the sesame seeds. Li Yu pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, munching on them as he retreated into the inner room. The rented apartment, now, felt far more homely than when they first moved in. With her own earnings, Li Mingzhu had acquired numerous comforts, a thermos, glass cups, a tea tray, bedding, and curtains, nearly everything one could desire. Lu Yi, in a playful gesture, scattered the shells of the sunflower seeds haphazardly on the floor. Recently, he had noticed that the little eggplant had somewhat forgotten her roots. During her days as a street urchin, she had been far less particular, but now, she seemed to have developed an aversion to mess, keeping everything exceedingly clean. She often forbade him from sitting or leaning against anything. Sometimes, even when he perspired slightly, she would wrinkle her nose in disgust, declaring him unclean. Today, he had intentionally brought a handful of seeds, hoping to evoke fond memories with this ungrateful little eggplant. Crack. Crack. In no time, Li had devoured a considerable portion of seeds, their shells strewn about like petals cast by a celestial maiden. In the kitchen, Li Mingzhu, having successfully finished frying the sesame, returned with an enamel basin. She caught sight of Lu Yi, seated cross-legged on the bed like an old man, methodically cracking seeds and discarding the shells directly onto the floor before her. What are you doing? Li Mingzhu placed the basin on the bed, her voice rising in frustration. You never clean up. You only know how to make a mess. It's infuriating. Are you going to eat or not? I still have more here. Li offered another handful of seeds to her. No, I'm not eating. Li Mingzhu picked up a broom and began to sweep the floor angrily. Could you not be so careless? Lu Yi feigned a look of grievance, lamenting, little eggplant. You have changed. Once, you bore an almost dark exterior, youthful and tender. But now, you have grown thorns, becoming prickly. In the past, you were dirty and foul. Yet I never turned my back on you. But look at you now, donned in new clothes, fragrant with snowflake cream, lacking the essence of your former self. You've even begun to disdain me, forbidding me from leaning against the quilt or sitting on the pillow. Li Mingzhu listened in silence, her inner fury rapidly building. Moreover, it is on the verge of eruption. Look, I merely discarded a few sunflower seed shells, yet you still admonish me. Liu tossed another shell, but this time it landed precisely where Li Mingzhu had just cleaned. I shall not tolerate this any longer. The exasperated Li Mingzhu cast aside her broom and leaped onto Lu Yi, her delicate hands, akin to jade, gripping his neck, albeit not with great force. The impact of her leap caused Lu Yi to topple over, reclining on the heated bed. With Li Mingzhu seated atop him, he erupted into hearty laughter. Are you not angry now? Chapter 64. Unwavering hard after the commotion, Li Mingzhu withdrew her hands and slowly descended from Lu Ye's embrace. She understood that although this man was exceptional, he did not belong to her. He was destined for another beautiful woman. I'm not angry at all, she asserted. If you're not angry, why do you constantly challenge me? Lu Yi sat up and adjusted his clothing. That's simply because you are irritating, she replied. Li Mingzhu stepped down, picked up the enamel basin, and sat before the stone mill, beginning to grind sesame seeds. Compared to her initial attempts, she had now become quite proficient in operating the stone mill. Li approached and assisted by adding sesame seeds to the mill. This afternoon, I plan to visit the market to see if I can purchase an electric grinder. An electric grinder costs quite a bit, and the sesame powder produced by it lacks the fragrant quality of that ground by a stone mill. You should refrain from buying it. Li Mingzhu shook her head. Using the stone mill all the time, don't you find it tedious? I've endured much harsher conditions when I was begging for food. This little bit of labor is nothing, Li Mingzhu said dismissively. Allow me to take over, Li suggested, switching places with her. He seated himself at the stone mill and began to rotate it in circles, while Li Mingzhu added sesame seeds and collected the ground sesame powder. Brother Lu, you mentioned last time that sister-in-law is preparing for the college entrance examination. Is that true? Indeed, the exam is just a couple of days away, Lu Yi confirmed. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhu pressed her lips together and cautiously glanced at Lu Yi, her expression revealing an unspoken concern. If you have something to say, just say it. He encouraged. Then I shall speak. Brother Lu, I heard that many couples who entered college last year ended up getting divorced. With your support for sister-in-law's studies. Are you not worried? Worried about what? He replied, puzzled. You should be concerned. Sister-in-law is incredibly beautiful, and if she were to succeed in her studies, she might become a university student. I've heard that once you enter college, you are treated as a leader, and after 4 years, many male classmates will undoubtedly pursue her. Aren't you afraid she might stray? Li Mingzhu's expression reflected genuine anxiety for Lu Yi. Ever since Lu Yi had shared information about Su Mengyao with her, Li Mingzhu had felt a deep sense of unease. Su Mengyao was a young intellectual from the countryside, stunning and well-educated. Now she was preparing for the college entrance examination. Aspiring to attend university, Li Mingzhu had inquired about what attending college entailed and gathered a considerable amount of hearsay, much of which was negative. She had come across numerous examples of individuals who received their acceptance letters only to immediately pursue divorce. This information caused her to worry for Lu Yi. Lu Yi chuckled. Rest assured, she will never change her heart. What a jest. Su Mengyao has never truly harbored feelings for him. Once she finishes her exams and departs, their paths will diverge entirely. How could there be any question of loyalty? Li Mingzhu's clear eyes flickered with skepticism as she pouted and replied. I truly do not understand where you derive your confidence. I remind you out of kindness, do not wait until she has flown far away. For then you shall find yourself hiding beneath the covers, weeping quietly. Rest assured, I have shed tears for but one woman in my life. Who is she? Li Mingzhu inquired with genuine curiosity. My mother. Li Mingzhu's expression stiffened, feeling once again that she had been played. After departing from the rental apartment, Lu Yi made his way to the hospital. After inquiring with several nurses, he located room 302 in the inpatient department. Inside, 3 hospital beds were occupied by patients clad in hospital gowns. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yi quickly spotted the elder Lin. At that moment, the old gentleman lay flat on the bed, his expression marked by pain, while an elderly lady and a middle-aged woman tended to him. Old master. Lu Yi greeted with a warm smile as he approached the bedside. The elder Lin looked up at Lu Yi and immediately recognized him as the young man who had saved his life the previous day. It's you. Seeing Lu Yi. The old gentleman appeared delighted and promptly raised his hand to introduce him to his companion. Yesterday, it was he and another young man who carried me here. He even paid my deposit. He is my savior. Please, have a seat. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiqiang's wife quickly stood up, offering her stool to Lu Yi. Thank you so much for saving my father-in-law yesterday. Otherwise, we would not know what might have happened. You are too kind. It was merely a fortunate encounter. And anyone would have lent a hand, Lu Yi replied with a smile. The elderly lady, overjoyed to see her husband's savior, expressed her gratitude fervently. Young man, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please, there is no need for such formality. I am beginning to feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Yi chuckled as he retrieved the envelope that Lin Jiqiang had given him, containing the extra 50 yuan. Dear sir, dear lady, your son found me this morning and has already expressed his gratitude, so you truly need not thank me again. He returned the deposit I paid yesterday. And I only realized upon returning home that there was an extra 50 inside. I understand this is your goodwill, but I cannot accept this money. I have brought it back to return to you. As Lu Yi spoke, he extended the envelope towards the elderly lady. Hearing this, the elder Lin appeared somewhat agitated. Had it not been for your assistance with the deposit yesterday, I might have succumbed to my pain. While this sum may not be substantial, it is a token of our family's gratitude. Please accept it. Lu Yi insisted on placing the envelope in the elderly lady's hands. Old master, it is not that I wish to refuse your kindness. Goodwill is invaluable. If I were to accept this money, my heart would struggle to remain pure the next time I encounter a similar situation. This statement caused the elder Lin to reassess his life-saving benefactor. Though Lu Yi still donned the humble attire of a rural peasant, in the elder Lin's eyes, Lu Yi radiated a distinct aura, far from that of an ordinary person. Old man, please keep it away. Mr. Lin waved his hand, signaling his companion to put away the envelope. How foolish of me, after conversing for so long. I had yet to inquire about the name of my benefactor. Lu Yi, seated upon a stool, chuckled and said, My surname is Lu, with the given name Yi. As in wild grass. Mr. Lin pondered, Lu Yi, then I shall call you young Lu. Your recent words have truly struck a chord within me. Benevolence is invaluable and cannot be tarnished by mere riches. At such a tender age, your ability to articulate such sentiments is indeed humbling for an old man like myself. You flatter me, sir. Chapter 65. industrial coupons seated beside the hospital bed, Lu Yi engaged in conversation with the elderly gentleman. Through their dialogue, Lu Yi learned that the old man, Mr. Lin, had previously held a position at the Education Committee and was now enjoying his retirement at home. Yesterday, he had ventured out to purchase a birthday cake for his grandson, which led to his unfortunate accident. The elderly man was quite loquacious, drawing Lu Yi into discussions that spanned from the resumption of the college entrance examination to educational reforms, from geographical humanities to ethnic cultures, leaving Lu Yi somewhat parched from the exchange. However, Mr. Lin's vast knowledge greatly impressed Lu Yi, especially when compared to many so-called experts he had encountered in his previous life. Glancing at the clock on the table, Lu Yi spoke up. "Old sir, it is getting late. You should rest well. I will take my leave now, and I shall visit you again when I have the chance." Mr. Lin, unable to move his lower body while lying in bed, raised his arm to grasp Lu Ye's hand, still appearing reluctant to end their conversation. "Let us agree that you will come visit when you can." "Certainly," Lu Yi replied. As he rose to take his leave, Mrs. Wang Yue, the wife of Lin Jiqiang, stood up and said, "Yue, please see off little Lu." "All right," she responded. "Comrade Lu, allow me to accompany you." After Lu Yi departed, Mr. Lin, who had been enjoying their lively discussion, felt a thirst creeping in. "Fetch me some water," he requested. "You old rascal, even in such a state, you should rest instead of dragging others into long conversations," admonished a bystander. "You don't understand, despite his youth, little Lu possesses profound insights. I shared with him cultural aspects from over a dozen provinces, and he responded aptly. Moreover, when I inquired about his views on the resumption of the college entrance examination, he remarked, 'The cornerstone of a strong nation, the wings for soaring.' Can you believe such words are spoken by an ordinary farmer? This young Lu is truly intriguing," Mr. Lin mused, savoring the memory of their exchange. "The cornerstone of a strong nation, the wings for soaring," he repeated, appreciating the profundity of it. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Lu Yi visited a hardware store in the street. Although they sold electric grinders, the prices were rather steep, 180 yuan for a small unit, not to mention requiring 40 industrial coupons as well. Money was manageable, but acquiring those coupons necessitated dealing with ticket scalpers. Despite Xiao Bao claiming that stone-ground sesame paste was more fragrant, the labor-intensive nature of the process and its low yield had deterred him in the past. Now, with better resources, Lu Yi resolved to switch to an electric grinder, which would surely lighten Xiao Bao's workload. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Yi quickly located his regular ticket dealer. He had become Zhaoqing's largest grain coupon supplier, providing several hundred pounds of coupons every few days, which Zhaoqing then resold for a profit. Thus, each time Zhaoqing saw Lu Yi, he greeted him with the warmth one would reserve for benefactors, eager to maintain their advantageous relationship and prevent the loss of such a significant client to competitors. "Hey, brother, in this sweltering heat, you must be hot. Wait a moment. I will fetch you a bottle of soda," Zhaoqing exclaimed. Zhaoqing, with fervent enthusiasm, addressed Lu Yi as brother, prompting anyone unaware to assume a familial bond between the two. Lu Yi gestured for him to return, stating, "I need to discuss something with you." Zhaoqing promptly halted and retraced his steps, inquiring eagerly, "What do you need, brother? Just command me. Do you have any industrial coupons?" Lu Yi asked in a hushed tone. Zhaoqing nodded with a cheerful grin. "Indeed, I possess precisely 50, sufficient to purchase a bicycle." Industrial coupons differ notably from tickets for televisions, bicycles, and radios. The latter, being specialized, typically require only one ticket along with some cash to acquire the designated item. In contrast, industrial coupons can be used for a variety of industrial products without specific limitations. Thus, they may be utilized to purchase either a television or a sewing machine. However, the number of coupons required varies with the product's value. 50 coupons are necessary for a bicycle, while a sewing machine demands 100. Much like wages, each worker receives one coupon monthly, and they are treasured dearly. "What price do you want?" "I'll take it all," Zhaoqing proclaimed. "Brother, if you desire them, there's no need to discuss prices. Just take the 50 and use them." Demonstrating his generosity, Zhaoqing swiftly extracted a stack of yellow industrial coupons, equivalent to 1 cent each, from his canvas bag and handed them to Lu Yi. Lu Yi accepted them without counting, confident in Zhaoqing's honesty. "You acquired these with your own money. I cannot take them for free. Tell me, what has the cost?" Zhaoqing chuckled. "I bought them at 30 cents each. If you insist on paying, then give me just the cost price, a total of 15. 50 industrial coupons could substitute for a single bicycle ticket." which typically costs between 15 to 20 yuan. Zhao Qing was reasonable, not demanding more than necessary. Lu Yi accepted the coupons and withdrew 15 yuan, handing it to Zhao Qing. Perfect, brother, Zhao Qing remarked, promptly stowing the money away. After purchasing some peach crisps at the supply and marketing cooperative, Li returned to Dongxing village. The college entrance examination loomed near. Su Mengyao, with the mindset of better late than never, studied late into the night, sometimes gnawing on cold steamed buns when hunger struck. Li intended to bring the 2 pounds of peach crisps home for Su Mengyao to stave off her nighttime hunger. Meanwhile, at the Du household, Du Dawei, rejected by Lu Yi, sat at the dining table. He gulped down a mouthful of warm liquor, slamming the cup heavily onto the table, producing a resounding clang. Angered, the others gathered around the table dared not breathe, with Wang Xiulan even retracting her chopsticks, silently consuming her bowl of plain rice. Lu Tianci sat quietly in a corner, having spent a considerable amount of time at the old Du family's residence. He had grown somewhat accustomed to life here. Tianci, your relationship with Lu Yi isn't particularly good, is it? Du Dawei suddenly inquired. Huh? Well, Lu Yi is rather petty. He often complains that my mother neglects him, so our relationship isn't very amicable, Lu Tianci replied softly, somewhat perplexed. He's your stepbrother. Do you not converse with him at all? Du Dawei exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scrutinized Lu Tianci. Despite having faced setbacks from Lu Yi, Du Dawei was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. After all, Lu Tianci was also a member of the Lu family. Although many in the village were aware of Lu Tianci's mother's harsh treatment of Lu Yi, Du Dawei still wished to explore the possibility of gaining favor with Lu Tianci. Well, it's not entirely that way, Lu Tianci stammered, feeling somewhat flustered under Du Dawei's intense gaze. He had just returned from work and was unaware of the situation. At that moment, he could not decipher Du Dawei's intentions, so he chose to respond ambiguously, leaving room for further discussion. Chapter 66. Unyielding ambition. The young scoundrel Lu Yi stumbled upon serendipity. During a visit to the county town, he fortuitously saved an elderly man, who, as fate would have it, turned out to be the father of the director of the refrigerator factory, Lin. Consequently, he became the savior of Lin's family. Today, Director Lin sought out the village, and I observed him expressing profound gratitude towards Lu Yi, even presenting him with a business card. Lu Tianci listened intently, yet his mind churned with skepticism. In his previous life, Lu Yi had become a son-in-law at Du Dawei's household, and not long after, he ventured to the county, allegedly due to a job that Du Dawei had procured for him. Initially, Lu Tianci paid little heed to this, but within a few years, when he encountered Lu Yi again, the latter had donned respectable attire and was riding a bicycle, living quite well. Now, in this rebirth, he had preemptively taken the role of the son-in-law, and Du Dawei had also arranged employment for him. Logically, Lu Yi's forthcoming path should lead him to be callously discarded by that wretched Su Mengyao, resigning him to a life of obscurity as a farmer. Yet how is it that he had now saved the father of Director Lin, becoming a benefactor to a prominent family? Lu Tianci was aware of the Nuxi refrigerator factory in the county, a well-known enterprise. However, in his previous existence, he had never heard of any connection between Lu Yi and this Director Lin. Could this be what is known as opportunity, or merely a coincidence? Father, are you certain it is indeed the director of the Nuxi refrigerator factory? Why do you know him? Du Dawei replied, a touch of surprise in his tone. Not exactly. I've merely heard of it. The Nuxi refrigerator factory is a significant establishment. How could Liu possibly have any ties to Director Lin? Lu Tianci gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated desire for Lu Yu to remain without opportunity for advancement. It is a large factory. If your older brother and second brother could secure formal positions there, your mother and I could finally have some peace of mind. Du Dawei, breaking with tradition, poured a glass of wine for Lu Tianci, catching him off guard. He quickly shielded the glass with both hands, taking great care. After pouring, Du Dawei filled his own glass as well and remarked, Tianci, your older brother and second brother lack education, unable to compare with your eloquence. They have no desire to till the fields. After much contemplation, it seems you are the only one who can assist them now. Me? Lu Tianci glanced at Du Yong and Du Ming. He held no affection for these brothers-in-law, who had bullied him since he became part of the Du family. He vividly remembered their past grievances. Yes, you. Lu Yi is unaware of the true value of Director Lin's gratitude. Seek him out, and whatever means you employ, persuade him to assist your older brother and second brother in securing positions at the refrigerator factory. If you succeed in this endeavor, you will become our family's great benefactor, and I shall grant you anything you desire. Du Dawei fixed his gaze upon Lu Tianci. Anything I desire? Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianci felt a surge of joy within him. As he became the son-in-law of the old Du family, his primary desire was naturally their wealth and support. However, the thought of having to seek assistance from Lu Yi filled him with unease. Both he and Lu Yi were rivals, harboring mutual disdain for one another. Even if he were to swallow his pride and approach Lu Yi, it was unlikely that Lu Yi would readily acquiesce. This predicament proved to be quite troublesome. Father, you know well that Lu Yi and I are at odds, and he holds grudges fiercely. To request his assistance could prove perilous what? You are unwilling to even attempt it. Du Daoi's countenance darkened at Lu Tianci's reluctance, his tone rising in irritation. No, it's just that. If we are to accomplish this task, it will require additional compensation, Lu Tianci stated earnestly. Du Daoi's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback by Lu Tianci's unexpected boldness. Yet, upon realizing Lu Tianci was willing to take on the challenge, Du Dawei felt a surge of elation. Fear not. Go forth with confidence. As long as that little brat Lu Yi is willing to speak, I shall provide him with whatever sum he desires. A glimmer of hope shone in Lu Tianci's gaze as he observed Du Dawei's unwavering confidence. The old Du family was indeed affluent. Then I shall give it a try, Lu Tianci responded. Truly, you are my esteemed son-in-law. Come, let us drink with Lu Tianci's agreement. Du Dawei felt greatly relieved and raised his glass in invitation. Du Yong and Du Meng exchanged knowing glances and, as if sharing a silent understanding, lifted their glasses in unison. Brother-in-law, I toast to you. And I too. Facing the proffered cups from the two brothers, although Lu Tianci internally scoffed, he maintained a cordial facade, saying, Eldest brother, second brother, we are all family. You are far too courteous. Seated nearby, Du Mei observed Lu Tianci accepting the toasts with a disdainful smirk, her head lowered. Having shared a bed with him for an extended period, she had grown increasingly familiar with his character. She did not believe for a moment that he could succeed in this endeavor. After dinner, Lu Tianci returned to his room. As he rested briefly, his mind began to ponder how he could fulfill Du Dawei's commission. Deep down, Lu Tianci understood that even if he were to kneel before Lu Yi, the latter would undoubtedly refuse to assist him. After much contemplation, a crucial idea finally dawned upon him. Business cards. Request his help? In your dreams. I will rely on myself. With a strategy forming in his mind, Lu Tianci sprang from his seat. Du Mei, reclining against the quilt, noticed Lu Tianci getting up to put on his shoes and casually inquired, Where are you going? Home. Watching Lu Tianci's retreating figure, Du Mei spat disdainfully, Humph, foolish idiot. As her own belly grew rounder, her disdain for Lu Tianci only intensified. And during her solitary moments at home, she often found herself reminiscing about her cousin. Meanwhile, Lu Yi returned home, having already finished dinner. Su Mengyao was engrossed in her studies. Upon seeing Lu Yi enter, she casually remarked, You're back. The food is in the pot. Help yourself. Liu entered the room and placed the peach crisp beside Su Mengyao. I bought you some peach crisps, if you feel hungry at night. You can have a little snack so that I won't be disturbed by your stomach growling while I sleep. Su Mengyao raised her delicate brows and pouted. Why are you so annoying? You clearly woke up because you drank too much water and needed to relieve yourself. How did that turn into my stomach growling waking you up? When have I ever been so hungry that my stomach made noise? Well, it didn't make any noise. Did it? Perhaps I misremembered. In that case, I shall keep this peach crisp for myself, Lu Yi said, reaching for the peach crisp he had just placed down. Upon seeing him attempt to take it back, Su Mengyao swiftly snatched it and held it close to her chest. Once something is in my hands, it cannot be so casually taken away. You said this was for me, so since it is already mine, you cannot take it back. Lu Yi chuckled. Just eat a little at night to avoid indigestion from overeating. Who are you to tell me what to do? A dog biting El Dongbin. Who's the dog? At that moment, Lu Tianci walked into the courtyard, glanced at the lit room, and quietly entered the main house. Chapter 67. Stepmother, I have come to see you. Lu Tianci softly called as he entered the room. Once the tyrant of the village, Ho Shaoan now barely had the energy to leave her home. The reason for her retreat was none other than Lu Tianci's status as an unwelcome son-in-law and Du Mei's bearing of another's child. This news had become an open secret in the village, with villagers too fearful to discuss it in front of Du Dawei. Yet, they showed no restraint in front of Ho Shaoan. Despite her thick skin, her spirit was nearly broken. What a disgrace it was. After dinner, Ho Shaoyan had long since retired to bed, for there was nowhere else for her to go. Upon hearing Lu Tianci's voice, she remained unresponsive, clearly still harboring resentment from their last encounter. Lu Zhendong sat on the Kong, and upon seeing Lu Tianci enter, he took a puff of his cigarette and softly greeted him. "You're back." "Ah, I've returned to see my mother," Lu Tianci replied, noticing his mother's indifference. He put on a smile and sat down before Ho Shaoan. "Mother, are you still angry?" Ho Shaoan turned over, her back to him, filled with bitterness as she retorted. "Don't call me mother. I have no son like you. If you wish to find a mother, go to Wang Xiaolan. I bet you'd find her more endearing than me." "Oh, mother, how could Wang Xiaolan compare to you? You are my true mother. And I will always stand by you," Lu Tianci insisted. Upon hearing this, Ho Shaoan sat up abruptly. "You only know how to say sweet words. Last time at your home, Wang Xiaolan bullied me terribly. Did you stand by me then? No, you sided with her. All these years, I have truly raised you in vain. Mother, I had no choice. I have my own hardships. You must understand," Lu Tianci said, feigning a pitiful expression. Since childhood, he had used this tactic whenever he made a mistake, and it had always been effective with Ho Shaoan. "Hardships? I cannot comprehend what the Du family possesses that keeps you so preoccupied. Do you know what people in the village are calling you behind your back?" The thought of those derogatory names caused Ho Xiaoyan's blood pressure to rise. "I know," Lu Tianci replied nonchalantly. "They merely call me a living turtle and a green-haired beast. Those pitiful, land-tilling peasants, do they even understand what it means to endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens?" Upon hearing Lu Tianci's words, Lu Zhendong's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable. As farmers themselves, his words inadvertently insulted their family as well. Picking up his pipe, Lu Zhendong exited the house. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Lu Zhendong leave, Lu Tianci was pleased. "Mother, let me tell you, let the villagers say whatever they wish. Consider it mere dog barks. In no more than a year, I shall prove to them through my actions that they will be silenced." Seeing her son so confident and resolute, Ho Shaoyan finally felt a glimmer of hope. She sincerely hoped that her son was right. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for both of them to remain in the village. Ho Shaoyan could hardly bear to think about how she would confront the situation once the child was born in a few months. "Oh, my son, in just a few months, that child will arrive." Lu Tianci, unfazed, replied, "No worries, I have everything under control. Mother, I have returned this time seeking your assistance. If I can accomplish this task, my position in the Du family will be solidified. Du Dawei has already promised that once the matter is settled, I can have whatever I desire. Mother, you must help me this time. You are my son. Who else would I assist? Just tell me what you need." Ho Shaoyan said fondly as she gazed at Lu Tianci. Although she did not comprehend his actions, he remained her son, and even in anger, she felt compelled to support his endeavors. "Mother, Lu Yi saved someone in the county. That business card was a promise from Director Lin to Lu Yi. That fool Lu Yi doesn't even realize its worth. You need to help me obtain it. With it, I can fulfill Du Dawei's request, and then I can rightfully demand financial support from him." Lu Tianci explained the incident involving Lu Yi and Du Dawei's desire to assist Du Yong and Du Ming in finding jobs to Ho Shaoyan. "Are you suggesting that I steal that business card for you?" "Yes, that's precisely the point," Lu Tianci confirmed with a nod. Ho Shaoyan, unfamiliar with business cards, inquired curiously, "What does it look like?" "It should be about the size of a card, made of thin cardboard, with some text on it, probably white. Though it could be another color," Lu Tianci gestured. "All right, I'll remember that. Once I have it, I will deliver it to you." Ho Shaoyan silently committed the matter to memory. "Mother, you must be swift. Opportunities like these must be seized while they are fresh, or they may lose their effectiveness over time," Lu Tianci urged. "I understand. Do not worry," Ho Shaoyan reassured him. She then looked at Lu Tianci and continued, "Son, since this business card is so valuable, why not request a job for yourself directly? You could divorce Du Mei and become a formal employee in the city. Then, I can find you a suitable girl later. Wouldn't that be splendid? Why give Du Yong and Du Ming such an advantage? Mother, you don't understand. While those workers may seem promising now, they are merely like grasshoppers after autumn, unable to leap for long. Trust me. The path I have chosen is undoubtedly the right one. Just wait, and you will enjoy a life of comfort with me in the future." Sigh. Ho Shaoyan let out a long breath. Once his affairs were concluded, Lu Tianci quietly departed from the old Lu household. The following day, Lu Yi joined everyone in the fields for labor. Su Mengyao remained at home, reviewing her studies in solitude. Suddenly, she felt a rumble in her stomach, and setting her pen aside, she quickly tore off a piece of tissue and hurried out of the room. Ho Shaoyan concealed herself by the window of the main room, her gaze fixed on Su Mengyao, who was clutching a piece of paper and hastening towards the toilet. Since dawn, she had been attentively monitoring the movements in the side room, and at last, the moment she had awaited had arrived. as she watched Su Mengyao enter the toilet. Ho Xiaoyan swiftly exited the house and stealthily slipped into the side room. Where did this little scoundrel acquire such funds to procure so many items? Although the side room still lacked substantial furniture, it now boasted an array of frequently used household essentials. Without lingering, Ho Xiaoyan began her search for the business card. The space within the room was limited, yet Lin Jiqiang's card had been carelessly placed upon the windowsill, allowing her to find it with minimal effort. Square and modest in size, white with inscriptions, this must be the one. Without hesitation, Ho Xiaoyan pocketed the card. Noticing the additional items in the room, she felt compelled to search further. Just then, Su Mengyao opened the door and walked in. Upon discovering Ho Xiaoyan in her own room, she was momentarily taken aback. Who permitted you to enter? I can come into my own house whenever I please, without needing your permission. Ho Xiaoyan, feeling the pangs of guilt from her theft, stiffened her neck and retorted defiantly before hastily making her exit. Chapter 68. The scheme. Su Mengyao gazed at the retreating figure of Ho Xiaoyan. A lingering sense of unease washing over her. In a state of urgency, she hurried to the door and secured it from the inside. Standing on the Kong, she inspected the ceiling, relieved to find that the cover over the square opening showed no signs of disturbance. It was a sigh of relief for Su Mengyao, as Lu Yi had emphasized the importance of locking the door whenever one was home alone, regardless of the duration of absence. However, in her haste to use the restroom, she had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. Fortunately, the jar where Lu Yi hid his money remained untouched. After conducting a thorough search of the room and finding nothing amiss, Su Mengyao concluded that her anxiety was unwarranted. With a sense of calm, she returned to her studies, wishing to avoid Lu Ye's nagging about the incident involving Ho Xiaoyan entering their room. As for the missing business card, neither of them had noticed its absence. Around 5 in the evening, Ho Xiaoyan stealthily left her home and made her way to the village entrance. After waiting for over 20 minutes, she finally spotted her son, Lu Tianci, returning from work at the commune. Tianci, she called quietly, pulling him aside in the deserted village. Mom, did you wait here specifically for me? Lu Tianci asked. Look, is this the business card you wanted? Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed, producing the stolen card and eagerly handing it to him. Nuxi Refrigerator Factory, Manager Lin Jiqiang. Address, Huaxian Jingfeng Road. Upon seeing the card, Lu Tianci's face lit up with joy. Yes, that's it. How did you manage to get this? You're amazing. Seeing her son so elated brought Ho Xiaoyan joy as well. You were right. That fool Lu, you didn't think much of it and left it right on the windowsill. I simply took it without any effort. Her words only amplified Lu Tianci's excitement. The thought of a golden opportunity slipping through Lu Ye's fingers filled him with a sense of satisfaction. This is fantastic. Mom, I owe you big time. Once I strike it rich, I'll take you to the city to enjoy life. I'm utterly fed up with this wretched village and its people. Lu Tianci spoke animatedly to Ho Xiaoyan, painting a bright future, despite the fact that the plan was still in its infancy. All right, Mom. I'll be waiting to live the good life with you. With the business card safely in hand, the mother and son shared smiles as they entered the village, each eventually returning to their respective homes. At the Du residence, Du Dawei was preoccupied with the matter at hand. Upon seeing Lu Tianci return from work, he immediately called him into the main room for a discussion. Tianci, how did it go? Did you talk to that kid Lu Yi? Lu Tianci feigned hesitation, deliberately adopting a troubled expression. Dad, I went. I exhausted all my pleasantries, nearly begging him on my knees, and only then did he finally relent, agreeing to use his connections to help my brother and second brother with their job change. However, this young man possesses an insatiable appetite. He boldly declared that if this endeavor were to succeed, he would demand a sum of 1,000 yuan. Conversely, if it were to fail, we would still owe him 200 yuan, or he would refuse to proceed. What does he think he is doing, demanding 200 yuan even in failure? Wang Xiulan exclaimed in indignation upon hearing this. Lu Tianci glanced at Wang Xiulan and turned to Du Dawei, saying, he also mentioned that if we were unwilling to comply, he would seek out Director Lin himself and leverage personal connections to secure a job for himself. Du Dawei's eyes narrowed and his lips quivered. He had previously stated that as long as Lu Yu was amenable, the amount could be whatever he desired. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Yi would audaciously demand a sum as exorbitant as 1,000 yuan. The nerve of him. This sum was, of course, a fabrication concocted by Lu Tianci, who was keenly observing Du Dawei's reaction. Father, given Lu Ye's exorbitant demand, perhaps we should abandon this matter, Lu Tianci suggested tentatively. Du Dawei remained silent for a considerable time, weighing his options. In this era, 1,000 yuan represented a vast fortune for any household. In fact, within the entire Dongxing village, no more than 3 families could afford such an amount, and naturally, the Lu family was among them. No, we cannot dismiss this opportunity so easily. It would be a grave loss, Du Dawei declared solemnly. Father, does this mean you intend to agree to his demands? Lu Tianci inquired cautiously. If this matter can indeed be accomplished, I would be willing to part with the 1,000 yuan. However, should it not come to fruition? The notion that this young man would still expect payment is sheer folly. Hearing Du Dawei's words, Lu Tianci felt a sense of relief and feigned helplessness. Yet, Lu Yu is quite cunning. He insists on seeing half of the money up front before he will proceed. If Director Lin agrees, we must pay him the remaining 500 yuan. If not, he will refund us 300. I fear he may be trying to deceive us. Which is why I did not agree. He then proposed that we could deposit the money with me, and I would accompany him to see Director Lin. Once we meet with Director Lin, I could hand him the money, ensuring I witnessed the transaction and thereby safeguard against any deceit. This is a decision I cannot make alone. Father, it is up to you to decide, Lu Tianci implored. Wang Xilan, listening to Lu Tianci, nodded in approval. Clearly satisfied with his performance. Tianci, you have truly worked hard. It's no trouble. I am delighted to assist my family. Once my elder brothers become official employees at the refrigerator factory, they shall be city dwellers, and I look forward to them looking after me and Mimi. He replied with a smile. Ah, good child, Mimi has indeed chosen wisely, Wang Xilan chuckled. Finding her previous dissatisfaction with Lu Tianci fading away as she now regarded him with fondness, Du Dawei spoke firmly, then it shall be as such. Tianci, accompany him and remain astute. Do not allow him to exploit any loopholes. Upon receiving Du Dawei's approval, Lu Tianci felt an overwhelming joy blossoming within him. And the money? Du Dawei inquired, turning his gaze towards Wang Xilan. She glanced at Lu Tianci, then climbed onto the bed, rummaging through the clothes-laden cabinet for quite some time before finally uncovering the hidden pouch of money. Wang Xilan, hesitant to retrieve it fully, counted out 500 yuan directly from the cabinet. Here you go, 500, she said, handing the money to Du Dawei. Take good care of this 500. When the time comes, you shall act according to the situation. If this lad truly engages in meaningful discourse, hand him the money. However, if he merely trifles and avoids the matter at hand, bring the money back, and I will personally deal with him. Du Dawei entrusted the thick wad of cash into Lu Tianci's hands. Understood, Dad. Rest assured. I shall keep a close watch on him. If he dares to pull any tricks, I will handle him directly. The old Du family indeed possessed wealth. As Lu Tianci held the banknotes, a wave of elation surged within him. Chapter 69, Purchasing Medicinal Plasters? That evening, after finishing his meal, Lu Yi was resting in his room when Lu Jindong approached the window of the side room and softly called out, Lu Yi, come out for a moment. Hearing his father's voice, Lu Yi rose and stepped outside. Is there something you need, Dad? Lu Jindong held a smoking pipe in one hand and a few banknotes in the other. Could you go to the county tomorrow and buy me some medicinal plasters from the hospital? He asked quietly. Medicinal plasters? Which ones? Lu Yi inquired, puzzled as he scrutinized Lu Jindong, noticing no visible signs of discomfort. I twisted my back while tidying up the farming tools, and the clinic's medication is quite expensive and ineffective for my symptoms. Please get me a few tiger bone plasters from the county hospital. I'll give you the money. Lu Jindong extended the bills towards Lu Yi. At home, Ho Shaowen was domineering and kept a close watch on Lu Jindong. Typically, he would barely have a few coins on him, but at that moment, he had 2 yuan, evidently obtained from Ho Shaowen. Lu Yi accepted the money and glanced at Lu Jindong's lower back. Is the injury serious? Let me take a look. Lu Jindong quickly covered his back with his free hand and replied, It's nothing. A few plasters will suffice. Don't forget to go tomorrow and bring them back so I can apply them. You should get some rest. I'm heading back now. After giving his instructions, Lu Jindong, clutching his waist and smoking, returned to the main house. Lu Yu could tell that Lu Jindong's back was not injured at all. He suspected that Lu Jindong was merely a proxy for Ho Shaoyan, who likely needed the plasters, and that his father fabricated the injury to ensure Lu Yi would assist him in the purchase. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour earlier, Lu Tianci had returned to the Lu household and orchestrated this entire charade. Ho Shaoyan feigned a recurrence of her back injury to prompt Lu Jindong to ask Lu Yi to go to the county, all stemming from Lu Tianci's desire to keep Lu Yi away from the village. The following day, Lu Tianci took a leave of absence. After receiving a few reminders from Du Dawei, he returned to the Lu family, ostensibly to visit Ho Shaowen. His true intention was to find an excuse to leave the village with Lu Yi. After waiting for a considerable time, Lu Tianci saw Li Yi walking towards the courtyard with a cloth bag in hand. He quickly said to Ho Shaoan, "Mom, he's coming out." "I'll be on my way." "Be careful," she replied, watching her son hastily exit the house, feeling as if she were a spy, her heart racing with anticipation. As Lu Yi stepped out of the courtyard, Lu Tianci followed closely behind, the two maintaining a distance of less than 2 meters as they headed towards the village entrance. Li Yi furrowed his brow, aware of Lu Tianci's dubious character. Their interactions were typically marked by biting sarcasm. It was unusual for them to walk together in silence towards a common destination. Little did Lu Yi know that Lu Tianci was concocting yet another scheme in his mind. Turning around, Li Yi frowned and asked, "What are you following me for?" Lu Tianci let out a disdainful smile, saying, "Do not flatter yourself. Who would want to accompany you? I am heading to the commune for work, and it merely happens to be along the way." "Is it really along the way?" The route to the commune coincides with that to the county town, and Lu Yi is well aware that Lu Tianci works at the commune. Thus, Lu Tianci's words seemed quite ordinary. Before long, they passed by old Du's house. In the yard, Wang Xilan, Du Yong, and Du Ming were hanging freshly washed bed linens. And they happened to see Lu Tianci and Lu Yi walking out of the village. Lu Tianci glanced at the yard and deliberately whispered to Lu Yi, "I heard that Su Mengyao has signed up for the college entrance examination. Do you think that if she gets into university, her first action will be to divorce you and kick you to the curb?" A smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips. In his previous life, Lu Tianci had suffered greatly at the hands of Su Mengyao, nearly becoming a eunuch in the process. Subsequently, when Su Mengyao sought divorce, Lu Tianci adamantly refused, causing quite a stir in the village. Now, as he uttered such words, was he attempting to mock Lu Yi? Lu Yi also cast a glance at old Du's yard, spotting Wang Xilan, Du Yong, and Du Ming. He then grinned and remarked, "I have heard many people say that Du Mei has been pregnant for several months, and they claim her child is illegitimate. Is there any truth to it?" Lu Tianci's expression darkened immediately. He was unaware that Lu Yi was also a reborn soul. After all, who among the wealthy would reincarnate only to toil in the fields? Lu Tianci assumed Lu Yi was simply being vulgar, intentionally trying to belittle him. Others could call him a living turtle or a green-haired turtle, but before Lu Yi, Lu Tianci was unwilling to lose an ounce of face. Thus, he lied. "Humph, you know nothing. Du Mei and I have been in love for quite some time. What is so surprising about us sharing a bed in advance? If that child in her womb were not mine, would Secretary Du have readily agreed to our marriage?" Lu Tianci spoke with such conviction that he almost convinced himself. "Is that so?" Lu Yi scrutinized Lu Tianci from head to toe, suppressing laughter. To reach such a level of absurdity as a living turtle is indeed unprecedented. Believe it or not. Lu Tianci scoffed. As they walked, they soon passed old Du's large courtyard. In the yard, Wang Xilan, seeing that Lu Tianci had indeed left the village with Lu Yi, felt a surge of hope. Tianci must not be lying. After all, he was walking with that little brat Lu Yu. Now, it remains to be seen whether they can accomplish their objective. Du Yong observed the departing Lu Tianci and Lu Yi, speaking softly. "Initially, I was concerned that Lu Tianci might be lying to swindle money from the family. But it seems now that what he said is likely true. Brother, if this is genuine, we will soon be city dwellers." Du Ming laughed. "Let us wait and see. The matter is still in its infancy." After leaving the village, Lu Tianci continued to walk leisurely alongside Lu Yi. This made Lu Yi gradually sense that something was amiss. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, he felt that Lu Tianci's attempts to engage him in conversation seemed overly contrived. They continued to walk forward. After more than 20 minutes, upon reaching the intersection, Lu Tianci unhesitatingly altered his course and headed towards the direction of the commune. Lu Yi continued forward for a short while before abruptly turning back, trailing behind Lu Tianci at a distance. After walking for a bit longer, Lu Yi indeed sensed something amiss. Lu Tianci had not gone to the commune for work. Instead, he was making his way directly to the bus station. He intended to venture into the city. The bus station serviced only a single route, with just one destination. Lu Yi quickly deduced where Lu Tianci was headed. The station was bustling with passengers, and Lu Yi concealed himself at a distance, anxious about being spotted by Lu Tianci. He crouched down, blending into a nearby chess stand, pretending to observe others play. After waiting a while longer, the bus gradually arrived at the station. The crowd, having waited for some time, surged forward to board. Lu Yi observed keenly as Lu Tianci secured a favorable position and was the first to board the bus. It was only then that he hastened towards the vehicle. Chapter 70. The Pursuit of Employment. Lu Yi lowered his head as he boarded the bus. The ticket had been issued, and everyone was prepared with their fare. The bus was crowded, filled with people, while the conductor shouted at the new passengers and collected money. Issuing tickets, Lu Yi handed over 5 cents, bending slightly to avoid being spotted by Lu Tianci. After the bus had traveled for a while, Lu Yi cautiously began to search for Lu Tianci's figure. Having boarded earlier, Lu Tianci stood at the rear of the bus, his gaze fixed on a young woman clad in a floral tank top, completely oblivious to Lu Yi's presence. The bus jolted along its route before finally entering the county town. After a few more stops, Lu Tianci moved towards the back door, preparing to disembark. Lu Yi had been keeping a close watch on him. As the bus came to a halt, Lu Yi made his way towards the rear door. "Driver, wait a moment. I need to get off," he called out. "You should have gotten off earlier. Are you in a daze?" The driver muttered, yet still reopened the already closed door, permitting Lu Yi to exit. Upon stepping off, Lu Tianci assessed his surroundings before walking away. The Nushi refrigerator factory was not too far from the bus station. Lu Tianci quickly arrived at the factory gates, pausing to glance inside. Observing that the main gate was open, he took a few steps forward, only to be halted by a male voice. "Hey, you there. What are you doing? You can't just wander in here. Get out. Get out." The security guard stepped out of his booth, directing his words at Lu Tianci, who had already entered the premises. "Sir, I'm here to see Factory Director Lin." Lu Tianci replied, turning to address the guard. "Looking for our Director Lin? You can't just enter like that. First, you need to register at the security booth." The guard insisted. With no alternative, Lu Tianci had to retrace his steps. After registering at the security booth, he produced Lin Jiqiang's business card, stating, "Sir, this is the business card given to me by Director Lin, instructing me to come directly to him if I needed anything." Upon seeing the card, the guard relaxed his demeanor and even pointed Lu Tianci in the right direction. "If you have a business card, you should have mentioned it earlier." "All right. You can go in now. The office building is over there, and our director's office is on the 3rd floor." A smile danced at the corners of Lu Tianci's lips. The card had indeed proven effective. Safeguarding the card, he strode confidently into the factory grounds, following the guard's directions. Outside the factory, Lu Yi, hidden behind a tree, observed everything unfold. Nushi Refrigerator Factory. As he gazed at the grand name emblazoned above the gate, Lu Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. The elderly gentleman he had rescued was Lin Jiqiang's father, and Lin Jiqiang was the factory's director. Now, Lu Tianci, who seemed to have no connection to this factory, had arrived here. What an extraordinary coincidence! Noticing that Lu Tianci had moved further away, Lu Yi also approached the entrance. Upon encountering the gatekeeper, Lu Yi took the initiative to say, "Sir, I am here to see Director Lin." The gatekeeper, noticing yet another young person seeking the director, grew somewhat suspicious. One remark from the gatekeeper inadvertently revealed Lu Tianci's whereabouts. It turned out that Lu Tianci was indeed on his way to find Lin Jiqiang. "What is your business here?" the gatekeeper inquired, observing Lu Yi's faded yellow shirt, worn trousers, and tattered rubber shoes, his brow furrowing. "We do not allow just anyone to enter. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave promptly." The gatekeeper's demeanor reflected the shabby appearance of Lu Yi, who noted the surroundings with clarity. How did that person get in earlier? He pondered. "He had a business card from our director. Do you possess one?" "Without one. You must leave immediately. Do not cause trouble here, or I shall summon security." The gatekeeper's dismissal left Lu Yi with even deeper confusion. How could Lu Tianci possibly have Lin Jiqiang's business card? Lin Jiqiang had indeed given him one, which he had left at home. Unable to gain entry, Lu Yi reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. Contemplating the matter further, Lu Yi made his way to the county hospital. After purchasing several patches of tiger bone plaster from the pharmacy, he returned to the injection room, where he found Wang Min. Meanwhile, Lu Tianci ascended to the 3rd floor, finally locating the office of Director Lin Jiqiang. Standing before the office door, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was encountering such a prominent figure for the first time, which inevitably stirred a hint of anxiety within him. "Come in," a robust male voice resonated from within. Lu Tianci pushed open the door and strode inside. "Good day, Director Lin. And you are?" Lin Jiqiang, seated at his desk, regarded the young man with curiosity. Lu Tianci chuckled softly. "I am Lu Tianci, the younger brother of Lu Yi, who saved your father's life." "Oh, Lu Yi's brother. Greetings. Please have a seat." Lin Jiqiang rose and warmly poured a glass of water for Lu Tianci. "Thanks to your brother, Lu Yi, my father is much better now. He even mentioned this morning that he wishes to see your brother again. Is that so?" Lu Tianci was taken aback by the significance Lin Jiqiang's family placed on Lu Yi. Even the injured elder had not forgotten him. This could not stand. Having been reborn, Lu Tianci harbored no desire for Lu Yi to regain any semblance of vitality. And where is Lu Yi? Why hasn't he come? Lin Jichang inquired as he settled back into his chair. Lu Tianci took a sip of water, his eyes darting as he replied, he refused to come, insisting that I convey a message in his stead. What message? Lin Jichang asked, puzzled. Lu Tianci produced Lin Jichang's business card, placing it on the desk. He saved your elder, and when you visited the village to express your gratitude, he declined. However, he regretted it upon returning home and entrusted me with your card to relay his message. He spoke of the debt of gratitude as vast as the heavens, suggesting that if one truly wished to express their thanks, they should offer 2 formal employment positions at the factory. In doing so, it would serve as a fitting repayment from their family. Lin Jichang furrowed his brow slightly. Assigning 2 formal positions was not a significant matter for him, however. Hearing it articulated by Lu Tianci left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Does Lu Yi wish to work at the factory? Lin Jichang inquired. Not quite. My brother owes favors to others in the village. He seeks these 2 positions merely to repay those debts, Lu Tianci replied quite straightforwardly. At this moment, whether or not he could indeed secure the 2 jobs was of little concern to Lu Tianci, compared to the mere few hundred yuan. He was more intent on tarnishing Lu Ye's reputation, thereby extinguishing any lingering goodwill Lin Jichang's family might harbor towards him, preventing Lu Yi from finding solace in any potential support from unexpected quarters. Chapter 71. New clothes to demand 2 formal positions for oneself, solely to repay another's favor? Lin Jichang was taken aback, and a flicker of indignation ignited within him. How utterly absurd. Director Lin, my brother is a man from the countryside, uneducated in many ways. You may find it difficult to comprehend some of his thoughts. However, he is precisely that sort of person. Previously, he may not have considered it significant. But now that he is aware of your esteemed position as a factory director, he seeks some advantage. Yet, he feels too embarrassed to voice it himself, insisting that I convey his message. Frankly, I dislike such matters as well. But as his younger brother, I cannot disregard his wishes. If you do not consent, I shall inform him. Nevertheless, based on my understanding of him, he will surely claim that your family has forgotten kindness. Should he approach you again with any unpleasant remarks, simply ignore him. Lu Tianci's words carried an underlying meaning. He was leveraging gratitude as a means to coerce Lin Jichang. If he could secure work, that would be splendid. However, should Lin Jichang reject this tactic, it would undoubtedly provoke his ire. Thus, Lu Tianci sought to prepare Lin Jichang in advance, ensuring that when Lu Yi came to seek him out, Lin Jichang would inevitably vent his frustration on Lu Yi, making it even better if Lin Jichang refused to meet him altogether. The flicker of indignation within Lin Jichang was intensified by Lu Tianci's insinuations. Gratitude and the seeking of favors were 2 distinct matters. Lin Jichang felt as though he was being coerced into repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet, during his last encounter with Lu Yi, he had indeed expressed that Lu Yi could approach him should he face any difficulties. Now, with Lu Tianci presenting his business card to make demands, it was difficult for him to refuse outright. Lu Yi saved my father. This kindness shall not go unacknowledged by the Lin family. Lin Jichang contemplated and then stated, since he wishes to leverage our family's kindness to repay another's favor, I shall facilitate this. 2 formal positions are not feasible, as there are regulations for hiring at the factory. All newcomers must initially serve as apprentices for 3 years before becoming formal employees and receiving full wages. However, if he is willing, I can offer him 2 apprentice positions in the workshops. Observing Lin Jichang's stern demeanor, Lu Tianci understood well that Lin Jichang was quite irate. Yet, the more Lin Jichang fumed, the more resentment he would harbor towards Lu Yi, which brought Lu Tianci great satisfaction. Unable to conceal his joy, Lu Tianci's smile broadened. Director Lin is indeed a man of gratitude. Then I shall convey my brother's acceptance. When can he send someone to work? Lu Tianci, fully aware that he represented Lu Yi, knew that the more excessive his actions, the deeper Lin Jichang's resentment would run towards Lu Yi. Thus, he spoke and acted with utmost audacity. Let him bring someone over at 9 a.m., the day after tomorrow. As Lin Jichang uttered these words, his expression had grown exceedingly grim. Very well, I shall inform him immediately. Additionally, please relay this message to him. After this matter, our family will owe him nothing further. Lin Jichang leaned forward, firmly grasping the business card and reclaiming it. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tianci's heart soared with delight. Certainly, I will convey that to him. With no further remarks, I shall take my leave. There is no need to see me off. Lu Tianci rose and exited Lin Jiqiang's office. As soon as he stepped outside, Lu Tianci could not contain his exhilaration and raised his fist triumphantly. Indeed, I am a genius. Lu Yi, you fool. Saving someone only to make me the scapegoat. I have managed to deceive you, profit financially, and earn merit in the Du family all at once. Truly a trifecta of success. I ask you, who else can achieve this? Filled with euphoria and pride, Lu Tianci departed from the refrigerator factory. Inside the office, Lin Jiqiang discarded the water cup that Lu Tianci had used directly into the trash bin, to seek him out only to feign familiarity, and then turn around to send his brother to demand favors. What a hypocrite. And that young man just now, speaking with veiled barbs and cunning tricks, is certainly no good either. At that moment, Liu was lugging a bag of empty bottles back to his rented room, drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat. Li Mingzhu, concerned for Lu Yi, hurriedly prepared a basin of cool water for him. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Hurry and wash up to cool down. Here's a towel for you. Li Mingzhu attended to Lu Yi diligently. I managed to procure some industrial coupons. Let us head to the hardware store shortly to purchase an electric grinder. Lu Yi, unreserved, removed his damp undershirt, revealing his well-built physique, and began washing himself with the cool water. We really should buy it. I think a stone grinder suffices at the moment, and it would be a waste of money otherwise. As Li Mingzhu spoke, she climbed onto the bed and opened the cabinet. From within, she retrieved a brand new light beige short-sleeve shirt and a pair of navy blue trousers. Glancing at Lu Ye's figure, she bit her lip. Brother Lu, I bought you a short-sleeve shirt and trousers. I hope they fit well. For me? Lu Yi took the damp towel and dried the beads of water on his chest, washing away the sticky sweat, feeling considerably refreshed. Yes, your current shirt is tattered, so I thought to get you a new set. Try it on. If it doesn't fit, I can alter it for you. Biting her lip again, Li Mingzhu whispered, if you're worried about your sister-in-law asking, just say you bought it yourself. Lu Yi chuckled softly. His current attire was indeed ragged. Not long ago, he had been looked down upon by an elderly man at the door. He set down the towel and donned the new shirt directly. The dry, fresh fabric felt remarkably comfortable against his skin. Your judgment is commendable. It fits perfectly, he remarked, gazing down at his new attire. And the trousers, you should try them on as well. Li Mingzhu unfolded the trousers and handed them to Lu Yi. All right. Lu Yi accepted the trousers and turned towards the kitchen. While he felt at ease bearing his torso in front of Li Mingzhu, he was not yet comfortable changing his trousers in her presence. You can change here. You're a grown man. What is there to be shy about? I'll simply turn away. That won't do. What if you sneak a glance? I would be at a significant disadvantage. Lu Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, resolutely made his way to the kitchen. Moments later, he returned to the room clad in the new attire, shirt and trousers, that Li Mingzhu had purchased for him. I remarked on his impressive appearance, noting how perfectly the fit suited him. Although the waistband was slightly loose, the length was impeccable. Unbeknownst to me, Li Mingzhu had procured a men's belt, which she now held in her hands. Approaching Lu Yi, she deftly threaded the leather belt through the loops of his trousers. That rope of yours is utterly unsightly. From now on, you shall use this, she declared. The 2-inch wide leather belt encircled his waist with elegance. Liu stretched out his arms, gazing down at Li Mingzhu. Their proximity almost intimate, allowing him to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. There, now you look much better, she said, securing the belt with a satisfied nod. Admiring her handiwork. Chapter 72, a change of attitude clad in a fresh outfit, Lu Ye's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Observing the tattered rubber shoes upon his feet, Li Mingzhu expressed her regret, saying, if only I had enough money, I would save up to buy you a pair of leather shoes. You've spent all your money on me. What will you do when you need it? Lu Yi replied with a smile. I spend my days alone at home. There is hardly anything I need to spend on. At that moment, Li Mingzhu's gaze was entirely upon Lu Yi. She had deliberated for quite some time over the 2 pieces of clothing, and indeed they complemented him splendidly. Particularly the belt with its gleaming stainless steel buckle that added a touch of elegance. Brother Lu, you must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal. It will be ready shortly. With that, she gathered Lu Ye's discarded old clothes and hurried to the kitchen. As noon approached, Lu Yi did feel a twinge of hunger. He discarded the dirty water from the basin into the yard. On the other side of the fence, an older woman was picking eggplants from her small vegetable garden. Upon seeing Lu Yi, she greeted him warmly. Oh, not at work today? No work today, Lu Yi replied with a smile. It must be nice to have a job with time off. Do you want some eggplants? They're freshly picked and quite tender. The woman offered him the eggplants she had just harvested. The greatest advantage of living in self-built houses is that every family maintains a small vegetable patch. This allows for the cultivation of seasonal vegetables, eliminating the need for additional purchases throughout the summer, thus saving a considerable amount of money. The house Lu Yi rented also featured a small garden, where the previous owner had planted green beans, scallions, tomatoes, and some peppers, which helped Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu save significantly on their grocery expenses. Thank you, but we truly don't need any this time. I've already started cooking inside. Perhaps next time, we'll come by for some, Li Yi politely declined. That's fine. Since we are neighbors, feel free to come over and pick whenever you wish. We can't possibly consume all of it ourselves, the woman cheerfully said as she retreated from the garden. Upon entering the house, Lu Yi found Li Mingzhu washing vegetables. The woman from the east courtyard is quite friendly, he remarked. Every time she sees me, she greets me and always asks if I'd like some vegetables from her garden. She seems very industrious, constantly cleaning and tidying up. Does she not have a job? No, her husband works at the soy sauce factory, and they have a son and a daughter, Li Mingzhu replied. You seem to know quite a bit about her. I've been living here for 2 months. Surely I would pick up some details about the neighbors. Meanwhile, Lu Tianci, having finished his meeting with Lin Jiqiang, did not rush home. Instead, he found himself at a state-run restaurant, ordering a bottle of Red Star liquor and 2 meat dishes, relishing the moment. Although the Lao Du family was affluent, they were quite frugal. They purchased only a small amount of meat each time, prioritizing Du Dawei and Du Mei, with Du Yong and Du Ming next in line, leaving little for him, the son-in-law. With money in his pocket now, Lu Tianci was determined to indulge his senses. After consuming several cups of wine, Lu Tianci felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Ah, what a delight! Since his rebirth, today marked the pinnacle of his enjoyment. In his previous life, he was perpetually overshadowed by Lu Yi, shamelessly lingering at the Su family household, enduring countless disdainful glances. And the scornful insults from Su Mengyao had left his ears calloused. His presence had turned the Su household into a chaotic affair. Consequently, Su Yao had reluctantly arranged for him to work in the Land Resources Bureau. He had believed that with Su Yao as his support, his path would be smooth sailing. However, after only a few years, he was embroiled in scandal and ended up imprisoned. By the time he emerged, Lu Yi's business was thriving, while he bore the stigma of a convict, unable to secure even a single job. He was left with no choice but to return to the countryside to toil in the fields. Now, having returned to life, he not only seized the foundation of Lu Yi's prosperity, but also devised a meticulous plan that ensnared Lu Yi, stripping him of his connections while he himself profited handsomely. Lu Tianci savored another sip of wine, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. This success was intoxicating. What a thrill! After finishing his meal, Lu Tianci returned to the village, reeking of alcohol, his steps unsteady. Wang Xiulan frowned at the sight. Didn't you go to the refrigerator factory with Lu Yi? Why are you back drunk? How much have you had to drink? She scolded, visibly displeased. Du Mei, heavily pregnant, was strolling in the yard, and, upon noticing Lu Tianci's inebriated state, expressed her disdain. Lu Tianci, did you manage to handle the matter my father asked you to? You've been out all day, come back reeking of alcohol. What were you thinking? Don't you know I'm pregnant and can't stand this smell? A dry laugh escaped Lu Tianci's lips. His earlier buoyancy was swiftly doused by the reprimands of the mother and daughter, leaving him rather dispirited. I drank to take care of family matters, he muttered, somewhat irritated. So how did it go? Wang Xiulan pressed eagerly. Lu Tianci's lips curled into a smirk, brimming with pride. Fortunately, I took matters into my own hands. Otherwise, it would have fallen through. Lu Yi is utterly inept at conversing with Director Lin, and it was I who sweet-talked him into compliance. It was then that Director Lin agreed to grant me 2 positions in the factory. Lu Tianci raised 2 fingers, exuding an unrestrained air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an explosion of joy. Really? Tianci, are you serious? Director Lin truly agreed to let your elder brother and second brother into the factory? Du Mei, too, was taken aback that such a challenging task had been accomplished. Still somewhat incredulous, she coldly questioned Lu Tianci. You're not just spouting nonsense because you've had a few drinks, are you? Clarify this. Did you really secure 2 job openings at the refrigerator factory? Is there any doubt? This meal is a token of gratitude for Director Lin, and I specifically invited him to dine at the state-run restaurant. Look, I even brought back the receipt. Lu Tianci retrieved a bill from his pocket, which was indeed the receipt from the restaurant after their meal. Du Mei took it, and, upon inspection, found that the meal had cost a staggering 8.6 yuan. How could it be so expensive? She exclaimed. Is that too much for you? Not at all, not at all. Wang Xiulan snatched the receipt from Du Mei's hands, her face beaming with joy. Tianci, you've worked hard this time. Consider this money as my contribution. If it helps secure stable jobs for my 2 sons, I would gladly treat you to a few more meals. Lu Tianci glanced at Du Mei, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then continued. Director Lin mentioned that their refrigerator factory has a policy where all new employees must start as apprentices. The apprenticeship lasts 3 years, with the first year's salary being slightly lower, at 18 yuan per month. The salary increases each year, and by the 4th year, one becomes a full-time employee, receiving the full salary. What? 3 years as an apprentice? It's mandatory for everyone to start as an apprentice. That is the rule. Hearing Lu Tianci refer to it as a rule, Wang Xiulan no longer dwelled on her concerns, laughing. Let it be. 3 years will pass quickly. Today is indeed a delightful day. I will prepare some good dishes, and we shall celebrate properly tonight. Mother, let him help you. Du Mei attempted to assign Lu Tianci some chores. However, Wang Xiulan, unusually proactive, quickly replied, No need. Tianci has worked hard all day. You go and rest in your room. Once dinner is ready, I will call you. I am feeling a bit tired, so I shall return to my room for a rest. Before leaving, Lu Tianci cast a triumphant smile at Du Mei. Chapter 73. Believe it or not that evening. Upon returning home, Du Dawei found Lu Tianci soundly asleep. Wang Xiulan shared the joyous news with Du Dawei, exclaiming how astutely he had maneuvered his strategy. Indeed, this was a fortuitous turn of events. With both the eldest and second sons now employed, they would possess stable jobs and enjoy the benefits of state-provided rations. Each could then seek a bride from the city, which would be truly splendid. At that moment, Wang Xiulan was filled with genuine elation. In the entirety of Dongxing village, who could rival her family? With 2 sons securing positions in a state-run factory, if this news spread, it would undoubtedly evoke envy from many. Did Tianci mention when the elder and younger brothers would start at the factory? Wang Xiulan scratched her head, realizing that in her excitement, she had forgotten to inquire about such an important detail. I completely forgot to ask. I shall go and find out now. She set down her spatula to leave but hesitated. Never mind, I'll ask at dinner. Du Dawei intercepted Wang Xiulan and retreated into the room. Since Lu Tianci had become a son-in-law and joined the Du family, it was the first time he had felt such a sense of pride within their household. Wang Xiulan not only neglected to call upon him for assistance in the kitchen, but Du Dawei even produced a cherished bottle of fine wine. Furthermore, both Du Yong and Du Ming began to refer to him as brother-in-law, no longer using his full name. This sensation of pride was simply overwhelming. The day after tomorrow, Director Lin mentioned that the elder and younger brothers can start work at the factory first thing in the morning. Lu Tianci announced brightly at the dinner table in response to Du Dawei's inquiry. Both Du Yong and Du Ming were equally exhilarated. Previously, Du Dawei had arranged for Lu Tianci to work as a clerk at the commune, which had caused the brothers considerable distress, even leading them to treat Lu Tianci poorly at home. Now that Lu Tianci had secured them positions in the state-run factory, the brothers were finally pleased. In this era, the ideology that workers lead all remained deeply entrenched. Attaining the honorable status of a worker was a dream cherished by countless individuals. Brother-in-law, this achievement is entirely thanks to you. I raise my glass to you. In the future, should anyone in the village dare to cross you, I shall be there to defend you, Du Yong declared. And I too. Should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure they suffer. Lu Tianci concealed a cold smirk within, replying with a cheerful demeanor. Very well, I shall seek your assistance if needed. By the way, father, Lu Yi has asked me to deliver the remaining 500 yuan to him tonight. Earlier, Lu Tianci had requested 1,000, and having just received 500. He was now fixated on the remaining amount. The mention of another 500 yuan tightened Wang Xiulan's lips, for although she recognized the worth of the expenditure, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, Tianci, regarding this matter, Lu Yi's contribution is minimal. It was you who negotiated with Director Lin. We have already given him 500 yuan, so perhaps we should withhold the remaining amount. Lu Tianci paused, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. He was aware that Wang Xiulan was stingy, but now, upon further reflection, he realized that she was not only miserly, but also lacked integrity. Thus, he hastily remarked, Mother, while your words hold some truth, it is essential to remember that Lu Yi is the savior of Director Lin's family. Ultimately, it is this gratitude that prompted Director Lin to agree to this matter. We had previously reached an understanding, and now, at the last moment, to suddenly retract the promise would be unwise. If Lu Yi were to become incensed and seek out Director Lin again, it would surely lead to complications. However, 1,000 yuan seems excessive. Wang Xiulan felt a sharp pang in her heart at the thought. Du Dawei set down his cup and gravely stated, "Let us not dwell on this. 1,000 yuan secures 2 iron rice bowls. What more could one desire? Once we finish our meal, you shall hand the money to Tianci. For now, it is imperative that both the eldest and second sons enter the factory peacefully. An insignificant sum of 500 yuan pales in comparison." His father's words resonated with clarity. "Father, I raise a toast to you." Lu Tianci lifted his glass, his heart brimming with joy. As he departed from the rental unit, Liu discreetly tucked 100 yuan beneath Li Mingzhu's blanket. Little Eggplant lived frugally, having acquired many items for the rental space with her own hard-earned money. Now, having purchased him an entire outfit complete with a belt, Lu Yi surmised that she must be rather short on funds. He could not bear the thought of wearing new clothes while she went hungry, clad in a brand-new outfit. Lu Yi returned home, startling Su Mengyao. Typically, he donned tattered garments, and she had grown accustomed to his appearance. This sudden transformation left her momentarily speechless. "Weren't you wearing old clothes when you left? Where did this outfit come from?" "A beautiful girl gifted it to me," Lu Yi chuckled. "What do you think?" "Quite splendid." "Isn't it? A beautiful girl?" Su Mengyao's gaze roamed over Lu Yi's attire, her lips pursed in disbelief, exuding an air of skepticism. "If you choose to spin such tales again, do make an effort to craft them well. Even if a beautiful girl truly did gift you clothes, they could not possibly fit so perfectly. Furthermore, only a wife would buy clothes for her husband. Girls do not gift boys such things." Lu Yi's words fell on deaf ears. Su Mengyao dismissed them entirely, assuming he had simply gone into town to make the purchase and returned directly wearing them. She figured he fabricated a story about a beautiful girl to amuse her. If she believed him, she would be the foolish one. "If it were genuinely a beautiful girl, I would tell you, but you wouldn't believe me," Lu Yi replied, raising his hands in surrender. "Indeed, you are in demand. A lovely girl has taken a liking to you. Fine, I shall make room for you in a couple of days, so as not to hinder your good fortune." "Will that suffice?" Su Mengyao interjected. Believe it or not, Lu Yi decided to abandon the topic altogether. With just 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination, this charade of a marriage with Su Mengyao was nearing its conclusion. During these past months, under her protection, Liu had managed to earn some money, sufficient to embark on a new chapter of his life. Once Su Mengyao departed, he had no intention of remaining in the village. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Tianci took 500 yuan from Wang Xiulan's hands. He then feigned a return to the old Lu residence. After conversing with Ho Xiaoyun in the main house for a while, Lu Tianci seized the opportunity, when Lu Zhendong was absent, to hand over the 1,000 yuan he had deceitfully acquired from the old Du family to Ho Xiaoyun. This thick wad of cash certainly could not be kept on his person. If Du Mei were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. Lu Tianci was also hesitant to conceal it outside, fearing it might be unearthed by someone or dug up by a dog, rendering all his efforts futile. The only place where Lu Tianci felt secure was with Ho Xiaoyun. Gazing at the substantial sum, Ho Xiaoyun was utterly astonished. At her age, it was the first time she had ever seen such a large amount of money. "Mom, this money is what I procured from the old Du family. You must help me safeguard it. When I venture into business, this will serve as my capital. So be sure not to lose a single cent," Lu Tianci urged earnestly. "Rest assured, I may not be able to keep anything else. But this money will be safe with me," Ho Xiaoyun reassured him. "Goodness, no wonder you were reluctant to leave the old Du family. It turns out they are so wealthy," she exclaimed, marveling at the cash in her hands. Chapter 74. Perception. Lu Tianci wore a triumphant smile. From the very beginning, he had insisted on becoming a son-in-law, a decision his mother failed to comprehend. Later, as Du Mei engaged in scandalous affairs and even bore another man's child, his mother pressed him to divorce her. He endured each humiliation with resilience. Now, he had finally proven to Ho Xiaoyun that his patience was justified. "Mother, rest assured, I am not foolish. I remain in the Du family for one purpose, to amass wealth. Once I have gathered enough money, I shall kick Du Mei to the curb and venture into the city to pursue my career, earning even more. With ample riches at my disposal, what sort of woman could I not attract?" At this moment, Lu Tianci was brimming with confidence, even beginning to envision his future conquests in the city. Ho Xiaoyun initially harbored resentment and confusion towards Lu Tianci. Yet, in this instant, all her grievances dissipated, and she finally grasped her son's capacity for enduring humiliation. However, a twinge of concern lingered in her heart. After all, Du Dawei was the village secretary, a figure of considerable authority in Dongxing village. If ever Lu Tianci's schemes were uncovered, the Du family would not take it lightly. But what if they discover your deceit? She inquired. Lu Tianci scoffed dismissively. So what if they find out? The money is already in my hands. Du Dawei has his own secrets. I have no reason to fear them. Witnessing her son's unwavering confidence, Ho Xiaoyan felt reassured. As she glanced at the stack of cash in her hand, only joy remained. I shall hide this money immediately. After spending a little more time at home, Lu Tianci leisurely departed back to the Du residence. In a side room, Li gazed at the empty windowsill. Lost in thought, he was certain that he had carelessly placed a business card there. What are you staring at so intently? Su Mengyao asked softly, noticing Lu Ye's stillness. Nothing much. I remember placing a business card there. Did you see it? Lu Ye replied quietly. A business card? Su Mengyao furrowed her brow, reflecting carefully. She indeed recalled seeing Lu Ye put a card on the windowsill, but now it was completely bare. I haven't touched it. When you tidied up. Are you sure you didn't accidentally discard it? Absolutely not. A card that large would have been impossible to miss if it were swept away. Is it something important? Su Mengyao inquired. Liu had hidden money at home, and since Su Mengyao rarely ventured outside while studying, it was unlikely anything could be lost in the house. It's not particularly significant to me, but I can't fathom how it could have vanished. Moreover, it seems to have ended up in Lu Tianci's hands. Lu Yi had never considered asking Lin Jiqiang for a favor, nor had he deemed the card particularly valuable. Had it not been for the same card appearing in Lu Tianci's possession, he might not have even thought to search for it. Lu Tianci? He has never been to her home. Wait a moment. Su Mengyao suddenly recalled that Ho Xiaoyan had entered their room while she was in the restroom. At that time, she had meticulously checked the place, ensuring nothing was amiss, and thus, she did not mention it to Lu Yi. Could it be that Ho Xiaoyan took that business card? Yesterday, I hurried to the restroom and forgot to lock the door. When I returned, Ho Xiaoyan was in our room. She left upon seeing me. And I checked again without noticing anything missing. However, I also did not pay attention to that business card. Do you think she might have taken it? Su Mengyao recounted the incident of Ho Xiaoyan entering the room to Lu Yi. It appears so. Examining the tiger bone ointment placed on the Kong, Lu Yi attempted to piece together the events in chronological order within his mind. Ho Xiaoyan seized the opportunity while Su Mengyao was away to steal that business card and then handed it over to Lu Tianci. Subsequently, she instructed Lu Jindong to find him, deceiving him into going to the county to purchase the tiger bone ointment for her. Reflecting on the morning, Lu Tianci had followed him out of the village, engaging in conversation with him seemingly out of nowhere. What was the purpose behind this elaborate effort? The only plausible explanation was that he intended to create an illusion for others, making them believe he was with Lu Yi. But for whom was he putting on this act? Lu Yi recalled when he passed by old Du's house. Lu Tianci had suddenly begun to mock him, suggesting that Su Mengyao might divorce him after attending university. In hindsight, it seemed evident that Lu Tianci was performing for the Du family. After leaving the village, Lu Tianci resumed his normal demeanor, aware that he was being followed, and discovered Lu Yi possessing Lin Jiqiang's business card at the refrigerator factory. The gatekeeper had made it quite clear that Lu Tianci was indeed seeking Lin Jiqiang. Connecting all the dots, Lu Yi gradually began to comprehend certain facets of the situation. Previously, Du Dawei had approached him, hoping to leverage his life-saving favor to secure jobs at the refrigerator factory for Du Yong and Du Ming. He had declined. If this cause were placed before all other matters, then Lu Tianci's actions would make perfect sense. A smile involuntarily graced Lu Ye's lips. This fellow, having returned to life, had indeed grown more astute than in his previous existence. He was now capable of critical thinking. Lu Yi murmured. What did you say? It's nothing. I've merely figured out why that mother-son duo stole my business card. Previously, I only considered them shameless. Little did I realize they were thieves. Was it truly Ho Xiaoyan who stole it? Su Mengyao felt a twinge of guilt. Ever since she entered this household, Liu had taken great care of her. Yet she had failed to safeguard the room, allowing Ho Xiaoyan to exploit the opportunity to steal. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. It is my negligence. From now on, whenever I leave the house, I shall ensure the door is securely locked. At the hospital's inpatient department, Lin Jiqiang arrived after work. The spirit of old Master Lin appeared to have improved markedly. Father, how are you feeling today? I feel much better. You are so busy with work. There is no need for you to rush here morning and night. Your mother and Yue are taking good care of me, so you needn't worry, old Master Lin replied. The doctor visited today for a checkup and stated that after a few more days of recovery, your father would be able to return home for convalescence. So there is no need for concern. That is reassuring. Lin Jiqiang sat beside his father, peeling an orange. Dad, let me share something intriguing with you. The one who brought you to the hospital, Lu Yi, had his brother visit me at the factory today. Oh? The elder Lin expressed a flicker of interest. His brother came to see you at the factory? Indeed. He approached me with the business card I had given him and immediately requested 2 positions for work at the factory, implying that I should repay their kindness. Just yesterday, he returned the money I had lent him, and I had thought him to be a man of integrity. Little did I realize their appetite was so vast. And it turns out I misjudged his character. Lin Jiqiang shook his head in self-deprecation, offering the peeled orange to his father. Chapter 75. Inquire directly. Old Master Lin took the orange, deep in thought. From Lu Yi, he discerned a certain refinement. Though his attire was tattered, he bore himself with dignity, exuding a reserved brilliance and possessing a broad perspective. How could such an individual be the one that Lin Jiqiang described as a person who demands repayment of kindness? Having lived a long life and devoted himself to education, Old Master Lin prided himself on having encountered countless individuals, trusting that his judgment would not fail him. Are you saying that someone who claims to be his brother sought you out? Father, I understand your inquiry. The young man shares the name Lu. He is not only well informed about the rescue, but is also aware of my intentions to repay Lu Yi. Moreover, he possesses the business card I gave to Lu Yi. If Lu Yi had not sent him, how could he possibly know such details? What explanation can there be for the business card? Lin Jiqiang had his doubts. Yet the multitude of indications suggested that his suspicions were unfounded. Perhaps not, Old Master Lin replied, gazing at Lin Jiqiang. I have met Lu Yi. He is articulate and possesses vast knowledge. Despite maintaining respect in my presence, the pride ingrained in him is unmistakable. Such a person would not engage in petty dealings. Even if he sought some advantage, he would never delegate that request to another. Lin Jiqiang, perplexed, regarded his father. Father, are you implying that I have been deceived? That the individual who came to see me is not truly his brother? Or perhaps that Lu Yi did not send him at all? Old Master Lin nodded. I suspect it is mostly a fabrication. Lin Jiqiang's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within them. He despised being deceived, and even more so, being toyed with. I shall return to their village tomorrow to confront Lu Yi directly. If this matter was orchestrated by him, I shall consider it a favor repaid, and our debt settled. If he had no part in it, then I shall not let that deceitful scoundrel go unpunished. The following day, Lu Yi went about his work as usual, returning home only near 11 o'clock. At the village entrance, Lin Jiqiang instructed the driver, Xiao Wang, to halt the vehicle by the roadside. He disembarked alone. Director, may I accompany you? Xiao Wang inquired as he exited the car. No need. I can manage on my own. Drive the car over there and call for me when I'm finished. Lin Jiqiang waved, signaling Xiao Wang to depart. He then proceeded on foot towards the village. From a distance, he spotted the location of the village committee but chose not to approach it directly. Instead, he took a detour through a side path to enter the village. Familiar faces were abundant in the countryside, and Lin Jiqiang sought out a villager to inquire about Lu Yi's residence. By fortunate coincidence, the villager was a member of the same production team as Lu Yi. Upon hearing that Lin Jiqiang was looking for Lu Yi, the villager led him directly to old Du's home. Lu Yi lives in that side room. We just returned from the fields, so he should be home now. You can go right in. Outside the dilapidated courtyard of the old Lu family, a villager pointed at the door of a side room and addressed Lin Jiqiang. Lin Jiqiang focused his gaze and beheld the shabby and small structure. The earthen walls were marred by large patches of peeling plaster, revealing the raw earth beneath, presenting a scene of desolation. Thank you, he said. It's nothing. The villager waved his hand dismissively and departed. Lin Jiqiang strolled into the courtyard and approached the door of the side room. He rapped 3 times on the wooden door. Dong, dong, dong. Is Lu Yi home? Lu Yi had been toiling in the fields for several hours and was currently washing up inside. Hearing the call, he felt a tinge of confusion. Few came to his home, and even fewer knocked on his door. I'm here, come in, Lu Yi shouted back. Lin Jiqiang opened the door and stepped inside, the first person he encountered being Su Mengyao, who was preparing a meal. Her ethereal grace and complexion, reminiscent of plum blossoms kissed by frost, seemed incongruous with the humble kitchen before her. Who are you? She inquired. I am Lin Jiqiang from the refrigerator factory. Here to see Lu Yi. Yes, inside, Su Mengyao replied curtly, turning away to ignore him. Suddenly, Lin Jiqiang recalled that among those who had rescued his father was a woman, who must be Lu Yi's wife. It seemed Lu Yu was indeed fortunate. Despite residing in such a ramshackle abode, he had married such a beautiful woman. Lin Jiqiang redirected his gaze and proceeded deeper into the house. Lu Yi, towel in hand, was drying the droplets from his face when he recognized Lin Jiqiang. Director Lin, what brings you here? I have some matters to discuss with you in person. Lin Jiqiang stated candidly. Lu Yi chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. I have something to discuss as well. Lin Jiqiang paused. Perhaps you should go first. Lu Yi shook his head slightly. No, you should speak first. Yesterday, a young man, about your age, claiming to be your younger brother named Lu Tianci, came to our factory seeking me. It is indeed this matter. Lu Yu listened intently. He said you sent him to find me, to repay your life-saving grace by securing him 2 job positions at the factory. He even had the business card I gave you. I came to inquire whether this was your intention. Lin Jiqiang asked directly. So it was true. Lu Yi had to admit that his half-brother Lu Tianci had made considerable progress since his rebirth. Did you agree to his request? Lu Yi inquired. Lin Jiqiang nodded, closely observing Lu Ye's reaction. However, Lu Yi did not display much surprise after hearing the entire account. I mentioned before that my rescue of old Lin was out of a simple act of kindness, without expectation of reward. This individual is merely my half-brother. As you can see, Lu Yi gestured toward the dilapidated house with a smile. Our relationship is not good, even quite poor. Therefore, I am unaware of his attempts to deceive you under my name. As for that business card, it was stolen by him. Stolen? Lin Jiqiang gazed at Lu Yi, perceiving that he did not appear to be lying. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Yi had no reason to fabricate a story. His ability to arrange for individuals to enter the factory implied that he could just as easily facilitate their departure. Thus, any deceit on Lu Ye's part would be utterly futile. Yet, Lin Jiqiang harbored a lingering question in his heart. Given the poor rapport between them, how was it that Lu Yi knew he had rescued his father and was aware of the words he had spoken that day at the brigade's headquarters? He had requested 2 job placements. If Lin Jiqiang's conjecture was correct, these were intended for his 2 uncles, Du Yong and Du Ming. The brigade's secretary, Du Dawei, who had been present that day, was indeed his father-in-law. This revelation should clarify matters for you. The brigade secretary is the young man's father-in-law, which explains a great deal. During their conversation, the bespectacled secretary had been right there beside Lu Yi, and when he came to seek assistance, he had also mentioned that Lu Yi had saved his father. After all this time, it turned out he had been outmaneuvered by that young fellow. Here was a factory director overseeing 1,000 workers, completely outwitted by a mere boy, which incited considerable ire in Lin Jiqiang. This young rascal, he had the audacity to deceive me. Chapter 76. The display of pride seeing Lin Jiqiang seething with rage. Lu Yu understood that the schemes of Lu Tianci and Du Dawei were likely to crumble. Su Mengyao entered with a sumptuous dish of harvest stew and a plate of cornmeal pot stickers. Lu Yu turned to Lin Jiqiang and said, "There is only plain fare at home. If you don't mind, you are welcome to share a meal with us." The harvest stew, also known as abundant harvest, primarily consisted of pork ribs, green beans, potatoes, corn, and pumpkin, all infused with a rich and savory flavor, making it utterly delectable. If this is considered plain fare, what would others be eating? Lu Yi remarked. I am not being polite. There are matters at the factory that require my attention. I only took a moment to clarify things, and now that I have the answers, I must return for the afternoon meeting. Lin Jiqiang refused to eat, and Lu Yi did not insist, seeing him out of the room. Once outside the courtyard, Lu Yi softly inquired, how do you plan to handle this situation? Lin Jiqiang clenched his jaw, his expression fierce. Aren't those 2 my brothers-in-law? Since they are so eager to join our factory, I shall give them a chance to learn that being part of the working class is no easy feat. I will forever remember your life-saving grace, he added. I have mentioned numerous times that we need not speak of this life-saving grace again, Lu Yu replied. Lin Jiqiang smiled. Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning it. By the way, my father said he didn't have enough time to converse with you last time. He hopes you can visit him at the hospital when you have the opportunity, so he can continue discussing educational matters with you. Lu Yi chuckled bitterly at the thought of a retired official from the city's education committee discussing education with someone who had barely completed elementary school. It felt akin to a nuclear physicist conversing with a vendor of tea eggs. The 2 subjects were worlds apart. I will certainly visit when I have the time, Lu Yi assured him. After watching Lin Jiqiang depart, Lu Yi turned back to the side room. The meal had been delightful. He savored the bread and meat with great pleasure, anticipating the security of a steady job and access to quality provisions. Du Yong and Du Ming, the 2 brothers, were too excited to sleep. Brother, I heard the factory will provide uniforms. and we 1T have to pay for clothes. There's also a cafeteria for meals. And they even allocate housing. Is that true? Du Ming envisioned the forthcoming life of a worker. For many native rural youths, securing a stable job in the city was a dream they had never dared to imagine. I've inquired, and it's true. As long as we work diligently. After 3 years, we will qualify for permanent positions and be eligible for housing allocation, Du Yong replied enthusiastically. 3 years. That Lin factory director is something else. Why not just make us permanent workers directly instead of adhering to all these rules? I've heard there are thousands of people at the refrigerator factory, and so many eyes are watching him. He must be feeling the pressure. I wish these 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Now, let us get some sleep. We don't want to appear tired tomorrow and leave a poor impression on the leadership, he advised. Outside, the bright moon hung high, and beneath the great poplar tree at the village entrance, only a few insects continued to chirp softly. The next morning dawned. Wang Xilan rose early to prepare breakfast. For today marked a significant occasion for her 2 sons, and not a moment could be wasted. At the dining table, the entire Du family gathered, the air infused with palpable joy. Du Dawei sipped his rice porridge, initially intending to personally escort his sons to the factory. However, Lu Tianci advised against it, suggesting that too many people might attract unwarranted gossip, given that they had entered through the back door. Du Dawei found merit in Lu Tianci's reasoning and reconsidered his decision to accompany them. Older brother, younger brother, heed Lu Tianci on your way. Once at the factory, follow your master diligently. Should any expenses arise, do not hesitate to spend. If your master requests cigarettes, ensure you procure them, he advised. Rest assured, father. We will remember all of this, Du Yong replied. Du Dawei nodded and turned to Wang Xilan. Later, please give each of them 10 yuan for any emergencies. Certainly. Wang Xilan responded. Tianci, you must look after your elder and younger brothers this time, she added. Indeed, everything has been arranged with Director Lin. So there should be no issues, Lu Tianci replied with a smile. After breakfast, the entire family set off towards the village exit. Upon seeing the Du family on the move, a curious villager greeted them. Oh, Secretary Du, your family is all dressed so smartly. Where are you off to? Du Dawei rarely wore a smile, but today he did. We are off to attend to some matters. Wang Xilan, unable to contain her joy, chimed in. Our eldest and second son are going to work in the city, at the refrigerator factory. Official employees. A secure job. As she spoke, an air of pride radiated from her. Is that so? My goodness, Secretary Du is impressive. He has secured stable jobs for both his sons-in-law and children. Another villager remarked. If you have any connections, do share, so we can get our son a secure job as well. We would be willing to pay a fee. Indeed. Du Dawei chuckled lightly. The state-owned factory is not my family's, so let us not get ahead of ourselves. As the family continued their journey, they encountered several more villagers exchanging greetings. Wang Xilan, undeterred, continued to boast about her sons going to work at the state-owned factory, with the villagers casting envious glances. Wang Xilan walked with an air of confidence. Du Yong and Du Ming held their heads high as well. Many in the village had whispered that the brothers were inept, relying on their father's position as secretary, never laboring in the fields yet benefiting from collective efforts. Now, they were on the brink of becoming employees at a state-owned factory, holding stable jobs that far surpassed the lives of the mud-covered farmers. Soon, who would dare to say they were unworthy? In the fields by the roadside, Chen Hao, donning a straw hat and leaning on his hoe, observed the Du family from a distance. He had heard that Du Yong and Du Ming were set to work at the county's refrigerator factory. Seeing their elation, it seemed the news was indeed true. Lu Yi glanced towards the direction of the Du family, his expression revealing little. How did you come to know about this? It was Xiao Xing who informed me. That foolish Du Ming went to Xiao Xing's home, thinking that by working as a laborer, he could win her affection. He should take a moment to reflect on his own appearance. Chen Hao exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. Xiao Xing was indeed charming, and Du Ming had long harbored feelings for her. However, Xiao Xing had developed a bond with Chen Hao long before, and Du Ming's less-than-appealing looks had thwarted his attempts to win her over on several occasions. So, he is indeed your rival in love, Chen Hao remarked. Spitting out in disdain, he has nothing to worry about. If it weren't for his father being the village secretary, I would have dealt with him already. The Du family arrived at the village entrance in a grand fashion, under the expectant gaze of their parents. Du Yong and Du Ming stepped onto the path to the city alongside Lu Tianci. Chapter 77. The refrigerator factory. The Nushi refrigerator factory originated from the Nushi compressor factory, which underwent an industrial upgrade after importing an outdated production line from Germany. leading to the commencement of independent refrigerator production. In an era marked by industrial backwardness, the Nushi brand gained remarkable renown. The factory once earned the prestigious title of one of the top 5 refrigerator brands in the nation, enjoying a moment of glory. However, its exorbitant prices and the difficulty in obtaining its products deterred the average citizen. Most workers took pride in their affiliation with the refrigerator factory, walking with their heads held high. When the children of employees went on matchmaking outings and mentioned their connection to the Nushi refrigerator factory, they were often regarded with admiration. Lu Tianci led Du Yong and Du Ming to the entrance of the refrigerator factory. The expansive factory complex illuminated the eyes of Du Yong and Du Ming with excitement. Soon, they would become employees here. Why not go in? Du Ming urged Lu Tianci impatiently. Patience. We must first register at the security desk, Lu Tianci replied. Wait for me a moment. He produced Lin Jiqiang's business card and approached the small window of the security booth. The elderly gentleman on duty was the same one Lu Tianci had met previously. Sir, it's me. I'm here to see Factory Director Lin, Lu Tianci announced, gesturing to his face. The security guard scrutinized Lu Tianci for a moment before recognizing him as the young man who had visited 2 days prior. Ah, it's you again, here to see our director? Lu Tianci chuckled, as if greeting an old friend, and offered the guard a cigarette. Have a smoke. I've brought my 2 brothers here to apprentice at the factory, arranged personally by Director Lin. As Lu Tianci spoke, he intended to impress the guard with his close acquaintance with Director Lin. However, upon finishing his statement, the guard chuckled and remarked, So it's you. Your surname is Lu, right? This left Lu Tianci momentarily stunned. How did you know, sir? Ah, I just started my shift today. And the personnel from the General Affairs Office came by to inform me that 2 apprentices would be arriving, led by someone with the surname Lu. They told me to escort you to the General Affairs Office, the guard explained while enjoying the cigarette Lu Tianci had given him. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianci's smile widened, pleasantly surprised by the meticulous arrangements made by Director Lin. He jokingly remarked, Director Lin is truly too considerate. He pays such attention to even the smallest matters. The guard, holding the cigarette between his fingers, rose from his seat. Let's go. I'll take you to the General Affairs Office. Thank you, sir, Lu Tianci replied, turning to Du Yong and Du Ming. Elder brother, second brother, everything has been arranged by Director Lin. Let us report to the General Affairs Office. The smooth progression of events filled the 2 brothers with joy. We'll follow your lead, they responded eagerly. Let us go. I can hardly wait. The guard stepped out of the booth, beckoning to the 3 of them. Come with me. A group of individuals traversed the factory grounds, with Du Yong and Du Ming expressing their fascination at every turn, particularly as they passed a workshop with its doors ajar. The sight of the colossal machinery within captivated the brothers. Men are inherently drawn to mechanical wonders. Excuse me, sir, what does the General Affairs Office do? Du Ming inquired with curiosity. General Affairs, it oversees all matters. What do you think it does? Everything, of course, the jovial gatekeeper replied. Du Ming felt a surge of delight in his heart, contemplating the impressive nature of the General Affairs Office. Navigating through several workshops, the gatekeeper guided Lu Tianci and the 2 brothers swiftly to the General Affairs Office located within the administrative building. Inside a modest office, there were 4 desks. The gatekeeper approached one of the occupants and cheerfully stated, Su, I've brought the individuals you requested. Su cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tianci and the brothers. All right, Laoli, you may return now, he instructed the gatekeeper, who promptly exited the office. Su, elevating his teacup, leaned back against his chair, exuding an air of superiority. Even lifting his chin high, he spoke languidly. So, who among you wishes to become an apprentice? We both do. Du Yong interjected eagerly, gesturing towards his brother, Du Ming. What are your names? Su inquired further. I am Du Yong. I am Du Ming, the brothers replied in unison. Su then turned his gaze towards Lu Tianci. And what is your role? Lu Tianci straightened his posture. I brought them here. I am acquainted with your factory's director. Lin, before he could finish, Su brusquely interrupted, waving him away. You're not here to work, so why are you lingering? Step outside and wait there. Banished like an unwelcome fly, Lu Tianci's expression soured instantly. How can you treat me like this? What kind of attitude is this? I know Director Lin, he asserted, attempting to intimidate Su with his connection. However, Su remained unfazed upon hearing the director's name. With a dismissive tilt of his head, he retorted, Many know our director. Who do you think you are? Hurry outside. Or I want to be able to arrange jobs for them. Upon hearing this, Du Yong and Du Ming grew anxious. Ignoring their association with Lu Tianci, they disregarded any sense of brotherly camaraderie. Du Yong firmly grasped Lu Tianci, insisting, "You should step outside for now. Once we concluded our matters, we will find you." Du Ming even took it a step further, pushing Lu Tianci toward the exit. "Just wait outside." Having been thrust out of the office, Lu Tianci felt an overwhelming anger. He had exerted considerable effort to secure jobs for the brothers, only to be swiftly betrayed. "Damn, these two are utterly unreliable," he muttered through clenched teeth as he stood in the corridor. Upon witnessing the two brothers collaboratively expel that individual, Su Gan's lips curled into a smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound disdain. "You two have performed commendably," he remarked. "Thank you, Su Gan." Du Yong and Du Ming responded with eager nods and bows. Su Gan produced 2 forms and handed them to the brothers. "Complete these forms to officially commence your employment. You shall be regarded as temporary apprentices. Your future here will hinge upon your performance. Excel, and you may continue. Falter, and be prepared to gather your belongings and depart. Do you understand? Temporary apprentices?" In the factory, there were indeed temporary workers and apprentices, but this concept of temporary apprentices was entirely new to the brothers. "Will you accept this position? If so, fill out the forms. If not, turn around and leave." Su Gan offered no respite for deliberation. "We will accept," they replied. Du Ming seized the pen from the table and began to fill out the form. Although Du Yong sensed something amiss, he ultimately followed suit. Driven by Su Gan's indifferent demeanor, Su Gan exchanged glances with several others in the office, their eyes sparkling with amusement, yet they all endeavored to suppress their laughter. Chapter 78, The Excrement Collector Brother. How do I write this? Du Ming, with only a 3rd-grade education, scratched his head in confusion while filling out the form. "I have no idea either," replied Du Yong, who had managed to complete the 5th grade, albeit just barely. Seeing the two brothers in such a predicament, Clerk Su, anxious to the point of nearly biting his pen, finally spoke up. "Just fill in your names. The rest will suffice." With a sense of relief washing over them, Du Yong and Du Ming hastily returned the completed forms. Clerk Su glanced over the documents briefly before collecting them. "You two follow me. I will now take you to your designated workstations." Upon hearing this, Du Yong and Du Ming were filled with joy and eagerly followed Clerk Su out of the office. The corridor was already devoid of Lu Tianci's presence. As they walked through the office building towards the west, Clerk Su explained, "Your work is crucial. It requires your utmost dedication. Our factory employs over 1,300 individuals, and your responsibilities are interconnected with each and every one of them. Only when your support work is executed well can everyone else focus entirely on production without concerns. Understood?" A look of surprise brightened Du Ming's face, and he felt a growing anticipation for the impending job. "Understood. Rest assured, Clerk Su, we will certainly do our best." That's good to hear. Not long after, Clerk Su led Du Yong and Du Ming to a small, dilapidated building at the far end. A foul odor wafted from it, causing Du Yong to furrow his brow in confusion about the purpose of their visit. "Director Chen, I have brought you the personnel you requested. Why not come out and greet them?" Clerk Su called out loudly into the building. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing an apron and sleeves, emerged from within. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The old man's excitement surpassed that of Du Yong and Du Ming. Akin to a parched traveler in the desert finally discovering a source of water, he seemed ready to embrace them in gratitude. "Ah, 2 young lads. Youth is a blessing. Young people have the strength to work," the old man exclaimed enthusiastically. "I trust you will take good care of them and ensure they understand their tasks, all right?" Clerk Su smiled. "Rest assured, Clerk Su. I will make sure to guide these 2 well and ensure they know their duties," the old man replied confidently. Clerk Su then turned to Du Yong and Du Ming, saying, "This is Director Chen, a veteran of our factory. You will follow his lead from now on. Whatever he instructs you to do, you shall do." "So he will be our master?" Du Ming inquired. "Yes, Director Chen will be your mentor going forward." "Greetings, Master. I'm Du Ming. I look forward to your guidance," Du Ming called out to the elderly gentleman with enthusiasm, uncertain about the source of his disquiet. Du Yong surveyed his surroundings, sensing an inexplicable unease that he could not quite articulate. "Greetings, Master. I'm Du Yong, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "That is certainly expected. This small plot of land will henceforth belong to the 3 of us. If I do not oversee you, whom shall I oversee?" chuckled the elderly Chan, his laughter genuine and hearty. "Well then, I have delivered you safely. The rest is in your hands. I shall take my leave now." Once Secretary Su had completed his task, he was eager to depart, for the foul stench of the place was unbearable to him. Take care on your way, Secretary Su. After watching Su leave, the old gentleman turned to the two brothers. I am Shen Wei. You may call me Old Shen or Master, as you wish. Let me explain the rules of our establishment. Du Yong and Du Ming listened attentively. Observing their earnestness, Shen straightened his posture. We are part of the sanitation department under the General Affairs Office, specifically the toilet division. Do you see this building? It is our exclusive office space. Come, I shall give you a tour. With a sweeping gesture, Shen led the way into the building, followed closely by the two brothers. Upon entering, Du Ming was immediately assaulted by a pungent odor that made him pinch his nose. The walls were lined with various tools, long wooden poles, a large spoon, and bundles of wire, alongside raincoats, rubber gloves, and rain boots in ample collection. The foul smell emanated from the tools. This is the tool room, where we keep our frequently used instruments. After using them, you must return them to their rightful places. Without rules, there can be no order. You must cultivate this habit. Passing through the tool room, they entered a break room. Against the wall stood a single bed, adorned with a quilt that revealed its stuffing. It was Du Yong's first encounter with cotton that was even darker than mud. This is our rest area. After completing your tasks, you may relax here. Do not worry. No one will come here, so you can take a nap without fear of being discovered. That is my bed. You may use it as well. Do not be shy. Gazing at the seemingly ancient and unwashed bedding, Du Yong and Du Ming felt little courage to lie down. Master, what is our primary duty? Du Yong inquired. Did I not just tell you? We are in the toilet division, responsible for maintaining toilet sanitation. What? What did you say? Du Ming wondered if his ears had deceived him. Master, what do you mean? Are you telling us we are to clean the toilets? Du Yong echoed, his disbelief palpable. What? Did Secretary Sunan inform you? Chen Wei looked at the two brothers with confusion. We are not merely responsible for cleaning the restrooms. We must also collaborate with the sewage truck to regularly clear the septic tanks and unclog the pipes. Chen Wei enumerated the tasks at hand to his two companions. However, with each task he mentioned, their expressions darkened further. Brother, have they misunderstood something? We came here to work as laborers, not to deal with excrement. Du Ming glanced at Du Yong. Let us go. We need to speak with that Officer Su. Du Yong growled under his breath, seething with indignation. Hey! Chen Wei called out as the two brothers angrily stormed towards the exit. What on earth is this? Chapter 79, Betrayed Anger. Humiliation. These emotions enveloped Du Yong and Du Ming. The so-called director was nothing more than a custodian of the restroom. It was utterly revolting. Du Yong's face was also etched with indignation. This was not an opportunity for employment. It was a blatant mockery of the two brothers. The pair hastily returned to the office building, making their way back to the very office they had just vacated. At that moment, Clerk Su was leisurely perusing a newspaper. With a loud crash, the office door was forcefully thrust open, hitting the wall with a resounding thud. The thunderous noise startled several clerks within the room. What are you doing? Can't you knock? Where's your sense of decorum? One clerk bellowed. Clerk Su looked up at Du Yong and Du Ming. Ah, it's you too. I just sent you over. Why have you come back? Su, are you deliberately toying with us? Du Ming, with his fiery temperament, pointed an accusatory finger at Su's nose. Initially, as newcomers and under the watchful eyes of their parents, Du Ming had been all smiles, eager to work at this factory. However, now, with Su assigning him to clean the restroom, his patience was wearing thin, and he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Du Yong stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his brother to restrain him. Clerk Su, Director Lin assured our family that we would be placed in the workshop as apprentice workers. What do you mean by sending us to clean the restroom? In response to Du Yong's inquiry, Clerk Su grinned and replied. Who told you that you were going to the workshop? Who was it? Of course, it was Lu Tianci who had informed them. Du Yong and Du Ming were momentarily taken aback. If you want clarity, you should consult the person who instructed you, Su continued. Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Du Yong was perplexed, unable to discern whether Lu Tianci had deceived them or if Director Lin had misled Lu Tianci. Seeing the brothers silent, Clerk Su elaborated. Let me be frank with you. My orders are to assign you to the restroom division. It is true that you are apprentices. I mentioned it was temporary to instill a sense of urgency in you. Old Shin is set to retire this year, and you two are expected to succeed him as the new director. Perhaps you may even secure permanent positions ahead of schedule. Du Ming shouted in outrage. We refuse to clean the restroom. Though the brothers hailed from a rural background, they had never engaged in such labor at home. Even the family latrine was tended to by hired hands who transported the waste to a compost site. They had never dealt with excrement at home, yet here they were, expected to do so. The stark contrast between their expectations of working in the workshop and being relegated to the restroom was unbearable for them. Young man, this is not your home. No one will coddle you here. You'd best choose your words carefully, or I will summon the security department. Causing a disturbance can lead to your detention. Do you understand? Su, the officer, exhibited no fear. Rather, he seemed eager to engage. In this era, the power of the public security system is relatively feeble. Major enterprises have their own security departments, which, within certain limits, wield authority that can even surpass that of the police. In the factory area, and even among the residents of the surrounding communities, in the event of fights, thefts, or disturbances, the first recourse is typically to report to the security department rather than to the police. Many factories boast dedicated offices for their security teams, and some even possess holding cells. Moreover, certain members of the security team don uniforms and carry firearms. In the eyes of many ordinary citizens, the security department is virtually synonymous with the police. At this moment, when Su declared his intention to call the security department, both Du Yong and Du Ming feigned indifference, though it was a facade. However, Du Ming, mustering his resolve, boldly challenged, "Go ahead. Who's afraid? Do you think we were raised to be intimidated?" Du Yong, concerned that Du Ming's impulsiveness might provoke further trouble, tugged at him insistently. After all, this was not their territory. They may have acted with impunity in Dongxing village. But here, they were indeed insignificant. "We're quitting. That should suffice. Deciding not to work, is it? Then you will need to pay the penalty for breach of contract." Su remarked nonchalantly. "What penalty?" Du Yong narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "Of course, the penalty for violating your labor contract. You signed the forms when you joined. Have you forgotten so soon? In this age, labor relations are of paramount importance. Once a company accepts an employee, they cannot dismiss them without severe cause. Even if that employee were to insult the factory manager directly, the manager finds himself powerless. Conversely, once an employee signs a labor contract, they effectively bind their labor relations to that company. To leave, they require a release from the factory and must pay a penalty. Otherwise, departure is out of the question." Du Yong and Du Ming had just signed 2 forms, the terms clearly delineated in black and white, and now, wishing to leave. It was not merely a matter of words. Upon hearing Su's words, Du Yong was immediately struck with a sense of being trapped. His brow furrowed in concern. "How much is the penalty?" "Let me see." Su produced the form Du Yong and Du Ming had filled out earlier, examining it with feigned seriousness. "Ah, you both signed 3-year contracts. According to the regulations, if you wish to leave, you must pay a penalty equivalent to 3 years' worth of salary, which totals to 1,296 yuan each." "What?" Du Yong was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. "Why don't you go rob someone instead?" Du Ming pushed Du Yong aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Su as he shouted in fury, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. "What is the matter? Do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Let us see if you can still walk out of this factory after that." Su showed no fear whatsoever. In the office, another staff member directly picked up the desk phone. "Connect me to the security department." "Hello? Is this the security department? There is someone causing a disturbance in the general affairs office, and it seems they are about to resort to violence. Please hurry over." Upon hearing that the staff member had indeed called the security department, Du Yong quickly grasped Du Ming's arm, urging, "Don't be foolish. This is their territory. Brother, they are deliberately trying to harm us." Du Ming shouted passionately. Du Yong's teeth clenched audibly in frustration. "I understand. We arrived here and did nothing but fill out a form, yet each of us is expected to pay nearly 300 yuan. Isn't this obviously a trap?" He turned to Officer Su, lowering his tone. "We haven't offended you in any way, have we? Why are you doing this to us?" Chapter 80. Why is it taking so long? Observing Du Yong's capitulation, Officer Su leaned back against the chair, crossing his arms over his chest. "You are unjustly accusing me. I am merely executing my duties as prescribed. It was your choice to seek employment in our factory. Now that all formalities are complete, you declare your reluctance to proceed, leaving me with no recourse. You have deceived us. Return that paper to me." Du Ming reached out, intent on snatching the 2 forms from Officer Su's grasp. In his view, reclaiming and tearing up that document would resolve all issues. "What are you doing?" Officer Su exclaimed, retreating in alarm. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Security personnel had arrived in response to the commotion. "Halt! Do not move. We are from the security department." As several security officers entered, they witnessed Du Ming climbing onto the desk, attempting to seize the documents from Officer Su. They swiftly intervened. pinning Du Ming down onto the table. It's a misunderstanding. Do not resort to violence. Seeing his brother subdued by 3 uniformed officers, Du Yong cried out in distress. Yet, the security personnel were unyielding. One officer produced handcuffs, securing Du Ming's wrists. On what grounds do you restrain me? I have committed no crime. Release me at once. Du Ming shouted, struggling against his captors. You refuse to comply. The lead officer from the security department delivered a swift kick to Du Ming, warning, behave yourself, or I shall deal with you. Have you no sense of where you are causing a disturbance? Do not strike. Do not strike. Du Yong urgently positioned himself in front of Du Ming. Officer Su adjusted his attire and addressed the security personnel. Captain Qin, I am grateful for your timely arrival. What is the situation with these two? Captain Qin inquired. Officer Su leaned closer, whispering a few words into Captain Qin's ear. Ah, I see. Captain Qin replied with a knowing smile. He then turned to Du Yong and Du Ming, remarking, You two are quite bold. I have never witnessed such blatant theft before. He is the one who has deceived us. He presented a worthless piece of paper and demanded over 1,000 yuan. Is this not a scam? Du Ming protested. It appears you remain defiant. I shall escort you to a place where you may reconsider your actions. Captain Qin signaled to the security personnel, instructing. Take him away and detain him. I will not go. I will not go. I have committed no offense. On what basis do you apprehend me? Du Ming thrashed violently. Witnessing his brother's impending arrest, Du Yong hastily positioned himself before Captain Qin. Please, please, we were wrong. We will not dare again. I implore you to spare us. The humility in Du Yong's demeanor was unprecedented. In their youth, the brothers had never bowed their heads to anyone. Emboldened by their father's status as the village secretary. At the factory entrance, Lu Tianci sat in the guardhouse, sharing a cigarette with the elderly guard. Continuing to boast of his connections, Director Lin has ties to our family. The elderly guard chuckled, enjoying the cigarette offered by Lu Tianci, occasionally responding with a nod. It is indeed preferable to maintain relationships, unlike my own situation, where I have devoted my entire life to work only to end up as a mere doorkeeper. Yet being a doorkeeper has its merits. Revolutionary work does not discriminate based on status. The role of a doorkeeper is lighthearted. Haha. Within the office of the General Affairs Department, Du Yong's persuasive words ultimately secured an opportunity for his younger brother, Du Ming. Officer Su halted several security personnel who were about to escort Du Ming away. Under normal circumstances, it would be appropriate to teach you a lesson for causing a disturbance here, but considering your youth, I will spare him this time. Thank you. Thank you, Officer Su. Du Ming was not taken away, and Du Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Qin stood nearby, observing Du Ming with a cold gaze. Officer Su, in his magnanimity, chose to overlook this incident, but should you continue to misbehave, do not hold me responsible for your detention. Our holding room has ample space. With the handcuffs removed, Du Ming fell silent, not uttering a word thereafter. Once both individuals had settled down, Officer Su smiled and remarked, You know what you have done, and so do we. If you think you can deceive your way in here, you are only inviting trouble upon yourselves. I offer you a chance. Thoroughly clean the factory's restroom, and I will grant you your contract, allowing you to leave. If you refuse, you will incur a penalty for breach of contract. The choice is yours. Du Yong glanced at his brother, who was crouching on the ground, and mustered his courage to respond. We are willing. We will clean the restroom. Clearly, the cost of cleaning was far less burdensome than paying a penalty for breach of contract. And you? Officer Su inquired, directing his attention to the crouched Du Ming. I am willing too. Although Du Ming harbored 1,000 grievances, the current situation left him no room for choice. Officer Su chuckled. Then let us commence at once. Move. Captain Qin barked, escorting Du Yong and Du Ming to the sanitation department. Director Chun, puzzled, watched his newly assigned subordinates being led away in such a disheartened manner. What on earth is happening here? Old Chun, do not concern yourself with this. Officer Su cast a knowing glance at Chun Wei and continued. Ensure they clean both the interior and exterior of the restroom thoroughly. You are responsible for supervision. If the work is inadequate, they will have to redo it. They are not allowed to leave until it is finished, understood? Chun Wei, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Oh, understood. I will certainly supervise closely. Let us begin now. Once completed, I shall inspect the work. Should it be unsatisfactory, do not blame me for withholding opportunities. You shall prepare to face penalties. Before departing, Officer Su did not forget to remind Du Yong and Du Ming. The two brothers exchanged a resigned glance, accepting the harsh reality. You too. Chun Wei shook his head, and pointed to the special work uniforms in the room. Go change into those. Otherwise, once you finish your tasks, you can forget about keeping your current clothes. Du Yong and Du Ming entered the room, donned their repugnant work uniforms, and equipped themselves with rubber gloves and tools, commencing their task of cleaning the restroom. The refrigerator factory employed thousands of workers, and the scale of the toilets was indeed considerable. Under the watchful eye of Director Chan, Du Yong and Du Ming meticulously scrubbed every inch, leaving no corner unattended. Overwhelmed, Du Ming was unable to bear the stench and retched on the spot. Several hours later, Lu Tianci, who had become quite familiar with the security guard in the guardroom, had even managed to catch a nap. Stretching his neck to peer into the courtyard, Lu Tianci noticed that Du Yong and Du Ming had yet to emerge. Was today not the day for reporting? Could it be that they had plunged directly into work after checking in? That seemed unlikely. Curse it. It was that foolish person who chased me out, leaving me to wait aimlessly here. Chapter 81. Consequences of one's own actions. Glancing at the clock on the table, it was already noon. Lu Tianci exited the guardroom, intending to enter the factory to investigate why the two brothers had yet to emerge. Walking along the main road of the courtyard, he spotted Du Yong and Du Ming approaching from a distance. Lu Tianci waved his hand. Brother, it's Lu Tianci. Initially listless and devoid of energy, Du Ming's eyes ignited with a flicker of fury upon seeing Lu Tianci. Du Yong also noticed Lu Tianci, who had initially assumed the job would be enviable, only to find himself reduced to performing menial tasks for others, even cleaning public restrooms. At that moment, Du Yong harbored an equal disdain for Lu Tianci. Hold your temper. Let us deal with him after we leave the factory. We must not alert the security here. Du Yong whispered. Du Ming glared at Lu Tianci, who was waving at them, his anger bubbling to the surface. He almost spat out a single word through clenched teeth. Good. In the blink of an eye, the two brothers covered the distance of over 200 meters and stood before Lu Tianci. Why did you take so long? Lu Tianci inquired, only to wrinkle his brow and pinch his nose a moment later. What is that smell? A noxious odor emanated from Du Yong and Du Ming. Feeling the disdain from Lu Tianci, Du Ming, who already loathed him, could hardly restrain his impulse to retaliate. Let us step outside and discuss it further, Du Yong huffed, addressing both Du Ming and Lu Tianci. He strode past Lu Tianci, heading straight for the factory gate, while Du Ming shot a cold glare at Lu Tianci before following suit. What is going on? Lu Tianci remained rooted in place, bewildered. Everything had seemed fine when he arrived, and now, with their work completed, why did the two brothers appear in such disarray, reeking as if they had fallen into a latrine? As Lu Tianci pondered this perplexity, Du Yong and Du Ming had already ventured far ahead. Could something have happened? He murmured to himself, hastening to catch up. These fools don't even bother to wait for me. The three of them, in a sequence of hurried steps, exited the refrigerator factory. As Du Yong and Du Ming crossed the threshold, they felt an unexpected sense of relief. Du Yong took a deep breath, expelling the pent-up frustration that had lingered within him. Ugh, this damn place. I shall never return. Lu Tianci caught up from behind. Why are you walking so quickly? By the way, brother, why were you inside for so long? Which workshop did you go to? His inquiry, rather than being innocuous, ignited Du Ming's anger like a spark to a firecracker. How dare you ask? Du Ming turned his head abruptly, seizing Lu Tianci by the collar. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Tianci. I demand to know, what exactly did you and Lu Yi discuss with Director Lin? What do you mean by discuss? We simply spoke normally, Lu Tianci replied, bewildered by the grip on his collar. What on earth is going on? Can you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? Very well, allow me to clarify. Du Yong approached Lu Tianci, grinding his teeth as he continued. After you left, that fellow surnamed Su had us fill out forms, then sent us off to our place of work. Isn't that a good thing? What is the problem? Good? What do you mean good? Du Ming yanked on Lu Tianci's collar forcefully. Do you have any idea what kind of work they assigned us? They made us shovel manure and clean toilets. You claimed we would be apprentices in the production workshop. How did it turn into this? It's impossible. Director Lin explicitly stated we would be apprentices in the production workshop. Lu Tianci's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend where the miscommunication had occurred. Lu Tianci, you nearly got me arrested by the security department here. Du Ming shouted in a fit of rage. You wanted to know what it smelled like? I'll tell you now. I reek of excrement. This is all your fault. In a furious outburst, Du Ming landed a punch squarely on Lu Tianci's right eye, causing blackness to cloud Lu Tianci's vision. I'll make you pay for this. One punch was not enough for Du Ming. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon Lu Tianci. Du Yong, equally filled with resentment, grabbed Lu Tianci and joined the fray, shouting, Damn it. Let us pump ourselves up. As he struck Lu Tianci mercilessly. After enduring an unknown number of punches, Lu Tianci, overwhelmed by pain, finally snapped and began to retaliate, swinging wildly at the nearest figure. The three engaged in a chaotic brawl, the scene descending into utter mayhem. The ruckus attracted the attention of the security guard and several factory employees who gathered to witness the spectacle. Their location, just outside the factory grounds, was beyond the factory's jurisdiction, leaving no one to intervene. A series of honks pierced the air. A military green jeep emerged from the factory, honking to clear the crowd of onlookers. Make way. It's Director Lin's car. Don't block the road. The security guard called out as he directed the employees. Quickly, the path cleared, and the jeep rolled out of the factory gates. Wait. Through the window, Lin Jiqiang observed the chaotic skirmish just a few meters away. Lu Tianci, outnumbered 2-1, was on the receiving end of a beating from Du Yong and Du Ming, blood streaming from his nostrils and his eyes swollen black. He appeared utterly miserable. Lin Jiqiang smiled with satisfaction. You brought this upon yourself. Addressing the driver ahead, he said, let us go. With a thunderous roar, the jeep sped away. Lu Tianci, blinded by rage, failed to notice Lin Jiqiang inside the vehicle. As the chaotic battle subsided, Lu Tianci found himself seated on the ground, panting heavily. The surge of adrenaline dulled his sense of pain for the moment. Du Ming glared at Lu Tianci, still filled with resentment. After a brief pause, Du Yong turned to Du Ming and said, let us head home and find our father. Du Ming nodded, casting a glance at Lu Tianci. You better wait until we get back. I'll be waiting. Lu Tianci wiped the blood from his nostrils, his mind racing with thoughts on how to deal with the cunning Du Dawei. He had witnessed how Du Dawei had dealt with Ding Hui last time, and if the scheme to defraud came to light, Du Dawei's character would ensure he would not let Lu Tianci off easily. No, this matter must remain concealed. Chapter 82. Secrecy. Lu Tianci rose from the ground and swiftly departed in another direction. Upon returning home, Du Yong and Du Ming would undoubtedly recount the events that transpired within the factory to Du Dawei. Lu Tianci's ability to deceive and acquire the funds hinged upon the informational disparity between Du Dawei and Lu Yi. Once Du Dawei became aware of this matter, he would question Lu Tianci, and it was highly probable that he would seek out Lu Yi. When the two confronted each other, Lu Tianci's schemes for financial gain would be thoroughly exposed. Lu Tianci ran to the bus station and managed to board the bus heading to Qinshan Township ahead of the others. On the bus, he racked his brain. Yet he could not conceive a solution that would adeptly resolve the current predicament. The only notion that seemed feasible, albeit not truly a solution, was to approach Lu Yu. He would have Lu Yi acknowledge the incident, claiming ignorance of Director Lin's duplicitous nature, and then return the 1,000 yuan to Du Dawei through Lu Yi's mediation. Perhaps this could quell the matter. However, recalling the enmity between himself and Lu Yi, Lu Tianci understood that it would be fortunate if Lu Yi did not take this opportunity to undermine him further. Assisting him in this crisis? That was utterly implausible. Damn. Lu Tianci muttered under his breath in frustration. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. In the side room of the old Lu family, Su Mengyao was preparing to head to the county for her examination the following day. Lu Yi had previously informed Zhao Xiaolong to halt any financial transactions for the next couple of days. He had not ventured into the city again. Instead, he remained at home to assist Su Mengyao with logistical preparations. Last-minute efforts, though rushed, could still yield results. Having spent a few months together in this side room with Su Mengyao, they had developed a semblance of friendship, if not romantic feelings. Preparing a meal for her was his way of showing appreciation for her hard work over these months. Su Mengyao clutched her pen, laboriously attempting to decipher a mathematical problem. Lu Yi entered the room, carrying 2 bowls of dumpling soup. Let us eat first. All right. Su Mengyao set down her pencil and accepted the bowl he offered. Mathematics is my weakness. Although I have been diligently studying, I still feel uncertain, especially since this is a standardized exam. I wonder if the questions will be difficult this time. Worry clouded her expression as she ate, her face taut with tension. Lu Yi, engrossed in his soup, replied without looking up, you are overthinking it. Everyone has their weaknesses. Have you forgotten what the people in line were like when we registered? You dedicate time each day to study, while those who work and those who care for children have far less opportunity. Their weaknesses are likely even more pronounced than yours. You certainly have a chance to succeed. Besides, even if you do not pass, your father holds a prominent position, and he could always arrange for your transfer back to the provincial city. Su Mengyao pursed her lips, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yi. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, my father sent me a letter. He wants me to return to the provincial city as soon as I finish my exams. Lu Yi understood immediately. You haven't registered for the foreign language exam, so you'll be done by the morning of the 22nd. We can go obtain the necessary documentation for divorce in the afternoon. All right, Su Mengyao replied, her eyes briefly meeting his. Throughout their marriage, Li had consistently honored his commitments, never overstepping his bounds. On the contrary, he had provided for her needs and cared for her well-being. Now that she was preparing to leave, Li showed no signs of entanglement, promptly suggesting they proceed with the divorce. Su Mengyao felt deeply grateful for his kindness, which she would carry in her heart. Lu Yi, you are a good person. After I leave, I am certain you will find someone. Noticing Su Mengyao was about to reiterate her sentiments, Lu Yi quickly interjected, all right, spare me the accolades. Good people don't live long, and misfortune lingers for centuries. I wish to see many more years. Outside the courtyard, Lu Tianci rushed in, drenched in sweat, glancing toward the side room before dashing into the main house. Mom, this is bad. Upon entering, he found only his mother lying on the Kong, and upon seeing her son with bruised eyes, Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed, Goodness, what happened to you? Who did this? Although his face throbbed with pain, Lu Tianci was more concerned about the pressing issue at hand. Mom, don't worry about that right now. There's a problem. The refrigerator factory has no intention of accepting Du Yong and Du Ming. This situation is deteriorating. He hurriedly explained the situation to Ho Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaoyan became flustered. How could things have gone so wrong? You assured me everything would be fine. Lu Tianci's expression darkened. There's no point discussing that now. Where's Dad? He's still at the brigade repairing farm tools. He hasn't returned yet. Besides, he is not capable of managing anything. What good will it do to find him? Ho Xiaoyan replied. I need Lu Yi to cooperate with me in this act. If you and I approach him, it will be useless. It has to be Dad. He is Lu Yu's biological father, and if he asks, it will be far more effective than our pleas. How are we supposed to act this out? Ho Xiaoyan asked, confused. Simple. Just have him agree to the matter of the 1,000 yuan. Since things haven't gone according to plan, he should push that money onto Du Dawei to resolve this issue first. Mom, stop discussing other matters and quickly call Dad back. It will soon be too late. Lu Tianci urged. Pushed by Lu Tianci, Ho Xiaoyan hurriedly got out of bed to put on her shoes, muttering, Will this really work? Whether it works or not, we must try, Lu Tianci replied. As she exited the room, Ho Xiaoyan hastened toward the brigade office. Lu Tianci, now wearing shoes, leaped onto the Kong and began searching in the upper partition of the wall for the money that Ho Xiaoyan had hidden. He was already well aware of the few places where she stashed her money. Indeed, after searching through several familiar places, Lu Tianci successfully located the 1,000 yuan he had entrusted to Ho Xiaoyan. Not long after, Lu Zhendong was brought back home by Ho Xiaoyan. The sight of Lu Tianci, battered and bruised, was utterly pitiful. Upon seeing Lu Zhendong, he fell to his knees before him, sobbing, Father, you must help me this time. Otherwise, I shall never overcome this hurdle. What has happened? Lu Zhendong inquired as he lifted Lu Tianci. Moments later, while smoking, Lu Zhendong grasped the whole situation and understood what Lu Tianci sought from him. Alas, how could you handle matters in such a way? Lu Zhendong murmured. Disappointment etched across his brow. Spare me your words. Tianci has endured so much over the years, bearing the title of a stepson and facing disdain. You know better than anyone that Tianci is your own flesh and blood. I won't tolerate it. You must ensure that Lu Yi consents to this matter, no matter what. Ho Xiaoyan exclaimed in a hushed yet fierce tone, revealing a secret even Lu Yi was unaware of. Chapter 83. A despairing betrayal. Alas. Lu Zhendong sighed heavily. In his youth, he squandered his time at home, often wandering aimlessly, occasionally engaging in card games and indulging in excessive drinking. During one such gathering with a few wayward friends, Lu Zhendong met Ho Xiaoyan, the wife of Old Li. Old Li was a notorious alcoholic, who could not dine without a drink, and his long-standing addiction led to severe health repercussions. He was in such a state that even sitting on the Kong, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he frequently suffered from incontinence. At a tender age, Ho Xiaoyan found herself living as a widow, enduring the torment of being married to such a man, and her dissatisfaction grew. Lu Zhendong, in his youth, was not unattractive, and under the influence of alcohol, the two found themselves drawn together. Before long, Old Li's condition deteriorated, and he passed away. With Old Li gone, Ho Xiaoyan met Lu Zhendong more frequently. Within 6 months, her belly began to swell. Lu Zhendong had a family, and in that particular era, an affair discovered would lead to severe repercussions. He concealed the truth from his household. Fearing exposure, Ho Xiaoyan, aware of the necessity for discretion, falsely claimed that the child she carried was old Li's. Although whispers circulated, no one possessed concrete evidence. Thus, life continued day by day. Eventually, Ho Shaoan gave birth to a son, whom Lu Zhendong secretly named Tianci. This child would later be known as Lu Tianci. Originally Li Tianci, Lu Zhendong clandestinely provided for this mother-son duo, utilizing money and grain from his household. It was only after Lu Ye's biological mother passed away from overwork that Lu Zhendong felt emboldened to bring Ho Shaoan and Li Tianci into his home, subsequently changing the child's surname. On the surface, it appeared as if he had taken a second wife, but in truth, it was a legitimate rise of a mistress. Only Ho Shaoan and Lu Zhendong were privy to this secret. Now, with Lu Tianci having defrauded Du Dawei of 1,000 yuan, the potential consequences loomed ominously. If discovered, the repercussions for Lu Tianci were unknown. In a moment of desperation, Ho Shaoyan brought this matter to light, coercing Lu Zhendong. Father, time is running out. When Du Yong and Du Ming return home, and if Du Dawei finds out, he will undoubtedly confront Lu Yi. If Du Dawei learns of my deception, he will not let me off the hook. If he reports me, I will certainly end up in prison. You cannot allow me to go to jail, father. I am your own son. Lu Tianci implored, falling to his knees before Lu Zhendong. Will you go or not? Ho Shaoyan shouted. Yes, I will go right now. Lu Zhendong replied, gazing at Lu Tianci kneeling before him, ultimately unable to bear the thought of allowing him to face Du Dawei's wrath. In the side room, after finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Liu put them away. With an examination looming the next day, Su Mengyao did not immediately dive into her studies, but instead organized the items she would need to bring for the test. Preparing for the exam, with pencils, erasers, and fountain pens scattered about, Liu noticed and retrieved a small box, roughly the size of his palm, from beneath his tattered bedding. Tomorrow is your examination. Allow me to present you with a gift. He extended the box towards Su Mengyao. A gift? Su Mengyao gazed at the box with surprise, her memory failing to recall the last time she had received a present, dismissing the self-serving gifts from the lazy ones. What is it? She asked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she looked at Lu Yi. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Lu Yi urged, placing the box in her hands. As she gently lifted the lid, her eyes widened at the sight of a fountain pen adorned with cloud engravings. Its deep green body complemented by a golden cap inscribed with the word hero. It was the very pen she had admired at the supply store. Is this the pen? Did you buy it? Su Mengyao's voice brimmed with excitement. Ever since she had laid eyes on it, she had been enamored. Yet its steep price had rendered it unattainable for her. So much time had passed that she had nearly forgotten about it. Yet Lu Yi had remembered and purchased it as a gift. A sweet warmth blossomed in her heart as she beheld the pen. She truly cherished it. Noticing the joy illuminating Su Mengyao's face, Lu Yi chuckled. The examination hall is akin to a battlefield. One must possess a fine weapon. Then you should also use such an expensive pen, she replied. Consider it my gratitude for washing my clothes for several months. I wish you success in your endeavors, and may you achieve great honors. Then I shall not hold back, Su Mengyao exclaimed, eagerly extracting the fountain pen and testing it on her draft paper. The pen was pristine, devoid of ink, leaving no marks upon the page. Nevertheless, its exquisite feel only deepened her affection for it. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lu Zhendong entered with a somber expression. Upon seeing Lu Yi and Su Mengyao, he spoke gravely. Xiao Su, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with Lu Yi. Su Mengyao hesitated. Aware that Lu Zhendong was Lu Ye's biological father, she acquiesced, all right. As she departed, Lu Yi felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of Lu Zhendong. Have you come for the tiger bone ointment? Despite his resentment towards his father, Lu Yi harbored a sliver of relief that Lu Zhendong was still alive, given that he had passed away shortly after Lu Ye's departure in his previous life. However, Lu Zhendong remained preoccupied with Ho Shaoan and Lu Tianci, perpetuating the emotional wounds inflicted upon Lu Yi. Consequently, he spoke with a tone less than amiable. Lu Zhendong, his face drawn and time pressing, had little patience for explanations about the ointment. Once Su Mengyao had exited, he addressed Lu Yi directly. Xiao Yi, Tianci has gotten himself into trouble, and you must help him. A sardonic laugh escaped Lu Ye's lips upon hearing this. No wonder I heard the commotion from that room. It turns out Lu Tianci has returned. When Lin Jiqiang left their home, his countenance was far from pleasant, suggesting that his methods of dealing with Lu Tianci and the two brothers from the Du family were rather severe. Yet, even if this matter was not resolved, it seemed excessive for Lu Zhendong to label it as a catastrophe. What trouble has he caused? Lu Yi inquired. A look of distress crossed Lu Zhendong's face as he sighed. He deceived the old Du family out of 1,000 yuan. This concerns you as well. You are the only one who can assist him now. Lu Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, he only knew that Lu Tianci indulged in vices. But now he had begun to venture into deceit and theft. What does this have to do with me? Lu Yi scoffed. Now is not the time for that. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure he apologizes to you in person. In any case, you must help him this time. Lu Zhendong gazed at Lu Yi with eager eyes, almost desperate. However, the more desperate Lu Zhendong appeared, the more anger welled up in Lu Ye's heart. Lu Yi coldly queried, how do you expect me to assist him? This way, when Du Dawei comes to our home, you can say that you did not negotiate well with Director Lien, and unexpectedly, he went back on his word. Lu Zhendong relayed all the instructions Lu Tianci had given him to Lu Yi. Yet, with each word that Lu Zhendong spoke, Lu Ye's expression grew increasingly grim. It became clear that Lu Tianci had exploited this situation to cleverly extort a sum from Du Dawei, using Lu Ye's name as leverage. Now that the truth was on the verge of revelation, and fearing that Du Dawei would have him imprisoned, Lu Tianci sought to shift the burden onto Lu Yi, intending to return the 1,000 yuan through him to extricate himself from the predicament. Here is the 1,000 yuan, take it. When Du Dawei arrives, return the money to him. As long as he receives his money back, you can offer him an apology, and he will not make things too difficult for you. Lu Zhendong produced the large bills that Lu Tianci had given him and extended them toward Lu Yi. Chapter 84. Unworthy of you like ice blocks frozen in the frigid depths of winter, Lu Yi was taken aback by Lu Zhendong's audacious request. The last remnants of warmth from their shared bloodline had, in that moment, been rendered utterly frigid. I see you have truly lost your senses. To ask a son to take the blame for his stepbrother. How dare you utter such words? You expect me to bear the burden of his mistakes? That is nothing but a delusion. Leave. Get out. Lu Ye's icy retort, however, did not deter Lu Zhendong from his pursuit. Prior to entering the room, Lu Zhendong had steeled himself, fully aware that Lu Yi would not acquiesce easily. Xiao Yi, consider it a plea from me, can't you? Absolutely not. Lu Yi declared resolutely. His misfortune stems entirely from his own greed. He deserves it. I take no pleasure in his downfall. Yet the thought of taking the blame for him is utterly out of the question. And let us not forget, we have already separated our paths. You have your life, and I have mine. Do not seek me out again, regardless of the circumstances. Seeing Lu Ye's unwavering stance, Lu Zhendong was filled with desperation. Although Lu Tianci had committed such acts, he was nonetheless his biological son, and Lu Zhendong could not bear to witness him come to true harm. In a moment of urgency, Lu Zhendong grasped Lu Ye's arm. Xiao Yi, I understand your grievances against them, your belief that I favor them over you. Yet, Tianci has suffered greatly as well. In truth, he is also my flesh and blood, your own brother, bound by the ties of blood. In a moment of vulnerability, Lu Zhendong revealed the deeply buried secret. He believed that the bond of blood would sway Lu Ye's heart. What did you say? Lu Ye's mind was struck like thunder, reverberating with disbelief. Tianci is the child I had with Xiao Yun outside our marriage. He is your biological brother. Those years were marked by hardship, and they endured much suffering. After your mother passed, I brought them in, telling outsiders that Tianci was my stepson. Yet he is truly my own son, your own brother. Xiao Yi, you are the elder brother. You cannot turn a blind eye to your brother's plight. You must help. Regrettably, the revelation stirred not the warmth of brotherly love within Lu Yi, but rather the deep-seated resentment that lay dormant in his heart. Enough. The two simple syllables were bellowed with all the strength Lu Yi could muster. He and Lu Tianci were of similar age, which implied that Lu Zhendong had begun an affair with Ho Xiaoyun while he was still but an infant, even maintaining a mistress and an illegitimate child. Infidelity. Betrayal. The realization that Lu Zhendong had betrayed his mother so early shattered Lu Yi's already frozen heart. He felt deep sorrow for his mother, appalled by the man who had squandered her entire life. Lu Zhendong, you disgust me. You are unworthy to speak of my mother. The fury surged within Lu Yi, his eyes blazing red like a furious beast, ready to tear apart the scoundrel before him. Grasping a bench from the ground, he frightened Lu Zhendong into instinctively raising his hands to shield his head, retreating in fear. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Lu Yi struck the window with the bench. Xiao Yi, you. Lu Zhendong had never seen Lu Yi in such a state, fear evident in his voice. Do not call my name. Lu Yi pointed the bench at Lu Zhendong, desperately shouting, Lu Zhendong, how could you do this? My mother toiled for this family until her last breath, and you dare to spend the money she earned with her blood and sweat to support other women and children. I hate you. I wish to destroy you all. With gritted teeth, his icy voice seeped through his clenched jaws, utterly chilling. He was not jesting. Had it not been for the constraints of morality holding back his rage, that bench would have already struck Lu Zhendong instead of the window. In the main house next door, Lu Tianci and Ho Shaoan, who had been anxiously waiting for a response, could not help but rush into the courtyard upon hearing the tremendous noise. Liu strode toward the kitchen, retrieving an axe used for chopping firewood from the corner. With a face full of fury, he emerged from the side room. Seeing Lu Yi brandishing the axe, Lu Zhendong was now utterly alarmed. Xiao Yi, don't be impulsive. Outside, Su Mengyao, still recovering from her initial shock, was stunned to see Lu Yi emerging with the axe, his expression menacing. Lu Yi, what is happening? Ignoring Su Mengyao, Liu marched straight toward the main house, muttering incessantly, you are all unworthy. None of you are worthy. Ho Shaoan and Lu Tianci, upon witnessing Liu wielding the large axe, were taken aback. Run. Ho Shaoan pulled Lu Tianci toward the vegetable garden, fearing that Liu might act recklessly and harm them with the axe. Lu Tianci, drenched in cold sweat, sprinted faster than Ho Shaoan, darting into the vegetable garden and then frantically making his way out of the courtyard. Li entered the main house with the axe in hand. This kitchen was built by my mother, brick by brick. You are unworthy to use it. With a mighty swing, Li brought the axe down heavily upon the kitchen counter. One blow. Two blows. The brick-built counter was reduced to rubble. This bowl rack and this cabinet were exchanged for my mother's only pair of silver earrings. You are unworthy to use them. Lu Yi raised the axe again, cleaving it down, shattering not only the cabinet but the dishes within as well. The stove was smashed by Lu Yi. The warming wall was demolished by Lu Yi. Even the heated Kong in the room was uprooted by Lu Yi. He obliterated everything he remembered his mother had lovingly crafted alongside him. You've gone mad. You are insane. Lu Zhendong leaned against the doorway of the main house, gazing at the dilapidated dwelling that resembled a wreck. Helplessly, he called out. At the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Tianci had long since vanished without a trace. Du Dawei, with a sullen expression, stormed in, followed by Du Yong, Du Meng, and Wang Xiulan, their anger palpable. Ho Xiaoyan, where is Lu Tianci? And Lu Yi, come out now? Upon seeing the entire Du family arrive, Ho Xiaoyan felt a sense of dread. With a bold face, she greeted them. In-laws, you have arrived. Inside the house, Lu Yi had destroyed everything his mother had painstakingly created in his memories. As he stated, these items were unworthy of Lu Zhendong and his family. Gripping an axe, he approached the doorway. As Li passed by Lu Zhendong, he didn't even cast a glance at the figure seated on the ground. From this moment on, we shall cease all relations. He uttered this line before striding into the courtyard, axe in hand. The Du family looked at Lu Yi, whose fierce demeanor was evident, yet none dared to step forward. Liu cast a sidelong glance at Du Dawei and replied in a deep voice, I never agreed to help your family find work. Nor have I ever asked you for money. It was Lu Tianci who deceived you. After saying this, he turned to Su Mengyao. Go pack our things. We are leaving now. All right. Su Mengyao, glancing at the dust-covered Lu Yi, responded and hurried into the side room to gather their belongings. Chapter 85. Leaving home, Du Dawei gazed at the fierce and menacing Lu Yi, harboring no doubts about his words. Given the turmoil within the Lu family, it was inconceivable that Lu Yi would deceive him under such circumstances. Du Dawei then turned his attention to Ho Shaoan. As expected, when confronted by Du Dawei's gaze, Ho Shaoyan appeared evasive, unable to meet his eyes directly. Where is Lu Tianci? Du Dawei's voice was low, striving to suppress his fury. Despite his precautions, the treachery from within had caught him off guard. In a moment of negligence, he had allowed Lu Tianci to brazenly swindle him out of a considerable sum, which filled Du Dawei with immense resentment. Dear-in-law, the child is still young and naive. Please do not be angry. I will repay you the money. Just calm down. Rest assured, I will certainly educate Tianci properly. He will not dare to act this way again, pleaded Ho Xiaoyan as she hurried towards Lu Zhendong, snatching the 1,000 yuan from his hands and promptly presenting it before Du Dawei. This 1,000 yuan is right here. Ho Xiaoyan cautiously extended the money to Du Dawei. Wang Xiulan, upon seeing the money, swiftly seized it and began counting it meticulously. Du Yong and Du Meng wore fierce expressions. Still seething from having been made to clean toilets at the refrigerator factory, their grievances remained unvoiced. After counting the money twice and confirming its accuracy, Wang Xiulan carefully tucked it away, shouting at Ho Shaoan, where is Lu Tianci? Hurry and bring him out. How dare he deceive us without offering an explanation? This matter is far from over. Now, the entire village was aware that the son of the Du family had become a factory worker, employed at a prestigious establishment like the refrigerator factory. The boastful claims had turned out to be mere fabrications, leaving the Du family's reputation in shambles. Dear mother-in-law, Tianci was merely confused for a moment. Please do not take it to heart. Ho Xiaoman smiled apologetically. Confused for a moment? Can one concoct such a convincing lie in a fleeting moment? I suspect he has been scheming all along. Enough of your excuses, if he does not come out soon. I shall summon the joint defense team. Do not think that returning the money absolves him of his deceit. Let me inform you, if we report him to the authorities, he will be treated as a criminal and face imprisonment. Do you understand? Bring him out at once. Du Dawei was seething with anger, wishing to confront Lu Tianci immediately. However, at that moment, Lu Tianci had long since fled the village, and even if Ho Xiaoan wished to search for him, she had no idea where to begin. In a side room, Su Mengyao tore down the curtains and packed away the essentials. The bedding was also bundled up neatly. Lu Yi, standing atop the Kong, retrieved the jar hidden in the rafters, filled with money, and placed it into a metal bucket. He then picked up an axe and entered the kitchen, demolishing everything that could not be taken, leaving nothing intact. The clatter of destruction echoed until not a single whole bowl remained. Hearing the commotion in the kitchen, Su Mengyao dared not intervene and merely quickened her pace in gathering their belongings. This was the first time she had witnessed Lu Yi in such a furious state. Shortly thereafter, Liu entered the house. Have you finished packing? Su Mengyao nodded. Yes, everything is here. Lu Yi took out a shoulder pole and placed the items to be taken on his shoulder. Let us depart. Exiting the side room, Lu Yi did not cast a glance at Lu Zhendong. He walked past the members of the Lao Du family and made his way toward the courtyard exit. Su Mengyao, clutching a bundle, followed closely behind him. At this moment, a considerable number of villagers had gathered around the old Lu family's residence, whispering and pointing. The two of them stepped out of the courtyard under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yi Ge, a figure squeezed through the throng, calling out to Lu Yi, who was about to leave. It was none other than Chen Hao, a good friend of Lu Yi. You should come to our house. I'll clear the west room for you and your wife, and I'll stay in the east room with my parents. We have enough space at our place. Chen Hao hurriedly approached Lu Yi and spoke in a hushed tone. He had witnessed the events that transpired in the courtyard moments earlier, the chaos when Lu Ye's home was turned upside down, and he knew what had happened. Hearing these words warmed Lu Yu's heart. He managed to muster a faint smile and replied, No need. I have somewhere to stay. I'll be off now. And I'll come back for drinks when I have the time. Yi Ge, just go home. Liu waved his hand and continued toward the village exit. Chen Hao wanted to follow but hesitated, eventually stopping in his tracks before turning back toward his home. In a rush, Chen Hao dashed back home, leaping onto the Kong and rummaging through a cabinet to retrieve a tin box of biscuits, from which he extracted a stack of banknotes. They were mostly small denominations, thick but indeterminate in total amount. What do you need money for? Chen Hao's father, sitting on the Kong and rolling tobacco leaves, inquired upon seeing the cash. Lu Yi has completely fallen out with his family and left with his wife. I'm giving him some money, Chen Hao replied hurriedly, clutching the notes and preparing to dash outside. Are you out of your mind? That is your wedding money. If you lend it to him, how will you marry? Chen Laohan exclaimed, suddenly alarmed, shouting at Chen Hao, who had already reached the door. Come back. Don't be foolish. Do you hear me? Oh, you don't need to worry about it. Lu Yi is my brother. He is in such a dire situation. How can I not help him? Just don't fret. With that, Chen Hao vanished from sight, leaving his father unable to pursue him, stomping in frustration and muttering about how he ended up with such a foolish son. On the road out of the village, Su Mengyao closely followed Lu Yi. Where are we headed now? To the county, first to find a guest house to stay in. And we'll figure out the rest after your exams. The college entrance examination spanned 3 days, and Su Mengyao's exam location was at the first high school, which was not far from the guest house in the county. After retrieving the money, Chen Hao chased after them and finally caught up to Lu Yi and Su Mengyao at the village entrance. Yi Ge, where are you going? He panted. To the county. Here, take this. Chen Hao grasped Lu Ye's hand and stuffed all the cash from his own grip into Lu Ye's palm. It is certainly imprudent to travel without money. I am well aware of your family's circumstances, so there is no need for formality. Take it for your own security. Lu Yi looked down at the bills nestled in his palm, a wave of emotion washing over him. This must be your savings for your wedding, right? I cannot accept this. You should keep it. Lu Yi attempted to return the money, clutching Chen Hao's hand in protest. Knowing about Chen Hao's situation with Shaoxing, Lu Yi was genuinely touched that Chen Hao could still offer him financial assistance in such circumstances. What wedding? Shaoxing's father currently disdains me, considering our family's poverty, and is intent on marrying her off to the influential Du family. My prospects for marriage seem bleak. At the mention of this subject, Chun Hao's expression grew somber. In the previous life, after the land reform, the Du family had become the tyrants of the village, seizing collective resources and land, turning into a malignant presence. The villagers dared not voice their anger. In the 1980s, the government initiated a crackdown, and the Du family was reported to the work group, ultimately leading to their downfall and imprisonment. In his previous life, Li had departed early and was unaware of many village affairs. Nor did he know whom Shaoxing married in the end. If she were indeed coerced into marrying Du Ming, that would be akin to leaping into a fire pit. Do not lose heart. As long as Shaoxing is willing to be with you, there is still hope. Chun Hao glanced around to ensure they were unobserved and whispered to Lu Yi, Shaoxing and I have made a pact. If her father obstructs us again, I will elope with her. Once the deed is done, he will have no choice but to accept it. I didn't realize you had such audacity, Liu remarked. Chapter 86. Taking shelter. Though the notion of elopement may sound unseemly, it is sometimes a desperate measure. Liu forcefully returned the money to Chun Hao, stating, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this money. Rest assured, should I encounter difficulties, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. Observing Lu Ye's resolute refusal, Chun Hao reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, just do not hesitate to reach out if you find yourself in need. I shall take my leave now. Lu Yi waved goodbye to Chun Hao, hoisting his shoulder pole and continuing toward the outskirts of the village. Chun Hao, watching Lu Yi depart, clutched the money and slowly made his way home. By the time Lu Yi and Su Mengyao arrived at the county's guest house, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Comrade, we would like a room, Lu Yi declared at the service window, placing his pole down. He glanced at the small red-painted letters on the glass but did not scrutinize them closely. The attendant inside, clad in a white shirt and sporting a long braid, was engrossed in a novel. Upon hearing his voice, she finally looked up at Lu Yi and Su Mengyao. Do you have a letter of introduction? She inquired. None. Lu Yi replied. We are a married couple. My wife is here to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, and we have come from the countryside. Please, grant us a room. We would greatly appreciate your help. That is not permissible. We have regulations. Without a letter of introduction, we cannot provide accommodations. The young attendant responded crisply. We possess a marriage certificate, Lu Yi quickly added. Even with a marriage certificate, it is not allowed, she said, returning her attention to her book, dismissing Lu Yi entirely. Su Mengyao, glancing at Lu Yi, felt a pang of anxiety. What shall we do now? Do not worry. If the guest house does not allow us to stay, we will seek a hotel, Lu Yi replied. He recalled his initial arrival in Tung County, during which he had lodged in a modest inn. Though the conditions were inferior to those of the guest house, it did not require a letter of introduction. Su Mengyao silently nodded in agreement. The pair then set off to find a hotel. However, upon reaching the next establishment, Lu Yi was met with a sign indicating that all rooms were occupied. Inquiring further, he discovered that numerous students had arrived early from the countryside for the exam, filling every available space. With no alternative, Lu Yi and Su Mengyao visited 2 more lodgings, only to encounter the same unfortunate fate, no vacancies. As dusk descended, the reality of their situation loomed larger. Tomorrow was the examination, yet they were without a place to stay. Su Mengyao began to panic. If there is nowhere to stay, we will have to sleep on the streets. What now? Liu licked his parched lips, taken aback by the unexpected predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a place where they might find shelter. Follow me, he instructed. Where to? She asked. To a place where we can stay. Liu led Su Mengyao through the rundown district. Inside a rental unit, Li Mingzhu, clad in an apron, was busy preparing sesame paste for sale the following day. Over the course of several months, her previously unkempt hairstyle had transformed into a neat bob. Enhancing Li Mingzhu's beauty, the familiar voice echoed, bringing a smile to her busy face. It was Brother Lu. She exclaimed joyfully, hastily setting down her tools and grabbing her keys before rushing out of the house. While she was working, both the courtyard and the door had been secured. Brother Lu, Li Mingzhu called out excitedly as she reached the courtyard gate, quickly swinging it open. Lu Yi, balancing a shoulder pole, revealed a gentle smile. We have nowhere else to go and can only seek refuge here. Upon noticing the woman beside Lu Yi, Li Mingzhu paused in surprise. This elegant and cool demeanor of a lady was someone she recognized. Allow me to introduce her. This is Su Mengyao. The one I mentioned to you before, Lu Yi explained. At that moment, Su Mengyao was also appraising Li Mingzhu. In terms of appearance, this short-haired girl was not lacking at all, especially with her bright, clear eyes and skin as fair as snow. This is Li Mingzhu, a friend of mine. Lu Yi reciprocated the introduction. The 2 stunningly beautiful women exchanged glances, sizing each other up. "Please, come in," Li Mingzhu said, recovering from her initial surprise. And she ushered Lu Yi and Su Mengyao into the courtyard. After securely locking the gate, the three entered the house. Compared to the small, modest room at the Lu residence, this place was vastly superior. Upon entering, Su Mengyao immediately spotted a bowl of sesame paste and containers of fragrant oil. And she understood at once that Li Mingzhu was the one responsible for the production process with Lu Yu. However, Li had never mentioned that this individual was such a striking beauty. Moreover, from the way Li Mingzhu looked at Lu Yi, Su Mengyao could distinctly sense something unusual. The two women exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Clearing his throat, Li Yu sought their attention. I've moved out from home. I initially intended to stay at an inn, but they wouldn't accommodate me without a referral letter, and the small lodges were fully booked. Hence, I had to intrude upon you. Rest assured, once I find a room tomorrow, we will move out. Brother Lu, what are you saying? This house is rented by you. You can stay as long as you wish, Li Mingzhu replied, ready to fetch her bedding for the small room. However, Lu Yi grasped her arm to stop her. No need. I will take the small room. You two can stay in the larger one. Li Mingzhu looked at Lu Yi and then at Su Mengyao. Seeing her eyes blink in confusion, Lu Yi quickly added, "Don't overthink it. It's settled." "Apologies for the intrusion," Su Mengyao said to Li Mingzhu. "Not at all. This is Brother Lu's rented house. If anything, you two are the true hosts, and I am merely a guest," Li Mingzhu replied with a slight smile. As Li Yu prepared to take his bedding to the small room behind the kitchen, he set down his belongings. Li Mingzhu saw Li Yu holding the bedding and hurriedly offered, "Brother Lu, let me help you tidy up." However, after uttering these words, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Under ordinary circumstances, her gesture would have posed no issue, but now, with Lu Ye's legitimate wife present, her actions seemed somewhat presumptuous. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. The small room has been empty and dusty, so I thought I might assist with the cleaning," Li Mingzhu quickly added to her explanation. "We have already intruded upon you enough. How could we impose further?" "Allow me to take care of this," Su Mengyao replied with a gentle smile. Stepping beside Li Yu to snatch the bedding from his arms before heading toward the small room. At home, Su Mengyao had always found Lu Ye's bedding unpleasant and refused even to touch it, yet now she held it closely to her chest. This left Li somewhat astonished. "What are you staring at? Come over and help," Su Mengyao called back to Lu Yi. Chapter 87, The Matriarch's Reign. The roof collapses inside the modest abode. There was no Kong bed, just a bare wooden plank bed devoid of any bedding. The floor was remarkably tidy, revealing that the little cottage had not been neglected. Contrary to Li Mingzhu's claims, Lu Yi reached out and brushed his hand across the surface, finding no dust, quite clean indeed. He spoke softly. "We can just lay it out directly." Su Mengyao tossed the bedding onto the wooden bed with a frown, eyeing Lu Yi with a hint of reproach. "I never would have guessed that you, silent as a shadow, were hiding a beauty outside. Don't be ridiculous. Chiezi and I are merely friends." Lu Yi replied in a low voice. Su Mengyao raised an eyebrow, her gaze piercing as if to ask, "Do you expect me to believe that? You need to explain." "Explanations are merely veils of deception. I'm not your true wife, so do as you please. I have no authority over you." Her expression soured as she vigorously spread the bedding, her movements forceful and somewhat aggressive. Li Yu stood by, puzzled by her inexplicable demeanor. After all, they were merely pretending to be married, and soon they would be obtaining a divorce certificate, so why the need for such theatrics? "That should suffice," he interjected, noticing she was nearly tearing the bedding apart. "What's wrong? Do you disapprove of my work? Who wants to lay it out for you anyway?" "It stinks to high heaven," Su Mengyao retorted, tossing the bedding aside in annoyance. "Brother Lu, sister-in-law, have you eaten yet? I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare anything. I still have some green beans and potatoes at home. I hope you don't mind," Li Mingzhu called from the kitchen, her voice carrying through the wall. After casting a sideways glare at Lu Yi, Su Mengyao exited the small room. Upon entering the kitchen, she donned a bright smile and said to Li Mingzhu, "We feel quite bad for intruding, let alone asking you to cook for us. Allow me to take over." "No trouble at all, sister-in-law. I'm used to cooking, so please relax a bit. I'll be quick," Li Mingzhu replied as she crouched on the floor, beginning to gather potatoes into an enamel basin. "I'll pick the green beans then," Su Mengyao said, joining in. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, having arranged the bedding, heard the commotion outside but chose to remain inside. He lay down on the wooden bed, resting his head on his hands, staring blankly at the ceiling. The old Lu residence. The once fine house lay in ruins, battered and torn apart by Lu Ye's actions. Lu Zhendong gazed at the devastation, utterly despondent. He understood that this time, Li had truly severed ties with him. Lu Tianci had fled. Despite Du Daoi's threats, Lu Tianci refused to return. Ho Xiaoyan lay on the ground in her yard, weeping uncontrollably, even clinging to Du Daoi's leg, pleading with him not to report the incident. She offered to pay him the last 200 yuan in her possession if he would only refrain from alerting the authorities. Reluctantly accepting the compensation, Du Daoi finally relented. The scandal surrounding Lu Tianci's deceit of the old Du family has spread throughout the village like wildfire, tarnishing his reputation irreparably. After the departure of the old Du family, Ho Xiaoyan gazed at her dilapidated home, overwhelmed with despair. "This is your son, Lu Zhendong. I have endured hardships alongside you for most of my life. And in the end, we are left with nothing. What is there left for me to live for? I might as well be dead," she uttered weakly. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyan had lost the arrogance of her former self. After suffering repeated humiliation in the village, compounded by her earlier act of clinging to Du Daoi's leg, even her thick skin had worn thin. Hearing her words, Lu Zhendong's vacant eyes began to glimmer with resentment. "How can you still speak? The plight we find ourselves in today is largely your doing," he erupted, shedding his usual submissive demeanor, his voice a furious roar. "If you had shown even a modicum of kindness to Lu Yi over the years, he wouldn't harbor such hatred for this family. And as for Tianci, you spoiled him rotten since childhood. Just look at what you've turned him into. How could he resort to scamming his own father-in-law? 1,000 yuan. How dare he? Is he not afraid of imprisonment? Now that trouble has arisen, he simply runs away. This is the son you have raised." Lu Zhendong's sudden outburst startled Ho Xiaoyan. This was the first time she had witnessed such fury from him since their union. He was actually shouting at her. With Lu Ye's indifference and Lu Tianci's disobedience, she had become the target of ridicule from outsiders. Now, even the usually compliant Lu Zhendong dared to raise his voice against her, an affront she could hardly bear. "Lu Zhendong, how dare you shout at me? I'll have it out with you," she shrieked, clawing at him in anger. However, in a surprising turn, Lu Zhendong, who had always tolerated her, seized her hair and struck her face with a resounding slap. The force of his blow was unforgiving, leaving Ho Xiaoyan momentarily dazed. Her vision blurred with stars. Staring incredulously at Lu Zhendong, she instinctively reached for her swollen cheek as the reality of his actions sank in. "You hit me? You actually hit me? I can't go on living," she cried out, only for Lu Zhendong to strike her left cheek again. "To hell with you. I've spoiled you far too much. They say when a woman is in charge, the house falls apart, and I now see that is entirely true." Meanwhile, the reckless Lu Tianci had sought refuge in the commune, hiding in the break room of the security department. A few duty personnel were gathered, playing cards. With little money to spare and his mind elsewhere, Lu Tianci quickly lost all he had. Lu Tianci resolutely sought refuge on a single bed, burying his head beneath the covers. By now, Du Daoi was undoubtedly aware of the deceit regarding the family finances. Lu Tianci dared not return home, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Damn, he had incurred a significant loss this time. Regret consumed him. His primary motivation for marrying into the Du family was to leverage their wealth and connections. He had hoped to take advantage of the forthcoming reforms next year, using the Du family as a springboard to soar to great heights. However, now that his fraudulent scheme had been exposed, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract any further financial support from the Du family. In the rental apartment, Lu Yi, Su Mengyao, and Li Mingzhu sat around a modest Kong table, gazing at the dishes laid out before them. None dared to pick up their chopsticks, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward. Chapter 88. Foot soaking. Before Lu Yi lay two bowls. One contained fragrant white rice, served by Li Mingzhu, while the other held two fluffy steamed buns, heated by Su Mengyao. Additionally, there was a sauce bowl before him. To the left were scallions and chilies, washed by Li Mingzhu, and to the right, a cucumber, prepared by Su Mengyao. The reason Lu Yi hesitated to pick up his chopsticks was that he found himself seated between the two women, caught in the gaze of both, uncertain of which bowl to choose. "Why aren't you eating? Go on, dig in." Li Yi noticed the two women remained still and furrowed his brow. "Brother Lu, you start first. Today's green beans are particularly delicious," Li Mingzhu encouraged, picking up her chopsticks and placing a green bean into Lu Yi's bowl of rice. Lu Yi glanced towards Su Mengyao, who was also observing him with her cool, piercing eyes, seemingly radiating a chill. "This cucumber is very juicy. Perfect for cooling you down," Su Mengyao offered, taking a slice of cucumber, dipping it into the sauce bowl, and extending it towards Lu Yi. Gulp. Even before tasting the food, Lu Yi felt as if he were already full to the brim. Accepting the cucumber from Su Mengyao, he glanced between the two women. Then, seizing his chopsticks, he grabbed a green bean from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth alongside the cucumber. Delicious, he exclaimed. TCH. Su Mengyao averted her gaze, no longer looking at Lu Yi, and began to eat her bun with her chopsticks, lost in her own world. Li Mingzhu also diverted her attention and began to eat seriously. Finally, peace returned. Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Let us eat the meal left Lu Yi feeling quite uncomfortable, as awkward as it could be. After the meal, he began assisting Li Mingzhu in filling jars with sesame paste. Compared to the initial days of processing merely 10 pounds of sesame, Li Mingzhu's operation had now reached about 30 pounds a day. With glass jars in short supply, Zhao Xiaolong suggested using plastic buckets for the sesame paste, reserving the dropper bottles for the sesame oil. They decided to sell it by the bowl, thereby resolving the issue of insufficient jars. Lu Yi gladly accepted this suggestion. The 3-pound white plastic buckets were no larger than an open palm, making them unobtrusive when stored in a backpack. Su Mengyao intended to come over to help but was stopped by Lu Yi. This little task, the two of us can finish quickly. The exam is tomorrow. You should focus on your revision. Such a beautiful sister-in-law, and a cultured, educated youth at that. You will surely excel in the university entrance exam this time. We believe in you. Li Mingzhu cheered for Su Mengyao. Seeing this, Su Mengyao reluctantly withdrew her hand, abandoning her intention to help. She returned to her spot on the heated platform, leaning over the small table to resume her studies. That night, Li Mingzhu boiled a pot of water in advance. Without hesitation, she used her own wash basin to prepare a basin of warm water for Lu Yi. Brother Lu, you must be tired. Why not soak your feet before you sleep? It will help relieve your fatigue. Li Mingzhu placed a basin of warm water beside Lu Yi's feet. Then she prepared another basin for Su Mengyao, saying, Sister-in-law, you should soak your feet too. It promotes circulation and will alleviate your mind as well. Su Mengyao, initially engrossed in her studies, felt a bit embarrassed when she realized Li Mingzhu had prepared foot-soaking water for her. Thank you, she said. It's nothing. Li Mingzhu replied with a smile before retreating to the kitchen. Su Mengyao rolled up her trousers and removed her socks, revealing a pair of exquisite feet that resembled porcelain. Exposed to the air, her 10 toes sparkled like a flawless piece of art. Lu Yi, seated nearby, couldn't help but swallow at the sight of those delicate feet. Pondering silently, how could I have overlooked them while sleeping on the same bed for so long? It was not surprising for Lu Yi to react this way. Scientific studies indicate that 70 of men have a foot fetish. Who could resist such beautiful feet? Su Mengyao tested the temperature of the water before slowly dipping her feet into the basin. The warmth was pleasant and soothing. Noticing Lu Yi's unwavering gaze on her feet, she surprisingly did not frown this time, but instead looked at him and asked, Are they beautiful? Very beautiful, Li responded generously, acknowledging the truth without any embarrassment. Li Mingzhu also prepared a basin of warm water for herself, reclining on a stool before sitting down, as she gradually removed her shoes and socks. Her petite and charmingly delicate feet came into Lu Yi's view. While they were not the famed 3-inch golden lotuses, her feet were certainly no larger than size 34. One pair was long and translucent like porcelain, while the other was small and warm like jade. Lu Yi found himself swallowing again, unable to resist the allure. Brother Lu, are you thirsty? I can get you some water, Li Mingzhu inquired upon noticing him gulping. Su Mengyao shot Lu Yi a sidelong glance. He's not thirsty, he's craving, she remarked. Craving? Brother Lu, what would you like to eat? I can get it for you, Li Mingzhu replied, somewhat confused. Li quickly averted his gaze and felt a wave of embarrassment when he looked at Su Mengyao. Her delicate pink lips moved, though no sound emerged. However, Li clearly saw her lips form 2 words. Pervert. Li withdrew his feet, hastily slipping into his cloth shoes and jumping down from the bed. I've finished washing. You can take your time, he said, lifting the basin and retreating from the room as if escaping. Su Mengyao slightly wrinkled her nose and let out a gentle humph. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful, Li Mingzhu said, half raising her head to look at Su Mengyao. Ever since their last encounter at the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Mingzhu had found Su Mengyao strikingly beautiful, akin to a stunning white swan. Flattered by Li Mingzhu's compliment, Su Mengyao felt a surge of delight within her. After all, being complimented by another equally beautiful woman is indeed a source of great satisfaction for one's vanity. Thank you. You are also very lovely. As for me, dear sister-in-law, there is no need to comfort me. I am fully aware of my own appearance. If I could possess even a fraction of your charm, I would be content. By the way, sister-in-law, what time is your exam tomorrow? I wish to rise early to prepare breakfast, as this is of utmost importance and must not be delayed. Li Mingzhu suddenly recalled that Su Mengyao was to take the college entrance examination the next day and hurriedly inquired. The exam begins at 9 a.m. So there is ample time. Tomorrow, I shall join you in preparing breakfast, Su Mengyao replied softly. With the examination looming, Su Mengyao felt a twinge of anxiety. After lights out, Li Mingzhu and Su Mengyao lay at opposite ends of the bed. Despite the enveloping darkness and the silence in the room, neither could find sleep, each lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sat alone in his small room, equally burdened by sorrow. Chapter 89. The college entrance examination. Upon encountering Li Mingzhu, Su Mengyao finally came to believe the words of Lu Yi from that day. Every article of his attire, right down to that exquisite belt, had been procured by a young woman. It was abundantly clear that this young woman was none other than Li Mingzhu. From the gaze that Li Mingzhu directed towards Lu Yi, Su Mengyao could discern that Li Mingzhu harbored feelings for him. The admiration in her eyes was unmistakable. Ordinarily, Su Mengyao's relationship with Lu Yi was merely a facade of marriage, devoid of genuine affection. She had, on multiple occasions, wished Lu Yi well, hoping he would find a more suitable partner. Yet, upon truly meeting Li Mingzhu, an unexpected pang of sorrow stirred within her. It felt akin to a once-neglected toy, seemingly inconsequential as it lay there, until another individual arrived, enamored by it to the point of wanting to claim it, igniting a sense of reluctance within her. She found herself reminiscing about the toy's myriad virtues, desperately seeking reasons to retain it. What is happening to me? Although he is a commendable person, our life paths converge only in this regard. I aspire to attend university, to leave Qishan Township. And he? The farthest he might ever reach is this small town of Huan County. We are ultimately not destined to walk the same path. So why do I feel this sorrow? This bitterness within my heart? Am I envious? How could I possibly be envious? That is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Su Mengyao turned over, attempting to calm her racing thoughts. Li Mingzhu lay nestled in her blankets, though her eyes were tightly shut. Slumber eluded her. Su Mengyao was simply too beautiful, a beauty that rendered Li Mingzhu utterly devoid of confidence. Standing beside Su Mengyao felt akin to a duck amidst swans, relegated solely to gazing upward. The following day, Lu Yi was roused from his slumber by a clattering sound. After dressing, he made his way to the kitchen, where Su Mengyao and Li Mingzhu were both industriously engaged. The noise emanated from the spatula in Su Mengyao's hand colliding with the iron pot. "Brother Lu, you're awake. Let me pour some water for you to wash your face," Li Mingzhu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Yi emerge from the small room. By this time, daylight had fully broken, and Li Mingzhu had already returned from her deliveries. Su Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yi, her expression somewhat frigid. Lu Yi chuckled softly. "Good morning. Brother Lu, check if the water is warm enough. If it is, I will add some cold water for you," Li Mingzhu said, preparing a basin of hot water, even testing the temperature with her own hand. As Lu Yi approached the washstand, he began to cleanse his face. The warmth was just right. As he splashed warm water on his face, the pores relaxed with a sense of comfort that was a stark contrast to his usual practice of using cold water throughout the seasons. "Brother Lu, here is your soap." Li Mingzhu offered her soap dish to him. "Thank you," Lu Yi replied, his face still dripping with water as he closed his eyes and accepted it. Su Mengyao turned her head to glance at them. This fellow is truly open to all. The spatula in Su Mengyao's hand felt a tad heavier. After breakfast, Su Mengyao meticulously reviewed the items she needed for the exam. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she placed all her belongings into her satchel and secured the opening to prevent anything from falling out. Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu observed nearby. Even before leaving, an invisible tension began to envelop them. With everything prepared, Su Mengyao turned to Lu Yi. "Shall we set off now? Leaving early will give us ample time in case of any unforeseen circumstances," Lu Yi suggested. Each year, there are instances of candidates arriving late or forgetting their admission tickets. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient preparation. Lu Yi was unwilling to let such trivial matters jeopardize Su Mengyao's university aspirations, thus proposing an early departure, preferring to wait outside the examination venue rather than sitting at home anxiously. "All right," Su Mengyao replied, shouldering her satchel. Li Mingzhu locked the door. The trio then made their way towards the first high school examination site. On the other side, Lu Tianci had not returned home for an entire night. Dumei lay on the heated bed, her large belly prominent, her face marred with anger. Her condition rendered her unable to visit the Lu family yesterday, but she was well aware of Lu Tianci's deceit in swindling money from their household. "Mom, I no longer wish to be with Lu Tianci. Everyone in the village knows about it now, and continuing this way is meaningless. I want a divorce," Dumei declared, her expression devoid of any trace of joy. Her disdain for Lu Tianci had reached its peak. Compared to her cousin, Lu Tianci offered her no semblance of happiness. Not only did he fail to provide physical contentment, but he also deprived her of emotional fulfillment. Her cousin would coax her, share jokes, and often surprise her with little romantic gestures. In stark contrast, Lu Tianci felt akin to a chicken and a duck cohabitating in the same nest, utterly devoid of any charm. Du Mei had long grown weary of such a life. Wang Xilan wore a long face as well. Had I known Lu Tianci was such a scoundrel, I would have never allowed him to be your son-in-law. No matter how anxious we were. Your father treated him so well, yet he could still commit such acts, truly an ungrateful wretch. However, regardless of his misdeeds, you cannot divorce him at this moment. Why not? Du Mei asked, displeased. Firstly, you must give birth to the child. Secondly, your father worries that if we push too hard, Lu Tianci might act out of desperation. If he spreads rumors about you and your cousin in the village, how will you face others? Your father, being the village secretary, cannot afford such disgrace. No matter the circumstances, you cannot divorce him right now. Wang Xilan explained the situation to Du Mei. My father even said he would report him to the authorities. Why not just send him away and be done with it? Du Mei pouted. If Lu Tianci were present at that moment, he would surely have cursed her as a venomous and treacherous woman. Alas, such cruel words went unheard by him. Your father is merely trying to intimidate them. If a report were truly filed, it would be a significant matter, you foolish child. Wang Xilan admonished, playfully prodding Du Mei's forehead with her finger. A pregnancy can render one foolish for 3 years, and you, Du Mei, have yet to give birth but are already beginning to act dim-witted. As Lu Yi and his companions arrived at the entrance of Huaxian No. 1 High School, they found a throng of examinees gathered there. In order to maintain public order and to address any unforeseen circumstances that might arise, several officers were stationed at the entrance, ensuring the situation remained under control. What a crowd! Li Mingzhu exclaimed as she gazed at the bustling mass of humanity. It is often said that the path to university is akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a sea of soldiers. I now believe it. Chapter 90. The restaurant incident. The throngs of people around them were overwhelming. The three stood at the base of the school's wall, with Su Mengyao clutching her handwritten notes, reviewing and memorizing the key points of knowledge. The first subject of the college entrance examination was politics. Numerous students, much like Su Mengyao, were frantically cramming at the last moment. After a brief interval, a bell rang, and the once-closed school gates began to creak open. An instructional board and a layout of the examination rooms awaited at the entrance, urging candidates to study them closely, find their designated examination rooms, and proceed without delay. A teacher, holding a megaphone, shouted instructions loudly. The waiting crowd surged toward the entrance. I'm heading into the examination room, Su Mengyao declared, setting her notebook before Lu Yi. Go for it. Maintain your composure. Don't be anxious. You'll do just fine, Lu Yi encouraged her. Li Mingzhu also chimed in. Sister-in-law, you've got this. Su Mengyao took a deep breath, nodded at Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu, and then, clutching her crossbody bag, strode confidently toward the school gates. Glancing at the layout, Su Mengyao quickly pinpointed her examination room's location. At exactly 9 a.m., the bell signaling the start of the examination rang on cue. Outside the school, Li Mingzhu, upon hearing the bell, whispered, Is it starting now? Li nodded. The exam begins at 9 and won't conclude until 11. With summer in full swing, the sun blazed overhead. Liu surveyed the surroundings and noticed a small supply store in the distance. Let us head over there and grab a couple of bottles of soda while we wait, he suggested. The wait felt interminable. However, as a participant in the examination, Su Mengyao perceived those 2 hours to be remarkably brief. When the bell signaling the end of answering rang, she completed her final review. All candidates must stop writing immediately and check once more to ensure their names and examination numbers are correctly filled in as her paper was collected. Su Mengyao officially concluded her first examination subject. Unlike the initial tension she felt upon entering, she departed feeling significantly more relaxed. Outside, Lu Yi and Li Mingzhu waved eagerly as Su Mengyao emerged. How did it go, sister-in-law? Li Mingzhu inquired with curiosity. A smile graced Su Mengyao's lips. It should be all right. I don't think it was as difficult as I had imagined. With ample time before the afternoon exam, Liu proposed. Let us go out for lunch. I'll treat you both. We can enjoy a meal at a restaurant and then find a place to rest. Going to a restaurant? That sounds wonderful, Li Mingzhu exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement at the prospect. Let us go. Lu Yi led the two ladies along the road toward the state-run restaurant. This was Li Mingzhu's first experience dining out, and she curiously glanced around the table. Order whatever you like. Today, it's my treat. Liu proclaimed with great generosity. I still want to eat that fish from last time, Su Mengyao remarked. All right, Liu turned to Li Mingzhu. What would you like to eat? Me? Li Mingzhu chuckled awkwardly. Brother Lu, you order. Whatever you choose, I'll eat. The menu hung on the wall. But Li Mingzhu had hardly attended school for long and could barely recognize a few characters. Fearing embarrassment, she didn't dare to order any dishes. Very well. I'll select a sweet and sour pork for you. Women generally enjoy it. Liu promptly chose a dish for Li Mingzhu. Let us also have a serving of fish roe tofu, a homemade cold dish, and a braised carp, he continued, ordering 4 dishes in total. And 3 bottles of soda as well. It's sweltering. Even with the electric fan overhead, it's still quite hot. Sister, what's the examination room like? Do tell me. I'm so curious. Li Mingzhu inquired eagerly, sitting beside Su Mengyao. The examination room is just like an ordinary classroom, with 3 invigilators. There's nothing particularly special. While they awaited their meal, the 2 women chatted, occasionally bursting into laughter. Lu Yi, seated with his back to a corner, noticed another table where 3 unruly youths were gathered. Their table bore only 2 plates of food, a spicy fried tofu dish and a sweet and sour potato stir-fry, which had been nearly devoured. One of them, with a pair of chopsticks dangling from his mouth, was fixated on Su Mengyao. Hey, what are you staring at, old 3? Your drool is about to spill. It's disgusting, one of his companions chided. Unperturbed, old 3 maintained his gaze on the girls and told his friends, look over there. The 2 companions followed his line of sight and found themselves transfixed, their eyes glued to Su Mengyao and Li Mingzhu. Wow, where did this girl come from? She is stunning, one exclaimed. Look at that girl with long hair. Her aura is extraordinary. Hey, that short-haired one is beautiful too. Just look at that delicate face. I could almost take a bite. The 3 were captivated by their beauty. Hey guys, do you dare to approach them? Old 3 suddenly whispered. Forget it. Didn't you notice that one of them has a guy sitting with them? Let us avoid trouble, one replied, glancing at Lu Ye's back. Noticing his decent attire, he preferred not to stir up any conflict. Xiaojun is right. Let us just admire them from afar. That guy is dressed well. If he can take 2 girls out to eat, he might not be someone to mess with. Let us not bring misfortune upon ourselves. Another added. Old 3, driven by desire, eyed Su Mengyao from a distance, licking his lips as he scrutinized Lu Yi. Dressed smartly in a beige short-sleeve shirt and dress pants, he appeared to be of some means. However, old 3's keen eye caught the worn-out cloth shoes on Lu Ye's feet. The layered soles were nearly worn down, and the shoes looked utterly shabby. Not a good person at all. Look at those shoes he is wearing, they're more tattered than mine. I suspect he might be a fraud. Who knows where he borrowed that outfit from? As the 2 individuals scrutinized the scene more closely, they indeed noticed the tattered cloth shoes adorning Lu Ye's feet. It was quite a paradox. Dressed in such fine attire, how could one possibly wear such worn-out shoes? While garments may be borrowed, could one truly lend out shoes? This fellow must have borrowed an entire ensemble to deceive the ladies, old 3 concluded with narrowed eyes. Such a beautiful girl, and if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for a lifetime. Whether or not they joined him was up to them. Unable to suppress his inner excitement, old 3 rose and made his way toward Lu Ye's table. Damn, are we 3 truly intimidated by just him? Let us go. Let us go. Driven by youthful desires, the trio approached Lu Ye's table,